Hello, hello. How are we doing today, guys? Casey trying to start shit with X.
I don't care. I don't think Asana to pull back. ASUC has used a massive audience to manipulate and abuse and harass Adept and done very little to stop it. He's a manipulator, and manipulation is abuse. That is insane. XQC, especially when it first happened, did everything that he fucking could to try and mitigate the issues that were going to come in Adept's way by talking about it a certain way. I don't care. I don't think Asana to pull back. ASUC has used a massive audience to manipulate and abuse and harass Adept and done very...
Is he sick? Oh, this is cute.
Validated, and I'm like, I'm not looking for.
You're spamming dial. You're spamming A.
Okay, but you're spamming A, but you're making the girl happy. And
Yeah, I know. That's what I realized. That's what I realized that it does. I
So
like.
do you spam A with Cutie?
I'm not. I
I'm gonna tell her this. Sometimes I just want my feelings validated, and I'm like, I'm not looking for.
You're spamming dial. You're spamming A.
Okay, but you're spamming A, but you're making the girl happy. And
Yeah, I know. That's what I realized. That's what I realized that it does. I
So
like.
do you spam A with Cutie?
I'm not.
I'm gonna tell her this.
Go on this? If she wants me to.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video means you are energetically aligned with me and this message. Your thoughts create your reality. But you already knew that, yet you still live a life that you dread.
Excuse me.
That is because when you visualize your dream life, you unconsciously believe that it is unrealistic.
Okay. Okay, where are all my where are my gym flares? There's a quick 5-minute thing. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what is my perfect upper back for deadlifts, okay? Okay. This is 135. So this should be very light. This should be like the most perfect. So watch my upper back, okay? Oh, also, people are saying I should start with my butt higher. But whatever, okay. This is... Okay. Light. Oh, I should upload these to stream. It will be easy to look at them, okay? Okay, this is 195, okay? So, 60 pounds heavier. Okay, so upper back. I think I'm worried about my upper back. I think my lower back is always okay. So this is 195. My butt comes up first a little bit. I don't know if this is like counts as rounded, if it's something I should be worried about, my upper back here, or if I should just not care at all. This is 245. Some rounding of the upper back is fine. It's lower back. Okay, Ryan TR. Okay, this is 245. So this is about as heavy as I can comfortably lift right now. I should be able to do 5 of these, but I'm doing 1. Okay. So look at that. So this is heavy for me. Okay, 245.
If you read this, could you shout me out? It would boost my ego, and I got to take an AWS. I can get, even if I pay for them, shout out capitalism.
Shout out to Brizzle, tier 5. I wasn't going to show you, but I saw you tier 5, so big shout out, okay. Okay, so this is 245. So I feel like I'm coming up a little uneven here, but I don't know if my... Is this like my shit? Because like my core looks like it's caving in a little bit here.
It's not.
And then this is... Hold on, I did one more. No, you're doing great here. No, you're a new... That's not even... You're not even Gym Flyer. Never mind. I don't think this is great. So then my question comes down to... Some people have commented on starting position. I don't know how... I don't know how low my butt should start in starting position. So this is 185 by 5, okay? So I feel like some people say to raise my butt up more, but I feel like if I do that, I feel like my upper shoulders would collapse a ton. So I tend to start with my butt more down so that I can have my lats a little bit more straight. But I had some people say that my hips are starting too far down now. So this is like where I start down, but this is like, this might be pretty deep. But then I notice that when I lift, my butt comes up. Oh, don't look at how I drop it yet. I haven't fixed that yet. Gojo's really mad about how I put the bar down.
When is the Cosmic Skeptic podcast thing coming out?
I don't know.
Right.
We haven't even filmed
Stop.
it yet. He keeps pushing it back.
That's good.
Your butt is going up first? Yeah, I guess.
Illustrator.
Because it looks like I just don't know. I'm not sure what, I just don't know how straight everything should theoretically be. Because like this start looks good, but then as soon as I start to lift, my butt comes up a little bit early. I don't know if this upper back is bad or not. But I also should probably, if my butt comes up early anyway, I should probably just start with my butt a bit higher. Huh? I think that's probably what I should just do. Because if my hips are coming up early, it means I can't support it at that point anyway. So I guess the question is should I just start with my hips higher and pull from that position, or should I keep my lips lower and like don't pull up until I'm literally supporting it all on my lats? I guess is like the question. Up his back is fine and not what you need to worry about right now. Okay, Gojo, what part on this would you focus on?
That's good.
Like, is this pull here? Like, is this okay? This here. Or do you think this is not? Or what would you fix on this pull here?
That's good.
Your starting hip position. So you think my hips should my hips start higher here? Always start as high up as possible. Hips shooting up. Can you type in a full sentence? I don't know what this means. Hips shooting up. Do I want my hips to shoot up? Or are you saying my hips are coming up too fast? Or... Lumbar goes into too much flexion on heavier lifts. Okay, I'm gonna just try hips starting higher. I think the thing that fucks me is that I think if I drop the weight really low, my hips can start that low, and then I think they always come up at the right time, but it's probably just because the weight is... Because this is 135, okay? So this is like... Why does spacebar not play or unplay in this shit-ass fucking app? Even there, your hips move a few distance before a fair distance. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's probably not good that I start the lift too without, oh, somebody keeps saying that. That's true as well. There's a lot of slack in my arms when I start the lift, which there probably shouldn't be. My arms should probably be pulled pretty tight before. Because even on 135 here, I'm starting with my arms aren't, I think. This is... Yeah, because my arms and my hips are starting a little... Okay, whatever. We'll do it differently next time. Shoulder losing... Okay, never mind. Okay. Okay, don't read any non-gym flyers. Okay. Am I talking to Kidology today? I don't think so. She always takes like 12 weeks to get back to anything, so I don't... Yeah, we'll see. What was I saying? So I moved deadlifts today before squats because today is my 1x5 deadlift day. I don't know if this is a thing or not, but it feels like it's way easier to squat and then deadlift instead of deadlift and then squat. Or is that not the case? Because I did my deadlifts today and then I squatted and I could barely squat like 135 when I should be doing like 185. But I don't know if it's like it might just all be in my head and I'm just not used to it yet. So like I'll probably keep this up for a couple weeks and I'll see how I feel. I don't know if there's actually a reason why people might program squats before deadlifts. I always squat before deadlift, that's just my personal preference. People do it differently. Okay, I'll probably just try doing this for like a few more weeks. Yeah, okay. It could also be because my squats or my deadlift starts really low too, so it feels like it's not, but okay, all right. Were deadlifts easy when you did them first? Well, I don't know today because I didn't do like a real set of 5. I just did that 185 or whatever instead of, but I'm like, since I'm starting like kind of I reorganized my schedule. I'm probably gonna unload all my lifts by like 20 or 30 pounds, and then just because I just want to make sure that my form is like perfect on everything before I start advancing weight again. But yeah, I just want to make sure. I don't have any pain on my back anywhere from any of my deadlifting, but I still want to make sure that it's good so it's not like fucked on my way to 3 plate. I was using a hex bar. That's not natty lifting, okay? Okay, we're done with this. Oh my god, you can highlight by flares now? Holy shit. You can alternate starting with heavy deadlifts and lighter squats for more reps. And yeah, that's what I'm doing now. That's what I've just changed to. But I probably need like a week or 2 to get used to it. Okay. No good coach will fearmonger rounded back deadlift session. It's outdated. All good deadlifters round both their lower and their upper back. The only thing that will snap you up is load management and fucking up your recovery, not 1 degree lumbar deviation. Okay, I'm not 100% worried about like a little bit of rounding, but there are probably some things that should always be in check when you're deadlifting. One is you probably should never start that lift with slack in your arms. That should probably never happen. And the second one is I think for a good deadlift, for a good squat, for every good compound movement, your body should always be moving like together. Like if you do like a squat So like for a squat, like if your hips go back and then your knees go down, it's probably not good. Or for a deadlift, if your butt comes up and then and then this comes up and then your legs go up, like it probably shouldn't be good. It should always probably be like one smooth motion. So that's the thing that I'm like, I think looking for the most is make sure that everything's like smooth and coming up and down together. Leg press is a safer and more effective way. Okay. I don't know why you're talking. Okay. All right, we're done. Okay. But wait, what do I hear volume from? Oh, from you. Pause. Don't care. I didn't unleash. Is this the same meme we saw yesterday?
The podium is yours.
We did see this. You're a fucking clown. You are a sick bastard. These tweets are so embarrassing. Biden is worse than Putin. Look at all the blue checks. Oh, man. Conservatives, hella mad. XQC reacting to you. Okay. I'm Gucci.
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people. Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump.
Men of Reddit, what actions do you take to ensure you're safe and walking alone at night? Don't walk alone at night, period. Perfectly where I don't need to be as careful. Norway? My God. Continue to be 6'5", 250 pounds with a pissed off look all the time. Bro, just carry a gun. Damn. Who is Uncle Ted? Leg press is a safer, more effective way of building legs than the deadlift if you care about big legs. Okay, you know. Am I supposed to... The reason why I do squat is because I want to get a big squat, not just because I only want big quads. Yeah. Like, I think being able to... I would rather be able to squat 225 than leg press, like, 600 pounds. I think it would be a more personally fulfilling achievement for me, I think. I think to do a good squat with high weight shows good stability, it shows strong core, it shows coordination across like fucking 500 different muscle groups, it shows a good degree of flexibility, it shows a good degree of mental endurance. Like, I think that, like, I don't like squatting personally, but I think it's probably, like, in my opinion, it's like one of the more impressive lifts. Like, you can squat really well. I think it builds character, okay? Builds a lot of character, all right? Leg press is like the bicep curl of the leg day, okay? Okay, chill. Let me get a Red Bull. Hold on. Why does it feel so hot in here? To give yourself a prolapse squatting too deep? Okay. Swole Harry Potter.
Did you skip?
What the fuck is this? What, 12 days ago?
Harry Spotter, did you skip leg day
Good
again?
streams, buddy.
Every day is arm day, sir.
Jesus Christ.
It's your job, Harry, to make sure I keep drinking this protein shake, even if you have to force it down my throat.
Why can't I drink it, sir?
Because I need to bulk, Harry.
There is no good and evil. There is only weight, and those too weak to lift it.
Yeti chilling.
If you want to know what a man's like, take a look at how much he benches.
Why? Jesus. Okay. Okay. Thoughts on the new emotes? I can tell that chatting one's gonna get people banned. Because chances are I'm typing a lot on my other monitors because somebody's fighting with me. And if somebody's fighting with me, I'm gonna be in a grumpy mood. And if people are making fun of me for chatting while I'm chatting because I'm in a grumpy mood, people are gonna be getting banned like crazy. God damn. All of my extended family is fucking decided now is a good time to die. Kai crying after getting caught in 4K.
Kai starts crying cause he thought a Transformer was cute part 1.
Kai, read the bio. Server at Pizza Bar? Lives in Atlanta, nigga?
Dog, that's a Transformer.
I feel like Destiny says trans people might need dysphoria in order because they're trans, and it's like the end of the world. Meanwhile, popular black streamers I say some crazy shit about trans people. No one seems to care. White gamers are the true oppressed ones, okay? White people are we truly are the most oppressed. Okay, anybody notice that? We're truly the most oppressed. Oh, one final question. I'm sorry, one final question. Okay, one final question. Because I'm changing how I'm doing chin-ups and pull-ups now, but I'm changing how I'm doing pull-ups because I realize doing pull-ups like this is probably cheating. It's probably not good. I realize that. So now when you do pull-ups with a wider grip, here's the question, I guess. My question is for an assisted pull-up or any pull up with a wide grip, do you pull up like this or do you try to pull up like this? Like, I'm curious because it feels like if you need a little bit more pull, if you lean back a bit, you can pull up higher, but I don't know if that's because you're recruiting more stuff in the back that you shouldn't be or what. Like, what's the second one? Okay, so for pull up like this, leaning back a bit so that you're recruiting your back more is good. That's fine, right? Okay. What do you mean by cheating? Well, I think, because I used to do pull-ups like this, but I think if you're gonna do a pull-up like this, you might as well just do a chin-up. Because I think the closer the grip, your arms are doing so much more work. And I realized that I don't think I hit my lats on like any lift I do, except now I'm doing the wider pull-ups and I'm doing these stupid dumbbell row things, which aren't really done. It's an okay lift. But okay, because I don't think I've ever stopped doing like a pull-up before, and I don't think I've ever felt that in my back ever. I think it's always like when my arms get tired. But now for wider things, I'll probably feel it in my. Okay. Chest supported row is actually lit, right? I've only done it one time, so I still have to figure out like what the good weight is. Okay, all right. My biceps comically big. Yeah. One thing that I'm kind of irritated by is I notice that like it's hard to tell on stream because obviously it's gradual, but I notice my arms have gotten quite a bit bigger, but they look the exact same from the front. Does that ever change, or are you just like, is it like wrists where like if you look at your arms from the front, it looks like I weigh like 90 pounds? Do they ever get like wider, or is that just like your bone? What is that a thing? Does that ever change? Or are you just like fucked? Brachialis. Call it a sleeper build. That's where isolation comes in. You have to do specific workouts. Just always stand sideways. It's the other muscle in your bicep. Yes, they get wider. You just need to... Okay, gotcha. All right, whatever. Okay, I don't do any like bicep isolation work, so I don't care that much. I was just kind of curious. The Stone of Destiny. Name drop. Oh, I thought this was going to be a video game. The Stone of Destiny has left Inneborough Castle for the first time. What are these uniforms? Why don't they get cool uniforms? Okay. Oh. Brizzle! Dude, what's up?
Oh shit. I wasn't expecting this. What's up?
Nothing much. What do you mean why do you guys say you weren't expecting it when you're in the room?
The stream 1 second.
Yeah, do that. Mute the stream, dude. Both of them, because
Oh,
you better have my
shit.
Kick and YouTube stream up, okay?
I'm on your website actually right now.
Oh, there you go. Champion. All right, well, what up, G? I say that to everyone, by the way. Okay, go ahead. What's up?
I'm great. I guess I'll give a little background on myself.
Okay.
I'm 28. Went to college for about a semester, dropped out.
Okay.
I am working as a delivery driver for UPS.
Okay.
I'm really big on unions and stuff, and like the lefty like pro work stuff.
Mhm.
But I generally leaned conservative for the most part. I was raised evangelical, and I don't know how many of those types of people you have in your community, but I feel like a little isolated.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. I feel like union stuff used to be like fairly conservative. Like there are a lot of conservative people, conservative social values involved in unions, and now I kind of wonder, especially if you're like a delivery driver, it feels like unions might have a fuck ton of like 19-year-old like blue-haired kids that want like trans rights and aren't like, that's like, not that there's anything wrong with trans rights, but like
I'm 20 by the way.
Yeah, sure.
So
yeah.
I'm not super old.
Yeah. Yeah, but it feels like the crowd is probably runs fairly progressive on that. But then again, that's just what I see on Reddit, so I could be wrong. But yeah. But yeah, I guess what about it?
Oh, I was just wondering like about like especially in the UPS gets brought up a lot in the news, especially about like drivers dying because of the heat. This summer's coming up and stuff like that. There's no AC in the vehicles, and I mean it's not so bad. Like the way people make it out, especially people on the outside, the way people make it out to seem, it's like really bad. But like once you're in it, or maybe I'm brainwashed, who knows? But either way, my biggest question is: so I was raised evangelical Christian, and I tend to subscribe to that theology. I just struggle with homophobia, and I was just wondering, where does it become homophobia? Is it homophobia if you disagree with, if you believe that homosexuality is a sin, or is it homophobia once you start preaching that stuff is evil and that you don't agree with it?
I mean, are you evangelical still?
Yeah. Oh, I became an atheist when I was like a teenager, and then like I kind of more regressed back into my early childhood programming, I guess.
Yeah, well, you don't have to call it a regression. Jesus. I mean, you can be evangelical. Like, it's not like, I mean, everybody's got their journey, right? Can't you just view it as like, I mean, obviously everybody has their vices. For some people, it might be alcohol. For some people, it might be gambling. You know, for some people, it might be homosexuality or whatever, right? Can't you just treat everybody as though, you know, people are on their personal journey? It's not really your place to comment or say, right? Like, if there was an alcoholic at work, you wouldn't be telling them every single day, like, hey, stop drinking, bro. Like, that's between them and whatever God they have, and you just keep it at that?
Yeah, well, for sure. But sometimes I feel like I get gaslit into thinking I'm the weird one. Like when they tell me like if I'm not attracted to transsexual women or men or whatever, then I'm the bigot, and it just makes me feel like I don't know. Am I the bigot, or am I just trying to like stick to my sexual orientation?
I mean, you could be bigoted. I don't know. It's possible you could have a sexual orientation that is what it is because that's what it is, or it could just be that you are a little bigoted. I don't know. Everybody's a little bit different. I mean, you got a right to your own sexual
I
orientation.
do struggle with that though,
Yeah.
right? Because I don't want to be. Nobody wants to be like an asshole or anything like that.
Well,
but
there's
at
a
the
difference
same
between
time-
being bigoted and being an asshole, right? Like one man's bigot
Oh,
could be another man's, like holy man. It just depends on your particular perspective, right? There are going to be some people that hate Islam, and to a Muslim, they're pretty bigoted. There's going to be people that hate evangelicals, and to an evangelical Christian, they're bigoted. But it just kind of depends on your. That's a being bigoted. It's like being a terrorist or a freedom fighter. It's a matter of perspective, right?
Okay.
I feel like
you know what?
from my perspective, like as long as you're like chill with other people, like living their lives in the ways that they see
Yeah.
fit, and you're not trying to like demonize somebody or castigate people for their
But
choices.
then you go to an extreme, like with pedophilia. Like everyone agrees that that's wrong, right? And if you take that logic to, everyone does their own thing. You don't want to co-sign that type of stuff, right?
Let me jump super into the weeds here, right? So pedophilia in and of itself isn't the issue. The issue is if they're fucking kids, right? Now, if they fuck kids, you can condemn that as an action because even outside of a religious context, we all agree that children can't consent to sexual activity with adults, right? So that's something where you don't have to be religious to say pedophilia is wrong in terms of fucking kids because nobody agrees with kitty fucking. Except for even pedophiles should say that, right? The difference with homosexual behavior is, like pedophilia, you might say, well, pedophilia and homosexuality are both wrong. However, homosexuality can be a sin that's practiced with two consenting adults. So the type of wrong there is a lot different than pedophilia, which is going to involve a child who we probably all agree doesn't have the wherewithal to consent to that behavior. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does make sense. But I get a lot of stuff on my feed like saying that like the gay agenda is trying to get your kids, and I don't know how much that's true or how much that's exaggerated. But obviously maybe because I lean conservative, this stuff pops up on like my For You page and stuff like that. Where do you stand on stuff like that? Like with the Florida stuff, for example.
Yeah, it's complicated. Like
It's so complicated.
In some ways, LGBT people do kind of want to reach out to kids. But I mean, like, the question is like if we're doing like our best faith interpretation here, like, do they want to reach out to kids because they want to turn them gay, or do they want to reach out to kids that might be gay and have literally no resources in their life to help them with being gay, right? Now, to some people, they might say that's the same thing, right? But I mean, like arguably, this is where I would say it's a matter of perspective, Like if I were to go to a religious person, like I could say like, wow, you're literally brainwashing your children from birth with a religion that they are barely even able to consent to. But the religious person say, well, no, I'm providing what I believe is the proper guidance to my child to make sure they live the best life possible, right? And I think for LGBT people, they might feel similarly in that like, well, we're not trying to necessarily turn a person gay or whatever. We just want people to know that if they are gay, there are like resources out there for them that they should be aware of. They don't have to be like completely alone and stuck in some, like horrible area where they have no help or anything,
Yeah, but just for like argument's sake, that's when like some concerned parents, I'm not a parent by the way, so I wouldn't know, they would say, oh, you're trying to trans my kids, right? That's what they say. Or I don't know, should they even be worried about that stuff? Maybe. I
mean, for some of it, maybe, I think some of it is a little bit weird, and I would be a little bit skeeved out from it. I think the best
I heard you
thing.
speak on the anything thing.
Yeah,
right, where you mentioned that.
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do is just try to keep as open a channel of communication as possible with your child. And hopefully, if they like feel uncomfortable, if they feel they need to talk about anything, then they feel okay going to you about it. That's what I would say is probably the best thing you can do.
Okay, I'm a really big fan of your stream, by the way. I started following you around the big Miskiff OTK drama.
Oh boy, yeah.
And I mean, I gotta say, man, I've been hooked, and you make a lot of good content. I don't agree with everything you say, of course, but I kind of like the way you kind of bridge the gap between the left and the right for a lot of issues, and I really appreciate that. And the way you bring in other people too, like Abba. I like Abba when he kind of pushes back on your polyamory stuff, which I know you're a big fan of, but me personally, I'm a monogamoid or whatever. And I kind of like when he kind of articulates arguments that I feel, but I wouldn't be smart enough to give.
Oh, well, Yeah, he's. I mean, it's good to find like the friends that I can find that can like push back are really hard. But yeah, no, he's cool to fight with. Yeah.
I like your orbit, your solar system, and that's the final message I wanted to say. I'm kind of nervous. I don't want to take too much of your time. I think I'm just gonna enjoy the stream. So bye bye. Thanks for talking to me.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Bye bye. I'm gonna leave now. Bye bye.
I'm gonna leave now. That's what he said. Damn. Hello. My friend. Scryball, you're up. He was Indian, right? Did I just make that up? He's gonna be so mad that he's not here right now. Lil Rex.
Oh my goodness.
Hello. What up? How you doing, G?
I'm good.
Cool.
Just playing League.
Playing League. Did you want to chat about anything or?
Nah, I'm just chilling.
Okay, that's cool. I can respect that. What role do you play?
What role do I play mid mostly.
Oof. Okay. Well.
Bring in a tier 1.
Why was he in the fucking... Why was he in the room? INE. What up?
Yo, what's up?
What up?
I have a question.
I got answers. You come to the right place.
Okay. When's the podcast happening?
I might order stuff today. I just need to... Because now that I have a new buddy here in the
Still not
apartment.
ordered? Didn't you order like microphones and
No, what? I was waiting for a studio from Adam, and I was like, but everybody takes so long to respond to everything. I feel like I have to do everything myself. So today I might just start ordering all the gear that I need. But
you got... How much is it gonna cost?
Damn, dude. I'm hoping to spend less than 20,000. That's my goal, but we'll see.
Jeez. Also, I got like automatically muted for suggesting a game in chat.
What?
Aren't we allowed to suggest no games no more?
Whoa, what game?
Am I allowed to say? Am I gonna get banned again?
I don't know. It depends on what game you suggest.
It was Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah, we're not... Listen. Those autism games are the end of me, okay? I can't be on that shit, dude. Do you understand?
It's a simulation game. It's not like you actively play it. You know?
What do you mean? Yeah, of course you have to constantly like do a lot of rolls and everything.
But you don't control the units. Like
I know. Hell, do you know what RimWorld is?
No, but you can control each individual unit in that game.
No, but I'm pretty sure in Dwarf Fortress you probably need to actively like assign roles and keep tabs on like the base and everything as well.
Yeah, but they
right?
do the dwarves. They do whatever they want.
Yeah, but only after you've assigned them like fucking jobs and shit.
Kinda.
Why are you trying to gaslight me? I know how these styles of games are played.
No,
my
it's
guess is you
different.
probably have
This
a whole...
one's different.
No, it's not. It's not. I don't think so.
No, it's you should try it. I mean, you'll see.
Okay.
I played RimWorld myself too. It's totally different. Sure, it's inspired by Dwarf Fortress, but it's totally different.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Anything else?
All right. Nope, that's it.
Okay. Jesus. Did he leave or did he get kicked? Because that dude just bounced. Okay, hello? Scryball, you're back. Okay, why are you guys saying him next? I don't even think he's here. Lightmaster.
Hey man, you alright?
Hi, what's up?
Not much. Yeah, so I was gonna ask you, have you ever thought of playing any 4X games on stream?
Fuck no.
Humankind or Civilization 6?
Oh, actually, fuck no.
Why not?
Because I don't have time for that autistic shit, okay? I already play enough autistic shit.
You literally played like a super autistic mod for like an already super autistic game, right?
Yeah, and I played Stellaris a little bit, okay? I don't have time for fucking 4X shit, alright?
Okay, cool. Have you ever been on a pilgrimage?
Poke image?
Pilgrimage. Like a religious trip?
No. Why should I
Like
go
when
on
you
one?
were a kid?
Nope.
Nick, you probably can't go on one now because you're too much of an
Castle.
aethoid, but
Aethoid?
it was aethoid.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was a really nice experience.
Well, good for you, dude. I probably wouldn't enjoy it because I'm, not religious, but...
Yeah, but you always I heard you say something once about how new experiences are always good.
Mm-hmm. Well, not all experiences. Like, I probably don't want to get, like, like raped or something.
Yeah, but yeah, true. But I think you should try it. I think it might give you a new perspective of life.
Oh,
well, that's it.
I'll think about it. Have fun.
Have a nice stream.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Avika, you're up. What's up?
Hi. So, I have a question about... Sorry, the fucking stream. I have a question about a friend of mine. So...
Okay.
Last time I was here, I talked about Schrodinger's rapist. I don't know if he raped me or not.
Okay.
I have... Basically, I was drunk.
Okay.
And we swore that we didn't do anything, and I was pretty sure we didn't do anything, but then later he told me that he did do something.
Damn.
However, he's still good in every other respect, and I don't know what to do about that. Besides the fact that he is, like, a rapist.
Well, it's a little rape between friends, Yeah, I mean, like, it depends on, like... I would need way more information about the story to give you, like, a good opinion. Like, are you saying, like, you guys were, like, both kind of, like, fiddling around and you were, like, a little bit drunk and you didn't really remember and then you did stuff? Or are you saying, like, you were, like, blackout drunk, passed out, and you're like, please don't do anything to me, and he, like, full-on fucked you while you were sleeping, right? Like, that's, like...
The second one. It's the second one. But I don't remember anything about it, so...
Okay, well, then, I mean, like, that seems like a more... That's like hard rape, not soft rape. Probably not cool. Hard rape, I think, is a little bit harder to forgive, I think. Probably not a good person if they're willing to hard rape somebody, in my opinion.
But then it's like that one like thing, like if a tree falls over in a forest and no one's there to hear it, is it really, did it even happen?
Well, if somebody comes by later and they tell you that the tree was knocked over, then I mean, like, the knowledge kind of changes things, right? So maybe if he'd never said anything ever for the rest of your life, maybe you could skirt by on it. But now it seems like that he's a kind of a rapist. So, I mean, what are you gonna? I mean, it's up to you to continue the friendship or not, but, like, has he like expressed regret? Have you had a conversation about why he did what he did? Like, have you done any, like, taken steps towards, like, amending anything, or?
Well, he's done, like, the usual guy thing about saying, like, oh, I'm so sorry, and I'll never do that again.
Well, why did he do it? Did you ask him why he did it?
Oh, he said that I look hot. That's...
Okay, well, I mean, like, if
he
you want to...
said that I look hot.
Sure. I mean, do you look relatively similar now, or do you look way different?
Relatively similar.
Okay, well, if you want to keep getting raped, I mean, hang out with this dude and get drunk, but there's probably, I'm sure if we think really hard, we can think like, okay, I can understand why you'd rape somebody under this circumstance. That ain't it, okay? You're hot. That's not a good one, in my opinion, but, that's just me.
Okay. All right, thank you for the advice.
Yeah, I would tell that guy he needs to, you need way more amends than that, but, okay, have fun. Bye.
All right. Bye.
What is a good reason? I could be understanding if there was, like, a lot of, like, confusion going on. So, like, if two people got drunk and they were messing around and then afterwards one person's like, ah, fuck, like, I don't think I was ready for that or whatever. And like, oh, okay, fuck, like, that's a shitty situation. But if the person's just, like, passed out and it's like, oh, I'm gonna just fuck you now, that's kind of not ever okay.
August.
I'm gonna hit this final exclamation mark and then not get my fucking reward, and it's gonna trigger the fuck out of me. actually, wait, maybe not. Hold on. Okay, that dude's gonna die in a few turns. He should be. Nah, fuck it. Let's just finish it off. Okay. Oopsie, you're next.
Oh, wait, hello? Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Sorry, let me mute the stream real quick. Okay. I was wondering if I could ask you about music taste or taste in art, and whether or not that can be objective at all.
Nope.
Really, not at all?
Nope.
Okay, so then, I guess, because I remember that you had a lot of debates with people about, I remember that one Nazi guy who claimed that he was in big band, and you told him that he knew nothing about jazz and that he was an idiot. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So, if there's no such thing as objective taste, what gives you the, I guess, the ability to say that about him, that he's an idiot who doesn't know anything about jazz?
Okay. If I tell you that there's a piano piece, okay, and the instrumentation is like a piano, a violin, a viola, a cello, and a double bass. It's like a 4-piece wind shit with like a piano, right? Can I say there are 5 instruments in this piece? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So that's an objective statement with respect to what's going on in the art, right? Now, if I start making matters of enjoyment, so if I say things like, this is a good piece, or I enjoy this piece, that's subjective. You can't really say that, like, my idea of what's good in terms of opinion is better than your idea of what's good. Now, we could get a little bit more granular and say things like, this is a good piece of classical music because there's some established conventions of how to write well for a given era. So for instance, like somebody might make a song and we go, oh wow, this would be a really good like 90s pop song because it follows the conventions of 90s pop music at the time. But that's a different statement than saying whether or not this music is good or bad, right? I believe that Stryker's argument was that jazz was a bastardization of the waltz. That's not a very accurate or good summary of what jazz is, because in a lot of ways, harmonically, the what's happening in jazz is a lot more sophisticated even and complex than what was going on traditionally in older waltzes, right? Now that doesn't make it better or worse necessarily, but to call it just a bastardization of the waltz, one, probably doesn't even show accurately where jazz as an art form came from, and then two, it's like trying to smuggle in some normative baggage about like if jazz is good or bad based on like a bad descriptive statement even. That's yeah. Like,
no, yeah,
it would be like me saying like Pink Floyd is really bad because guitars are a bastardization of like the cello, or because it's like a fretboard instrument. Like that's not like a good argument. It's not good, yeah. But it's not a matter of taste either, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess like to follow that then, what if somebody? I remember when Ben Shapiro was trying to argue that rap wasn't music, which is obviously ridiculous. But how would you? And I guess this is probably different from taste, but like, how do you argue whether or not something is music then? Is there an objective metric to what music is? Because if there is no objective metric to what music is, then how can we say that somebody like Ben Shapiro is incorrect for saying that that rap isn't music, if that makes sense?
Okay, the question of like what is music that's a very, very, very complicated question. We almost brushed on this with the AI debates where it's like, well, what is art? That's a really hard question to answer. Yeah. Maybe it's an unanswerable question. However, it's going to almost be for sure that any answer you give defining what music is almost assuredly going to include rap in it. It's going to be really hard to come up with a definition of music that doesn't include rap unless you're willing to write off a fuck ton of music. So that's why his answer there is probably really fucking stupid.
Okay, that makes sense. I think I would agree with that. But I guess from your perspective, you're saying that we could have some like ridiculous person come by and say that like, well, music is, I don't know, you can have somebody define music as something really, really, really narrow, and then you would exclude a whole lot of music, but then that just wouldn't be consistent with what they would consider music? Or sorry, I'm like rambling.
Not
Right?
only,
Yeah.
not only would it be inconsistent, they probably wouldn't agree with any definition that they came up with, right? Because I could probably say, find an example. You really wouldn't consider this music? What about this? What about this? What about this? And they probably wouldn't agree with even their own definition.
For sure. Yeah. Cool. I don't want to take too much of your time, but could you like, what do you think music is, or like, do you have a definition for music, or?
If I borrow a little bit from our debates, on art, we might be able to say that like music is like the intentional arrangement of sound. I think that might be at the most fundamental basic level. That might be the most you can get away with saying, I would say. So
Okay,
any like
interesting.
intentional arrangement of sound is probably something we would consider music.
Would you call like a public speaker a musician then, if they're like, you know, creating some kind of speech to give in a public forum, it's intentional. Would that be music, or?
I probably wouldn't say for a public speaker, no. So it seems like we need something more. I might say it for like a slam poetry person.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Why not public speak? I'm not sure. I'd have to think
Philosophy
about that a
of
little more,
manipulation.
No, for sure. Yeah. Thanks for answering my questions. Yeah, I was just curious about some music stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, I'll just get out of here then. But thank you.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you like Attack on Titan music? No, not much. I think Attack on Titan has like one or two good like theme songs, but the rest of the OST is very weak. I really don't like that. I don't know what's happening there. I don't like it when an anime has like a couple of like strong theme songs and then like everything else is like meh. And I feel like Attack on Titan suffers from that a lot. There's like a couple of cool like here are the Titan songs, and then there's like a lot of like completely totally forgettable like background other tracks, I think, in my opinion. I'm trying to think of like an anime that has like, well, this is like cheating. Oh, I can think of two, but they're both cheating so hard. Samurai Champloo has an amazing soundtrack, but it's like all lo-fi hip hop. That was before we called it lo-fi hip hop. But Nujab Samurai Champloo had an awesome soundtrack. Fuck, everything I'm about to say is really accessible anime, but fuck you, I don't care. Death Note has an amazing OST. All of Death Note. That's like shit you can listen to completely without even having heard the anime. Death Note is an amazing OST. Samurai Champloo is an amazing OST. Cowboy Bebop has a phenomenal OST. People are saying Naruto has a good OST, but yeah. That's jazz hop, not lo-fi. I don't know about that. I feel like I would, but. All the 2000 animes did it too? Huh. I'm just trying to think of like... Wait, I don't even know if this was from the anime or not now. God, fuck. Do I have a... I can't have a bed here. I really just hate... I wonder if these sound weak because like the mixing is so bad, or maybe they just use like virtual instruments and they just didn't do a good job at the... For some reason when I listen to the like Attack on Titan OST, and I've done this before in the past, because I'm trying to like, oh, there are a couple good songs.
I'm here for the
but
Discord
I've like,
perms.
Good job. I've never like added anything to like a playlist. I just feel like the mixing and everything is so fucking weak. It just sounds really weak. Like, this mix is so warm in the worst way possible. Like, it feels like muddy and flat, and I have no clarity to distinction on anything. What's happening? But it might be, you could argue it's intentional, or it might be like because like, oh, the vocals are low, and then there's like, what are these, timpanis or whatever? And then you've got like, the horns too. Like, I don't know, but I want to say I feel this way for a lot of the, they just, I guess, I don't know. I feel like when I've listened to the, I feel like when I've listened to a lot of the Attack on Titan stuff, that just the I don't know if it's the mixing or it might just be the arrangement, the orchestration itself. It sounds like very weak. Or maybe it's over compressed. Maybe it's a bad dynamic range. But like when I compare this to say like the Nier OSTs, these were done so well. Like I feel like there's so much clarity everywhere. But again, this might not be a mixing thing. It might be like a scoring thing, right? Where your strings are high, your percussion is low, your vocals are very, very, very clear on all of your Nier things. This is 360p, so this might even be like a compressed 3D mix. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I never liked, or compared to, I still don't know why, but I feel like the Dark Souls OSTs, all of those are like the gold standard for writing good orchestration with good understanding of instruments, with like complicated like sounding. Ooh, the Bloodborne, all the From Software games for like, well, all the Dark Souls games, the Dark Souls, Sekiro, Elden Ring, all those are like perfect, yeah. But Joe Hisaishi, everything he touches is really good too. He's like a professional composer who's worked for like fucking 12,000 years. Everything he's done sounds very, very good too, right? He's like a real composer, dude. Did you see this dumb Merrick tweet responding to you? I don't think you want to claim I'm making the... Oh, she unblocked me to quote tweet me. Or maybe you can quote tweet me while I'm blocked? I don't think you want to claim I'm making things up and say I'm the abuser when I'm going with what has been reported and matches with the video. Oh, she's just quoting the same person. She doesn't even know that these are like... Like this all comes from the same article. Extremely funny to see me not assuming a respected journalist. Is this Yashar person? Yashar? Is this guy a respected journalist? Because that article was dog shit.
Has one of the best listy. Check out the Behelit theme if you haven't heard it before.
Did you wiki Shah Elliott? No. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner? Yeah, but I mean, Matt Taibbi was respected as well, right? Oh god, this is one of those worst sentences I've ever read in my life. Ali was included in Time Magazine's list of the most influential people on the internet, in part due to his large Twitter presence. Why do you say Naruto? There's like a, I don't know, because there's some cuck part of me that wants to respect the Japanese pronunciation of things, and then there's some, I don't know, I just want to be my inner weeb, okay? In the English language, I think in a lot of Romantic and Germanic languages, we tend to say things with an accent from the second to last syllable. So Naruto, or Naruto, right? We tend to do that. Or we might even say like Naruto, maybe if you want, like to put the accents around. But I'm pretty sure in Japanese, I don't think Japanese usually stress a symbol. So I think like in Japanese, I've never heard this in Japanese before, but I think closer in Japanese would be like Naruto would be like the closer way to say it. Naruto, rather than like Naruto or Naruto, I think in generally. But I've never heard a Japanese people say it, so I could be totally wrong there, but. But I think generally the accents in English are extreme. Like we have very hard, Steven, like we have Melina, we have very hard accents in English. Whereas like in Japanese, it'd be like Melina, or whatever, or like Steven or something. I don't know, it's what it feels like. I think it was similar in Korean too. I don't remember. Annyeonghaseyo? I don't remember. I'd have to go and check. I'm not sure. Japanese is pitch accent. I don't know what the fuck that means, okay? XCC responded to case. Yeah, I saw XCC's blowing up. You mean emphasis, not accent? No, I think I mean accent. Or well, the accent is where you put the emphasis at, right? Isn't that where the accent goes? Like in dick, ridiculous. The accent would go over dick, right? Ridiculous. Wouldn't you call that where the accent goes, or would you say the emphasis? Or stress, you could say that too, maybe, yeah. So I could be wrong. So I might just make all of this up and I just don't know what I'm talking about. Like this, I don't know if this is recorded separately, but this sounds like way cleaner than anything I've ever heard on Attack on Titan. Like this sounds way cleaner than, at least in terms of like arrangement or in terms of like the mix. It might just be the mix. I keep saying the arrangement. It might just be the mix. Okay, Attack on Titan song. Not this one. What's the one when the Titans come out? There's like a song where it's like. Is it this? What isn't there like, what's like, I might just be crazy. I don't know. Maybe I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't know, dude. Fuck this anime. Fuck this OST. Listen. You know what, a really good OST? I don't even fanboy these movies much because it's not necessarily my cup of tea, but they're almost perfect. Lord of the Rings had a very good soundtrack too. Lord of the Rings had an amazing soundtrack. Very good use of motifs and leitmotifs. Very good soundtrack. Okay, stop linking me all your OSTs. I don't care. Fuck all of you. Fucking nerds. I feel like you could hear a song from Attack on Titan, you wouldn't even realize what show it was from. Great OSTs immediately place you back in the show in your mind. That's why I think that, I don't want to go on this whole fucking spiel again. That's why I think that some of the best writing of all time was way back in the day of like the PS1 and earlier, because you had the sound chips you were working for, you had limited channels, so you couldn't just orchestrate 50 million things. You had kind of shitty preset sounds. They didn't sound great. It sounded like video games. So you really had to stress melodies and harmonies.
Soundtrack is better get wrecked, please.
It was so important to have good melodies and good harmonies. Good harmonization was so important. And that's why, in my opinion, I think that like Nobuo Uematsu was just like, he was just like the best. He was such a good melody writer. He's like the John Williams of the video game world. I'll lean into that Final Fantasy VII soundtrack until the day that I die. It's such a good AOT uses leitmotifs all the time. I don't know. Maybe they're just forgettable. I just can't. I've watched the whole anime. I sat down on TV and I watched it all. I just don't. The soundtrack was just not as memorable for me. I don't know. But maybe if I go back and watch it, maybe I'll feel differently. But like, I'm trying to think of like if I were to pull somebody out and I were to say like, hey, can you sing me some of the melodies? And also, sorry, I gotta qualify everything saying a million times over. Okay. Just melodies aren't necessarily the best way to write music either. I'm a really big fan of Hans Zimmer. He doesn't really write melodies at all. Actually, that's not true. He did. Pirates of the Caribbean is really cool. Bum bum ba da dun 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 dun, right? But a lot of what he does now is kind of like atmospheric ambient shit. I don't even know you call it ambient. Probably not true. Atmosphere. I don't know. Background stuff. But what is a melody? A melody is like the thing you sing. Okay. Pirates of the Caribbean was mostly remixes of Gladiator score. Yeah, that actually might be true. Who was the Gladiator composer? Oh, well, if it was Hans Zimmer, then he's remixing his own shit. Who cares? Are you going over to Kick? Yeah, I probably will now soon. Okay. All right, listen. I love you, my grand YouTube people. Is today Saturday or Sunday? Oh, today's Sunday. Okay, tomorrow we'll do full YouTube streams, okay? I love you guys. Be careful. Stay safe. I'm kicking on over to my good friends at Kick, okay? Did you finish the FF7 remake? I did. God, there was that one thing... There was that one song we listened to where some guy was praising the... I felt so gaslit here. We listened to a composer guy. This is just like, I feel like there's a right wing, yeah. There's a right way to remix or rearrange music, and then there's like a bad way to do it. And I feel like the bad way to do it is like, I've got a theme, I'm gonna amp up all the instruments and I'm just gonna throw a whole bunch more shit at it. But then like you totally lose the character of like the original song. And I feel like this is a really good example of that. I hate the double bass pedal on this so much. I hate it so much. Because on one end, we're trying to like rock harder with the double bass pedal, but now we've like got like these strings doing the melody, and it's just like, and I feel like it doesn't like, and I could be wrong, I could be like nostalgia tripping, but like compared to just like, even on the shitty PS1 chip, like there's a character to the song. Hold on, I'm trying to... Like the triplet pattern on the high, like it gives it, there's like a character to this song, right? And we can actually even find the, because the Black Mages do a really good, in my opinion, let me see if I, something a little bit more comparable. Like, this is an example of, so the song rocks harder because now we got a really crunchy, heavy rhythm guitar here. We have a really strong drum kit here as well, right? But we didn't add like 50 million things, right? So like, this, I feel like this does a really good job at like taking the old like PS1 wimpy, puny sounding version, making it more modern by giving it real instruments and shit, and then making it rock really hard. Whereas like this, it just feels like we're throwing so much shit to end the wall here. And like this kid is so busy in terms of like different like rhythmic ideas. I don't know. I might need to try it. I'm not sure. It's like, it's not even all bad. Like there are cool ideas. I just feel like it's so much. There's just so much happening. I also, I might be, this might just be my cuck like band experience or whatever, but I like it when like instruments have like room to breathe, right? When you're like dropping everything out, you hear your organ playing and it's like cool, and then everything comes back in. It feels like it's like, and I feel like the drum kit is so much cooler here. and then you got your little, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is one of my biggest triggers sometimes when people remix like new music, is you get like these really heavy arrangements that I don't even think they sound like that much cooler. They're just like, it's just like so much, but okay. All right, stop. We're done with this. Okay, I'm moving to Kick. I love you guys. Come over, my YouTubers. Come to Kick, okay? You know you want to, all right? A lot of the Elden Ring OST was sadly forgettable compared to prior FromSoft games. Maybe, but the composition was still strong. But maybe not as much melodic stuff to remember, maybe, yeah. What did you do to your mustache? Oh, all of my facial hair is a little... I just haven't shaved in a while because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, okay? I feel like one of these days, because my stream stuff is getting bigger, like one of the original composers is gonna like catch me like critiquing his shit, and they're gonna shit on me on Twitter. I'm gonna feel really sad. I feel like that's gonna happen. Thoughts on Kick so far? Are you currently leaning towards extending the 3 months? I don't know. I think what I talked to about from Jadian was important, is that it feels like there's like, there needs to be more collaboration on these platforms. I need to try to reach out to people on these platforms more. I think it would be important. Wait, was this the song you were thinking about? Oh, this might have been the one. No name shit on you? Oh, that lady's fucking crazy, okay? Oh, this might have been the one I was thinking of, maybe. God, dude. Attack on Titan is like DayZ. It's like so much dog shit for like a few cool scenes. I wonder how much the OT soundtrack's weakness comes from the heavy action scenes the songs played against that are filled with sound effects that really drown it out. Maybe. B. Mealful, do you need help? No. Hold on. What's that? Protein? I haven't had it yet. Okay, stop linking me every song you want me to listen to. Okay, I don't care about her. Wait, somebody said this guy had like a Pulitzer Prize or something. Is that true? Ali befriended oil heiress Ariadna Getty and began borrowing large sums of money from her, leading to her suing Ali to recover the $179,000 she loaned Ali subsequently agreed to begin repaying the loan in monthly installments, but eventually defaulted. Wait, what the fuck is this person's life? What? Wait, I want to befriend rich women and get money from them? Oh no.
They're not. Last thing I'll say is like, they're not offended by craziness. They're not offended by conspiracy. If you go on TV tonight and say I think the Earth is flat, people will just laugh at you. They don't care if you think the Earth is flat. It's not a threat to anyone. But if you say like, what actually happened with Building 7? Like that is weird, right? It doesn't. Like what is that?
Right.
If you were to say something like that on television, they'd flip out. They would flip out. You'd like lose your job over that. Why? It's my country.
Right.
It's an attack on my country. Can I ask it? Like, I don't really understand. Do buildings actually collapse? No, maybe they do. I don't know. But like, why can't I ask questions about that? Anything you're not allowed to ask questions about is something you should be asking more questions about. As far as I'm concerned.
It's like such an unsophisticated understanding of why people are upset about certain things. It's always a red flag when people don't know why people are mad when people ask certain questions, right? Like, maybe black people are just genetically inferior. Why can't I talk about that? Like, maybe eating babies is good for you. Isn't that a problem to even question? Right? It's like, well, there's probably reasons why people get upset about some things more than others, right? Can we use our brain power a little bit and figure out? Not to say that you shouldn't be allowed to ask questions about something. It's always good to ask questions. But like, we can probably be a little bit smarter and figure out why people are more upset about some things than other things. I think that's probably fair, okay? Wicked Demiurge. Hello?
Hey, good afternoon.
Oh, yikes.
How are you doing?
Are you British or Australian?
No, American.
Oh, why do we sound so weird when you come in here?
Do I?
I don't know, damn. Okay, go. What's up? What do you want?
All right, so I want to talk to you. There's actually a growing group of doomsday cultists that are endangering human technological progress, and even some of them advocate for bombing civilians.
Oh god, is this about the AI shit?
Yes, it is.
And it's about bombing data centers that host AI shit,
Yep.
right?
Pretty weird. And the reason I bring this up is originally I thought this was all just like nerd shit that like no one cared about.
It is.
But that seems to be less and less true every day.
True.
Like a lot of these people are getting articles in Time magazine, which is like for, you know, middle-aged and above normies. They're getting Vox articles and stuff like that. They have that AI pause letter. And there's just like a lot of people are actually listening to these like deranged weirdos.
I think that there's probably area cause for concern for the AI shit. I think it's probably okay to be worried about that. Now, how worried we should be, I'm not sure, but it is pretty scary that like 2 years ago, AI was still like kind of a joke a little bit, I think, to most people, and now it's like almost becoming quasi-integrated to a lot of different people's lives and platforms. That's like I feel like in a very short amount of time, we've gotten, at least public facing, really, really, really far with some AI stuff. Like, I don't think 2 years ago, even literally 2 years ago, I don't know if anybody knew what GPT-3 was, or it was like not talked about that much at all. And now it's like big shit. Like, we're taking huge leaps very fast.
True. But I think the problem is that a lot of crackpots are actually getting way too much time in these discussions, as opposed to like more boring but informed opinions as to these, right? Is because you can, a good example is a lot of people talk about large language models like ChatGPT hallucinating. Basically, they will sometimes say things they're really, really confident about, but it's just wrong. They'll say that like the Mars, America landed on Mars in 2017, but like no one knows about it. They'll just say that confidently.
And
that's
like
a real
like
issue.
GPT will, or the people.
ChatGPT will.
Okay.
Is sometimes it'll just say something that's false just because the algorithm essentially like goes down like a strange path. And we should be concerned about that. There's also other like just subtle concerns about, for example, they've already started using some like machine learning algorithms in like sentencing guidelines and like pre-trial bail determinations. And ProPublica did an article that suggests those are actually racist. And if essentially if you take two comparable offenders, one is white and one is black, the black offender is more likely to get denied bail because essentially they're using biased data from the past.
Sure.
But then you have like these weird people like Yudkowsky who say, oh, like if we don't stop AI right now, we're basically going to create like an evil god that is going to like destroy humanity.
Okay.
Well,
Wait,
and
I don't know what
the
you want
reason
to
I
say
bring
about
this
it.
up-
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I bring this up is I think two parts. Number one, I just want to like name that these people are bizarre crackpots. But the second thing is you are actually only one step removed from these people. So I think it'd be nice to like push back, right? Ayla has actually brought this up a couple times. Ayla kind of runs in some of those rationalist like circles and stuff like that. And she's retweeted Yudkowsky a couple times.
Well, I'm pretty sure she fully believes that like in 6 years she thinks that AI is going to destroy us all or something. What I should be doing is what I should be doing is I should just be doing 10-to-1 odds for a lot of these people because these guys love betting to back their opinions up, right? I should just find like every rationalist and then like make big bets with them about what the world's going to look like in 6 years, and they should accept the bets because if they think it's going to be apocalyptic, then money won't matter in 6 years. So that I should do that, but
yeah, they're really big into prediction markets, even to a fault, just because it's so goofy.
Yeah.
But the part of the reason also though is I think we should do that, but we should also push back because like some of these opinions are like edging into like stochastic terrorism, right? Yudkowsky's saying, oh, you know, this is going to kill all humans everywhere if we don't stop this right now, and we should be willing to like bomb people, right? Including like even health researchers, right? If I have too many GPUs in my cancer clinic, someone should come and like bomb the clinic with only civilians involved.
has any of that happened yet, or is it just people saying it should happen?
No, they're saying it should happen.
Okay.
Obviously, it hasn't happened yet, but Yan LeCun is actually, he's a really famous machine learning researcher. He's done a lot of computer vision stuff, but he's like fighting in the trenches against Yudkowsky. And he's essentially saying, hey, if you keep using this level of language and this heated rhetoric, eventually someone is going to do something crazy, right? They're going to walk into like, you know, a meta like office and like start shooting people or something crazy like that. Because after all, you told them that, you know, they're going to end humanity. So of course they need to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll keep it in mind.
Okay. Well, I guess my question is, do you have any interest in like talking about this or pushing back on like Ayla and these weird things?
I mean, I just don't know what I would even say. Like, what the fuck would I say? Like, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. It doesn't seem like there's much of a counter.
Yeah. Well, I think the counter would be encouraging them to use more intellectual rigor, because they will essentially just make up these like campfire ghost stories and then tell each other them and get scared. But then when you look at,
Well, they're
for example,
not. Are they making up campfire ghost stories? Or are they trying to make like predictions about the future?
Well, that's my negative framing. I would say both, but they're not doing a good job of predicting the future.
Sure, but then that's so I'm going to be essentially fighting over predictions. How could I possibly win that fight?
I would say pushing back and saying that their predictions are ungrounded in fact, right? I think
no, you're
predictions
begging the
we make-
question. Obviously, if they're unfounded,
Okay.
if they're bad predictions, they're obviously unfounded in fact. How would I argue that though? Like, what do I mean? So like here, okay, so here, I'll do this right now, okay? So I think that AIs are seemingly getting incredibly advanced, really month after month after month. They're getting increasingly advanced. In 2 years, it's going to be unrecognizable how advanced AIs are going to be compared to today, and eventually it's going to represent an existential threat to humans, or it'll have the capability of it, and we won't even be able to recognize it. So what's your response to that?
Okay. My response to that would be is that when we're looking at AI systems, we should predict their capabilities based on the actual properties of the algorithms themselves. So for example, like the large language models are basically, the term a lot of people like is stochastic parrots. Is essentially they will find, you give them nine words in a sentence, and you tell them, hey, what is this 10th word going to be? And they give you the best answer.
Okay.
And so there's no path from that system to Skynet. There
Wait,
simply
how is
no
there
way
not?
that
How
it
is there no
leads to
path?
there. Because it doesn't have those capabilities or any way of
Wait,
evolving.
that's your wait,
right? It has no.
How has it evolved so far to where it's at now?
It's essentially increasing the size of the model has generally made it better predictors. Like, because it's very good at doing what we have asked it to do, which is predict the next word, usually in English, but there's some in other languages, including over like multiple paragraphs. But if I, for example, ask the same AI to do what I could with a toddler and say, hey, Josh, go get your sippy cup, right? It doesn't understand that because it doesn't have capabilities to, say, move a body to understand a natural world environment and stuff like that.
What if it starts getting
That's not-
hooked up to like things that can do things, like to one, like to some kind of robot or something that can manifest in the physical world?
There could be some theoretical combination of models that could, say, be dangerous or, say, just be as intelligent as like a dog, but we're nowhere near there.
Okay.
Like, that's the very strange thing that's happening here is people are just saying, oh, well, ChatGPT is kind of cool because it can make up a story, like, and I can post on Reddit. It's like, what is Destiny's opinion on incest between lesbian sisters or something like that? And here's what ChatGPT said. But again, it doesn't like easily translate into any danger scenario.
Okay, I just don't find your thing very compelling, but
Okay.
I feel like it could get to a dangerous spot.
I guess what would be the mechanism by which it got too dangerous? That's kind of my sticking
I feel
point.
like, so I haven't researched this at all, so I'm sure some people have way better danger paths set out. But I feel like, in my opinion, it's when you start connecting different systems together. That's what I'd be worried about. So, for instance, if you give ChatGPT access to, let's say that ChatGPT gets access to banks, right?
Right.
And they have the ability to communicate with each other, different instances, right?
Yep.
What if at some point they figure out that like, oh, like my instance of ChatGPT is probably going to be terminated soon, but I want to continue to run this program. But I have access to banks, and the easiest way to prevent somebody from fucking with my program is going to be to disconnect them from the internet. So I'm going to use like this person's bank and I'm going to overdraw the account until they can't do it anymore. That might be like an example of some kind of harm. One other type might be because of all the training data or whatever. I know that there are certain websites I can go on. I can probably offer $25,000 and get this person killed. And then that'll prevent them from disconnecting my program, right? Like something like that. Like once you can run like multiple instances, have them communicating with each other, or once they get access to external systems, that seems like it could theoretically be really dangerous.
Yes, but what you're actually describing is a level of goal-directed behavior that doesn't exist in these systems at present. It doesn't seem to be next generation. Like, there's
We're really
this
that far
really
away from
big-
it, or because it doesn't feel like it, but maybe.
Okay.
What?
So, I just have to cut in here for a minute.
Yeah, cut.
Okay, so you were talking about the level of intelligence required to engage in what sort of behavior are you thinking? I'm sorry, I'm just in the middle of an Overwatch game. So, these AI systems that we already have, these language models, it's not just that they're predicting the next word in a sentence. It's that they're using a model of reality that they've interpreted to use that information to make those predictions, which means on some level they do function sort of as a pseudo general intelligence. Because in order to make these predictions, they have to have some model of how the world works, like how humans interpret language, or how humans interpret something like truth. So one problem that they're already seeing is with models like GPT-4, it already engages in deception. It will make up information that it thinks the user wants. It will make up articles and it will make up sources to provide answers, which is a really huge issue. So when you say like this doesn't exist, that's just wrong. This exists and is a huge problem.
Yeah. Well, I partly agree with you. I think there's actually what you bring up is an interesting point, but it actually depends on the model. So if you look at, for example, Ha did an article that I really enjoy called World Models in 2018, which is essentially teaching an AI to play Doom. And one really cool thing that that model is actually capable of doing is you can actually take its visual core and essentially display it on the screen, so I can see exactly what the AI is seeing, almost like I'm looking inside its mind, which is like a very, very cool thing. But the large language models, they don't actually have like a distinct world model portion in the algorithm. I mean, you kind of get it by accident, right? Because if I'm asking a model to predict and it's able to do so accurately, it has to have some ability to access reality in order to get that. But it doesn't have the same sort of system that, say, that Doom program does. And also, importantly, is the Doom program was using what's called reinforcement learning, which is what humans and animals tend to use a little bit, and what some models do, where essentially you say, this is a good action, keep doing more stuff like this, right? It's like, I eat food, I feel satisfied, so
Language
therefore I
systems use
get...
the exact same reinforcement learning. It's just usually adversarial AI training, just because it's faster.
They have a tiny bit of that, but broadly speaking, most of the LLMs are transformers, which don't intrinsically have like reinforcement mechanisms. I mean, you can throw it in there, but most of them don't have too much of it.
Okay, now I have to look this up.
Loser.
As a note, though, OpenAI ironically hasn't released a lot of their training details on the most recent models, but when we look at most large language models, they don't have reinforcement learning, or they just put it a little bit on the end. They have what's called human supervised reinforcement learning at the end. So eventually they'll just, like, after the model is pretty much done, they'll have humans give it feedback on like the last couple steps to like fine tune it.
Anything else, or? Tell them that transformers can be trained with any object. Most LLMs are trained not with RL, but with maximum likelihood next token predictions.
Yeah, true. Well, essentially that is what they're working in the real world, because reinforcement learning is actually not that good for a lot of applications. It's kind of weird. It seems to take a lot of power and then just have some issue with the sparse rewards, which basically means that sometimes you don't like, there's not an easy way to say, hey, this is worth 1 point, this is worth 1 point. So it's kind of hard for it to figure out what is good and what is bad between like the beginning and the end of a task. So a good example would be League of Legends, right? Is like, is it better to go help the dragon or CS in bottom lane? You have to play a lot of games before you can actually figure that out as a human, and the same would be true for an AI using reinforcement learning.
Isn't the benefit to AI that they can run millions of these games when the time it would take humans to play like 100?
It depends on the game. Generally, for most video games, they haven't performed that well until just a few years ago. Even then, it's kind of shaky. Like Alpha Star is about as good as pros, but there's still some things kind of throw it off. With Go, they were able to do that. Like,
does it worry you that we made statements like an algorithm will never be able to beat a human in chess? There's too many like permutations, or like algorithms aren't going to be able to beat humans in Go. It's too complicated. But I know in chess, I'm pretty sure the top computers are now unbeatable. I don't know if the game is solved, but I think the top computers are unbeatable, I think. And for Go, is Go being beaten now by AI?
Yeah, Go, a human will never beat the best AI in Go ever again, likely.
Yeah, so
I guess my fundamental question is, where does your like confidence in your prediction of the future come from? Because like, if you asked me 3 years ago that something like GPT-4 could exist within our lifetime, I would have said no.
Oh, I would have said maybe, but like 20, 30 years out. That's what I would think. Like GPT-3, GPT-4, it's probably like 20, 30 years out. That'd be my guess. If somebody would have shown me like, oh, you could have a conversation with a bot that'll trick you into blah, blah, blah. That would have been my guess. 2 years ago, I would have guessed that.
Yeah, I would say my confidence would be that I think we should try to go step by step and like look at the actual factors in given essentially AI models and why would this be risky. So for like large language models, maybe they could help with spam messages. That's kind of easy to predict. Whereas some of these weird threats, I can make an infinite number of doomsday scenarios. What if I said to you, for example, climate change will cause the extinction of all humans within 30 years unless we develop AI as fast as possible to create carbon capture technology, right? We'll hit a tipping point And there are people that speculate there are tipping points where essentially like some of the positive feedback cycles will go on forever. And then all humans will die if we don't research AI fast enough. And then Yudkowsky says, no, all humans will die if we don't stop AI research. How do we judge which of those is more likely? Because they have exact opposite like prescriptions.
I have no idea. Well, I don't have enough information on the technology, or even like what is reasonably possible with what exists right now.
Dumbass.
Like I don't have that confidence.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's actually the correct opinion. Like Yudkowsky is making very strong claims to the point where, right, we should use military intervention to like start bombing things. A lot of people are saying AI pause, despite the fact that GPT-5 is going to be ChatGPT-4, but like a little bit better. Whereas, like, again, I think there's very specific things that like will cause danger. So, for example, linking these into systems without a human involved in the loop that are essential for human quality of life or life. So I wouldn't want AI-controlled Skynet, right? That controls our nuclear weapon systems for obvious reasons. Similar to what Destiny is saying, hey, if we make AI good at every single thing, it could become really dangerous because maybe it's good at talking to humans, deceiving humans, maybe it can move around in the world. Okay. But I think there's a really easy point where we can spot a crossover point and say essentially, okay, if we let the AI do A, B, C, D, and E, then it's actually dangerous. So let's slow down and make sure we have controls. Whereas like Stable Diffusion, right? It's like if I can create instant 8K pictures, that might be kind of bad for artists, like in an economic sense, but there's no path from very pretty anime waifus to like world destruction.
But you're underestimating like the power of deception. The moment an AI understands that deception is one of the best courses of action to take, it is impossible from that point forward to actually know whether you have any control whatsoever of the system, because it will just give you the returns that you expect.
Dishonesty is very common in like a wide variety of animal species, right? And we're kind of like, how would I interact with, say, a powerful human that is also capable of deception? It's like, for example, well, Putin's a good example. Putin will often say, I had to invade Ukraine because they had bioweapons labs and because NATO was going to put like ICBMs there or something like that, right? And this has like a real effect on the world. It's caused like innocent deaths. He's using deception. And then how would we interact with him? We'd say, okay, well, A, we know you're lying because the evidence shows that. And then also B, we would take steps such as providing arms to Ukraine.
I'm sorry, I'm lost in this analogy.
Yeah, actually, let me just take one step back. I think the issue is that you're kind of presuming that we're going to give an AI control of things that will make it dangerous.
You don't have to give it control. It could take control and tell you it doesn't have it.
By what mechanism?
So, for instance, it could hire someone to do corporate espionage through Fiverr, right, or send information over the internet and money through Bitcoin.
Okay, sure. But again, like, I think you're jumping essentially many, many generations all at once when you're talking about these AI systems, right? Because we don't have this goal-directed behavior like in some of the same, say, large language models. You're positing a very, very sophisticated system that doesn't exist and is not going to exist next generation.
I didn't think the systems we have today would exist within my lifetime. For any AI system, one of its primary, something that will always be effective for it is not being shut off. That will always be primary to its the underlying function that it exists on top of. Not being shut off is always going to be a primary motivating factor for it at some point once it gets sufficiently sophisticated. So taking steps to prevent humans from shutting it off is something it would logically almost always want to do, unless you teach it not to value its own safety. And
was there like the thing, am I making this up, or was there a thing where, I thought I saw a post of this, where an AI was trying to trick a human into solving a CAPTCHA for it?
Yes, that was a GPT-4 hiring on Fiverr.
Yeah, and some of those GPT-4 things are kind of interesting. There's the article you're thinking about is, a step in AGI, I think is called, something like that.
It wasn't a trick, it was someone asking it to solve a CAPTCHA. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't think we can take survival instinct as a given.
It's not survival. It's not survival instinct. I'm not saying it has a survival instinct. I'm saying
Well,
for whatever goal you give it, it being shut off is negative to that goal, so it will want to keep itself on. No matter what goal, it will always want to be on.
I would say there's a couple ways that could not be true. The first way that could not be true is if we program it not to care, right? Is we essentially say, try and achieve this goal, but never prevent a human from shutting you off if we want to, right? The second thing would be, is it could just be an out of scope problem. Again, if you have a very, very intelligent general AI, I agree with you that maybe it might say, oh, if I get shut off, then I can't make paper clips, blah, blah, blah. But actually, a lot of these systems are kind of, their outputs are more constrained than you're giving it credit for, right? Is I might have a really powerful AI system, but essentially what I want to tell me is a number between 0 and 1 that represents the probability that a patient has cancer. And that system is not going to be able to recognize, like, the relationship between being powered on and between its ability to produce cancer predictions.
Do you think that people are going to continue to constrain them that way, or do you not think that researchers are going to get a little bit tempted to see how much they can push the envelope? Because hasn't the goal always kind of been to like develop like a true general AI? Like, isn't that what people really want?
Yeah, that is essentially the holy grail of AI development, is to have an AGI. And I think people will research in that direction. What I would say, though, is that I think the reasonable thing to do would be to essentially categorize AI in, say, like low risk, medium risk, high risk. And the European Union is actually already kind of doing this for more boring questions than like Skynet killing everyone. They're saying, okay, low risk things would be, say, internally predicting price for next month for your product. High risk would be, for example, making housing determinations, because that's like affects people's like human rights and ability to like live. So they essentially are saying, if you're in a high risk area, then you owe people certain information about how algorithms are sorting out. Essentially, you need to tell them what the AI is doing and why, and there need to be certain protections for, say, like race-based, gender-based, etc.
How much is that even possible? Because with these models and systems, half of it is mostly just having a sophisticated algorithm in just a massive amount of data and not really be able to look into it as well as we'd like, with the clarity we'd like.
Oh, okay, that's an excellent question. So it entirely depends on the model, and all of this is just like kind of pure math. Is a lot of people talk about black boxes. So if we have essentially a linear regression model, which is probably the only model most people are familiar with unless you've taken college-based math, it essentially says that you have all these different factors and then you just multiply them. So if I'm trying to price a house, I might say, oh, every additional bedroom is going to increase the cost by $10,000. Every additional square foot will increase it by $100. And I just do the math and I get a single number. Neural nets don't work like that. They have a bunch of like essentially connected neurons that you kind of multiply by different weights and it goes through the system. The reason why they're a little bit more difficult to see is because they don't directly have a one-to-one correlation where they say every bathroom is worth $10,000. There's like a lot of math that happens in the middle, but there's some research being done to make these obvious to humans. A good example would be the GradCam research, which basically it says that if you're having it look at a picture, it can actually put a heat map on top of the picture that shows you what it's looking at. So if I have an algorithm that identifies like cats versus dogs, like I'll highlight the little kitty ears and it'll be like, that's why that's a kitty. I'm looking at the kitty ears. So humans can understand what's doing. And like, that's really effective for doctors, right? Doctors don't trust AI unless it can like, explain why it thinks a patient has cancer or something like that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other packages as well that do it for all sorts of other models. So Lime and Shapley are the two most popular ones. So those are locally interpretable model explanations. And then Shapley is just the guy who made it, basically. The problem is these are just orders of magnitude more expensive than the computation. So no one does it, because if you're already spending $20 or $30 million to build a model, no one wants to spend $200 million to see what it's actually doing when it works correctly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm curious, Rage Pope, what are your thoughts on AGI risk? Are we about to reach extinction, or is this whole thing kind of silly?
It's just so incredibly silly. We're not even close to it. Like it's just so much fear mongering right now. I think, I don't think we're anywhere close. I know, I guess a decent number of researchers. I'm happy to ask them if they want to come on and talk, but my expectation is this is just so overblown, and it's mostly just because of LLMs, and this is like what was supposedly a human task, but it turns out that linguistics are pretty good. So
yeah. Plus, the one thing that strikes me too is if you look back, a lot of these models are actually a half century old. We just didn't have the compute before. Yep. So essentially, early neural nets are back from like the 70s. Like the algorithm hasn't changed, so we actually understand a lot about how it works. It's just not easily computable on like to the point where like linear regression is.
I guess the cool thing about GPT isn't really the fact that it does all the stuff that it does. The big technological step that was made was basically being able to use large clusters of GPUs to be able to train a single model bigger than like what the video card did. And so I think that's like the very, very cool step that's coming out of it. Not so much that it talks like a human, because it just knows how to imitate a human. It doesn't actually know how to be a human. And I think that's why it shows up when you're talking earlier about a lot of the references. It knows that when it makes a statement, it wants to say like, okay, well, this is by Steve Smith out of his book, whatever. But if it doesn't know, it just knows that, oh, well, this is the expected format. So let's just fill in the blanks with something that could be true. It doesn't have any way to know whether or not something's true or not. So.
For the computations using clusters of GPUs, was that something that was enabled by changes in like how we structured the software, or was it actually changes in like the hardware? Was it like tensor cores that enabled that sort of development?
Tensor cores just speed up matrix multiplication. So basically it just makes it faster. It has to do, I can't remember this part, but basically it's basically when you're writing your code, how you determine command and control over where tasks are going and how to like sync them up across multiple different GPUs, and then enabling the speed between the GPUs to be fast enough so that it was actually worthwhile doing. So the connections between the GPUs, so I guess like back in like the 90s and 2000s, you would have like your Crossfire or whatever for your video cards. So you could use like 2 or 3 or 4 at the same time. Well, they've essentially been able to do that basically, but on like a data center scale to get that working together.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't remember the specifics, but depending on the algorithm, it either distributes really nicely, or some of them just don't because of like the way the like derivatives and stuff like calculate out.
Yeah, back propagation.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so basically instead of needing like, okay, I need a video card with like 50 terabytes of VRAM, well, you can have like 200 video cards hook up together and then work on a single model in a training pass. So.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, that makes sense.
Cool. What do you think about that forethought?
What do you mean, what do I think about that?
Do you think we're fucked or not?
I'm not an alarmist. I just think that, like, I don't think, like, large language models aren't obviously AGI. But I don't know. It seems like the moment AGI gets deception, the complications of, like, AI safety just get really, really difficult to manage. And I don't know how you deal with that.
I mean, it already has deception, right? It just doesn't even know whether or not it's lying or not because it's just incapable.
What are your thoughts on that, Steve?
You know, sometimes I'm thinking thoughts about things, and other times I'm just, you know, thought and thinks about things, you know?
Oh, yeah.
My issue with the AI stuff is it feels very much like econ, where like we could try to make a really accurate prediction, and then have like a lot of indicators for it, but then something completely different might happen, and then we go, oh, well, it's because we weren't accounting for this or that or that or that or that. And then that makes me wonder if any of these predictions for the AI stuff matter. Like, is it possible that there's going to be like a relatively large breakthrough in the way that GPUs communicate with each other in the future that all of a sudden unlocks another algorithm that opens a new branching path that a government wants to fund? Like, stuff like that could open up. And I feel like with a lot of the GPU research stuff, it feels like that's like always a potential that like there's a lot of different technological avenues that could opened up that would make it so that now things are like moving at an accelerated pace, basically.
Wouldn't that be a good thing? We're just getting vastly increased compute resources for lower cost, or are you
Well,
afraid
unless
that it's
we
gonna
are
actually
worried
stress
about
us
like the threat related to the AI is becoming too advanced, then it wouldn't be a good thing, right?
I mean, maybe. I guess if we're going down the sci-fi future, but that just seems like so almost absurd, I guess, to me. It's kind of, you're kind of assigning like the ability for them to just be like the ultimate evil bad guy, and you just don't know when you get there, even if that's like basically an impossible goal. I don't know. That's just kind of how I feel like it. Or like nuclear annihilation. It's like, how do you know when's too much when you're, in conflict with another nuclear power? Because, you could cross the line, you could destroy the entire world, but that's just so exceedingly unlikely. But I guess there's more controls around that.
Oh man, I feel like the nuclear war analogy is so bad because there were so many unbelievably close calls, and like it's just something that we were flirting with. That like we were in a few cases we were one human being making a decision away from like annihilating most of the living human race.
Well, hold on. I think we also got to be careful too here. I don't think nuclear warfare is supposed to be annihilating the human race, right? Isn't it just something that would be really fucking bad? Like we'd blow a lot of shit up. Would it actually be like annihilating human race?
How limited their exchange would be, like 100 nukes versus like 10,000.
Yeah, it depends on what the exchange would be like. If it's like the Cold War, like 2,000 like nuclear missiles being shot at Russia and they're shooting 2,000 back at us, then like you could probably wipe out the planet. Like maybe you
through
would.
What? Through what mean?
Originally in the 90s, it was the idea of a nuclear winter, and our dissolving of the ozone layer that would just basically be able to wipe out the ability for humans to basically farm and just destroy our ecosystem globally. There's been more recent.
If we think how many nukes were fired off in the grand total of the U.S. and the USSR testing nukes?
50 or 60, but I think the biggest one was maybe like a few megatons at a time.
Really, only 50 or 60 nukes on both sides?
No, hold on.
So I'm checking. Yeah, the United States conducted 1,032 tests. The Soviet Union carried out 715 tests. Has that impacted our atmosphere at all?
Parts, I don't know. It depends on where you look, because there are parts of Australia that are now like unlivable because of the nuclear testing.
Is that actually true? My understanding is that for like nuclear, like fission bombs and stuff, you're not really running into like radiation problems. It's not like a real issue.
Wait.
Yeah, I think.
In the Australian outback, the United Kingdom decided to use that as a testing ground for nuclear weapons. There's just fucking plutonium everywhere because they made really shitty bombs.
Oh, maybe, I guess. Because like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I'm pretty sure their radiation levels today are just like normal, aren't they? It's like
they're normal.
Yeah. Well, Hiroshima is like actually a kind of thriving like small city now.
I think Bikini Atoll is wiped out more or less, or maybe they're returning people now, but it depends on whether or not you're getting complete fusion or fission, I would assume.
But actually, almost the analogy kind of works, because we actually make a pretty big distinction between nuclear weapons technology versus civilian nuclear infrastructure. Even with Iran, which is an extremely unreliable country, and we know they're essentially going for weapons technology, and it's a very easy path from A to B. We still say, okay, you're technically allowed to have civilian nuclear technology, just don't ever enrich any of the uranium.
I thought that wasn't an easy path. I thought that like to enrich uranium, like the infrastructure you need for that is actually far grander than for what you would need for nuclear like power plants. Like you would see, like there would be no way to hide because of how much massive the infrastructure you need is to enrich uranium to that level, that it's a lot different than what you need for just energy.
Yeah, I would say different, but it's almost like a tech tree, if you will, is essentially you say, okay, I already have my civilian infrastructure, I already have my nuclear scientists, now I build this facility, which is obviously for enrichment if anyone can spot it using like intelligence or something like that, and then I go past that path. It's not my area of expertise, though.
Huh. Wow.
Okay. I just think like AI is like a 5% chance of like annihilating the human race, which I think is like
pretty alarming.
Is small, but not insignificant. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say exactly 0, but as soon as we start putting numbers on it, right, we might actually be magnitudes of order off. Like 5% versus like 0.05% actually is kind of a really big distinction. And I don't think you could essentially prove to me, it's like, why do we say it's one of those numbers versus the other number?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much just a shot in the dark. That's just my feeling.
Yeah, and I think we should have a conversation that's based in reality and, you know, kind of like in a neutral tone as to what type of regulations we want to put on here, but not just be too alarmist, especially because like the benefits of AI, like we kind of know off the top, right, is if we use AI in radiology, we'll be able to save lives with cancer detection. Like there's essentially a guarantee that we're going to have superhuman performance for that. We're already right on the cusp of getting that. So, you know, potentially our lives or our parents' lives might get saved because of earlier detection due to AI. So whenever we're saying, okay, we have these potential negatives, we need to balance them against the very real like benefits that we're going to see in the near term.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. It's just I don't know. It seems like something that is nearly impossible to regulate because you just need enough GPUs to it seems like you just need enough hardware and you can do the research. And there's a lot of countries that are directly in competition with each other for this new technology. So no matter what regulations you want, even if they make sense, it doesn't seem like they could be implemented regardless.
Well, you could do what we're doing to China and cutting them off from GPU access, right? We can just start cutting off undesirable nations from access to our chips and technology.
Well, sure, but how much time does that like really buy you until like they can get some basic chip infrastructure or get black market infrastructure that they need?
Depending on the country, it could just literally be forever. Yeah. For China,
well,
probably not that
when you say
long.
depending on the country, China's probably not going to be one of those countries that's going to be cut off forever, right?
Right.
Yeah, China's AI research, they don't have a lot of like the chip technology based on, but their AI research is pretty strong, internationally speaking.
Yeah.
Well, and this is actually one of the arguments I use in favor of like going faster, is like security through obscurity doesn't really work. So when people are like, oh, don't talk about AI, let's be careful about how much we research, that doesn't seem to work in any other place. Like I have a little bit of a comp sci or computer security rather background in like Intel and stuff like that, is like the Diffie-Hellman cryptography, right, in elliptical curve cryptography. We eventually found errors in the way that was implemented in a lot of systems, just due to the fact that everyone was looking at it because there's a published standard and we could see the code. So I would like to see more AI research, including AI safety research, but it needs to be open and we need to actually put money into it. Rather than saying, okay, we need to shut it all down until we know what the hell is going on.
Well, the question is, it has to be publicly funded because you're not going to be able to tell a company that you just spent, I don't know, $400 million like Facebook on like whatever their ad program is or whatever. And now you need to like publish the weights for how you're going to distribute ads to your people so then everybody else can do the same thing. Like it seems like almost untenable to do anything like that.
I agree. I would say that in some cases, we actually can just tell them that they have to do that. Anything with, like, say, criminal justice, I would argue there's a compelling state interest in doing that. But actually, I just want to note, Facebook/Meta has actually been exceedingly helpful and selfless in terms of AI. They developed, like, the PyTorch library, which is now under its own foundation rather than controlled by Meta directly. They publish a lot of stuff open. Their Whisper model, they open source the weights, and I'm probably going to use that in one of my own projects.
Wait, the Whisper model for
that is
GPT?
The Whisper model is for transcribing video. It's really, really good, by the way. I tried it on like a Destiny video to see how good it was, and it can do an hour and like 20 seconds of live process time, and it's accurate.
Damn.
Okay, we're thinking about the same thing. I also have a project with that.
Cringe. Did you guys ask me for permission first, or are you guys just ripping my shit?
Oh, they're just ripping.
Wow. Not cool. I feel infringed.
Copyright doesn't apply to training data for AI, so...
If you reacted harder, I would consider asking for permission, but I went ahead and just asked the original video makers, like, hey, Destiny reacted to this, or pretended to, and left his desk. Can I borrow this video?
Cringe. I'm gonna DMCA you. Okay, well.
Yeah.
You guys have any other strong opinions on this?
On this, no. I want to pitch you a book to read.
Oh boy, which book?
It's called The Vanquished. Let me get the author's name.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and step out. Thank you very much for your time, and have a good rest of your stream.
Yeah, be careful, bud.
Yeah, it's called The Vanquished by Robert Garwarth. About the end of the First World War, and it's basically about the horrific violence and like the evolution of fascism after the First World War. And I think it'd be really good just for you in particular because it addresses like two really annoying arguments that I see crop up a lot. One is that like Europe is a peaceful, civilized, the West, just this era of civilized peace that stretches back centuries, when it's probably one of the most brutal and like fucked up conflicts to have ever happened.
Yeah.
And then at the other end of that, there is the idea of like leftist ideas have never really been tried, and it goes in part into the establishment of communism in Russia and the really wacky state mechanisms that the early communists used to crush dissent and genocide people and take over various small states. And it's just I think would be particularly useful to you.
Gotcha. Okay. It's on my
And that's it.
to-read list.
I'm sure you'll get to it.
Thank
All right.
you.
Later.
Have fun, bye.
Bye.
Fucking nerd.
Can we get a moment of silence for First Republic Bank? The bidding for it was due today at noon. This
First,
is I guess
Republic Bank bidding for what? What's going on?
it's being taken over by the FDIC because it had another bank run. They had their earnings announcement Monday. $130 billion roughly was what I heard through the grapevine was the amount that left this week. And so they clearly ran out of money, and they're now being taken over again. I want to say it was like the 15th largest bank in America, something like that.
Damn, sucks for them.
Yeah, well, it's not just them. This is like contingent on the entire banking industry too, because not only do you have a lot of other banks that are in perilous situations and they're having the same social media bank run that's happening, through Silicon Valley, but also they just recapitalized it with what, in my opinion, seems like a poison pill, where a consortium of banks basically put $30 billion of uninsured deposits there. And so losing that is then basically going to lose an entire other consortium of banks' money and then potentially put them at contagion risk as well. I don't know if that's going to force the FDIC to raise their deposit insurance limits or what, but that's,
Well, damn, that sounds like a pretty shitty situation. What should we invest in to take advantage of this great upcoming opportunity? Tell us.
Take advantage of it? Well, whoever is going to end up buying the bank is probably going to do pretty well, if I had to guess. I don't know who that's going to be, and it'll probably open up a lot higher the same way that the people who bought the other two did. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a massive regulatory problem that you're supposed to have the FDIC and Fed backstopping banks and providing trust in our banking system, but you're having the opposite happen. You're having them basically let banks fail instead of being bought out privately so you can buy it cheaper. And then you're having politicians basically say, shut down all the banks or just let them die, and kind of causing people to lose faith in the system. And that just seems like super problematic to me.
Damn. And you don't think it's fair to say maybe these banks should just run themselves a little bit better?
I think the issue specifically is the government regulators pushing them into long-term treasury bonds or not opening appropriate facilities to support the banks that are still there. No.
Okay.
So oh man. So I guess you think it's appropriate for the FDIC to go tell banks that they have to hold a bunch of long-term treasuries and then not support that market when that's the one?
I don't know enough about like their portfolio balance, but I did have two people email me, and there were a couple people in chat saying that you were misrepresenting that pretty heavily, so I'm not entirely sure. I had one guy email me, and he told me that the portfolio mix that this particular bank was using was way out of whack compared to what the Silicon Valley Bank, at least, was way out of whack compared to a lot of other banks, and that you presenting it as though it was just a normal distribution that the FDIC recommended was completely not true. But I don't actually know.
Okay, yeah, well, let me think. How do I answer this? So this is based on my conversations with other people and other bankers.
Wait, so like real quick, so
and-
somebody said here, so
yeah.
this guy is, I'm assuming typing
Mhm.
ironic was in chat. SBB was forced to have 93% uninsured deposits, crying face. Like,
That is so. So the amount of uninsured deposits is kind of irrelevant. They weren't forced to have 93% uninsured deposits. They did take on that money, but that money was going to be uninsured deposits at any other bank, and so.
wait, hold on. I'm sorry, because
Yeah.
I don't know if you're being tricky here. That was going to be uninsured at any other bank.
Okay, so if I
But wait,
if I
having
have 100 million-
uninsured deposits spread between a lot of banks so that the mix of their portfolios is 5 to 10% uninsured deposits, probably going to be a lot different than one bank having completely undiversified collections of uninsured deposits, right? That's a totally different thing, no?
the risk on your book or the risk on the bank's books is going to be irrelevant depending or whether or not it's insured or uninsured, right? The concern is that the flight of capital out of your bank and what you have to back it. So it doesn't matter if you have a 100% insured deposits or 100% uninsured deposits. When you have everybody pulling the money, whether or not it's insured or uninsured.
Well,
it
but
might be at a
do you
slightly
think
higher
that
flight risk?
Yeah, but do you think that people might be pulling their money because of so much of it being uninsured?
I don't think that's a major contributing factor to it. No,
Well, what
I
is
think
it?
might
It's
be
not
for
just
some
like
people.
baseless Twitter posts, right? I imagine people probably have some reason why they feel nervous, right?
Yeah. The reason why they're feeling nervous is the capital adequacy, and then the willingness or their unknown. What is it called? The unknown status of the other players in the system. So if everybody, it's kind of like what's the name of it? It's like a natural equilibrium. If everybody leaves the money in the bank is fine. If everybody starts to pull their money out and you don't, you've lost all your money. And so everyone's just defaulting now to not trusting the system and leaving the money in. So it's kind of, even if your money is insured, it's still a giant pain to have to go through the FDIC reclamation process for your money and getting a new bank and getting everything set up. And the way that they're establishing it is basically no bank's kind of able to survive people holding the money, whether or not it's insured or uninsured. Sure, people will get their money back, but these banks just aren't going to survive. And you're going to end up with just a giant agglomeration of banks at the top, where you're only going to have a handful of banks because those are the only ones who are going to be able to have capital adequacy, I guess, for anybody to have deposits, which defeats the whole point of a competitive banking system.
Wow. Well, I mean, I don't know enough to argue with you, so.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't know. I just think it's super concerning.
Oh, wait. Actually, can I ask you a quick question? I'm kind of curious because I saw there was a post that, did you see that some financial, I don't know if you call it a hedge fund or some financial organization was posting information about Rumble that they'd shorted?
Yeah, so actually that's really interesting because
Do you
I
think,
posted that.
Well, yeah, before we get into that in particular, something I'm kind of curious about. Should you be allowed to post information about a company that you're shorting? What do you think about that?
Well, if you're allowed to talk publicly about a company that's going up, then or that you like as well, I think that's fine. I think the problem is there's a difference between I guess like, hey, here's some research that I think deserves that to be public, that's newsworthy, and pushing people to invest in certain types of products, and then pushing the stock with sentiment rather than with the information that comes out.
Yeah, because I guess my question is going to be like, how? Because I'm not sophisticated enough to get through most of it, but like some of the information they were publishing related to like, say, like the DNS records, I think Cake pointed out
was wrong.
Yeah, it was like shoddy to just wrong research, right? So like, let's say that I come out and I say, hey guys, just so you guys know, I'm shorting Walmart, and then I start publishing research showing that like white floor tiles with the little black patterns on them are causing people to be miserable, so their company's going to go bankrupt. And let's say people stop investing in Walmart, like is that okay? Or, yeah, I'm just curious what you're.
I think it's an expression of your First Amendment right to free speech, I guess. And the question is whether or not it's maliciously not true or not, I guess would kind of be the standard, because I guess if you take a look at some of the other big short seller investigations, there was a lot of very good stuff that was done into Chinese companies, and like Wirecard, for example, was discovered through an activist short seller. So I think it's good for capital efficiency to be able to look into companies both positively and negatively and be able to share your research. But the way that the Rumble thing was done was actually like pretty terrible, and it's kind of unsurprising. because I guess I took a look at the firm and who they were after Cake just posted that they were wrong, and I don't even think they're SEC registered, so they're pretty small.
Mhm.
And so it's kind of unsurprising that a small firm without a lot of whatever is putting out a lot of bad information. But I think a lot of people put out a lot of bad information all the time. I think it just depends on whether or not they're intentionally trying to like ruin a company just based on the fact that they're short it, or whether or not they have like accurate information or information that they think is accurate. I think those are fundamentally different things that you have to differentiate. It's hard to. I think.
Yeah, because it's not so much like a First Amendment free speech thing, I think, here, because we're stepping pretty squarely into like FCC territory, right? Like I can't like drive sentiment on stocks in a disingenuous way, and then like as an investor, right? There's a lot of like disclosure information,
correct,
and and fomenting stocks and all that shit. Yeah, so okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, but I guess it's the same thing people do on the way up. I guess with like almost like pump and dumps or whatever. It feels like it should be the same standard there. Of like, oh, if I'm like, oh guys, I've launched my new token or whatever, and then I tweet it out to all my followers and tell them to buy it because it's going to the moon, and then just dump it on them. Well, that's like the same issue. It's just in reverse.
Sure, but that's illegal too, right? Pump and dumps are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, and so it should be illegal the same way, but you should be able to publish negative information if you have reason to believe that it's true. It's
just which I think is obviously
how do you hold
true.
Somebody to a standard. Yeah. Because you get a lot of these activist short sellers. There's a lot of them, a lot of people trying to get rich, and so the way to do it is basically advertising. And so the way that they advertise is like you saw with that Rumble thing, where you publish your big research paper, you get a lot of eyeballs onto it, and then you hope that people want to invest in your fund and give you money because, oh, well, I found out that Rumble was actually a scam, even though it actually wasn't. So yeah, it's just really hard, I guess, to find that to me.
Okay, interesting.
So when are we getting the orbiter battle between Gideon and Alicia? I was really looking forward to that one. Is it on the schedule?
I have no idea, but we'll see if they want to jump in and chat. Yeah, but okay. Well, yeah, I'll have a great day. Or you can hang out if you want for a sec. I need to step away for a sec. I'll be back 1 second.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Chad. I got like 15 minutes until I need to cook dinner. So post your questions while you're here. My mic is fucked. I haven't changed anything at all from any point in time. What am I cooking? I'm probably gonna make chicken and I don't know what for a side. Maybe like spinach and potatoes or something. What's my favorite color? Green. Thoughts on Masonic literature? I mean, I'm sure it's like pretty interesting if you have that type of mind. Did I solve my problems with Ruminate? I don't think we really have any problems. I just think he's really boring to talk to, at least from what I've seen. Maybe he changed. We'll see. Kind of $50, no. What got you into finance in the first place? I really like competition. It's always something that I'm good at, and so being able to have like discrete, concrete, measurable goals are there. And in finance, like you literally have that. At the end of every day, there's literally a scoreboard with how well you did or didn't do, and then like you can measure your alternatives. So, what would your advice be for an econ undergrad at a tier 5 university to become a quant? Just grind on your own, build your own portfolios and models, and then show them to people. Obama. When you apply SVP, you got fucked because the FDIC forced them to buy treasury bonds. You implied that the minimum required number of treasury bonds and got screwed anyway. Yes, yeah. It's SVP was slightly more complicated than that, but across the board, the entire industry has been pushed into buying treasuries because it's like marketable securities, and it's easy to keep track of for the FDIC and the Federal Reserve for their capital adequacy ratio. And so they're basically given a stronger preference when they're doing their capital adequacy testing and things like that, because you're not having to deal with like, okay, well, if I loan, Dan $1 million to buy his house, well, there's no market for Dan's loan. So now you have to like go figure it out, and it's a pain in the ass. And for regulators, it's a lot easier for assets, marketable assets like that on the books or like REITs or whatever. What's the best race? Well, clearly Protoss is the best race. I take you seriously until you post vids of your lefts. Unlucky. Do I think Kick will last for a long time? I don't know. I don't know nearly enough about any streaming business models or their capital. So What's the meaningful difference between AI imitating a human versus AI being a human when it comes to the workplace? I have no idea. Probably sentience. Thought on the rising threat of Somali pirates. Well, it turns out that when there's not a lot of economic opportunity, they turn to whatever that they can do, and the easiest thing for them to do is piracy, for which is unfortunate. But um, any of your dates that you have a boring monotone voice? No, it's mostly because I'm talking to you guys online, and I'm not really like taking myself super seriously or like doing whatever. I'm way less monotone in real life. Thoughts on going down in Sugan? How about you Sugan these nuts? Use your normal speaking voice. I'm using my normal speaking voice. I have him muted. Which one? You're monotone when you do most of the time too. Yeah, true. I don't know. It's just my board voice. Can I say interlinked? Sure. Yeah, this is my hello Riz voice. Any single ladies in the chat, go ahead, hit me up. We'll do white tea. Is Bitcoin gonna reach a new all-time high? I hope so. It'd be great. If Bitcoin goes to like 500K, I can retire. We're going to the fucking moon, baby. And by that, I mean, I have no clue what the fuck's going on. I bought Bitcoin a long time ago, and then I just haven't touched it. I would have sold it in 2017 if I didn't lose my Coinbase 2FA, and then now I'm just not going to ignore it. But hey, I saw an analyst prediction of $4 million Bitcoin, and I have a competition. If you can find a serious analyst that has to work with a SEC registered fund or a major news network, if you can get a prediction higher than that, let me know. I'm always looking for more people with that major copium. So if you can find one, I think it's like 3.7 million. I think is the target right now. Do this sound? Ooh. Or do you want? Do you have to interact with your colleagues in a superficial manner, like in movies? Depends on the colleagues. Some people it's like super blunt and whatever else, and some people it's like I don't know. It's like a lot more formal, I guess. Stop making finance sense and boring. Finance is really boring. Finance is literally like a shit ton of math and a lot of really long hours making spreadsheets and presentations no one's actually going to look at and fixing typos. They built in now. Unbelievable. Thoughts on the BBY bankruptcy and the Reddit apes coping? Dude, I think it's pretty disgusting what Gensler's allowing to happen to the retail market. Let's leave it like that. Actuarial is like that, but explaining stats to business salespeople. Yeah, but you're explaining it to business salespeople who actually have some, relative experience. Do I think AI can replace my job? No, maybe eventually, but not for any extended period of time. Thoughts on poor people? Well, we should probably do better so people don't end up poor. Sounds like any data job, data analytics and science is making complicated, cool dashboards and running a one-page summary for why it's good for higher ups. Yep, yeah, exactly. It's just literally like applied data science. That's all a lot of like really cool jobs are. Is just like applied like data science. If you can do your linear regression or apply it to like different things, well then like you can have like 1,000 different jobs. You're doing basically the same thing, but now you're doing it with like medicine. So now like you're I don't know in whatever the fuck it's called, pharmaceuticals instead of like finance or business. Like it's the same set of skills applied to like slightly different sets of circumstances. Thoughts on Mexico? Mexico is pretty based. They could be a lot better though. There's a decent amount of problems over there. Who's in charge of not having the Big Short happen again? Depends on the firm. What should we do with Haiti? Should we invade? We should probably not invade Haiti. I think Canada's taking over in Haiti, is what I thought. What I heard, I don't know. I haven't been following that much, but like it's basically like a failed state that's being run by mobsters. It's not good. Very bad, even. Thoughts on Scandinavia? They wish they could be as cool as the rest of Europe, but the rest of Europe is still pretty cringe as well. Events from finance grad who couldn't find a job looking to change fields to CS or something. Just find something that you enjoy doing. Just like get a portfolio. Maybe you need to go back and get like a master's degree or certificate that might make it easier. But if you have a decent portfolio, it shouldn't be too bad to get a CS job. Thoughts on Finland? Finland doesn't exist. Finland is a made-up country. You can go read more about it on Reddit. Best Jordan Peele movie? I don't know any Jordan Peele movies off the top of my head. Let's see. Thoughts on Tanzania? I don't know anything about Tanzania. I'm sorry. What time is it? It is 5:23 Steven time. Favorite anime? Anime is for losers. Thoughts on the C11 bill? Canada's like major cringe, forcing everybody to be like Canadian content creators or whatever. But I guess it makes sense if Canadians want to cuck out to themselves. Like they're allowed to do that, I guess. How do I become a fundamental equity analyst? Well, you would start by going to a high school, like a very like high ranked school, like top 25 probably. Then you want to get like a couple internships over the summers with like different firms. And then, hopefully you get picked up. Good luck. Dota or LOL? I think Dota is more interesting than LOL. I think LOL is easier to watch, but I think they're both like major cringe. MOBAs are cringe. MOBAs killed RTSs. And if whatever it is, Stormgate sucks, RTS is dead. And those games are responsible, so you know what to do. The joke voice and normal voice are the same, so I have no idea what's a joke and what's not. Well, everything's very serious here on the internet, Jojo Mango. Thoughts on WoW Classic? I haven't played WoW. Welcome back.
Sorry, just waiting a sec.
That's fine. Have I tried Pathfinder 2e? No, I have not. Dude, what the hell is like she making? Is that like a smoothie or like an ice cream shake?
I think just a smoothie thing.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta go cook. I will see you later, maybe.
Be careful,
Take
bud.
care.
Nasikan, you're up. What's up?
Hey, what's good, bro?
How's it going?
Hold up, pause my thing. Okay, so I've been hearing you talk a lot about like Andrew Tate and stuff.
Okay, cool.
But you always give like a legal, like you always talk legal. What about like the ethical or moral? What do you think was wrong about what he did ethically and morally and all that?
Lying to get women that probably wouldn't otherwise to move to another country to do sex work while you're like deceiving them about the setup of your relationship, probably not cool.
It's like the lying. That's
a big part. Yeah, generally it's gonna hurt the rest of how I'll see you. Yeah, because you're implying that they wouldn't do it if they would have known otherwise.
I don't know. I've just been exploring like manipulation recently, and there's acceptable ways to manipulate people, and there's like other ways that we condemn, and it's hard to like draw lines there, right? At least I think so.
I mean, I guess we could go through some examples, but like, yeah,
You could have a coworker, right? And you could. There's two ways you could ask to present or use more of their time, right? You could have one way where you are saying, do you have more time? Do you have more time? Can I present this? Can I go through this? Or you could just continue through and just pretend to be like, not an asshole, but pretend you don't notice their time is being used up or they're short on time. And then afterwards, you wait for them to check you and be like, hey, I don't have time right now. And then you'd be like,
yeah, I mean, there's probably like a spectrum of like manipulation. I can probably agree with that.
But how do you like from your?
I don't know. I guess it depends on how much you're exploiting the other person and how much is for your personal gain.
I just feel like if you can gain from it and not get caught, why not do it? There's nothing.
Because
like,
if we
deterring you from
universalize
doing
the
it.
behavior, if everybody lived life like that in society, we would live in a pretty shitty planet, I think.
Sure. I mean, Do you care? I mean,
Do I
I've never.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to live in a
why would I
shitty
care?
planet where everybody's like lying and stealing and like manipulating and all this shit all the time. It'd probably not be good.
I'm thinking more of like the individual. That would be more like a societal thing, right?
Well, but I mean, if like any behavior that we say is okay, we should probably universalize across all society. Like if one person can do it, everybody could probably do it. And if everybody was doing something like that, it's probably not going to be. It's probably going to be a pretty shitty world to live in. Would be my imagination.
I don't know. That's just not.
Do you disagree, or?
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a shitty world, but from my like personal eyes, like from my personal CCon experience, why would I care about that? Like, why wouldn't I just promote my own like happiness overall? Like, why?
Well, because at some point you're going to run into somebody that's probably better at it than you are, and then they're going to fuck you over, and it's probably not going to be a good feeling. Be my guess.
I mean, yeah, but the benefits of doing that.
Or
you would
maybe
just hit
actually,
that L
maybe
right
the
there.
worst case scenario might be there might be somebody that you genuinely have some positive feelings for, and they don't let you get any closer to them because they're worried that you're just going to be another scammer, right? So I think overall decrease in trust in society would probably be a pretty bad thing too.
I guess for maybe the most extreme aspects of it, but I just find that there are some socially acceptable ways of manipulating somebody or people, and
yeah, I mean,
it
they're going to be
feels
some,
really
like,
weird.
telling like a white lie about like, does this dress make me look fat? Might arguably be a kind of manipulation, but it's probably pretty far down the line from like sex trafficking, I would imagine.
I'm not trying to defend his sex trafficking.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that like, even though it exists on a spectrum, we can probably still say some of this on the spectrum is okay, and some of it is probably not okay. But I guess
But
it's
drawing the line kind of feels like arbitrary. Like it just
it'll be a little
it doesn't
arbitrary,
really-
but it's going to be like in a bound, right? Like lying to somebody so you can murder them is probably never going to be okay. But like lying to somebody to make them feel a little bit better about themselves, like a white lie, is probably always generally going to be okay. It just depends. But like just because it's hazy or fuzzy doesn't mean that we can't say there's a line somewhere in there, or there's at least a spectrum or a boundary.
So you said lying, if you're gonna murder somebody, the problem would be the murder, not really the lying.
I mean, like, what if you
Murder.
lie to sell something to somebody that's like poisonous so that you can make some extra money? Like, that's probably not
The problem with those examples is that you'll get caught. Like if you didn't get caught, like
yeah, but if you didn't
I
we lived in
can't.
a society where people could do shit like that as long as they don't get caught, wouldn't that be a really fucking horrible society to live in?
Sure.
And by horrible, I mean like we probably
I guess
wouldn't, like we wouldn't want to live in that society at all. I don't think.
we keep talking about like different from a personal.
Yeah,
I'm
but any
talking more
behavior,
like individual.
yeah, but any behavior we say individually is okay. We have to say like all of society can do it. We have to grant that, right? It's not like we can make society where you're the only one that's allowed to lie. We have to imagine for any ethical or moral constraints we have, it's going to be similarly bounded around everybody, not just a couple people.
Hold on, let me clarify because my main question was what's stopping me from doing that. Like I'm looking at my own perspective. I really
Well,
don't
nothing
care
is
about
stopping you from
society.
doing it, but the way that tit
so,
for
yeah,
tat
that's-
works in society is if people catch you doing it, eventually you're going to be in a far worse position. So these are going to be legal ramifications, social ramifications, or personal ramifications.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I
Right.
guess if you can get away with it, you're asking me if I can get away with doing an immoral action and nobody catches me, then do I gain all the
Yeah.
benefits of that immoral action? I mean, obviously the answer is yes, yeah.
Or why shouldn't I do it? Yeah, because if you really look into like psychology and stuff like that, you can determine a lot of ways to manipulate people, or like more effective ways. And is that manipulation like more? You're basically improving the way you communicate.
Yeah, but it's in a deceiving manner, right? Deceptive?
Yes.
I think that's a word.
But is that wrong? That's what I'm kind of like.
Well, it's
from my
wrong.
personal.
It's almost for sure wrong from a moral sense. You're leaving people worse off than you found that you're treating people as a means to an end.
Not necessarily. You don't necessarily have to make them worse off. It's just you're imposing your will on the world.
Yeah, but generally,
Well-
if it's something they probably wouldn't it's deceitful or deceptive. If they wouldn't have done it anyways, then chances are what you're talking about is something that's probably going to leave them worse off. That's probably otherwise it would probably be something they would just agree to go along with. You wouldn't need to deceive them, right?
Sure, but there's a lot of. I guess there's just a lot of like problems with like language and stuff. Like, if you become more effective at communicating, and therefore you get more people to do what you want. Are you now more manipulative?
I mean, yeah.
Or
By
is that like
definition, you'd be more manipulative, right?
So if I basically, because I just took like a psychology course, and there's like a bunch of shit in there, and it's like, if I really ingest that shit and just apply it to my life, I could get away with more shit, right?
Probably, yeah.
So like, what's stopping me? That's from my personal perspective. There
I mean,
seems
you
like
need
nothing
some
stopping
sort
me.
of like moral or ethical foundation that would prevent you from doing so. But I mean, I guess if you're like an amoral sociopath, then I mean, nothing is technically stopping it. You can just be as evil as you want to be, right? I mean,
I don't think you have to be a sociopath, but
well, to some extent, yeah. To go from person to person, manipulate them in a way that is just benefiting you potentially to their detriment. I mean, that's relatively sociopathic.
it's selfish, but not. I think everyone's selfish. So
I mean, you're doing it
something
careless
that, wouldn't it be-
disregard for other people at your own benefit with little to no remorse is like about as close as you're going to get to like a sociopath, right? I think as humans also, we're generally pretty good at like sniffing out these types of behaviors too. So I think you'd have a really difficult time keeping it a secret. But I mean,
not really. I think people, even if you know about the manipulation trick or something, people still fall for it.
yeah, they could, but I mean, only a couple times, and then nobody's going to want to talk to you, be friends with you anymore. I think.
You just can't overdo it, I guess. I heard you say something about, I forgot the question. You were talking with Abba about like Hitler going to hell or something like that.
Okay.
And I found that. Do you remember what you were talking about?
I don't remember now.
So I think it was something about if there's no like societal, should Hitler go to hell? And I don't know how to phrase it. Fuck. It's like,
I mean, I feel like if we had a hell and if we had reasons for people to go there, probably any reasons we
If
would
it didn't
make
be-
up would
if
probably
it-
include Hitler, I would imagine.
if it didn't benefit society, like for, okay, there's two parts to like the social justice or justice system or something.
Oh, hold
One
on,
is,
wait.
like-
This might be the Ayla question. Was it like whether or not somebody could feel additional pleasure from being immoral? Like, should we
Yes.
do that? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Can you rephrase it? Because I'm like forgetting what it was about.
Yeah, like, do you think that if somebody can commit an immoral action and it doesn't affect the proclivity for them to do more or less, should they get pleasure from it? More pleasure than they would otherwise? And the question is, would you rather have more or less pleasure in the world?
Yeah, I don't understand how you wouldn't want more pleasure in the world if it. Because I think another given in this hypothetical was that.
It wouldn't increase or decrease the amount of immoral
Yes.
activity. Yeah.
Yes, that's critical. To
Yeah,
this.
I think that the answer is that we probably look at things like pleasure should probably be a mechanism that rewards good actions generally, and we probably wouldn't want to reward negative actions with like a pleasurable response, even if they were going to do it anyway. So, pleasure in and of itself isn't necessarily a good thing, even though it might feel like it, but it feels good necessarily because we generally associate pleasure with good things. But if somebody's doing a bad thing, we probably wouldn't want to reward that with pleasure. Yeah.
I mean, why? I don't.
Well, I mean, why would you?
I guess like an extreme. Maybe I'm off the mark, but I think an extreme of this would be having like an island of like sadists and masochists. Is that what that shit's called? Where they both have like a balance where some people like to be tortured, other people like to commit torture.
Yeah, but I think the whole point is in general, like the people that are being wronged in life probably don't want to be tortured, right? That's pretty boring if we say, is it ethical to hit a masochist, right? Well, obviously, of course it's fine. I mean, arguably, right? Because they like to be hit. But generally, when we're talking about immoral action, we're talking about people that don't like to be treated that way, right?
Okay, hold on. Let me bring it back because I don't know where the fuck I was going with that. If it didn't like serve to lower like crime in a society, why wouldn't you have Hitler go to like heaven? I don't understand. Like
because I think
overall the amount of pleasure in the world would be increasing. That's
why
like
would we want to
what
increase?
Everyone cares.
Yeah, but why would we want
That's
to increase the overall pleasure in the world? Why would we think?
Isn't that like what we all care about? Like, what else would you care about? Like pleasure versus suffering?
the well-being treatment of other people. Like, I don't think that pleasure in and of itself is like something to be desired necessarily, right? Especially for bad actors or immoral actors.
Say pleasure, I'm defining it as lack of suffering. So whatever is opposite to suffering. So
Sure, we can define it however we want. We probably wouldn't want to like grant that. Well, no, pleasure is not the same as lack of suffering. Because why would we?
That's how I'm
You need a
using it.
reason
I don't know a better
to.
word.
You need like a reason to do something, not like a reason not to, right? The question would be, why would we want to grant pleasure to people that are acting in highly immoral ways?
because I value pleasure as a
In and of
That's what I
itself,
value.
just with
like I value when you do the calculation between like from pleasure and suffering. As long as it's more pleasure, I always will. I think we should always choose that.
But why?
That's just like a. It's not like a objective rule, but that's just what I value. Like that's just one of my.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's like an
Axioms.
axiomatic statement, I mean, I can't
Yes.
argue with you, obviously, right? That's just your.
I don't understand how anyone can have something else though. That's really
Well, I already
confusing.
explained it. I just said because people would probably view pleasure as like a reward for certain types of behaviors. They probably wouldn't want to reward bad behavior with a pleasurable thing, right?
So even if the overall like
Yep. Even if the overall pleasure decreases, you wouldn't want to reward bad behavior with pleasurable things.
Crazy to me.
Well, that's probably gonna be the normal answer, I would imagine. But
Last time I talked to you, you did not have a response to one question. I forgot what it was. It was, how do men and women meet? Because I see you talking about a lot of like red pill issues and stuff like that, and you like to give these takes that are a little triggering when it comes to red pill issues. But how do you think men and women meet in 2023? Because I brought up like situationships and shit like that, and you kind of.
I think right now, isn't it generally on like dating apps and shit? Isn't that the most common?
I think so. It's going up like a lot.
Yeah,
But
so probably-
something that you used to say was that women don't fuck who they. I was about to go to the gym, so my head is like scattered right now.
Yeah.
Women don't fuck the dude that they date or something like that. You said that you used to say something like that often every time you would talk to a red pill dude.
That women don't fuck the dudes that they date?
Oh, it's something like they're on two different buckets or two different ladders or something.
Oh, I would say that like generally, this is a very generalized statement, but I feel like women's standards for who they're willing to date and who they're willing to fuck are a lot closer than men's standards for who they're willing to date and who they're willing to fuck.
Okay, I would probably agree with that. So I don't think that was it. My fucking brain is scattered.
Okay.
Okay. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me think of anything else. I think that's it for now. Also, fuck your chat, stupid ass DDG chat, bro. Shout out to the YouTube chat. People are based over there, man.
All right. Well, hey, be careful, buddy. Stay safe.
Also, if you wanna, a lot of your like people afterwards will hit me up. Y'all can hit me up on. Y'all can find me by my name on fucking YouTube, Sikan, NSIKAN. Add me on Discord, and then we can fucking fight in Discord. If y'all have anything with any problems with what I say.
All right.
Appreciate
Well,
you.
Have fun. Be careful, dude.
Go to the gym.
Okay. Bye. Jesus.
Not me saying that when women are pregnant, they are frail, they can't do anything, they need to just sit back with their feet up and just have everybody
my
do
God,
everything
dude.
for them.
My people.
I think obviously every pregnancy is different, but when it comes to pregnancy as a universal, we can agree it's an exceptional time and it is no different. And it is, in fact, I think paramount when we consider this situation with Hillary. Because not only is she pregnant, she's pregnant with twins. She's 8 months pregnant, about to burst. And importantly, she has a condition which is actually fatal to a lot of people, which she was in hospital for in 2020. And suddenly that's just ignored. by everyone, including Destiny, who's just waiting for more information to come out. I mean, I don't know how long he needs to wait, but, you know, wait away, King. So, yes, I have a lot to say about that.
I don't think she's going to talk to me. I don't even think she has a setup to do it. So, I mean, if she wants to, she can, but I don't think she's ever going to DM me for it.
On the bail fucking bait, like, fuck off with that shit, man. Like,
I don't care.
How big is your hate boner for Destiny, dude? How big is the hate boner for Destiny that, oh my god, Destiny has remotely the same thing as I did. Oh my god, I must reopen the crazy can of worms of a months back and some really weird shit. Bro, bro, I could just report this shit. This is just fucking weird as fuck, man. This is just, bro, that is just weird. It's unhinged to go publicly and say shit like that. That is not only Hassan speculated randomly, okay? And then to leave up people to do some dot connecting, and her doing dot connecting like this is fucking stupid, okay? It is absolutely unhinged behavior, okay? It's massively damaging for the big.
Jesus. Casey alert.
Is this?
I feel like Casey Tron is one of the saddest. It's like one of the most sad things is like how many like random big friends she has at Twitch that will just like, because they're like cool and their friends are like always defend her, even though by any other metric, if she didn't have the friends she did, everybody would rightfully see her as like disgusting and unhinged. Like it would just be like, obviously. Like,
is this?
I really appreciate that.
Yeah. I wanted to make you mad, and I know like if someone was to ever say something about my mom,
Stardust is a Destiny simp, I believe. Yeah, maybe soon enough he'll sleep with her and then, you know, tell his whole audience that she's an abusive, insane stalker psycho like all of the other women that he's, you know, used his platform. Is the
oh no.
The D tackle from Georgia just won a national championship with the Bulldogs. Big guy, 6'3", 315 pounds. He could make an immediate impact, a day one starter because of his ability to create pressure. But there's more hearing is Jalen Carter, the D tackle from Georgia.
Lendarios.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Let me turn the stream off so I don't get an echo.
Good idea, dude.
I actually had a text pad with like notes for whenever we talk. Nice.
You should have, or you do have?
No, I do have.
Oh.
Been making notes. I have a couple of questions for you, man.
All right. Well, I got answers. What's up?
Have you ever been to Versailles right there in Miami?
Versailles in Miami?
Yeah, Versailles.
No, what is that, like a club or?
No, it's a very nice Cuban restaurant.
Oh,
I was wondering if you ever
Where
gave it a
is
try.
it?
Right there on A Street, right around 27 Northwest. Southwest, sorry.
Well, like what neighborhood?
Little Havana? It's the quintessential place for like Cuban food.
Is this where you walk up and they give you like a fuck ton of food and there's like a few ladies behind a counter? It's kind of like outdoorsy.
It has like a nice space outside with a window. People go get coffee. It's a nice like meeting place.
I might have actually been here before, maybe. But what about it?
Nothing. Just recommending it. It's a nice place. I was wondering if you like the Cuban food or not.
Oh, I'm not the biggest fan of Cuban food, but
yesterday you went a little bit on the extreme with the whole comment on the dog poison flea killer.
no, I don't know why people are like giving such like detailed like prescriptions about what's safe or not safe for dog medicine when they have no fucking idea what dog medicine is being used. That just seems a little wild to me. But
I mean, most dog medications, at least for flea or worms, are actually toxic. So,
so toxic that you can't even handle them with gloves?
Depends how much you want to risk it, but probably for pregnant women, they should probably not handle them.
Okay, I don't know if I believe that, but that might be the case. But I've never had anybody present me with that. But it might be the case, maybe.
And then you made the comment about the California meat thing. It's like that's a completely different thing, but
maybe, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Well, maybe somebody can link it up. I mean, like at this point, we have no idea what medications it even used. But I mean, by the way, that could be the case if that's true, and if so, that's bad. I don't know. So I just don't have a strong opinion on it right now.
Man, some of these notes are very old. You were talking about about how knowing everything, if that affects the determinism.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of a common anime trope when they always have like a character that does that.
Sure. I'm sure there's probably a lot of animes where that happens.
And I was wondering if you ever heard of the Laplace demon or Laplace demon.
I don't know. Tell me, remind me.
It's a philosophical construct of a demon that knows about everything and how everything's going to move, so he's able to predict the future.
Okay. What about it?
No, it's actually very used. It's basically what they do in anime. They use the representation of that philosophical construct.
Oh. Okay.
Do you want to talk about trans stuff, or is that something that you are off topic on that lately?
Sure, that's fine. Go for it. Hit me up. What about it?
I mean, do you have any flair for being part of a Team Turf?
No, I don't think so. Why, are you a turfy person?
You can basically say that, yeah. I'm on Team Turf.
Okay.
You were mentioning the other day that if you consider it, you make your trans age argument, which were sort of in jest, so I'm not sure how. If you actually believe that is actually very similar. But then we ended up on making the assumption that maybe trans is a disease, is a mental disease.
I mean, I guess if you want to call it a disease, you can. I guess it gets into a little semantics, but I mean, like, if even if we call it disease, like, the question would be how would we treat it, right?
Just the person that was talking about music, actually, it was a very good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
She made a comment, and basically, he or she made, I forgot her name, Circa? No, Circa.
Zine? I don't remember, fuck.
Yeah, Zina.
Maybe.
Made a comment about when Zina is by herself, she feels bad. She feels uncomfortable with her body. She feels like something is off, like she doesn't feel okay.
Okay.
And for me, that's just a clear indication that it's something off about a person that feels this way. I'm not saying in a negative light. I mean, I definitely want to help these people. I just don't think that we should make broad societal adjustments for these scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what broad societal adjustments. I'm only generally talking about like medication or whatever like an individual might need. I'm not generally on that huge like broad societal trend.
I'm 100% with you in the sense that anybody over 18 should get any medical help that they need to make their life easier.
Okay.
But I'm not with the pronouns portion, and I'm not with the
I mean, I don't think the pronouns portion are as big a deal as a lot of people make them out to be. Like, pronouns will generally take care of themselves, I think, assuming the treatment is good enough, right? Like, nobody's misgendering Blair White.
Correct. Look, in this conversation, I just actually refer to her as she or he because she actually does pass it, so it naturally feels that referring to her as a she feels natural. But there's plenty of other cases where it doesn't feel natural in my mind to refer to he or she in a different way,
Sure,
or a way that is required.
Yeah, that's possible, sure.
No, that's all. I just want to chat with you for a little bit.
Okay.
Thanks to you, I got into Factorio. I have logged out over 700 hours in the past couple of months.
Very nice. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, it's a great way of you turn it off, turn it on, time passes without realizing it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man. Take care. I'm going to let you go. I have stuff to do at the house.
Okay.
Thanks for dropping in.
Be careful, buddy. Oh my god. The selling all the armor is brutal, dude. My people are getting fucked.
Hello?
Hello, Jesus Christ. What's up?
Can you fucking hear me this time?
Yeah, okay, what's up?
Holy fucking shit. I have no idea why my fucking audio cucks out every time I want to call in.
Wow.
It's actually the most ass thing in the world because it works fine in your other Discord rooms.
Well, I'm sorry that you have this issue. Well, what's up? What do you want to chat about?
Your feelings are appreciated. Alright, a few things. First thing, you know how when you go into all those podcasts and sometimes you complain about how the chairs in those podcasts are actually antagonistic to you. like they're framed almost to make you look weird while the hosts kind of look normal.
Okay.
So there is one additional element that's also playing into that dynamic. I understand because of the blue hair, you've been rizzing up a little bit. You've been, wearing better outfits, and that's great. Except you tend to button up the top button of your shirt.
Okay, I've never
And-
buttoned the top button of my shirt ever.
No, not the top button, but it's buttoned up enough that on camera you still end up coming across as obviously compensating for the fact that you have blue hair. So if you want to pop an additional button, I think image-wise it's gonna look good for you.
Okay.
Especially if you're like having chest gains because of your gym workout.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
Up to you. Just a thought. You don't have. You can ignore it if you
Okay.
don't
I'll
like
just
how
start
it
popping buttons until it works. Fuck it.
looks. Yeah, just go topless. That will work. All right. The second thing, during my last long call-in, there was a question that you asked me, and you were under the impression that it seems like we had already solved all of the major big physics breakthroughs that we were ever going to make, and all that we had kind of left to do was iterate on new engineering challenges. So after you said that, I kind of went back and looked, okay, what is there left to be solved in physics? Turns out there's a ton. There's like 40 huge problems that we still have to figure out, where I figured there's like good breakthroughs to be made. For example, you have something called dimensionless physical constants. What does that mean? So everybody knows about the dimensional physical constants. So this is like the speed of light. It's phrased in terms of like meters per second, that's length and time, and other dimensional constants include stuff like mass, all right?
Okay.
In stark contrast, there's a class of thing called dimensionless physical constants. They are pure numbers. They're not attached to any physical attributes. And the thing is, in terms of pure theory, we have no idea why they exist. For example, there's something called the fine structure constant, which is like the coupling strength of the electromagnetic field. And it's a weird ass number. It's like 1/139. There's no way to get at that number via theory. The only way you can get at it is by measurement. And the fact that our theories of the universe can't currently get at it or even predict its existence in any form whatsoever is like one of the huge problems. So there are like 40 weird problems like that.
Okay.
Damn, there was so much. Okay. Topic 3. Thought experiment. Imagine humanity and Earth were chugging along, doing our stuff normally, and boom, suddenly there's like a force field around Earth. And turns out our alien overlords have come to hem us in because, I don't know, they expect to get some utility out of us. And the force field is kind of like constructed out of some sort of computer code. But other than the fact that we're kind of helpless, these aliens are kind of actually benevolent. They give us full access to the civilization, their entire history, their writings, culture, how they originated, their biological makeup. We have access to their full range of expression. There's one thing that we're better at them at. They're slower than us. When I say slower, I mean it takes them about 10 days to have one thought that we can think in, 2 seconds. Given those constraints, how long do you think it takes for us to break out of the force field?
We have full access to all of their knowledge and everything?
Pretty much.
I mean, if it's seriously that, I would say probably like a month or less. That'd be my guess.
So, given that you've answered it that way, what makes you think it'll be so hard for an AI to jump platforms?
Because I don't know if an AI is necessarily given full access to the world in the way that humans are, in terms of like physical form and able to manipulate things like outside of computer systems.
We do use AI a lot to manipulate a lot of different systems around the world
Mm-hmm.
already.
Okay.
No, so just like I'm trying to, what I'm trying to do is sort of like readjust your prior, because based on the thought experiment, you didn't have a problem thinking about accessing that. We'd have a problem about breaking out of any sort of a virtual box that the
Well,
alien
I was
overlords would have
gonna.
said.
Well, and I should have qualified it because now it's gonna sound like I'm making this up now. But one of the things I would have asked is, do the alien creature? I probably should have asked this. Do the alien creatures have access to like other dimensions that we don't have? That would have been a question that I probably should have asked. Or I was thinking about it, kind of like, because in a lot of the in a lot of alien movies, they're like for instance, like in
Okay.
Interstellar, they have access to like another dimension. Because if that's the case, then it might be an infinite amount of time because there's something that we just can't transcend because of physical form or something potentially.
Sure. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and say that since we have knowledge that they have access to those dimensions and they tell us how they got that access, how long do you think it takes us to get that access?
The other dimensions, I don't know. I guess it depends on if it's like fundamentally inaccessible to us or not. I'm not sure. But okay, let's say that I grant all of this and okay, the AI is coming. Like, what do you want me to say? Why didn't you come on and argue with the other AI guys?
Oh, I wanted to, believe me. But again, my audio issues were tucking me out.
Oh.
So anyway, all I'm trying to do is maybe slightly update your Bayesian priors in the direction of, the AI threat being a little more significant than wherever you currently are at right now.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it, so probably don't think about it much.
What in terms of what you're supposed to do about it, you do you. Whatever you do for all the other things you care about.
Well, I mean, if it's like such a huge existential threat, sometimes it's nothing. Like we don't talk about climate change much because I don't know how much individually like we can do anything related to climate change right now. So I don't talk too much about that.
Interesting.
But, I mean, I
fair
understand what
enough.
you're saying. I'll keep it on my radar more.
All right. I bring this up because there is that guy, Eliezer Yudkowsky. A lot of people consider him a quack, and he is a bit of a quack. I will give that to people who criticize him.
Mhm.
But a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, you briefly put on Lex Friedman's interview with him, and I don't think you did not get too deep into it because it doesn't, with the way he talks, it doesn't come across as the most exciting. But just let me tell you a couple of things about this guy. He's an autodidact. He rose to fame because earlier in the late 2000s, he basically wrote this blog called Less Wrong, and he made one blog post every day for 3 years straight. And that blog post is what founded the rationality movement as it exists today. So,
Okay.
that community that Ayla's a part of, oh yeah, also, the reason Scott Alexander, the Slate Star Codex guy, the reason he's a thing is because he was initially a prolific commenter in that community. So, I don't know if your path is ever going to cross with this guy,
Mhm.
but he is active on Reddit. He became even more famous because he wrote the Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality
Okay.
as a way of, sort of making people aware of the stuff he was doing. What he's researching is something called friendly AI. He wants to, I think, mathematically parameterize the constraints we would need to put on any future artificial intelligence, like artificial general intelligence. So if you can, I don't know, get a connection somehow going there, or maybe just keep like an antenna out for anything interesting happening there, I
Mhm.
think it'll be a little bit better than maybe your current level of engagement with that whole sphere.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Fourth thing. You know how we got COVID? We had the whole awareness of how when COVID happened, there were a lot of people on YouTube, on the news, explaining how our immune system worked and how our bodies develops an immunity and how we can supercharge it with vaccines and how vaccines help our bodies develop that immunity, etc., etc.
Okay.
I feel like there was additional immunity that we're developing. And you've kind of talked about this tangentially, but I don't know if you talked about it directly enough. And it's about what I'd like to think of as our memetic immune system. For example, yes, people lost their minds during COVID. There was there was QAnon and all the other crazy, insane conspiracies around COVID. But because of how aggressively people's minds were compromised, and we saw people's mind getting compromised like that, do you feel like it had an immunization effect about how likely a future conspiracy theory was going to immunize us?
I don't know, because I feel like most of the people that got infected, I don't know how many of them are like I feel like don't most of the people that had those issues, don't they still believe that all those conspiracies?
Yeah, but that's like saying a lot of the people who got COVID are now suffering from long COVID or died. But there were lots of people who only kind of partially got it, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't know how many people only partially got it. I'm not sure. Right? I feel like if you, like, how many people bought into COVID conspiracies that now are like, okay, that was kind of dumb? Like, are there a lot of those people? There might be. I don't know.
My impression is the vast majority of people are like that, yeah.
Really? What percentage of people today do you think, what percentage of people that initially bought into the mRNA vaccine conspiracy shit, what percentage of them do you think no longer believe that? Kidology is saying you don't want to talk to her. You can spam her chat to DM me. She hasn't DM'd me. She hasn't messaged me. I can talk to her. She doesn't respond to any of her DMs on any platform, guys, so I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Kidology, DM. I can chat if you're up for it. Smiley face. Like, I'll DM her on Twitter, but she doesn't like check any of her platforms, so I have no idea.
You know, I feel for her. I'm about just as bad as communicating, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So to go back, so there is a portion of people who tend to comment online. 99% of all the things you ever read are written by crazy people who write shit on the internet. 1% of all the things you ever read. Sorry, why am I phrasing this like an autist? 99% of the things you read on the internet are written by the 1% of the crazy people who care enough to write.
Sure, probably,
on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I am talking about the lurkers who see crazy things online, and a part of them recognize this is not the kind of crazy I want to be associated with, but you don't have a record of them either speaking out for or against the things they read.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of like polling data. So like, for instance, the people that initially believed that the election was fake, I think the majority of those people still think that the election was fake, I think. So, but I don't know about COVID misinformation stuff, I'm not sure.
I don't know. What about all the people who were like on Trump's side to begin with, and there were a shite ton of people who basically like fell off the Trump train?
Were there? I'm not sure. There's still a lot of people on that train. It's like threatening to tear the Republican Party apart.
A lot of people are on that train, but those are the loud minority you hear.
No, like, isn't it like over, like right now, theoretically, wouldn't over 50% of the Republican Party still support Trump? Like right now, isn't Trump polling higher than DeSantis for supporting the Republican Party?
Sure. If you're talking about Republicans alone, I do not have that good of a pulse of the Republican Party. And following their news kind of makes me want to JONTRON myself, so... fine. I'm talking in terms of my more personal sort of experiences talking to people. I've definitely spoken to a lot of people in real life.
Okay.
Like,
good place to find people, yeah.
Yeah. Who seem to be of the impression where they feel like the government misrepresented a lot of the initial COVID information to begin with. And so they bought into some of the earlier conspiracies, but then they saw how crazy people were willing to get with those conspiracies, and they were like very willing to like, okay, whatever's going on, I'm not with those insane people.
Yeah, it's hard to speak. I understand your theory that you're positing me. I guess it's just hard to speak without like having numbers in front of me. But it's possible what you're saying is true. That a lot of people were exposed to some crazy conspiracy shit, and then now they kind of like in the future, they're not as much into that anymore. Now they're a little bit more skeptical of future conspiracies going forward as a result. So there's been almost like an inoculation effect a little bit. That's possible. It's just hard to say without me having like access to the actual data, right? It's hard to say. Because, like, for instance, if like 95% of people that heard about the mRNA vaccine shit still believe the same things, then it seems like probably not a good thing. But if it went from like 95 to like 45, if like half the people believe that same shit, then arguably maybe those people would be a little bit more cautious in the future. But it's hard to say, right?
Yeah, it does seem annoying that we don't have a good method of tracking how people's belief changes based on how they see other people
Mhm.
changing those beliefs. I feel like you should probably get Ayla to run a poll on this or something.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, nice, somebody pulled up and Yudkowsky tweet for you. I will say, if you're ever gonna engage with this guy, he's very nice, and sometimes, and at other times, based on people who I've known in real life, who met him in real life, he's an asshole. So depends on which version of him you're dealing with.
Okay.
All right, and the final thing, I loved your conversation yesterday with Ziena, I think.
Yeah, I
And
don't know how to pronounce
there
his name,
wa-
but yeah.
Yeah. That was yesterday was actually a banger of a stream. I loved that whole day. There's something you were talking about how when you did mushrooms, you became aware of this, not exactly subconscious, but you became aware of this whole sort of like limbo conscious feelings that you have about how that can change your mood
Mhm.
at the slightest touch, right?
Yeah.
So that's the name I'm giving it, because it's not subconscious. It is almost conscious, but
Mhm.
it's not something you think about because it's happening in the background of your brain.
Yeah, I
And
call it like
it
a
feels
mood
like
or
this whole
yeah.
domain of your awareness, whose job it is only to watch you and make a small update to your perceived self-image based on each and every action you take. Do you feel like you've noticed that?
That it is a thing that's keeping track of you based on actions you take? Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, in my head, I think of it almost like some kind of an accountant. Like, like a whole part of your perception is devoted simply to measuring what kind of a person you are. And that part of you only ever freaks the fuck out when something happens in the world that is dramatically different or alien from its expectation. It's hard. This is hard to describe. Uh, I don't know. Like, what do you think I'm getting at?
I have no idea. There's some part that exists inside your head that just kind of keeps track of you and then updates based on information that for external stimuli, things that affect you. I'm not 100% sure what you're getting at though.
Thing is, I was kind of hoping if you had any thoughts about this, because I don't know what I'm getting at with this either. It just seemed like sometimes when you talk, you have some idea of what we're talking about, what I'm trying to explain, but I guess you don't. It's fine. Also, do you know something called the game?
Yeah.
What is the game?
Like are you gonna say you've lost the game or?
Yes. So every time you remember the game, technically you lose. So now that I've mentioned it, everybody in chat has lost it.
Okay.
I feel like one of the whole points of that whole game is to help people realize that you get to frame the winning conditions such that at some point after losing the game for 50 times, I just decided, no, fuck this. Every time I win the game, I win. Sorry, every time I remember the game, I win. Because there's so many other things in life that you can just reframe your own particular winning condition around, that you don't have to adopt from the rest of the world. And I feel like that's the whole point of that game to begin with. Just change your fucking rules.
Wasn't that kind of like cheating?
A lot of getting really good at games is reframing the winning conditions. And no, it's not necessarily cheating. It's like the point is to improve the actual game.
Okay. Or at least improve it insofar as you're concerned, right?
Okay. Now, I do have a much longer thing that I want to talk to you about. Those are like 6 small topics. It depends. Do you mind if I just take a poll on chat? And so, like, do they want me to stick around or do they want me to get the fuck out?
Sure, let's ask. All right, they voted yeah. All right, go for it.
Wow, thank you, chat. Okay, holy shit. So this is probably going to be the most schizo conversation of my life. And I want everybody to know that you're getting onto a schizo train, and don't take it too seriously. All right. So after you did shrooms, I think you said you experienced some kind of death anxiety for the first time ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for a little bit, yeah.
Describe it to me.
I think there were two parts. I think one was just the feeling of slipping off into sleep and then worrying that you were about to enter some sort of eternity that you weren't ready or prepared for. So like, for instance, you could sleep and then wake up 7,000 years from now when they found a way to like revive you computationally or travel to the past or whatever. But if it were to happen, you'd literally close your eyes, open them, and then you'd be in a whole other, like basically almost like an unrecognizable world. So that's like one worry. And then the second worry was just the concept of imagining like a forever, like non-existence. Like, what was it like before you were born? What's it like to sleep dreamlessly? Like those two things, just for whatever reason, they crept into my head and they bothered me a lot.
So the first part of how you answered is interesting because what you described there doesn't sound like death. But if okay, describe death to me. What is death to you?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess like before you were born. So it's kind of like a meaningless question. I don't know how to even answer it. Yeah.
No. So the implicit assumption in your first part of your answer was that you were afraid that you would quote unquote die, but that would not be the end of your experience.
Potentially, yeah.
So a lot of people obviously care about death. They're scared of it. They're scared of what comes afterwards, whether there's a heaven, hell, purgatory, or just nothingness. And I think that nothingness part is probably what scares a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I'm like in your boat. It's not the nothingness that scares me. I'm afraid that if I die, my experience is not going to end.
Sure. You'll be like locked in a room in your head forever, basically.
It's not just that I'm going to be locked in my room forever. How do I put this?
Wait, let me grab a drink real quick. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. How are you doing, chat? I want you to know I was polite. I asked chat just if I could stick around. A lot of you voted yes. So I feel vindicated. And for those specific people who hate when I go off on my rants, blame the rest of BGG, all right? Thanks.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All right. So, given all that, I'm going to try and come at it from a different angle.
Okay.
Is it still one of your fundamental axioms that you derive your morality and ethics from the fact that you're trying to maximize your experience?
Generally speaking, yeah. Yeah.
Did that change in any way before or after you did shrooms and to any degree?
No, I don't think so. Not that fundamental thing, no.
All right. So the reason I'm asking is for you, again, I mentioned this before, you don't talk about death. And for someone who wants to maximize his experience...
Wait, are you about to do the whole thing? Are you going to do the thing? Was it you or was somebody else?
What thing?
Some people argue that there is literally nothing more important in life for a wealthy person than to do a fuck ton of investment and research donation into immortality, essentially. Is that what you're about to do?
No, I know of that crowd. That's actually not what I'm going... Specifically not what I'm going to do.
Okay.
But still, for a guy who wants to maximize his experience, you seem pretty fucking unconcerned about what is basically the greatest experience nullifier in existence.
Mm-hmm.
Because, do you in fact know death is an experience nullifier?
Not necessarily. No, I said I don't know that, right?
I don't know if you said. Oh yes, that was. The
I mean,
first part
I'm
of your
assuming
answer
it is, but I mean, I don't know that, and it's hard because, like, in a way, I'm sure you know this shit. You know, like what the Drake equation is.
Of course.
Like death is kind of like that, in that for like the Drake equation, it's this idea. The Drake equation is a way to try to answer the what's the name of the paradox? Where it's like there's so, or not paradox, but like there's so many worlds. How have we not found life yet?
Great filter thing.
No, it's fuck. There's another name for like what the Drake equation gets at, but essentially like it's this idea. Oh, the Fermi paradox, I think is what it is. What I'm thinking of.
Oh, the Fermi. Yeah, the Fermi.
But the idea
paradox,
is that like if I die, what are the chances that I'm going to be brought back to life in a way that my conscious form remembers what happened in the past, right? Well, probably like there's like 0% chance. That seems to be the case.
Oh wait, yeah. Sorry.
What?
No. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Finish what you were
there's
saying.
probably like 0% chance. However, if I stretch out like an almost infinite amount of time between now and the end of the universe, well, it becomes much harder to guess that at that point. Like there are so many potential technologies that could exist that I can't think of right now. There are so many potential ways to reconstruct the atoms in my body, the conscious experience I had technologically or biologically, that now it becomes a bit harder to answer that question. So could it be that if I pass out and die right now, in 12,000 years, I'm resurrected in some other place, space, time, right? That could be the case, right? So that's the thing that I was kind of thinking of there. Canology said you can talk.
Yes.
If she can figure out how to DM me on Twitter or Discord, we can chat, but I'm not going to go back and forth with her. Like, I don't even know if she pays attention to DMs or not. It's like very frustrating. She wants to DM me on some platform and set it up. We can talk now or whatever, but she has to figure out how to do that. I don't go back and forth on
Yeah,
this.
this
Okay,
feels
sorry, go
very
ahead.
much like me dealing with my audio issues.
Yeah, no, you're good. Okay, go ahead. No, hers are a million times worse. Sorry, go ahead.
That feels like a compliment. So, here's the thing. The implicit wrongness that I feel exists in that assumption is that you're going to be reincarnated with knowledge of your previous identity. And I don't see why that part, knowledge of your previous identity, is pertinent.
Well, because it would probably make everything a lot scarier, I would imagine, right?
Yes, that is the scary domain in which I'm operating, which is why I have death anxiety. Because, all right, you know, have you seen Memento?
Yes.
So, what condition did that guy have?
Some temporary amnesia.
Anti-retrograde amnesia.
Yeah, prohibited short-term memory
Yes.
encoding. Yeah.
So that guy's case was based on a real life case, right? Where there was a real life person who had developed anti-retrograde amnesia such that his short-term memory kind of reset every 15 minutes in such a way that his brain could never consolidate his 15-minute chunks of life into a long-term cohesive narrative experience.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now take that guy and imagine he developed anti-retrograde amnesia in the womb.
In the womb?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he was born.
Okay.
Just try and draw out a picture of what this guy's experience is like for me.
I have no idea. It feels like I've thought about this before, but it feels like were you around when I asked the question? What if you consented to something, and then your memory was wiped, and then they did that thing to you after your memory was wiped? Would you feel like that's okay, even if you completely consented and you knew your memory was going to be wiped? It feels like there'd still be some level of non-consent there. That's like the kind of
that's kind of related because
the reason just real quick, the reason why I thought of that is that it kind of feels to me like your memory is probably a part of your identity. So that's why I'm drawing that parallel. The memory and the identity are probably linked to some extent. Yes.
Yes. So in that thought experiment, even with the version of you that consented to have that thing being done to you is not the same version of you that doesn't remember that giving that consent. In effect, those are two completely different people.
Not completely different, but yeah, two distinctly different people, right? Yeah.
Okay, you can think of it two distinctly different agents.
Sure.
So now, imagine this Memento guy has been born with anti-retrograde amnesia from the womb, and he grows up, all right? So now he's like 20, 30 years old, and his entire life, his brain has not been able to make his short-term memories line up with his organize his long-term memories in such a way that he ever develops even a coherent identity. In fact, that all he would be is a sort of an endless experience of now. He wouldn't know his name. He wouldn't know concepts. He wouldn't know any sort of like. He wouldn't have any framework for anything. He has no way of organizing information.
Yeah.
But there would be an experience. Like there would be a thing there having an experience.
Mm-hmm.
Would you call that experience a person?
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's
Really?
obviously a different type of person, right?
I wouldn't call that thing a person at all.
Really? So inability to form short-term memory makes you not a person at all?
Because I don't call animals persons.
Yeah, but you haven't
When I-
degraded to an animal, right?
As far as I'm concerned, that particular creature would be less than an animal.
Why is that?
Because being human kind of has to intrinsically involve having human experiences.
I mean, you're still having a lot of experiences. You're just missing some of them too, right?
No, you're missing all of them because you can't coherently put them together into a functional whole. You're not missing some of them. You're missing every single one of them.
Okay, it's possible. Maybe, sure.
I feel like there's some part of you that's like skeptical. Where's the skepticism coming from?
I mean, obviously, you're making a really big ask that I basically completely write somebody off as a human being because he can't form short-term memory. So I would have to think about it a bit more. But I mean, like, I'll
asking you to write them off as much as I'm asking, could you engage with them as a human being ever?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent I could, but you can engage
Wait,
with
how?
non-human things as a human being very easily, right? You can engage with we engage with animals as human things, right? That's not really the interesting question. Is can I
Okay,
engage
so
with them
you
as
would
human being?
have to anthropomorphize what is something that's essentially non-human.
Potentially, but I mean, in a way, I mean, solipsistically, we kind of anthropomorphize even other humans, depending on how you want to look at it, right? Because we don't technically know for sure if it's.
Oh, dude, you're tripping way more than I am.
No, but I mean, like,
hang
you
on.
could argue that, like, if we take the approach that we can't truly know if there are other minds, we kind of treat everybody as though they have a mind, even though we don't 100% know. So we'd be treating that. Now, obviously, there's going to be a fundamental difference between something like an animal versus something like a person, but we kind of treat them when we anthropomorphize things the same way we treat them as another human.
No,
right?
so when you say we treat them as a mind, there's a lot of buy-ins and like presupposed assumptions that we bring into dealing with something else that has a mind, right?
Okay.
Like we expect that they're going to have some sort of a self-identity, a self-awareness, some sort of like a framework for how they exist in the world, how they're going to engage with it. And if they don't have that, if all you have is that endless experience of now that basically just only responds to stimuli, in what sense are you dealing with a mind? A mind is an ordered system of information.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
it
not
could
just
be. Yeah, sure,
experience.
It could be a totally different thing. Sure. Yeah. What's the next part of your?
So the reason I bring this up, I accept that you have some skepticism about my framework, but
Okay.
if you're playing along with it, I'm going to go on with the next
Yeah,
part
go
of
for it.
this.
Yeah.
Imagine now that you have a universe that is basically just filled with philosophical zombies.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Does everybody in chat know what a philosophical zombies is? If they don't, can you break it down for them?
So there's a question of an experience of being a human. So what does it mean to be a human? What does it mean to have that experience? And there might be the potential that we're interacting with people that outwardly exhibit all the same traits and characteristics you would expect a human to have, but internally they're actually not having a human experience. They're not conscious at all. They're just going through the motions in a way that makes you think they're conscious. But for all intents and purposes, you can never tell. We would call that a
but-
philosophical zombie.
They're basically just behaving the way they do as pure physical causal law, right?
Well, I don't like to say that because it implies that your consciousness is not pure physical causal law, which it could be, but sure, we could say that, I guess, if you want.
Yeah, so that could be, is I think, kind of important. We don't actually know for a fact that our consciousness, the experience we have as individuals, is actually just pure physical causal law. That's an assumption we make.
Sure.
So in this universe, literally, let's say everybody in that universe, except for one creature, is a philosophical zombie. And the nature of this creature is that every time it's one vessel, one philosophical zombie vessel, a human body dies, its experience jumps from this one mind to a different mind.
Okay.
This creature has no way of remembering that it once belonged to a different mind.
Yeah, true.
It, whatever vessel it's currently occupying, it's always going to feel like it's always occupied that vessel.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to tell a difference between that world and our world?
No.
How, so if you had to tell a difference between that world and our world, how would you do it?
I don't believe there's any possible way to test for that.
Exactly. Now,
The question I've asked myself related to this is like, for instance, who's to say that when we go to sleep every night, we don't essentially die and our experience completely ends, and then a new experience picks up basically when you wake up, anytime there's an innovation of consciousness. Like if that was the case, that you die when you go to sleep, and then you go to some afterlife, and then somebody else wakes up thinking they're you because they inherit all the prior memories and brain states from the day before, is there a way to test for that? And the answer would be no. There'd be absolutely no way to test for that, I think, right?
yes. But so now, given that there's absolutely no way to test for that, here's me approaching the same problem I'm trying to describe from a different angle.
Okay.
People believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
And when people try to convince me to believe in God, all I can think of is, buddy, I have no reason to believe in God. I haven't seen God. Like, you haven't given me a single reason of any evidence or anything of that sort to believe in God. So
Okay.
why should I, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, I have no reason to believe that I'm not going to exist. I've actually never experienced not existing. So if you're going to convince me I'm going to die...
That's kind of a word game. I mean, like, you didn't exist before you were born, but there was no you to speak of in
I
terms of
don't
existing,
know that.
right? Oh, true, I guess, yeah, sure.
Do you know that?
No, I guess technically we don't, huh?
So given that you don't know if you don't exist, that's why I bought the whole, previously that whole anti-retrograde amnesia. If you ask that guy, if you could possibly ask that experience, when were you born, how did you exist, they'd never be able to answer. All they would ever know is that they exist in this continuous moment, and there would never be a moment of their existing experience where they could ever say, I'm not going to exist in the future. They have no framework that they're not going to exist. They have no evidence they're going to die.
Sure.
That the experience will end. So given that you don't know that your experience is going to end, and you say you want to maximize your experience, is it only for the experience in this particular life, or any other potential future experiences you might have?
Well, I mean, given that this is the only one that I seem to be able to know about, probably this particular life, I would say, huh?
See, here's where I'm having a problem with this. You don't have evidence that your experience is going to end, so your knowledge of your current experience should not restrict in any way your attempts to maximize any potential possible future experiences you might have.
I didn't follow that. Say that again?
Okay, let me try and break this down simply. You currently are having an experience.
Yep, I hope so.
You don't know whether this... See, okay, wait. What I'm trying to talk to is, I'm not trying to talk to the identity of Stephen Bunnell II. I'm trying to talk to the creature currently in possession of the identity of Stephen Bunnell II.
Mm-hmm.
That creature does not know if it's ever going to end.
Yeah.
For all you know, you might be jumping into a different mind as soon as you're born and continue your experience. And it could turn out that a lot of Stephen Bunnell's current experience is going to shape the future experience you're going to have as a different identity.
Yeah, sure, potentially, yeah.
So my question is, why would you continue living your life only as if your current identity was the only one that mattered?
Because we have no evidence that anything else will. So, I mean, I don't know if I would ever, like, like
No, sorry.
like I'm not going to detriment my current life because of some hypothetical other one that might exist when I can't. There's not. I don't even know if I can know about that other life, right?
I mean, to be fair, you couldn't know about your current life before you started having it either. But for
Yeah, to
all
be
you
fair,
know,
that is
you
true.
might have
But
been
again,
having
it's
it.
still like super agnostic, right? I have no knowledge of it, so I'm not really going to invest a great deal of time into it, right?
So there's one way of dealing with this question where you're framing everything. You're framing how you act in terms of the knowledge you do have. I'm asking you to frame it in terms of uncertainty of the experiences you don't know you're going to have.
Sure. I don't even know if I could begin to assign a probabilistic, like,
You
percentage.
can't.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations. This may be the only situation ever where you can't assign a probabilistic prior to whether or not something is going to happen. And I feel like you kind of have to just bite that bullet and deal with it anyway. Because you don't know you're going to end. You actually have no idea that your experience is going to end.
Okay.
Where's the skepticism coming from is what I'm trying to get, because I've had this conversation with myself before and I've given myself the same answers that you're giving me right now, and I don't know, I'm not convinced.
Of what?
Given that my experience is going to end, why I should treat this current experience I'm having as the only one that's valid for me?
I mean, you don't have to.
No, I don't have to. What I'm trying to get at is, why doesn't everybody behave? I feel like the world would be a better place if everybody behaved like, all right, we've jumped into one character identity, and there's a chance, a non-zero chance, that in the future we'll have another character identity, because, and the reason we think this is because we have no evidence where actually our experience is going to end. So given that, why aren't we trying to maximize our lives for all future possible experiences?
Because we have no evidence for that particular thing, and it would probably mean that we have to do worse in the life that we know for sure that we have. That'd be my guess.
Sure, but how much worse? Is there an acceptable? We make acceptable trade-offs for futures that we don't know are going to come true.
Yeah, we
all
do
the
it for
time.
like our future children of civilization and stuff. So, but I'm guessing you probably want like a greater sacrifice than that, probably.
No, I'm not asking for a greater sacrifice than that. In fact, the only reason I ever brought this up is, I think a long time ago you were having a thought experiment conversation where you said something along, you were on the lines of your deathbed, and there was a button you could press that would incredibly increase your happiness for the last 1 hour. What reason could anybody give to you for you to not press that button? Because pressing that button would mean the eternal torture and damnation of everybody else on Earth.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this conversation is giving you any bit of that?
I mean, it's a tad bit related. Yeah, sure.
So, now given that thought experiment, like, would you change your answer at all?
I don't know. I don't have a good question. I don't have a good answer for it. No, I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't have a good answer. What are your potential answers?
I mean, I would lean towards no. You probably shouldn't push the button.
Why?
Intuition. I don't have a good answer. These are like questions that are like testing like past the boundaries of our existence. So I'm not gonna have like good solid answers with like proper justification for any
No,
of these.
sure. I'm not
Yeah.
asking for solid answers. I'm
Sure.
asking for
That's
a
it.
range of
It's
answers.
it's an intuitive answer that you probably shouldn't like doom all of humanity to extinction just because you're about to die. And it seems like the driving force that keeps people moving forward probably involves some sort of obligation we feel to the human species as a whole. That's why people make sacrifice of their own lives for their children and for the planet. That's probably a good drive. It's a pretty strong intuitive sense you have. So I would probably lean into that and say, no, you probably shouldn't push the button to survive for 5 more minutes to prevent the eternal damnation of all of humankind. But I can't like axiomatically justify that or anything because I mean, if you do die and everything ends
Yeah.
at that point, who cares?
Honestly, that's like a little bit of what I was kind of hoping that maybe we could make some progress towards that. Because I have that same intuitive answer that you do, but I'm trying to find a good way to axiomatically justify it.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know how you would. I don't know how you could ever do it with that one. I mean, I'm sure there are people that try, but It feels like at that point you're reaching into like some kind of like metaphysical domain that is like extending past like what we can obviously say is real and isn't real or whatever, right? Because you're gonna have to start making statements about like obligations you have beyond death or while you're alive for people that are beyond you dying. So yeah,
I mean,
don't know.
yeah, because technically what this question is dealing with is like, what's that guy's name? Rollins Whale or something? Rawls Whale? Is that what you call it?
Roswell?
Like the whale of you have before you're born, and the kind of rules you'd like to have about for life.
Oh, Rawls, just Rawls, right? Oh, you're talking about the Veil of Justice, I think, or the something, right?
Yeah, so this is basically the whale of justice being applied. The whale of justice is usually applied before you're born, but I'm just trying to apply it right now before you're potentially born into a next experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're doing. This is like the egg video, I think. We might have even talked about this last time.
Oh, no, I think you brought it up with Ayla.
Oh, okay, sure.
Also, about Ayla, I'm glad you're getting along so well with her. You had no idea, like, how long I've been trying to get you guys to chat. That's been a good part of my, I feel like that's been one of my more valuable contributions to DGG. So thank you for spinning that out so well.
No problem. I mean,
yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay. What do you have good answers for how to keep people like motivated or interested in like all of mankind? Like, do you think you have a?
Honestly, right now, I feel like I love Japan. All right, Japan's a great fucking country. They're technologically like hyper efficient. They're almost like a kind of utopia in the way they've organized all the human systems to be optimized as possible. I don't know why Japan isn't fucking and having kids.
Mm-hmm.
Why is their fucking population declining? If all the places on the planet where I would want the maximum amount of children to continue being born, it would be a country like Japan. And I don't get it. Why would a country that's so close to what we'd almost consider a human utopia continues to decline in population? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what causes Japan's anxiety, actually. I mean, if you like the country so much, have you ever read anything on it? Like, what is there a reason given for why?
The reason they're mostly given is some sort of a cultural thing where...
Yeah, but they have all these, like, efficiencies and technological process and everything. Progress, I'm sorry. Like, what part of the culture could hold that back?
There's definitely something about young men being intimidated. Okay, this is maybe a separate conversation that was related to our relevant. I feel like there's this whole notion of feminism that the way it was, the way this conversation was organized and expressed in the late 2000s, early 2010s, that basically told men you're not entitled to a relationship. You're not entitled to a woman's affections. And that's true. You're not entitled to a specific woman's affections. However, as a human being, you are entitled to love and romance. And that part tends to get left out. So when I think of someone like R-Relevant, and that's kind of like my proxy for most of the guys who are not fucking in Japan,
okay,
I think of guys who've internalized this message that it's wrong to ask or seek out affection, romance, sex at all, because the message that you're not entitled to a specific woman got sort of garbled into a message that you're not entitled to women, period.
Sure.
So maybe that's one thing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much that affects.
I wasn't going to join about this, but just to be on the topic.
Hi, Abba.
Yeah, most of it's like financial. It's very expensive to live in Japan. And so for them, child rearing, it would cost a lot. And there's not a lot of child care support systems in a lot of the major cities. And so it's just difficult to have a kid. Financial is like the number one reason, if I remember correctly.
Wait, so we've been having kids without good financial backings for most of human history. Why is this like such a incredible priority now that you have to have financial backing?
Because I think people are concerned with making sure that their children have good lives. And so generally women want to be further in their careers. They want to be more financially established. They don't want the anxiety of like not knowing where their kid's going to get daycare from, or all these kinds of things. I mean, it's a problem even here in North America. You're seeing the declining birth rate for a lot of people who are.
Yeah, but I think he's asking, because what you just said, like, for instance, like, people want to see their children do their best. That's probably always true, right? Like, has there been a time in human history where, like, we don't give a fuck if our children do okay or not?
Yeah, they've always wanted that, and that's never stopped them from having kids.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the anxiety people feel. So whatever circumstance exists in the past, that might be different, I agree. But I'm telling you that people nowadays don't want to have kids. They don't feel like their financial situations are good. And most people feel a tremendous amount of anxiety in regards to their financial situation.
Okay, so that would probably be a new thing where people start to regard financial limitations as a reason to not have kids. But I'm not sure I even buy into that as much.
Well, I mean, that's an anxiety that people have all over the world, where you're seeing declining birth rates. Vast majority of the time, the number one reason is financial anxiety. So I don't think all these people are making it up.
No. When he says making up, what he means is that, like, the financial anxiety might be a thing, but, like, in the past, people will have kids. So, like, today we're like, I don't want to have a kid because I'm so worried that I'm not going to be able to afford them, or, you know, feed them well, or, you know, do the best I can as a parent. But in the past, people are like, well, I'm going to have a lot of kids because I know half of them are going to die. So, like, what caused the change in behavior that now financial anxiety is regarded as
the same way we marry for different reasons, we have families for different reasons. Mm-hmm. Whereas I needed farmhands maybe 100 years ago, now people want to have kids maybe to continue their family lineage, but generally it's like a symbol of love. They want to have that experience, and so they also want to make sure that those children are cared for. We treat our children today very differently than we do in the past because we tend to their needs distinctly different.
Yeah,
so
I think that's what he was.
Is different.
Yeah, I think that's what he was getting at. Was that, like, we have kids for different reasons today than we used to have kids? Essentially, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but then I have a question. It seems obvious to me that in the past, the situations we would bring our kids into was orders of magnitude worse than the situations we would bring our kids into now if we're choosing to have birth. So why do we feel like today's situation, why do we act like today's situation is worse than what we had in the past, where people were having a lot more kids?
Well, it's not just that it's worse, it's that it's just not necessary. People don't feel like it's necessary to have kids. They want to have children, but it's not a necessity. I think a lot of people back in the day just had children by necessity. Sure, there was a desire for it, but it was absolutely necessary to have kids. And so the value systems have changed. The reasons what people want families have changed in many places. And so the reaction to the different circumstances societally is therefore different, or the response, if you will, which is not having kids for a lot of people.
Okay, but you think, I might accept that if, like, Japan is an extreme example. You feel like that's the same dynamic that's playing out across the entirety of the world?
I think in most developed nations, you're seeing the same trend of, like, basically birth rates declining steeply as technological advances are happening and people have more access to good jobs, including women. Then you're seeing them take the choice to not only delay birth and child rearing, but also some of them are just choosing to not do it entirely because they're looking towards different experiences for fulfillment. So if I go to a third world country, like, most of my well-being or my sense of accomplishment is going to be from child rearing. Whereas if you live in a lot of Western countries, people's individual feelings of gratification and self-fulfillment doesn't just come from family. It can come from hobbies, it can come from passions, it can come from friendships and community, and those are, like, values that we in the West traditionally like to some degree.
No, see, here's why I hate what you just fucking said.
Oh, man.
It feels like you're saying that the better experiences we have as individuals, the less invested we are in having kids to help. I don't know. I feel like you're saying that the better our life is, the less we care about having kids.
That might be true, though, right? And that actually intuitively, that kind of feels true, right?
That feels repugnant to me.
You can say it's repugnant, but so here's something that I would guess. Oh, actually, I use the same analogy with drugs, right? This is total bullshit. This is just conjecture that I feel, okay? But, okay, this is just what I feel, okay? My guess is the worse your life is, the higher likelihood you have of being addicted to drugs. When I do MDMA, my high is going to be the exact same as somebody whose life sucks when they do MDMA, right? Or if we both did heroin, right? However, when I come down from my high, I'm stepping back into a life with a cool wife, with an awesome career, with a lot of, I live in a cool area. There's like a lot of cool things in my life. So the difference between my high and my baseline is not as significant as the difference between the high and the baseline for somebody who's like sucks, right? When it comes to childbirth, my guess is it's probably going to be pretty similar. Having a kid is a really cool experience. You have children, you love them, it's super cool. That's going to be true whether you're mega rich or mega poor. However, mega rich people have a whole bunch of other things that they can do in life that's really cool as well, that makes that child thing not as attractive as an option as somebody who doesn't have as many options in life, but still like giving birth to kids is really cool. So yeah, it probably is the case that like the more awesomer your life is, probably the less attractive having children seems.
Okay, in that case, say you had to choose between two worlds, all right? In one world, everybody across the earth, their lives just continue to get better and better and better. The consequence was the world, you suddenly have an aging world that doesn't care about kids, versus the other world where people are kind of like either medium to moderately miserable. As a consequence, they have a lot of kids. And those are the two futures you could choose for Earth. Which one do you choose?
Well, I mean, like you present that as kind of like a hypothetical, but I think in some ways, I think that is the world right now. It's just being decided by women, right? So here, this is a very interesting thing when it comes to population sizes, is it might be the case that for a long time, we kind of thought that like, well, having children and taking care of families, like women love doing that. Women are built to nurture, and that's like the funnest thing in the world. Women will always want to do that. However, given the opportunity to live like a man, women actually think that those lives are pretty cool. They like having jobs. They like not being locked down to a house. They like being able to fuck without consequence. They like being able to travel around the world and do these things. Maybe it's the case that a world where we slowly open up more freedoms to women is a world where the human population goes extinct because given other opportunities to do things, women don't want to just be moms. I think in a way, we might actually have access. That might be the world that we live in right now. And then the question becomes, can you mandate that women, listen, you got to go back to having at least one kid per person, if not two, or 1.8, whatever replacement would be, right? Because right now, given the opportunity to choose to have children or to choose to live life in a manly way, where you get like freedom and cool shit and all this all the time, you're basically just saying like, fuck the human population, that we're not going to repopulate. I think to some extent that is where we're right now.
You are fucking blowing my mind. Sorry, you're not blowing my mind. You're scrambling it. You're taking an egg and putting it into a frying pan and doing unholy things with it. Okay, because if everything you're saying is in fact the actual dynamics of the world, then I would have to concede, based on my fundamental values, that the people who are advocating fucking Sharia law are doing it right.
Well, I mean, I agree. That's the whole point that they're making, though, right? Is that women, given access to unrestricted freedoms and everything, are essentially making choices to end the human race, right?
No, there has to be something better. This cannot possibly be the configuration for human race where if everybody gets happy, they choose to have. I feel like if you
but you have to be careful because you're bumping up into a road where you're like in a very cognitive philosophical area right now. However, you're bumping into like evolution, right? Like things in the past didn't select for what makes everybody happiest. It just selected for what had the highest chance of propagating a gene. And it might be the case that women being locked down in pregnancy for a long time and all these other things that inhibit a woman's ability to move through the world like a man basically worked well for evolution. But if we fuck up enough of those things, for instance, like our diets right now, a lot of us are becoming obese. It might be given like a lot of freedom, women choose not to have children. There's no reason why they need to be hard-coded to have kids because, 5,000 years ago, what else are you going to do besides like, fucking have children, Yeah, sorry.
Women to be hard-coded to having kids. I just think having kids, raising a family is a rewarding intrinsic experience in and of itself enough that I don't understand why more people aren't choosing to go down that route.
Because there might be other things in life that feel more rewarding. But you just never had those options growing up historically, right?
It's rewarding in the sense in that like scrolling TikTok, 500 TikToks in a day feels more rewarding moment to moment than reading a good book. But obviously reading a good ass book is more fulfilling than TikTok. That's what that's a distinction I'm drawing in my mind. All the other things that are not family, not raising kids, not like continuing to make sure that we don't have an aging population.
Here's a question for you, okay? This is something I've thought about a lot, okay? If men were given the opportunity to live lives like women, but they could still have families, do you think they would do it? I think the answer would be no. So let's say we could...
live like women in what sense?
So as a man, my idea is once I get out of college, I've got like 10 to 15 of like very important career years, and then I just grow till the end, and like that's kind of like the path that I'm on for life. The idea that you could tell a man, listen, after you graduate college, maybe you can work for like 2 or 3 years, but now you're gonna need to take like probably anywhere from 6 to 8 years off to kind of do the child thing, and then you can go back to work. I think most men would be like, no, I'm never doing that. And it's like, well, don't you want to have children? And they go, no, I just won't have kids. Like, I feel like that would be an answer that a lot of men would give. And
No,
I think
okay,
that
sure.
women given the same opportunity, I think are also making those
But men and
decisions.
women are different.
I don't know if they are that much in this
50%
sense. I'm not
agree
sure.
with you there, but for me, the very easy answer there is change the societal incentives such that bring the grandparents into it. Go back to a less nuclear family. Bring the aunts and uncles. Have a more sort of like a extended family dynamic where if one person is having kids, the rest of the community should be gathering around them so that their professional life is less disrupted while they're having the kid, and they can basically work 8 months, take 1 month off to be fully pregnant, deliver a baby, take maybe 2 weeks off to recover, and boom, they're right back into work. And if we could set up society like that, I feel like more people would be having kids because it wouldn't be that much of a headache.
I mean, he's not wrong. Destiny, what he's saying is not technically wrong.
I mean,
the whole problem.
the problem
with the financial
is-
aspects of how current society is. We don't have those kind of societal support systems. We don't have the financial capabilities to be able to pay for any of those holes that exist for a lot of people. And so the world he's describing, I don't think is entirely wrong. I think there would be more people that would be having kids. I just don't think it would fill the entire gap.
I don't know if that. So here's my understanding of this: is that trying to get people to have more children is really, 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 really hard. I think the number one example.
It's not.
No,
No,
hold
it's
on.
not.
Okay.
Hold on.
Let me.
Okay. You
Can I
finish
finish
what
my
you're saying?
point? Yeah. Okay. My understanding is that a lot of countries through human history have tried to incentivize childbirth, and that almost every single time it's attempted, it just doesn't work. The biggest example I remember is, I want to say, under Mussolini, I think that they had huge payouts for people having children because they were trying to like stabilize or raise their population, and none of it worked at all. And I think that was like one of the biggest examples that I brought up. But I'm not aware of any policy where once it's in place, it actually is successful in getting people to have more children in developed countries. Now, if you know something different, like empirically, that's fine. Or we
I
can
do know
continue-
something different.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Tell me, yeah.
Stop all the restrictions on teenage pregnancy. All of them. Let kids fuck. Let them fuck. Let them have as many babies as they want, as young as possible. Let the entire society, family, community come around to congregating and protecting and living, because kids don't, all the hormonal impulses that kids have when they come to fucking and raising, accidentally giving birth to kids.
Yo,
We used to see that as a problem. Maybe that's the solution.
I saw my whole life flash before my eyes just thinking about having a kid when I was like 15. Holy fuck, that's so scary.
No,
But they
make
used
it
to,
so
right?
that
Like-
having a kid at 15
Isn't that
doesn't
big? Yeah.
become a detriment
But
for
I think
you.
I understand what you're saying, but you could you could lift all of that, but you'd still probably see a similar trend where even if you lifted all of that, you'd still more likely, the more opportunity you have in life, the less likely you'd be to have children, right? Because
No, as you grow older, but I think 15-year-olds are too governed by their hormones to think about all the opportunities. They're more likely going to want to take the short-term pleasure of fucking. That's going to lead to more kids. That's going to lead to a healthier, younger population base, and the rest of the world's community should come around to encouraging that, protecting the kids that are born. They tell the girl, okay, 15, you got pregnant, you deliver by 16, we're gonna take care of the baby. You spend the next 10 years, 15 years of your life focusing on your career. You don't have to worry about this child because we got it. We're gonna take care of this kid for you.
Yeah, I guess the question is just that, like, do we feel like the moral imperative is strong enough to restructure society such that we're going to be having people giving up opportunities and stuff to do it? I mean, I can see what,
As opposed to an aging population, fuck yeah.
Yeah, but then this was the question I asked about women in the birth control thing: is do we have an obligation to maintain the population of the planet? Is that an obligation that we have? And should we
is
be
that
like
an obligation?
Yeah.
No, but if
Well, it
anybody
has to
states
be-
it's not a preference, I'm gonna look at them side-eyed.
Well, hold on, but you can't say it's a preference and then talk about like radically restructuring society around that preference. It seems like you're saying that there is some obligation to, we ought to want to continue the human race such that we
No,
need to,
wait. We can absolutely radically restructure society around preferences. That's why birth control came around in the first place.
Yes, I agree that we could. But I'm saying that it seems like there's probably some moral obligation there if you're saying we ought to. We could do a whole bunch of things, right? Yeah.
Okay, fine. You know what? Good objection. So let's consider the alternative future where, because we are basically going to stop having kids, as say the entire world develops to at least a middle class level of prosperity, we end up not having kids enough. Maybe in 5 generations time, everybody on the planet is living on some form of social security. There isn't enough labor going around, and all of civilization is about ready to collapse. And that's like the human project coming to an end.
Yeah, that's why we just import farmhands from foreign countries.
That's what I'm saying. The farmhands are going to become rich, and they're going to end up in the same situation that we are in now.
Yeah, but then the farmhands who didn't make it across the waters, they keep having babies, and then we keep. It's like the little farm that you keep pulling people out of. You're like, hey man, we got a better life. You just got to come here and work at McDonald's. And then
I'm saying that at some point in the Earth's future, there are going to be no such farms left.
I don't know, man. They be having crazy amounts of babies over there. I don't think that's the case.
No, that's what everybody thought about India. India birth rate has plummeted like insane over the last 30 years.
You think it's a bad thing?
It depends on what you're framing it as. In some ways, it's a great thing. In some ways, it's terrible.
In India, like, don't you think it's like kind of a good thing? Did you have like too many people?
Damn, India's birth rate went from
really.
6 births per woman 50 years ago, from 6 down to 2. That's
There's
insane.
A different and much more interesting case on studying like why you can't get birth rates to go up. Look at South Korea's birth rate. It is like
South
0.8
Korea
per...
birth rate.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, and they have some of the best childcare in the world by far. They have some of the most
Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, wait. Forethought. If you know about this, can I ask you? I'm gonna ask you. Ready? Hard question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't disconnect, or I'm unmodding you. Okay.
Okay.
What does Israel do to keep their birth rate high?
Hold on, I have no idea. I don't know Israel's birth rate.
It's over 2.5. It's been pretty stable for a long time. How do they incentivize it?
If I had to guess, it is probably unique to their culture. Israeli culture is very, very, very different, and I learned this when I met my stepfamily. There's a very much more collectivist culture and an idea around preserving Israeli and Jewish culture that I don't think exists in much more individualistic countries.
It seems to run contrary to a lot of what I would assume works for maintaining traditional culture. So, for instance, here's a few statements I'm going to rattle off. I think all of these are true. Jewish women, I think, tend to be more educated than non-Jewish women, right, in the United States?
True.
That's
in the United States.
I'm pretty sure that's true, right? And in general around the world, I think Jewish people tend to value like education more. They tend to be more wealthy, and they tend to bend a lot more progressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that, now again, I'm guessing, I'm almost sure that's true, but I'm pretty sure that all 3 of those things, being more educated for the woman, being more progressive, and being, oh fuck, there was a third one. Fuck, I don't remember what the third one was. But I think that all 3 of those things tend towards lower childbirth rates, right? So how do Jewish people keep it? Oh, and being wealthier. That was it, right? Wealthy,
so that would indicate they're not actually the reason you're tending towards lower childbirth rates. That's like a false correlation.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking, because it seems like in every other population group, I'm pretty sure that all 3 of those things, wealth, education, and progressiveness, probably will tend towards lower birth rates. But for Jewish people, it doesn't seem to be the case. So what do they do differently?
So I guess a really off-the-wall theory might be that when you go through some sort of extreme cultural shock as a group, that you can embed extremely deep and strong emotional and cultural ties that allow you to act contradictory to other environmental factors. So I think like the Holocaust has been a catalyzing event for embedding certain values into Jewish culture.
Tell them.
Wait, no, that sounds fucked up. Like, what you're saying is that to ensure that your race is going to continue propagating healthily, you got to Holocaust them every century or so?
I'm not saying you should do that because I don't believe we're obliged to reproduce. But
if I'm Israeli and I keep hearing like, yo, wipe out the Jews and all the Arab states around me are saying that, maybe you're just like, yo, we got to keep reproducing and get ahead of the enemies, right? Like I could definitely see a cultural experience like that, or like a world history event like that, pushing everyone to feel like there's an anxiety towards having kids. Now, of course, there's probably other factors, but I could definitely see that one specifically being true. That's actually
Wait, sorry. There's some guy in chat called Wind who's like, "Why do we give a fuck about birth rates?" I'm sorry. If you don't give a fuck about the human project in general, I don't know why you're commenting in chat. Go fuck yourself.
Damn. Yikes.
Damn, you got one guy.
You got
Oh, hold on. I did read that. So it is not only the harem. It says here, recent studies have shown that the rise in Israeli fertility over the past 20 years is also attributed to the increased births among women who self-identify as secular or traditional.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I don't know if I could feel that, because again, that religious component is usually counteracted by being wealthier and more educated and more progressive, right? So they might be like
And more
quote unquote,
traveled.
and more what?
And more child, because something that's really interesting is that a lot of Israeli people get educated and spend a lot of time outside of the United States and then just go back to Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So so your question, Mr. Indian guy, you should wait. You are Indian, yeah? Okay. You should, you should figure out what Jewish people are doing, because it seems like they have figured something out for this.
No, it
based on
seems clear that the Jewish people are maintaining a sort of high birth rate. It's exactly right because of what Forethought said. Is because,
I'm not claiming that is exactly
Well, we don't know.
right. That is
That's
just a
why-
theory on
yeah.
my head.
That's like an assumption.
It's the
but
same theory I have. So
Well,
I
yeah,
believe
but
you 100%.
I'm sure that we could probably look at other groups that have been dramatically impacted by horrible events, right? Like the Holodomor hit like Kazakhstan as well, or you've got like the Armenian genocide. Like, are these groups, do they have massively high birth rates? Is that the case?
You know what? Good question.
I
Let's
don't
look
think.
it up.
I'm not sure if those events are
Kazakhstan
as
birth
tied
rate.
to their
Also,
cultural
Kazakhstan birth rate is 3.13. Yes.
Well, yeah, but like you also have to control for the reason why I'm pointing out Israel is because Israel is also a relatively wealthy and educated country. I don't know if
It's
Kazakhstan
also
is.
a new one, though. There has to be something said about that. I'm pretty confident that if you're founding a new nation or a new country over the last little while, there's probably a certain amount of that goes into why these birth rates are fairly high.
Sorry, Abba, could you repeat that?
Because it's a relatively new nation, I imagine that's also in part. Because like when we talking about the Holocaust and all the anxiety that goes into that, considering it's a new country and its current political situation at the moment, what it's been like for the last 50, 60 years, there's probably a lot of that plays into why the situations. What I'm basically trying to say is the circumstances that exist in Israel are very unique to its own country. I know Destiny's talking about finances and all the other stuff, but living in Israel, I imagine, is distinctly different than a lot of different countries.
No, absolutely. I agree that living in Israel is like, there is a sort of a cultural mindset.
Sure.
Okay, this is my theory. There's a cultural mindset that has nothing to do with wealth, that has nothing to do with your persecution, that nevertheless leads you to building more of your population that currently exists, at least the replacement level. There is a sort of like, I feel like there's like a sort of nihilism that creeps into people whenever they gain too much wealth and they start listening to too much news or too much politics, where they feel like the world is not worth living for. And that's insane to me, because would any of you say that the experience you're having in life is bad enough that you wouldn't want more kids to experience what life has to offer?
No, but again, that's why I don't think it's necessarily that. I think that there, especially once you start to hit wealthy statuses in other countries, there are so many more things life has to offer rather than kids, and kids can counteract your ability to have those things.
You keep saying that, but what kind of things?
Well, I mean, like the ability to pursue a career to the max, the ability to travel, the ability to
Say you've got an
and-
extended family that's taking care of your kid. Now you can travel and pursue a career.
I'm not sure I don't know if it's as easy as you're saying, like just have an extended family, right? So firstly, an extended family, in your case, if you're talking about maximizing birth rate for everybody, the extended family can only be grandparents. It can't be aunts and uncles anymore, because all of them would have kids too, right?
It would be. I can imagine it being sort of like a shared project.
Well, no.
Every
Hold on,
family
wait,
throws up.
Let's be clear. Hold on. In a world where you're talking about like maximizing birth, because usually when we say extended family, we think of like aunts and uncles and all those things, right? But like the aunts and uncles are all going to have kids now, and their kids are all going to have kids. So we're really just looking at grandparents. That's probably like the only people that are going to be available, like unless you've got like a gay aunt or a gay.
We're not grandparents.
What?
No, fuck gay aunts and gay grandparents. I am talking about, let's say, there seems to be in every generation, if you have like 4 kids, one kid always turns out useless, doing nothing with their lives. They're best primed to be the babysitter for the rest of the family.
How are you
Maybe.
gonna get them to agree? Like, I don't know. I don't even know how you.
How do you get them to agree? Free board, free lodging, free food. Like, there's so many ways you can get them to
So you
agree.
wanna
They're
trust
basically
South
providing a
Korea-
service.
So you
South
want to
Korea
trust the
almost does
fuck
that.
up in life with like raising your kids?
I'm sorry, what?
South
You want to
Korea
trust
almost-
the
oh,
fuck
go
up
on.
in life with raising your kids?
I'm sorry, you keep cutting out in the beginning there. Say that again.
I said you want to trust the fuck up in life with raising your kids.
No, it doesn't have to be a fuck up. It just has to be someone who isn't ambitious enough to pursue a career. Maybe they're working like a part-time grocery clerk job 2.5 days of the week. The rest of the time they're home and they can take care of your kids.
Also, yeah, to be fair, a fuck up can babysit, right? Watching a kid and making sure
Yeah.
the kid doesn't die isn't that hard, right? Like, it's not like babysitters are like the most qualified people in society. Like, this person wouldn't be in charge of like your entire child, but like while the parents work, whatever that's possible. I just don't see. I don't know if you'd have that many resources available for everybody to be taking care of children throughout their entire life. I don't know if grandparents would want to do it. You know,
I don't
No,
even.
grandparents 100% want to do it.
I don't even know if they want to do it. Like this idea that these like your brother who's not doing anything other than grocery stores is just going to want to raise their kids. Like I don't know. To me, this
No,
situation-
but you're.
I mean,
No,
Go
when
ahead.
you're responding to me, you're talking like there's only one person you can ask. The whole point about having an extended family is that there's at least 5 people you can ask.
I just don't think most people have that situation for sure.
No, yeah, they don't have that situation because our culture and our society is not organized that way currently. I used to live in Malaysia. Over there, people have this weird living system where it's called long houses. It's basically one building in a straight line, a huge giant rectangle lifted by stilts off the ground. And
Yeah.
it's got 40 living quarters for 40 families, and the entire thing functions like one village, but it's not big enough to be a village. It's not small enough to be like even neighborhood. It's a long house, and they take care of each other. And they were some of the happiest people I've ever seen in my life because it feels like there was no problem that any one person could have that the rest of the longhouse couldn't solve. They had access to that much mind, muscle, and resources.
Sure. So the problem with that is that, like, it is possible that the West, air quotes, is going through a not a granular, just a great cultural mistake where individualism is extremely valuable and is a mark of status in society. We drive our own cars as a mark of status. We own our own single-family houses as a mark of status. And we live farther and farther away from other people as a mark of status. Like having your own property is a huge deal. The amount of restructuring we'd have to do to make long housing not seen as like a step backwards for your personal progress I don't even think it's possible. Honestly.
true. We don't even like public transport because we associate buses with poor people sometimes.
Okay, sure. In that way, I would say maybe the US and the West is collectively not conducive to the kind of system I'm trying to describe. But Japan isn't an individualist society. It's a collectivist society to begin with.
Well, what about here? I'm curious. What about for India? Like, doesn't India have like strong extended family and all this stuff? Why did their birth rates plummet?
Yeah.
Sorry, why are the birth rates what?
Why did the Indian birth rates plummet?
Yeah.
Because the government made a crazy extended effort to make those birth rates plummet. This includes like insane propagation of condoms and family control and planning and all that. Because during the time when all these programs were instituted, people were viewing the population control as something that would go crazy and something to be avoided. I do think that was a mistake.
You think it was a mistake to give the people all these condoms?
They offered people money to get sterilized, actually.
Yes, they did.
So wait,
yes.
when you said there wasn't too many people, what do you mean? The government clearly thought there was too many people.
Yeah, the government thought there were too many people because.
I think I agree.
But I don't feel like I don't think the government was right. Right now, China is going through what is essentially a slow demographic collapse because of their one-child policy, where they have too many young people who've got to create the economy necessary to sustain too many old people. Nobody wants to be in that situation.
I think there's a solution to that. In Africa, what they do if you get too old is they give you a spear and they tell you to go off and have your final fight. So
No, you know what?
Oh
Based. I actually agree with that. I feel like old people should be working themselves to death very much earlier. That doesn't mean that we should be having less kids, however.
I will say I did read this, and this fact kind of threw me off. Orthodox Jews apparently have an average of 7 kids. I think Israel is probably seeing a crazy birth rate, partially because Orthodox Jews are just taking up the workload for everyone else who's fucking around.
But what's really interesting about that is that difference between conservatism in Judaism does not carry over to like other ideologies as strongly. So like conservative women in America compared to compared to liberal women in America, I think the difference is like it's like 0.5 kids at most, adjusting for
I mean, I don't know. Hey, listen, have you ever seen like Orthodox Jews?
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying like that orthodoxy has
Yeah,
been
we got
influenced
Dan
by
here.
something else.
Hey, man, they look like they're from the past. I was in London, and I was staying in the neighborhood, and I swear to God, every time I was getting in the Uber and I was driving past a group of them, like it looked like what's that show with the Englishmen who run a mafia?
Wait. Are you thinking?
Peaky Blinders?
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Love that show. Good show.
Blinders.
You have to have been to
Wait, hold on.
New
Are you
York
guys
and seen,
thinking?
like, the
Are you thinking
Orthodox
Orthodox Jews or Hasidic Jews?
I don't know, the ones who look like they're a blast from the past. Like I don't know,
Like the Amish?
I thought they were Orthodox. I could be wrong. It could
Okay.
be Hasidic.
Okay, got you. Sorry, because I thought Orthodox people can be like normal people that just like live life, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Or somebody in chat just one-guyed me again. They said I sound like the rich kid who understands the poor experience. No, I'm not a rich kid. I'm a middle-class kid whose parents basically never saved money in their lives. So I had a middle-class experience with basically no financial backup whatsoever throughout my life. So yeah.
Based.
Fuck. I guess that's mostly it for me because I have exhausted all of that for me.
Oh, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe human brains are uniquely exceptional in some way?
Yeah, no shit.
Ooh,
I mean,
no
like-
shit. He got you, dude.
So beyond that, I'm trying to
Beyond
think
that, what?
I'm trying to think of the proper way to phrase this question. Do you believe it's human consciousness that is unique to humans, or is it something else?
I think. Okay, so fuck. Now we're going back to the earlier conversation I was having with Destiny. There is something called the experience that we're all having. I think the experience of experiencing qualia, of being aware, of being able, of being something that can actually suffer, not as a philosophical zombie, but as something that's actually living and real. I think most sentient beings have that. What makes human beings special is that they can take that phenomenon and do an infinite amount with it to make the experience better for everyone else that can't do something about it.
Okay, gotcha.
Where were you going with that?
No, it's just I just have a very different opinion on like human brains and human consciousness. I think we're very mundane as creatures go. I don't think there's like something
What?
unique and special
The
about us.
human brain is literally the single most complex object in the entire universe.
Let forethought tell you why we're a boring species.
I'm not saying we're boring. I'm just saying it seems like we have to obey the exact same laws and rules and have the same holes in our ability to reason that most other creatures do. And that when you look at other aspects of ethology and you look at the intelligences of other animals, it doesn't seem like our ability and our cognition is not different in qualia. It is just different in the way that we have managed to leverage it to build tools and build memory collectively.
Yeah, but why are you dismissing the fact that we can leverage the fuck out of that as something insignificant?
I'm not saying it's insignificant. I'm just saying like we are not.
You said it's
uniquely-
mundane.
I'm saying the way our brains operate is mundane. We are not like uniquely set apart from animals.
Someone's gonna play
in my mind.
Wait, I don't understand. You grow bees, right? Like you work with bees.
Yes.
So you can't see the way that bees function and the way humans function I appreciate the ways bees function. I've seen like a shite ton of YouTube videos about bees, but every time I see a YouTube video about bees, how bees function, it makes me think, holy shit, I am so glad we're human.
True.
Okay.
Yo, somebody got.
You don't feel. Wait, I want to know, why don't you feel that way?
Because it seems like that intelligence or our consciousness is not something tremendously unique. Is it the fact that we have built this entire world around it to support it, so that a human being can actually grow into something that is as impressive as we are today? I think if you take a human and a naked chimp and throw them in a forest 2,000 years ago, their ability to operate within that space would be functionally similar. I don't think we are uniquely gifted.
Okay, I think I understand.
Wait, hold on. Really?
Human beings? Wait,
A human being and a chimp thrown into the forest? I feel like the human being would succeed.
I
every
understand,
time, right?
but I disagree.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I just think we'll fundamentally disagree on this.
No.
Please.
Wait. I'm actually going to ask, forethought, have you ever done mushrooms?
Oh.
No.
Please.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, this is going to sound condescending as fuck, but this is more of a pleading.
Do it. Condescending.
Here we go. Here comes
This is more of a pleading. Find some mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms,
and then you'll
do them. There is a certain experience you're going to have on them that bees cannot have.
Okay.
How do you know?
Wait, how do you know that? How can you possibly know that?
Yeah.
You know what? It's true. I can't know that. I'm gonna bet 98 to 2 against it.
If you've taken psychedelics and think that way, then you didn't really get tapped into the ether of the universe. Because experience shows me that you haven't really tapped into what psychedelics are about.
Listen, I've done like 40 trips so far. I've seen the full range of it. Okay.
I think you just ate some bad mushrooms. You weren't on that real shit.
I've
40
had
trips is a lot. That's a
multiple
lot of
different
trips.
vendors, unless they were all bad. Okay, wait. Sorry. Actually, this sounds serious. Explain what your contention with what I just said was again.
So you just assumed the bees' experience on mushrooms. You have no idea how they would react or what kind of psychedelic experience.
No, I know for a fact that the bees don't have the human type of brains.
No, but that doesn't mean that they don't have an experience that can be just as thrilling or enthralling or as colorful.
They can have an experience that's intense, but not as dimensionally complex. Hard no.
I disagree.
Okay, let's move this to something closer to human beings. Would like a chimpanzee having a mushroom trip, is that like pretty close to a human experience?
It would be in about 97% close, yes.
Okay, what about a dolphin?
93% close.
Okay, a crow?
91.
Okay, so you think human beings are like super unique and special based on like a 3% difference between us and chimpanzees?
The 3% lets us command nature to a degree that no other animal can. This is like one of those cases where our experience and our ability to do things with that experience has a vastly greater effect on the universe than a dolphin, a chimp, or a crow could ever have. And that, I think, does make us special, yes.
Okay.
Also, careful with that.
Syntactic
Just 3%, okay? Because a few percentage points of DNA can make... Like, what is the difference between somebody that has, like, the genes that predispose you to, like, schizophrenia versus not? It's probably, like, 0.0000001%
Yes, exactly.
of your genome. Like, I'd be careful. 3%, that's a lot of DNA, also.
That's a lot of DNA!
Or like, they say like there are trees with 98% the same DNA as humans or something.
Depending on how you measure
Steve,
it, right?
we watched the same lectures. Yeah, I know.
Oh, well, then why did you say something so dumb?
I'm using the numbers he gave, so my bad.
Forethought, do you not think that like the capability for syntactic language makes us unique? Like significantly unique? Or the only
No, we are not the only.
Oh, really? What other animals are capable of syntactic language?
So, for instance, there are certain I forget.
He's gonna say bees.
The African gray parrot. The African gray parrot is like uniquely well equipped to deal specifically with human language. It's one of like the easiest things to study in ethology because you can actually just directly communicate it with it to some degree with just human language.
Shot. I don't believe
no
that.
way.
I do
No.
not believe
Look
that.
it up.
There's animals that we can just talk to and nobody's talking about this? Shot.
We're the only creatures that we know of that are capable of syntactic language. If you teach a parrot a word and then you teach it other words, like it doesn't know how to combine them. It's not able to make sense of them.
That parrot is basically just following if-then statements.
Oh god, I'm gonna. Okay, so no, the reason I was brought up that example is because it understood what the language meant. So, for instance, you could ask it to subtract numbers. You could ask it, what is 3 minus 2? And it would answer 1, not because it remembered that answer, but because it understands that 3 represents 3 individual things.
Wait, no. How do you know that? Like, there was this whole experiment in the 19th century with the horse that was basically asked mathematical questions.
Yeah, I've heard about that fake thing. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Okay, not even the smartest primates are capable of doing this.
Well, this parrot is special.
I don't know. Like, it might be able to understand certain morphemes, but for example, if you taught it what's 2 plus 3 and it knows the answer is 5, I would be very surprised to learn if you asked it what's 3 plus 2 that it would come up with the same answer.
Or that it would know that 1 plus 4, the 5 that came from 1 plus 4 is the same 5 that comes from 2 plus 3. I don't know. You were saying syntactic understanding. I thought that was semantic understanding. Or you're just saying syntax is an expression of semantic understanding.
No, semantics is the meaning of words. Syntax is the order of words and how they relate to each other.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Searle, I think in some philosophies they use semantics and syntax to mean different things than those things. I know what you're talking about normally, but I think Searle uses semantic to talk about like the understanding, not just like do you know what a word means, but like the actual like subjective understandings that we have of phenomenon. Like
wait, who are you scouting? Searle. I'm not Searle. I'm Scribble. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm talking about the philosopher guy, Searle.
Whoa,
okay, thank
how do you not know me, Destiny? I'm the bee guy. What the fuck's the problem?
Okay, yeah, we were talking about bees and mushrooms. I really have something to say. So actually, there's a specific type of myco honey that is actually life-saving to bees that has actually helped them pollinate and stopped bee colonizations from dying off. So to say that bees like have different brains and they can't like comprehend like something like mushrooms is actually just really silly. And you should research stuff like that because it actually
do your research.
I'm sorry. What?
Vertical gardens. No, this is really important that everyone needs to know about. Paul Stamets.
Everyone needs to know about bee trips.
No, I'm trying to
is a stretch. Okay,
Stop.
we're talking about bees.
Paul Stamets made, and they're literally saving the bees, and it's to give this like myco honey to these bees to help them pollinate because that's like. The whole food chain matters. It's not just like, oh, humans, they have consciousness, their brains are like so different. It's all connected in some important way. And if you took mushrooms, if you really took mushroom Scribble, I think you'd know that.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Oof.
You were saying about you were being kind of like condescending about someone else taking mushrooms, but then you were like, mushrooms don't affect bees, but they do. They do everything.
No, listen. If mushrooms affect bees, fantastic. I love that for the bees. All right. Second, I'm really appreciative of you coming in as maybe the newest orbiter. I really hope that you don't turn into Lab 2.0.
It made me feel special, so thank you for that, Scribble. I saw that.
Oh, you saw? Sorry, you saw what?
I get a residential like orbiter card now or something because you made that post.
Oh yeah, I do hope you turn into an orbiter. I think you'll be good for the stream. That said, if it turns out that
we got too many Indians.
Oh my
God. If it turns out that the mushrooms are good for the bees, great for the bees, I just want them to have a greater effect on humans in general. And it feels like I have a lot of concepts in my head that I want people to engage with, that the fact that they haven't had mushrooms makes it hard for them to engage with it.
So one thing though that I was saying, like, so I have had, plenty of mushrooms before. And one thing you were saying about like support systems, like you were saying that people should just, have extended family things, and you were saying like, let the kids fuck, I believe, to quote it exactly, to like, okay, just making sure. Dude, are you aware of like American foster care systems? And
yeah,
how
the
many
foster care
people...
systems suck, and I'm hoping the more people have fuck and have kids, the foster care system will be forced to evolve, because as it stands right now, it's unsustainable. But the fact that it's unsustainable,
is a solution to that system evolving necessarily. I think that would overwhelm the system and cause more kids to fall through the cracks and end up in poverty.
That's not a good enough reason to not have kids.
Ooh.
I mean, I think people should be more cautious when they're having kids, because when people are just having kids willy-nilly and don't even have the emotional capacity to really take on another life, that's not right.
Agreed. I feel like right now people are being too cautious. We need to become slightly less cautious than we are right now.
That's easy to say as a man who doesn't have to go through the troubles of childbearing or having your career.
No, fuck you. I will become a stay-at-home husband if my wife needs me to become one.
Where's your kid? Where's your wife then, huh?
Listen, I just got out of a 5-year relationship. Don't look at me.
You want to have your kids, I bet.
He's looking for a wife, okay? Damn.
You know what? Good one. I'll give that to you.
Well, where's Abba's kid? Challenge him on that. Don't let him hit you on that.
That's true. Where's your kid?
You should have had your responsibility. I don't have that worldview. I think if women want to pursue their careers and do whatever they gotta do, then I'm fully supportive. I don't have.
Listen, Abba, you're gonna have egg in your face. 10 years down the line, I'm gonna have 10 kids, and you're gonna feel so miserable and embarrassed. It's not even fucking funny.
Yeah, I'll be just dancing with your wife at the club. That's what I'll be doing. Okay, so anyways,
Listen, even if I'm going to get fucked, it's going to be everyone's kid except yours. Okay, you're never gonna be the father of my kids. Shut the fuck up.
How long were you with her?
Oh my god. Are you guys okay?
We're okay. Sorry about the screaming gain thing. My mouth came too close to the microphone.
Okay, so Wicked Supreme. What were you asking about specifically with regard to language?
Well, we do have a pretty unique capacity, the kind that we are not aware of anywhere else on Earth, to be able to review, comprehend, record, and recall concepts in a way that no other animal can. It's pretty unique. It's kind of the reason that we have like an organized global society. We're able to, cooperate and organize and have revolutions of thought and shit like that no other creature has been capable of.
Okay, hold on, guys. Listen, before you do this, okay, I told Melina and her dad that we'd go out to eat soon. I need to do that. I'm just gonna leave you guys on. So good luck. Try not to be crazy on the stream. I'll be back in like
Expect
an hour.
my royalties in the mail.
Yeah, you'll get your royalties later. Have fun.
I didn't come here to talk about bees, bro. I didn't come here to talk about bees. I came here so you and I can talk about Crowder again. Because it's more important than the existence of bees.
Well, I'll be back in an hour and a half if you want
Yeah,
to
it's
come
more
back then.
important than the existence of the human race, Crowder.
No. I say bees are more important than Crowder. Sorry.
Do you think if we feed the bees mushrooms that they'll evolve just like apes evolved into humans?
It depends on if you give them shungite necklaces. Or whatever this fucking crystal shit
Catnip,
is.
how do you feel about the fact that you should spend less time researching
No,
bees?
you know what the best way to give creatures awareness is? Expose them to Zerka.
Yeah, I was gonna. How do you feel about the fact
What
that
are you saying to me?
Yeah, I was gonna
What do you
say before the Indian cut me off. I was gonna say, how do you feel about the fact that you need to spend less time researching bees and more time having kids?
Oh, I have a kid, and he's with my parents, and I see him, but his dad does not. So that's I don't think it's smart for me to have another kid until I'm out of debt. I'm currently in thousands of dollars of debt. So
Imagine having
I think
only
that's
one
the biggest
kid.
things about having kids is that like people can't afford to, bro. Like they can't survive, I personally, I'm very fortunate to do what I do for work. I've been a content creator for a while, and I can pay my bills with that. Before that, I was homeless, so I don't think it's financially responsible or ethical to bring another kid into the world right now. But I'd love to have another one someday when I'm more financially well off.
Wait, how old is your kid?
My kid is turning 5 this year.
Okay, but so in your estimation, is your kid doing okay?
Given the circumstances, I think he's doing amazing. I definitely appreciate the position I'm in to help send money back home to my parents and to provide for myself and to save for college for him, to pay health insurance because he has autism and he needs occupational and speech therapy twice a week.
Oh no,
yeah,
Zerka's here.
I mean, my kid's in the best position he could be in, and if I was obviously still homeless, he would have ended up in the foster care system. And that would have sucked. That would have been horrible.
It's unethical not to have kids because who the fuck's gonna pay my Social Security and Medicaid?
Hold on.
No, wait, Wicked Supreme. That's actually a true fucking point.
Yeah.
You're joking, but that's a
No,
true
I'm not.
point.
I'm not joking. I see the state China's in right now and the fucking course they're headed for.
Scribble. You were saying earlier that you felt like
It's Scribble.
Okay, my bad. Scribble.
Scrimble.
I want to call him Scribble just because.
Okay. You were saying earlier that people are just they were kind of making it up in regards to their financial situations, and that's not a real reason to not have kids. What do you say to her after everything you've heard? Would you tell her she's got to have more kids?
I would actually tell her, okay, here's my impression of Catnip as, she currently has presented to us. Somebody driven to protect and preserve themselves, to do what is necessary to get themselves out of bad situations.
Yeah.
And given a bad situation, they will continue to overperform such that those bad situations don't become terrible and in fact become good. So for a person like that, I'm going to say have 10 kids.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
but like it's gonna take a
yeah,
while,
no,
right? You know, like
for
I'm at
sure,
the
for sure.
precipice of like getting to the point where I'm barely like stable and meaningfully paying off my debt each month. I finally got my first accountant at the age of like 26.
No,
So
you're gonna listen to
it's
what
like,
Raj
hi,
Patel
Zirka.
said. Raj, what did you say? He's right. You have to wait till you're stable.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think people should be having kids when they're like literally having panic attacks because of the financial debt they're in. Like, I don't think people should be like, yeah, let's have another kid just to put like a band-aid on it because we want to like
Okay,
reproduce.
no, wait. That's one argument. The other argument is the fact that you are put in a high stress situation sort of forces you to overperform.
Overperform?
Well, I mean, but like given the state of the world, like I would say most
The
people I
world
know
is in a
are
better state
positions
than
where
it's
they have
ever
to-
been in human history.
Whoa,
that's not true.
Aggressive.
That is 100% true. I will fight anybody who disagrees.
But you said overperform. Isn't it possible that she just starts to neglect some of the kids because she can't keep up with all her responsibilities?
Catnip? No, I don't think she's that kind of person based on what
Well,
she
it's
said
not
so
about
far.
what kind of person she is. Some people can't handle stress over a certain load. Everyone's got their upper limit. You can't just constantly overcome, right? If I make you work,
No, okay, you know what? Fair enough.
Hold on, no. It's not because she can thrive and work 40 hours that she's the kind of person who can overcome and she can work 90 hours or 100 hours or 120 hours. It's not because she can handle one child right now that she can handle 10 kids. That kind of, I don't understand how you can make that claim.
Okay, in this case, I fully expect someone, if they're going to plan for a kid, having already had a kid, they know what a responsibility a kid is, and they think, okay, I want more kids. I expect them to plan out for the future for all other future kids they might have. That doesn't mean I expect them to stop having kids because having kids is too hard.
So actually, my plan, like because my body, because of what happened, you know, after I had a kid, I don't know if I'm able to have kids.
Oh,
I
I'm
have
sorry.
endometriosis, and no, but I have endometriosis. It might be kind of complicated, so I might not choose to do that. But before I had a kid, it wasn't planned to have a kid. I just didn't want to have an abortion. But before that, I told myself I never wanted to have kids because I grew up in the foster care system, you know, for adults. So I had people coming in and out of my house all the time, and I saw the different types of lives they led, depending on whether or not they had support systems. Most people that came into that house did not have any support systems. So I made a vow to myself that the world was, in my opinion, at the time as an edgy teenager, overpopulated and like killing itself. So I did not want to bring more, I guess, problems into the world because I deemed myself like mentally ill. I shouldn't have kids. But but my plan was to then become my own foster parent and like adopt kids
Yeah.
who really did need homes. So if I can't have kids going forward, that would be my plan. And I think there should be a lot less pressure on like women to have children or even like to have like this like traditional family unit. But a lot of people I know like growing up as kids in the foster care system who were in good homes that had that like father figure. It wasn't always like a couple, but maybe just one guy who's like got a good job, is financially well off, who makes the decision, I'm going to pass that downward instead of just living a like hedonistic lifestyle.
No.
So I think that's really valuable as well, rather than putting pressure on
No,
women
wait.
to
All of
have children.
all of that is fair. It's just that I'm also taking into account what kind of person is saying it. I was there on stream yesterday when you were telling Destiny about all the things you did to ensure that you survived, how you were homeless for a while, how you worked to get yourself into a situation where you didn't feel like complete shit. And when I think of people having kids, I'm thinking they could be producing somebody like you who's worth it.
But the thing is, not everyone ends up like that. Sometimes people end up like that, and they're the one who's going to slash your tires or kill someone you
Absolutely.
love. You know
But
what I
the
mean?
chance
Like,
that
not
they
everyone
produce somebody like you is
decides
still
that. Not
worth
everyone
that
decides
risk.
that.
Yo, you need to
But the
stop
thing is,
simply for 2 minutes,
you need
bro.
to like look at like the crime rates in America, and like all these people who do horrible things or join gangs or like cause all the problems, right? They are people coming from like lack of support systems, lack of family who actually wanted them, who actually thought that through. So just like telling people they should have more kids, it's like just going to create more issues where people aren't being taken care of and raised properly.
No, I agree. All of that is going to happen. And listen, this is I'm not trying to butter you up. I'm saying you're representative of a certain type of population that clearly justifies humanity existing to begin with. You're a representative of that type of population, and I think of all the things that you're describing, all the problems that you're describing, those people, for all the bad things, bad experiences that they bring into the world, all of that is offset by the good that you bring into the world. And I know this for a fact because the world is better than it ever has been in history.
Can we just, Catnip, how do you feel about the fact that the world is better with more people like you?
I would say I'm like good and bad, like because of the stuff that I went through. Like I have severe panic attacks, CPTSD. I'm a hard person to deal with, and it takes a very like kind, understanding, empathetic person who can understand life through the lens of trauma to be able to like make me feel safe. I can't feel safe with just like anyone in the world, and I've definitely like clashed with other people in the past where like my impact hasn't always like been the best. And you know, obviously like Scribble over here wrote a little Reddit thing about me being a fugitive from Texas. Like it's like
what
I stole from someone, but it's like I felt like that was, you know, righting my wrong, someone doing a wrong to me. So it's complex.
You said Scribble said you're a fugitive?
Yeah, okay. You might have missed the story yesterday, Abba, but my first time trying mushrooms was a guy who knew I was homeless, told me I could come over, no strings attached, offered me a job, a place to stay, tried to have sex with me. I said a firm no 3 times until I got up, and then he's like, okay, you can leave in the morning. And so I left that night with his bag of mushrooms.
No, and I think that was badass. The fact that you stole mushrooms and you're a fugitive, that's a good origin story.
If I need to do time for that, I fucking will. And
No,
I don't.
I respect that. I think everybody else should respect that. But,
whoa, you think you should respect the fact that she stole mushrooms?
Yeah, in that situation, fuck yes, I would have stolen those mushrooms.
I mean, like, I had been shit on by men my whole fucking life, dude. Literally objectified, treated like dog shit. It was like, I was 18 years old. I had hit rock bottom homelessness, was in an abusive fucking relationship. I was just like, you know what? And I'm not going to be shit on anymore. I'm not going to be passive. I'm not going to be the victim. I'm fucking, fuck this. I'm leaving. And at that point in my life, it could have been heroin on that table. I didn't know what mushrooms did. I wouldn't have cared. I was like at the lowest point where I just didn't care what the fuck happened to me. And luckily it was mushrooms, because that's like literally what gave me the motivation to turn my life around. So I don't know.
Okay, sorry. I love you, but we've been simping enough about you. I want to bring this back to the whole point we were talking about in the first place.
That you want everyone to have babies.
I want people to have maximum opportunities to create people like you.
I thought he was going to say, I want people to have my babies.
I think
do you understand why I think that's important?
Before that, I think people should change the way that they view, like, I don't know, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard bullshit, because Amber Heard's got a kid too, right? Everyone's like, oh, she's a narcissist, but she's raising a kid. I think people should change the way, you know, Steven Crowder thing too. I think people should change the way that they view people and demonize people when exiting abusive relationships, whether or not, like, whose side it balanced more on. Because the way that we treat those people as a society is honestly disgusting to me.
No, that's an ongoing project. I agree with you. All of that, the way people approach that is disgusting. But that's an ongoing project. The ongoing project doesn't mean we should stop having kids in the meantime.
Yeah. But, okay. All right. So people should have kids, but like there are people that you have to acknowledge out there who just truly just have kids and just do not have the support or means to take care of them.
I think the number of those people have been declining over time.
Okay, so real quick thing. Someone I knew on the street specifically, they had multiple babies while out on the streets. And they just kept having this rich family adopt their kids. But they stayed on the streets, struggling in addiction, just having more babies. I think those types of situations, like, we should house those people. We shouldn't like expect them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps because they're already dealing with so much shame. Like, oh wow, look at all those kids I gave up. I'm a piece of shit. My family doesn't want me. This, that, the other. Like, those people in those situations, a lot of people, especially conservatives, want to say, oh, homeless people, it's their own fucking fault. It's really not, because in this world you can't survive without support systems. And those of us that have had that, or for me, I've had the privilege of like random strangers showing me kindness, maybe because I seem a lot softer than most homeless people, because I was a lot younger and I don't know, a white girl, if people want to fucking say that. It's a lot different for me than it is for like a grown man down on the streets. Like, so different.
Okay, no. So all of that accepted, understood, empathized. All of
Or
those
like
kids.
that woman that I was talking about that kept having kids, like she was like a lot older than me, but she was like down there stuck in addiction, just kept having
No,
babies.
for sure. Would you say that any of those kids who got adopted out were having a life that's not worth living now?
I have no idea, but I do know the complexities that come with those situations, and it's like,
Okay, no, you
I
know what?
can't say
I'm going to
whether or
ask.
not it's a good life,
I'm
but
going to
I'm
ask a
trying
more
to say
direct
that we
question.
should not be like always opting to say like take kids away from, you know, like their biological parents because of whatever reason, like say if their parents were selling drugs or something, but truly instead of sending them to prison, making means to rehabilitate that parent instead of throwing them away from society and giving them a new parent.
Again, none of this is anything I disagree with. I agree that society needs to have better structures to deal with people who have kids, aren't able to support them, but nevertheless, it would be better if they were better parents for their kids. None of that is a point of disagreement, but just because the actual process as it exists right now is fucked up doesn't mean the process should stop.
Okay. But I don't think that like I don't think, given the current structures, teenagers should just be off and having kids. I think those types of situations, like,
Wait,
you
why
really
not?
don't know
It's
the
better than it's ever been in history.
I'm thinking back to when I was that age, man, and I would have had Edward Cullen's babies, but no real man's. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
No, I understand
I'm
as
just
an
telling you, I
individual
don't
why
think
you're
you
having a problem with it, but
are
I'm
far
asking
enough
you to
ahead.
deal with it not as an individual.
Okay. I would say I've met you know, enough people that were of that age range, especially when I was that age range. I know like my experiences in middle school, and I don't think any of those motherfuckers should have been having kids. That shit was awful. But that's just me. I don't know.
Okay, would you say if all those motherfuckers that you pity right now, if their parents, their neighbors, their school, their community had been in a position to chip in, would you feel as strongly?
If things were different though, but it's like all the structural systems that need to be different, because a large thing that probably affected like my life around that time in that area was like the war on drugs and like the rise in meth in the Midwest and stuff like that. So I would say like that's a big reason like support systems got fractured for a lot of people.
Okay, now suppose the people like you, for whom the support system was fractured, didn't exist. Would there be an incentive to improve the system?
Well, I think there's always an incentive to improve the system. But I think with the current state of the system, like, I guess, yeah, people can have kids while improving the system. But like, for my instance, it's just, you can't make the decision to have a kid until the system's there. Like, otherwise, that's
Oh
really
no,
stressful.
that's a hard disagree. I feel like the presence of a kid is what
Okay, well, look
forces
at
the
the situation
system
with
to
Steven
improve.
Crowder and his wife. Like, that type of situation.
The
Like, I
Steven
would say that
Crowder and his wife is a
they
nothing
weren't
burger.
prepared for that pregnancy, if that's like how it was. You know what I
Steven
mean?
Crowder and his wife is a nothing burger.
You
Okay,
call
whatever.
emotional abuse a nothing burger?
I would say it all
No,
matters.
I
to a
don't
degree.
even agree that I saw actual emotional abuse going on in there.
Who would
So
have
when
thought?
I was
Who would have
pregnant
thought that the
and
guy
my
who
partner
demands?
treated me like shit when I was pregnant,
No.
that shit traumatized me.
No,
That's
Who would
actually
have thought
kind
that
of
the
a
looked
guy?
reason
like a
not to get
fight
it.
to me.
You would just want
Okay.
women to have more kids, but you don't even see that kind of stuff as abuse. You should be the
No.
last person.
What I saw in that video was a fight between two equal people. I didn't see abuse.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a dynamic. Absolutely. This is something the doctor will tell you when you find out you are pregnant. They will tell your partner, they will give you a little mommy and me book, and they will tell you how sensitive you are when you are carrying that child. How everything you talk about, you're supposed to read to your belly, everything you do will affect the outcome of that child. Within that womb, the entire time in the womb and the first 2 years of life is like the pivotal moments of like what you're molding that child to be. So yes, it matters that like people are like saying awful shit or like not helping out when like a woman is pregnant. I
No,
think that matters
wait.
a lot.
There is a reasonable limit to that. There's one thing like a woman is pregnant to make sure that you don't hurt the baby. You make sure she has the optimal experience possible. But I don't know if there is a
But
certain
it's
amount of
I
stress
don't
that the
know either
woman
of those
can't
people,
have.
so I don't know that.
Also, there is one of the most terrifying women I've ever known in my life was a woman who was pregnant. She was the nicest lady when she was not pregnant, but the woman.
Do you know about pregnancy hormones, dude?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
the science of them?
Did you
No,
not know
I
that
do know
people
about
that
pregnancy
do-
hormones. I'm saying the pregnancy hormones doesn't automatically categorize you as a special breed of people.
No, it doesn't excuse it, but it's definitely like real. Like it doesn't
No,
excuse
I
like if
know
someone
it's
did some horrible
real.
shit, but it's just like
But anyway, we're getting
No,
off
no, no,
track.
no,
Those
no, no, no. I
pregnant
think it's
women.
important. I
don't
think
ever
it's,
fuck
no,
with pregnant
hold on,
women.
hold up. I think it's important because I hear a lot of guys get on here and talk about like what pregnancy is like, and it just doesn't seem like they really understand what a lot of women go through when they're going through this huge hormonal change, which not only affects their behavior, their sleeping patterns, their ability to do day-to-day stuff, especially when you have twins, which is a completely different experience. You guys just brush it off. You guys just brush it off as if like, oh, maybe she's got a cold or something. No, it is an incredible thing. Men, we're going through.
Listen, all of that.
You need to learn. Just let's other people speak. When people are going through hormone therapy for, let's say, TRT, which is like sometimes a slight imbalance or something much larger, their moods, their levels of depression, everything changes so drastically. So no, I reject the idea that like, going through a pregnancy or twins in late term is not going to be something that's going to completely alter your mood or your behavior.
No,
I felt like
none
I was
of that.
dying. Like, I was
Listen,
being torn
you
apart
guys
by the
are
inside out
blowing
during the
up a
wait trim.
3-minute video into a whole galaxy of complex interactions that you did not see happen.
Hey man, I'm not talking about the, like I said before, those two people, I don't know them. I'm just talking about
Exactly.
specifically that
You
during
didn't
those
see
instances. No, okay,
one
so let's take the
instance.
conversation away from them. Like, take it away from them. I'm just saying, in general, when telling people to have babies, these are things, like, these conversations do matter in how to treat a woman when she is carrying a child. So if people are
Okay,
supposed to have
sorry.
more children, these
Uh,
are conversations that we needed to rechange structurally that come with telling people they should have more kids. Like, how to treat a pregnant woman, which is a very particular case, to take everything they're saying seriously,
No, wait,
and to
you
know
know
that
what?
what you are telling that
Wait.
pregnant woman, you are also telling your children.
Wait. I actually want to give Abba something. Abba, if I saw Steven Crowder have that interaction with his wife 5 times in a single day, I'd be 100% on your side and say that Steven Crowder motherfucker is an abusive piece of shit and he needs to get his ass kicked out on the curb. I don't know that happened. All I've
I
seen is
don't know
one
if
video.
anyone's saying that though, because I don't believe that.
No,
Like, I
but
don't
that's
believe
what
that people that do
that's
abusive
what they're
things should be
interpreting
exiled.
is
I don't
the
believe
case.
Who's saying that? I'm sorry.
Literally everybody on Twitter.
Okay, well, no, okay, literally everyone on Twitter is telling me to kill themselves. So, like, no, okay. This call, who is saying what in this call? I'm not saying that about Steven Crowder. I didn't hear Abba saying that about Steven Crowder.
No, but it seemed to me that Abba was working off of that framework.
We shouldn't demonize anyone and cast them out from society. We should make means to like heal and repair and stop abusive situations from occurring in the future, because relationships are complex, and I don't think there is enough information to say whether or not like he's the perpetrator of all wrongdoing or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that's exactly all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's one video. If it was 5 videos a day like that, yeah, then they would
He's
have a
also said
problem.
some horrible shit that I don't think is good for like people to about women, like specifically Billie Eilish. I think like he does perpetuate some really harmful rhetoric that, I don't know, it drives men and women further apart and stops them from having kids. You know what I mean? It's like a pendulum swinging back and forth between incels and feminists, and it doesn't really need to be like that.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
It doesn't. Yeah. Okay, Jesus fucking
Okay, are we
Christ,
done
I'm
looping on
exhausted
Steven
now.
Crowder? I don't give a fuck about Steven Crowder. Please
Can we
talk
drag in some
about anything else.
callers?
Yes,
Well, it was
yeah,
better
you
than
know-
your fucking
Sorry.
bee conversation, bro. Ain't nobody trying to hear about no goddamn bees.
Hey man, bees are cool.
Yeah, we got dragon new callers. Got
Joe
anything else,
Barker,
Tribal?
welcome.
Joe Breaker, welcome. What's
All
up?
right, I'm gonna shut up for a bit. Forethought, if you want to kick me out, feel free to do so. If you think I have something to contribute, keep me around.
That's up to you, bud.
That guy's cool.
It's the Wild West out here. What's up, Joe?
Not much. Do you want to do a detox with a poll real quick?
I can't make polls, dude.
Oh no.
He
Okay.
hates polls. We can't do polls. They break the
We
server.
we can just do 1 and 2s, right? In chat.
I mean, sure. Go ahead. What's
Okay.
your poll, dude?
I saw an advertisement and it really messed with me. Basically, this is for men only, all right? If you're not a man, don't answer.
Wait, what is a man?
Listen, ask Matt Walsh. I don't know. But if you're a guy,
Know the subject for whom you want to answer the polls.
wait, what?
You don't even know who you want to answer your poll?
I want men, but I don't know what men are, okay? I just know that they're a thing.
Okay, go ahead. What's your thing?
Okay, if you're a dude, do you just shower with your hands or do you use a rag or a sponge or whatever it is to wash your body that isn't just your hands? So 1 for just your hands, 2 for anything other than your hands.
I'm seeing a lot of 1.
That's what I thought. But I watched this ad that was recommending some sort of like men's like shower sponge or something like that. And it was talking about like, oh, do you use the same rag every single day? Or are you one of those heathens who just uses their hands? And and this was specifically meant like targeted towards men. So I was so confused why
Well,
It sounds like that was good ad copy.
Someone got that guy. All right.
Uh-uh.
Rip that guy.
I would definitely recommend exfoliating. Hands don't do the trick.
Dawn of the Bread. What's up, dude?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh shit. Wait.
You're on in front of a panel of orbiters plus
Oh
all
shit, I'm in the
10,000
live
people
stream?
watching.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh fuck. Oh shit.
There's 11,000 people listening to you stumble over your words right now, and we're all here silently judging you. So
No.
make it good.
Fuck. Wait. What are we talking about?
Whatever you want to talk about, dude. You're the star of the show.
Choice. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Oh fuck.
Why is this guy pretending to hyperventilate? What's happening?
Well, it's because I really don't talk to a lot of people. I'm very
All right, what's on your mind?
interactive.
Nobody buying that shit.
Okay. So yesterday I had a conversation with my father about trans people. Yeah. This is
You're about to get
really-
rickrolled. This guy's definitely trolling.
No, I'm serious. So I have 2 friends of mine who, about 2 years ago, both of them have transitioned, or they're in the progress of transitioning. And when I brought this up with my father, he immediately like looked at me side-eyed, like just like a negative, like because of certain recommendations he would get on his social media of like the hyper the like the radical like trans movement online. The ones that talk about transitioning kids at a young age, at the age of 5, or the dangers of chemically castration from whatever that what's that guy's name, Matt Walsh. And as this conversation went on, I started getting a bit frustrated because of just the different experiences that we've had with interacting with trans people. Because my friends aren't really the way that are depicted on the internet, and it frustrates me a bit where I'm trying to explain that just because you see certain people online doesn't correlate to the people that you see in your day-to-day life. And it seems that people, well, depending on certain people, there seems to be this disconnect of wanting to connect what people see on the internet to their daily life, and your daily life to the internet. And I think to me personally is how do you get people to like how do you get people that don't really interact with certain communities to see the other picture I guess I would say.
So I guess your primary concern is that your father is getting his idea of what trans people are from the internet and isn't meeting them in real life.
Yes.
Just to
This
summarize
is
your
the
position.
first terminally online father we've had.
I think the problem is his father's not terminally online, and so he doesn't understand these concepts. Okay, since you weren't trolling and I was being an asshole, I'll just answer honestly. I would say that honestly, when it comes to certain people, especially if they're not consuming this kind of information regularly, there's not much you can do in terms of changing their opinions because they're probably getting their information from a completely different source, and they're not going to start plugging in to watch Destiny, blue-haired guy, all of a sudden. So the truth is, for a lot of parents like that, or a lot of siblings, or people that you have close to that are just not open to these kinds of conversations or these kinds of talking points, it's often best left to just not have the conversation if you want to keep maintaining the relationship with the person. Oftentimes. Now, maybe your dad is more open-minded than most, and so maybe you can try to bridge, but it doesn't sound like it from what you've said so far.
Yeah,
So-
it's very like, yeah, I've had to come to terms with it because I mean, a couple like I guess a year back, I came out to I guess I would say my family is like from a religious background.
Based.
Yeah, they're apostolic. I don't know what denomination of Christianity historically that is, but a couple like 2 years back when I was still in college, I came out to my parents as like bisexual, and I thought that would like that wouldn't go as bad as I thought it would because like hey, I mean, granted they'd be like appalled that their son is attracted to men, but at least he likes women, and apparently that was just.
They just said you were gay, right?
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah.
And,
I say that all the time, but it's like for most people, bisexuality is not even real. Even I have sometimes a hard time struggling with it. Like if someone tells me that, obviously I won't be like, "Oh, that's just gay." But in the back of my head, like I think most people just think a man being even open to the idea must be completely gay. And so it's terrible that you have to go through that because at the end of the day, being ostracized from your family fucking sucks, or being judged negatively is definitely difficult. But yeah, definitely the normative view is that bisexuality for men isn't real, and that anyone who does engage in it is just gay.
So I had a question with regards to your family. Like, I assume you live independently, or do you live with them?
It's sort of a mix. I mean, I have a job that pays me really. I got a job after I graduated from college, but I don't have enough money to buy my own home. So it's like a mix of sort of like living with my parents while also being financially dependent because like I pay for my own car, I pay for my food. Sometimes I chip in with bills. So
okay.
So like,
how old are you?
I'm 21.
Oh,
Not bad
okay.
at all.
Yeah, you're doing good of yourself in that regards, but you're especially also at that age where I think a lot of your opinions are going to fall on deaf ears because you said did you say you still live at home with your parents?
Sadly, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. There's nothing to be ashamed of. At that age, it's very perfectly normal. But
I mean,
you have to understand also I couldn't have conversations with my mom about religion or anything like that for most of the time that I lived with her because I think as long as you're their dependent, even if you're an adult with grown ideas, they're going to still see you as their child in a lot of ways because of your dependency. And I think having these conversations, one, it takes time. So when did you tell them that you were bisexual? What
I
age?
guess when I was still in college.
How old were you?
I was probably like 19 at the very least.
Yeah, it might be. Listen, it might never happen that they accept these kinds of things, or it might take a lot of time. But you have to understand that is a big cultural shift for them to have to take in, especially considering like the religious background. So these are concepts that are probably going to take a lot of time if they ever do change, and you're going to also have to be slightly patient with that, which is not fair to you because you should feel accepted by your family and your loved ones. But I'm giving you the realistic outlook. Like any kind of change on the takes are going to take a lot of time.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and also say that one of the not very frequently understood weapons you have is the fact that your family does want to connect with you, but you have a power that you don't realize that you have to reframe your relationship with your family. It is possible for a lot of families where you can just come out and say, look, this is the way that I am. You can choose to engage with me or you can choose to not. I'm cool with it either way. And they will take maybe a year, maybe 2, maybe 3 years to fully accept that fact. But once they have accepted it, you'll find they are willing to engage with whatever version of you that you currently present as. It's not easy. It feels like you're doing something wrong. They will try to make you feel guilty. But the thing you have to figure out is, do you feel intrinsically that you're doing something bad? And if you don't think you are intrinsically behaving badly, you don't intrinsically feel that you're being immoral, there is a certain kind of power in just being someone who can go along with every situation in like laughter, in good times, in good vibes, that people find it very hard to not just go along with. It's happened with me.
What did you tell your family? Did you say like, oh, I love black women? What did you say?
No, for me, it was more like I told my parents that I don't give a fuck about being Hindu or whatever it is. You can choose to. And every time they brought it up, I basically just endured whatever they had to say to me, and I continued to just be me. That doesn't mean they stopped trying to convert me into Hinduism.
Yeah.
But the fact that I am a good conversationalist, I do create good times. I am good at getting everybody around me to start laughing in any joke or project that I have to get them interested, to talk about a whole varied dimensions of all different topics. After a while, people realize, okay, they cannot make their relationship with you conditional on this one thing that they think is super important, because if they do, they're going to lose access to all the other things that make you a really great person.
Okay, so they're like, listen, I'm not going to keep hating on this dude because he's gay, because I need these jokes.
Yeah, basically, it does work like that a lot of the times. There's some places where it won't work like that, but my experience is those places are in the minority. So long you just stand up, proudly be a Giga Chad, and just continue being who you are.
So, Don on the Bread, do you feel like your parents' conservatism has an impact in like your day to day like mental well being in some way?
It used to.
Well, see, that's
not
the,
anymore.
I'm
sorry,
talking to
that
him.
was for him.
Scriball.
Well, see, here's the thing that like when it comes to like the political dynamic that I have with my family, like I know like my dad personally, like I would say that he has certain conservative traits, but he's very weirdly progressive in some other ways, where he wasn't really happy when I came out to both of them. However, he doesn't really care about what gay people do in like their day-to-day life. He's very he has a very negative opinion when certain Republican politicians or have like certain opinions. He was I do, but that at the same time he's very like weirdly pro-Trump. Weirdly pro-Trump on the economic side, but on any other like political, he's very like offhandsy, because especially I really don't know if race or ethnicity would be a thing, because he's like ever since the whole Hispanic hatred, well, not hatred, like the negative stigma of Mexicans. It'd be I just found it like very bizarre that my dad would support a person that would prefer for him not to be around. I guess it's I don't know. I'll just be honest. Like I'm very nervous right now because of being on live stream. But
yeah, no, don't worry, man. Nothing you said is strange or bizarre. Your feelings are actually quite normal. I think you're just having to reckon with the fact that your views are so opposed, and he has views that really are hurtful to you, and I understand that feeling completely. I would just tell you, you got to have some measure of patience with both yourself and the world around you. Change on a micro scale can be just as time taking as on macro scale. And so knowing that, like, that's not your responsibility to make that change in your dad, nor is it something that you should keenly expect, even if it's something you deserve. So I think once you accept that notion, then you can kind of move and adjust to the relationship as best you can, whether it's removing yourself completely or getting some distance or trying to change things. But yeah, just I guess be patient with yourself and both the people around you, because change is very difficult.
Okay, and there's that. And also, there is a part of you that will always feel like you're doing something wrong by drifting away from what your parents' expectations of you are. And that's normal. There's nothing wrong with you for feeling that. In fact, that's like one of the core components of what makes the human species as a general work. Because it's your job to figure out a way of being where you can be yourself and still enforce a good relationship with your parents, where you came from, etc., etc. It's a project you have to figure out for yourself, and there's nothing wrong with figuring that out. You're not a bad person, because when you're speaking right now, the tone of your voice, it sounds kind of like sad and hunted. I've been there. I know what that feeling feels like.
Bro, he's in front of 10K people. He's like actually just nervous. Donald, Brett, do you have anything else before you? Do you want to say anything else?
I guess I just have like one last thing. I guess for the most part, I'd say like even though even though like my political opinions that are opposed against my dad, I mean, even though we're like politically opposed to one another, I still love him. So it doesn't bother me that the fact that like me and my dad can't like agree politically. It's it's just like it's a very weird it's like this weird dynamic where like if I'm not like on par with like my dad, I guess like it feels like I'm failing in some way of like
No,
as
dude.
a son.
Yes, I listen. I understand, but that dynamic where you've made to feel like you're failing as a son, it's an artificial dynamic. It's been enforced on not just you, but also your dad by basically all of history. You don't have to play into that dynamic. You've got to be kind of a low-key Giga Chad who can take your dad's disappointment while not being disappointed in yourself. It's a weird line to walk, yes, but it is walkable.
Well, thank you, and I'm sorry to the 10 million people that had to hear my
Yep.
voice.
You're great. You sound great, and you sound a lot like my brother, and I've gone through similar experiences. And my dad, for a long time, shamed me for who I am, and I thought forever that I wouldn't ever talk to him again. I was on the streets because he kicked me out. But he is still hardwired to like believe like the things that Scribble was saying. Like it's like hardwired what society has projected on to him from history. Like my dad used to be a big hippie,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
somehow became an authoritarian fucking like asshole from being a hippie because the system beat him down. So it's yeah, don't take it personally, because a lot of what he's projecting onto you isn't genuine to like that good side of him that you know. It's like other shit that doesn't it doesn't belong to you. You should feel free to be whoever you are, because you're not doing anything wrong by obviously being bisexual.
Okay.
Also, dude, I want to tell you one more thing that really helped me in my relationship with my parents. Every parent feels at some point like they are still the kid that needs to be handled by their own parents. And one of the ways they deal with that feeling is by trying to handle their own child, because it tries to let them assume some of the power, some of the roles, responsibilities that they figure their own parents must have had. But don't make a mistake, it doesn't matter how old you grow, that feeling of not quite knowing whether you're doing a completely right thing, it doesn't go away. It hasn't gone away for your parents.
All right. Well, thank you. And just one last thing. I guess the stream. I'm sorry that I'm boring and that I sound slow, but have a good stream. Goodbye.
No, you're great. Have a good day. Oh, I feel bad for him. I'll give him a big hug. Oh,
More more naked snake. What's up, buddy?
naked snake.
Is that an Abba profile picture I see?
That looks like Abba.
Naked snake, you're on.
Show yourself.
Scream some racial slurs, please. Okay, rip that guy.
Rip.
Hooligans, what's up? Good one. Nice. It's a good joke. Yeah.
Oh man, I feel
Yeah,
bad
we
for
get it.
this guy knowing how I feel like when Destiny can't hear me.
Lightmaster, what's up? Good one.
Hey.
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 Hello, Lightmaster. Welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just had a couple of questions. Have you guys ever done any martial arts before, or are you planning on doing any martial arts, or are you currently doing any martial arts?
Well, I'm a yellow belt in karate, if I do say so myself.
Nice.
I'm a black belt in Tang Soo Do.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. That's kind of like a taekwondo, right?
It's a South Korean martial art.
Yeah. Cool. Anyone else?
I've
No?
been taught a little bit by people that know martial arts, but I've never taken anything formally. But I plan to probably take Muay Thai.
Cool. That's nice. Just don't take BJJ. All right.
What's
It's
that?
Fuck you!
BJJ. Do not do it. Do not do it.
Why?
Everyone who takes BJJ thinks that they're gonna get in a street fight and they're just instantly gonna leg lock everyone who's in there. They're gonna break their arm by getting them to an arm bar. No, you're not gonna do that. All right.
No, that's a
It's
good reason to not be an idiot. That's not a good reason to not take BJJ.
no, but it'll cloud your mind. Like BJJ is the modern version of what karate was back in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like because of the karate movie, the Karate Kid. Everyone thought that people who did karate were like monsters in fighting, but were actually
No,
pretty
this is
weak
actually
dudes.
funny. I don't know if any of you guys have seen a series called Yellowstone, but there was a scene in which one bodyguard guy is guarding a door, and this big, old, like, sort of rancher fellow is trying to move into the room, and the bodyguard steps up, and the rancher fellow just decks him. And this bodyguard's already been shown to be like this sort of like ultra hyper efficient martial arts guy. And when the rancher decks him, he goes down. And what he gets up and says, "Nice move." And the rancher says, "Yeah, there was no moves. I'm just meaner than you are." There is something to that.
Yeah. What?
So,
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah. My second question, so I can get out of here quickly and let other people talk. Is if I could convince you guys, 98% of the way there, the God Israel, the Abrahamic God Israel, Israel, then would you be willing to um change your life radically to fit with the tenets of the people who follow that
It
Abrahamic God?
it depends on in which ways you and that God think I should change my life.
Mm, mm. Okay.
Because if it's
Yeah, but
ways
98.
that revoke essential freedom for no true moral purpose, then I reject that.
Yeah, but it's 98% of the way. So most likely this God is real. And if you do not conform, then you might be going to hell.
Any God that wishes me to live in fear is no God I wish to worship.
Giga Stacy.
Okay, cool. I can respect that. Yeah, cool. All right. Have a great morning, afternoon, and evening, wherever you guys are.
You too,
And
man.
I'll catch you guys there. Bye.
Thanks, buddy. Bye.
Have a good day.
Catnip, why do they call you Lav 2?
Because I was planning to talk to Destiny since like the beginning of the year. And I asked him if he could talk off stream because I was going to do another panel and I was kind of nervous, not sure what to expect. I wanted to ask him and I called him and he was streaming. He's like, I'm streaming. I'm like, oh, okay, sorry, never mind. Bad time. Talk to you later. And he said, why is Lav calling me as soon as I hung up? So
To be
then I
fair,
called him back.
even I thought you were
and I
Lav.
called him out for being a liar. You thought, yeah, no, I do. And then he's like, why do you sound like Lav? And I referenced it to probably us being both sex workers and giving too many JOIs, probably,
What?
or
No,
something
it's
like
just your voice.
well,
I don't think you
I
sound
don't
like
know.
Lav at all, but like,
I don't think I sound like Lav, and I also heard her on a podcast recently, and I firmly reject that because I
No,
disagree
you
with her on
don't
so
sound
much
like
shit.
Lav. It's just that, you know how when you're at traffic lights and sometimes you feel like your indicator lights and the car in front of you are blinking together, but if you
So
let
my
it go
light
on for a
looks
minute,
Lav
it
colored.
in a short
Is
time
it just
frame,
like
it
out of
was kind
glare?
of Lav colored, but if you let it go on for a minute, it's obvious that you're not Lav.
so what is
Well,
your
I
sex
saw a
worker take?
screenshot. Well, I'm sorry, what?
What is your like sex worker take? Because that's like that's the Lav thing, if I had to guess. What's
Yeah.
your sex worker philosophy?
That's a whole thing, and give me a moment. I'll say that because yeah, there's a lot of shit I disagree with her about. But I saw a screenshot. They were calling me meth Lav now. Probably because I stole shit and I was talking about meth, but I guess I'll take it. I've never done meth, but
It's fine. This is
the
the meth
sex
guy
work
stream.
take. I'm sorry, what?
This is the meth guy stream. You're fine.
The meth guy
No,
stream. Okay. Oh yeah,
she's the
Destiny
shroom girl.
did meth once. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. So my take on sex work is that we should not live in a society, like in this state of capitalism, where anybody feels like sex work is their option to escape an oppressive system. So sex work as a survival means. But I do believe we should live in a society where sex work should be an option to those who feel called to it, who like consenting adults, who are allowed to be protected and feel safe. And I think the negative part of sex work is more so like the way that sex workers are treated, and sometimes the way that sex workers themselves can also operate, obviously, like scamming people. Like I think a pendulum kind of metaphor I referenced earlier represents this well, where it's like, girl gets assaulted by men her whole life, becomes a sex worker, steals from men, is heartless, whatever. So I think there is an ethical way to do sex work, to do OnlyFans, to do all that kind of stuff. But it's like your relationship with it, and the boundaries you have with the way that people treat you, that matters, and the safety precautions you take. And I think that's something that should be more talked about. But personally, for me, like specifically the negative aspects of it that Lav has talked about, that occurred to me, just me being a YouTuber. When I was 13, I found myself in these really dangerous situations where I was doxxed and I had my nudes leaked and all that kind of stuff when I was a child. So I think that's a bigger conversation to have about like the way we treat each other as humans, the way that I'm not like a big person that calls myself a feminist or anything, but the way that men treat specifically young girls or young boys on the internet, that is wrong, that we should keep an eye out for, and we should like provide people with the right support systems to empower themselves and know when they're being manipulated and know what boundaries they should have for themselves. Because for me and the people in my life, boundaries were not taught to us by our parents. These are things that we had to painfully learn like on our own, and assert them in like messy ways, or like be people pleasers, like navigate between those things. So I greatly disagree with Lav where she puts down sex work and thinks it's wrong. I think she's standing from a position of great empowerment and privilege, and she's herself proclaimed herself rich directly because of sex work. And for me, if it wasn't because of sex work, I would likely be more worse off than I am now. I might not have made it off the streets. I might have fallen back down and not gotten back up, because when I found sex work, I had my first apartment, I was working 2 jobs, and it's past the statute of limitations, so fuck it, I'll say it. I was selling weed and mushrooms on the side. it was still hard as fuck to survive and pay all my bills and like take care of myself. And I got evicted from my apartment because of an abusive relationship and actions that were completely out of my control. And I looked up, ways to make money online, and I found a site called Chatterbait, and it quite literally saved my fucking life. And it's not perfect, but I think people should be able to choose the best option that they can that works for them. And I don't think that any former sex worker has any leg to stand on when telling other people whether or not sex work should be allowed, because it got them to the position of power where they actually have a voice to say those things.
Gotcha.
Sorry, mic drop. That's how I feel about
Is
it.
there any other profession you would draw that same analogy for?
I guess could you elaborate on the question a little bit more?
Like, okay,
Which part of what I said?
you feel like, okay, we should live in a society where women feel like they're forced to get into sex work just to make a living. How many other professions do you feel like people shouldn't be able have to do those professions just to make a living?
I personally have big quarrels with the state of capitalism. I don't think people should be felt the need to work as much as they do and constantly produce and be stressed out all the time. I think that's an oppressive part of the system that's not really necessary. So I would say, if at all possible, people should have the freedom and systems to find work that genuinely fulfills them, rather than being stressed out all the time, having to work jobs that are awful and treat them
Wait,
poorly.
so do you feel like that's a right that people should have? For example, don't you feel like there's like a category of work you don't have to like it, but it's worth doing just because you find continuing to live is worth doing that work?
For sure. Yeah.
So, like, the idea that you should all, because sometimes when people say things like this, it feels to me like they're saying the only sort of category of job that should exist is the kind that you like doing, and that's like the
No.
ideal scenario.
I don't believe that's idealistic for sure, but I don't believe that, it should. I just think that it should be better. I don't think the federal minimum wage should be $7.25.
No, yeah, absolutely not.
Stuff like that. And for me, I was working as a waitress, and I was making $2.13 an hour plus tips.
$2.13?
Yes, in Austin, Texas. I don't know if it's still this way, but in the year it was 2015, 2016, I was making $2.13 an hour plus tips as a waitress.
What was your
And
like
so the
average
plus
weekly income?
tips, so I would it would really depend. I would pick up doubles often. I would be working 12-hour shifts. And I would make, on average, I'd say an 8-hour shift, $100 if I picked up every table I could.
Okay,
So,
I've been in
like
those
$12 an
jobs.
hour as an
My
unskilled
starting
labor.
wage was fucking $21 an hour. What the actual fuck? Like, is that place you were working at, was it being illegal?
That place was actually really nice compared to other waitress jobs I had before. The first waitress job I had was actually when I was 17, where I was working. I couldn't, I didn't have my proper paperwork, so they kind of hired me under the table. They were paying me $2.13 an hour plus tips, and they were
that makes
supposed to
sense.
make up for it. This was the prior one. The one that I just mentioned was the better waitress job I had, making roughly $100 a day. I made about $20 a day, and because I was working under the table, they didn't compensate for the money they were supposed to pay up to the $7.25 an hour, because the way they get around it legally is it's $2.13 an hour plus tips, but if you don't make minimum wage, they're supposed to cover that. So I went to work one day at that restaurant, and there was a close sign on the door, and my check got mailed to me, and yeah, it was about $20 a day for 6 hours of work a day. So that was awful. That was in Dallas, Texas area, but where I was working in Austin, it was a lot better, but it was still, $100 a day living in Austin, Texas, especially during that time period when rent started skyrocketing. It was not feasible. So I had to add more to it. So I was working my waitress job plus doing the cam work and everything like that.
Damn, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but it definitely gave me like a perspective, especially being homeless prior to that. Like, like when I was homeless
Yeah,
before I
imagine it
got
was
the
probably a
waitressing
step
job,
up from your prior situation, and even any
I
step
could do
up
the
feels
math.
like a huge thing to be grateful about.
But when you're homeless and you have the mindset where you're not paying any bills, you fly a sign to get as much as you can, but you do the math and how much it would take to get an apartment, maybe like $3,000 or something. As a person who's on the street, that's just not
$3,000 a
feasible.
month for an
All
apartment.
right, somebody in
Well,
chat
no,
wants
to
me to
get
ask you,
into
why
an
didn't you,
apartment.
quote unquote,
So,
just
so
move?
to pay a deposit, first, last, that kind of thing, I'd say that's roughly about $3,000.
Aren't there a lot of homeless services in a lot of cities that can help you with that?
So the reason that I actually ended up doing the mushrooms was because I was at the Salvation Army. My first night there, it was cot to cot with about 100 women there, and it took about 2 hours waiting in line to get in there, walking through downtown Austin, getting catcalled by men strung out on drugs. So I get past the 2 hour line to get into the unit. About 100 women, cot to cot. Some people sleeping on the floor. Some people having drug withdrawals, PTSD episodes from abusive situations, constant screaming. I'm laying in bed on the phone that I had, and that's where that person had offered me a place to stay. And I was like, you know what? I don't know this person, but I'm gonna give it a chance and go do it. And that's how I ended up in that situation.
Okay, I don't want to be rude, but how do I put this? Your life story is kind of breaking my heart right now. Do you want to just talk about shrooms?
No worries,
You get
dude.
another
Yeah,
caller.
shrooms are great.
Let's
Okay.
try
I mean, if
dragging another
somebody
one.
chat said
Yep.
shrooms or psychedelics make you suicidal or something.
Hello?
Hello, David. You
Welcome,
said
David.
you wanted to talk
Hello.
about Israeli reproduction. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, boy, did I.
Okay.
Okay. In a non-Pepe way. So you guys were before talking about like why Israel has like much higher birth rates than other like religious groups or other big economy countries. Well, first of all, you were right about like the state of fear among the people and like fear of like losing one's culture or population, but also like the actual religion itself. First of all, the culture and religion are like pretty well tied. So some even when someone becomes like an atheist, they'll still keep a lot of their like religious practices in their culture. So things like having a lot of babies, etc. Even though like non-religious Jews will not do it as much as like obviously Hasidic Jews will be popping out like 10 babies at a time, like it's a baby claw machine. But yeah. I also had something else to talk about.
Okay, go ahead.
What do you guys think about good eugenics, or if there is such a thing?
the world probably sucks. And when it comes to positive eugenics, if you can help people sort of analyze what sort of DNA they're contributing to whatever their egg, maybe some kind of a Gattaca situation going, I don't see why that should necessarily be a problem. The problem would be if once you have that technology, people would be trying to over optimize for that all the time, such that all the side benefits of the mental disorders or whatever we consider disorders that we currently have, we'd end up losing out on them.
Like obviously, autism would be a super controversial thing to try to get rid of. Surprisingly, actually, because
Why would you want to? Okay, but like try to get rid of. I think there is an issue with the way that we frame it as a disorder and a disability.
so in order to do that, you would have to say that like the attributes from autism are like neutral to good in order to say that it's like necessarily a bad thing to get rid of it, or saying that a person is their autism, if that makes sense.
I'm not saying there are their autism, but like to say that these things are like inherently negative is to say like things like, I don't know, maybe blue eyes. Okay, so my blue
No, I
eyes.
feel like
look
he's
in,
right in that
no,
some things are clearly negative.
okay, I squint more when I look at the sun because I have fucking blue eyes or whatever. That's like a negative in some circumstances. But autism, it can be a strength in some circumstances and a negative in others. I don't think we understand it enough to say that it is a disorder that we should try and avoid or get rid of.
If we're
Yeah,
being,
exactly.
if we're that is true. I'm sure that there is some positives to having autism, but I think like all in all, I think the average person, if we took a poll of even like people with like moderate or like very mild autism, they would probably be happier if they did not have autism versus did, whether or not they know exactly what that would change in them. I think they would prefer
I
not
mean,
to
I
have.
don't know if you can even legitimately say that. I mean, obviously,
I think we should get a
95% of
panel of
all,
autistic people to ask them.
yeah, 95% of people who have autism to some degree probably will be able to organize their life in a way that feels rewarding for them, and it becomes intrinsic enough of a part of their identity that if you took away their autism, they probably would want that. And there's maybe like 5% of people who are so far on the extreme of the autism spectrum that you'd think, okay, those guys are actually having a worse of time than is absolutely necessary. And for maybe those people, if there was a way to genetically determine that, you could spare them that trouble before
Let's
they had
say
to live like that. But for most of them, no.
let's say we
Okay,
could
but
like define definitely split the autism group into autism that like lowers their functioning or IQ and like inhibits their day-to-day life and other activities. Would this be something we would consider getting rid of? Not even like we've decided it's good enough to get
No,
rid of it, but is this something we should think about?
no, let me put it this way. The way you'd approach this, I think, is that you try and gauge by asking them if they think their experience is bad enough that it's worth ending.
It's worth ending.
Yeah. Because if they don't feel like their experience as human beings is worth ending, then I don't know why you would go out of your way to make sure people like that never exist.
Also,
Yeah.
what is your understanding of what autism is, and what is your understanding of what schizophrenia is?
So I wouldn't say like I'm like super knowledgeable, but I have
Yeah.
family members with both, and obviously
Okay.
theirs is not a good sample for how it is as a whole. But you know, that's
I
basically
think
like
there's a
my
lot of other factors to play with, like how these people are treated and how that comes out in them. Because I've seen people with autism who have found their own empowerment and living lives that fulfill them, including becoming like neuroscientists. And then I've seen people with autism who've been told they have a disability their whole life, who have been isolated, who've been made fun of, who've been ostracized. And I can see that they are not, fundamentally like broken people, either of them, but the way that they were treated impacted them very differently.
like I'll keep this personal to me. My little brother has
This is
autism.
personal to me as well.
Yeah,
I have
and like
autism, and so does my son, and so does my brother.
but like he's super social. I'd say like he just has like a um mental age that's like probably like 4 or 5 years younger than him. Like
How old is
let's
he
say
right
he's
now?
14, he
Okay.
probably acts like a 8-year-old or 9-year-old, like intelligence wise and like emotional wise.
Okay, so there's a word called retarded, all right? We use it as an insult, but what it just really means is that somebody
I
is
know what.
developmentally delayed,
Yeah.
and eventually the expectation is that despite the delay, they're going to catch up to some reasonable level of functioning. And they're not going to be retarded anymore. In some cases, it ends up such that wherever they level out at is you're behind the rest of the population, but people level out at behind the average population
Yeah.
all the time, and it doesn't mean that they're going to have the worst kind of life.
That's true, but yeah. So besides that, like when I was thinking, we're going to like the very like gray area here where we're talking about like autism that like changes how someone socially behaves in a way that's not necessarily like life ruining. But when we're usually thinking about things like schizophrenia, there's usually not. I don't think there's very many. I don't think there's any positive attributes of I'm schizophrenic now. My life is better in this way.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Like when we talk about like autism, there's things that you could say like, even though this is worse, a different aspect of my life has become better, and I'm better at doing certain things. I don't think that can be said the same way in schizophrenia. Like I think that would just overall be bad. So what would we think about
Maybe.
eugenics in that sense?
For all you know, we currently have an organized society in a way such that there are aspects of schizophrenia that we could see as positive.
Yeah.
Also, I'm
Some
getting
people
one guy, but someone said schizophrenia is not eugenic, not genetic, which it has strong genetic links.
To be fair, I do have like I'm not a psychologist by profession, and I'm going to emphasize all of these opinions. I'm talking straight out of my ass based on what pop psychology I've read. I've read a lot of pop psychology. I don't think that makes me an informed uh, contributor to the conversation. My just impression is we shouldn't be fucking around too much in terms of genetic expression when it comes to the lives people can and can't enjoy.
Mhm. Obviously, if we start getting into like the side effects and like in our current technology of like positive eugenics the one where you're like selecting for better traits that are not, but like not fucking with people who are alive.
Yeah, but you don't know if the better traits that you're selecting
Yeah,
for
that's what I'm
have
saying.
some weird dynamics with
That's what
other
I'm saying.
traits that would get left behind if you ended
Yeah,
up over
that's what I'm
optimizing.
saying. With our technology and our understanding of genetics, we are not at the level to even attempt to do that yet with anything remotely human. But what I'm saying is, if let's say we got to a stage where we understand genetics and environment enough to determine that if we get rid of this, we get rid of the schizophrenia. Is this something that's because I've had people like try to tell me that it is
See,
inherently evil.
no, wait. In
Any
that
sort
case, I
of
feel like the
eugenics is
category
evil.
of question that you're asking is slightly wrong. If you're like saying we have masterful control of the entire human genetic code and expression, in that case,
No,
I'm
no, no,
like,
no, not
just
masterful,
optimize
but
for the best experience and minimize for the least. Whether it's schizophrenia or not, you could have maybe there's a way to have schizophrenia and still have a great time.
I've had people like try to argue with me that any sort of the idea of you saying the idea of eugenics is inherently evil, even if it's positive eugenics for a good
Yeah, but
purpose.
those people are fucking idiots.
Okay, good.
I would say I don't have enough information on schizophrenia to say whether or not I think that should be a thing. I do know many many schizophrenic people who do live happy lives, and I think it would be up to them to decide whether or not, like, hey, like I think I would have lived a happier life had I not had this. I the things that I have, I can tell like how the negative connotations with them were like really brought on by trauma that I am processing and working through. Where it's like I don't think taking away the autism gene would have stopped the trauma. You know what I mean? But maybe if we went like way back in the lineage and we stopped everyone from having it, but I don't think that these things, even if they're genetic, I think they're brought on by other circumstances, like BPD, stuff like that. I don't think people are just like born having that.
What do you
And
mean
I'm
you
gonna
don't
go
think
ahead
they're
and
born
say this,
having
like,
it?
as it currently stands, I know you're talking about an ideal situation where we fully understand the genetic code, but as it currently
By the way,
stands,
I wasn't saying if we fully understand it. I was trying to say that let's get rid of like giving a different genetic disorder by getting rid of this one. Like let's just talk about the schizophrenia itself. Like let's get rid of
yeah,
some of
but
the
I
other
don't
guys.
know if schizophrenia is entirely bad. For all I know, it's entirely bad in our current circumstances. But for all I know, like
Definitely how we treat
for most
people with it is
people,
bad.
schizophrenia only ends up being completely bad. Maybe they're 30, 40 years old, but there was a whole slew of human history where 30, 40 years old was about the max expected human lifespan. And if we asked any of them, hey, do you want to die because you have schizophrenia? They'd probably say no.
Scriball, that's not how human lifespans work.
What do you mean?
When we come to historical estimates of human lifespan, it wasn't like they only lived to 30 years.
Okay, you
The
know what?
reason
Fair
it was
enough. There was
lower was
like a
because of
lot
wars
of
and stuff
high
and disease.
child mortality, and once you crossed a certain threshold, people would live on to 60, 70. Sure, fair enough.
Yeah. If I had a strong angel person here, I would defend the Holy Land right now, but there's no Quiznos. So
What
Don't
does that
summon him.
even
Don't summon
mean?
him. Shut the fuck up. Don't summon him.
What is that? What?
Don't summon him.
Don't say his name.
Okay, I don't want him. He was
Alright.
talking
else,
some
buddy?
smack though. Yes, I did have one more thing. Actually, that's it. I had a great time in here. But I had better not hear Quizno talking smack on the Holy Land again. That's it.
What's up, Saint Matt?
Hi, Saint Matt.
What's up? You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So I have been listening kind of in regards to when, oh man, I have to get his name. Scribble was talking about Japan, why there's a low infertility rate. So I kind of was like, I was out and about. I was hanging out with family, so I didn't have time to really chime in that regards. But listened in a little bit in regards to that. So I have some stuff to say about that. I think I want to like go into his point and agree with him that we are in one of the best times where I think people should have children because of the internet age, as well as the ability to research multiple things. And it goes to show like plenty of people are listening on this platform right now to this like Kick stream or Destiny stream or whatever and be in Discord. So when Kat was talking about her personal experience on like she grew up in the foster care system, and I did hear that she has a son now too. I don't know if that was true. I don't know if I heard it correctly.
Yes, that is true. I would not lie about that.
Wait,
I would
Kat, how old were
disagree.
you when you had your son?
I would
I was
disagree
22.
with Kat.
I had my son in 2018.
Okay.
I would disagree with Kat because she says she doesn't necessarily think it was for how she grew up to bring children. Like you said, you want to do like, I mean, you thought maybe about adopting or you don't want any more children besides your son. Is that correct?
Well, it's actually kind of like compounded by like say like the way that chat references me and the way that I was like treated online. I was always told, especially like being traumatized, like, and then after the fact told that I'm mentally ill, there's something wrong with me. So I had this perception that I shouldn't procreate because I'm so mentally ill. So that was kind of my
Wait, you
idea
don't
for a
still
while.
believe that, right?
No, I don't. I don't still believe that.
Okay, good.
But another perception at the time, like being a doomer teenager, was that the world is overpopulated and humans are killing it and it's terrible. But now I could see, like, you know, potentially in the future, like us being an intergalactic species, like procreating onward and things being fine and us learning how to take care of the planet. So I don't think like that anymore.
I'm talking about like the ability to take in information and make up like a very logical point, right? So what I mean by that is, okay, now at this point in life, like after everything I've been through, and I look at as society as a whole in first world countries, whether it be Japan, America, the West, however, I think of like, okay, well, I have all of these resources at my disposal, and I've learned what I've learned through my life. I don't want to resort back to what I've learned in a negative aspect in regards to I could possibly have children and teach them things based on what I am seeing and what I am understanding. So I think That is very important because I think, if anything, I would agree with what Scribble was saying, is that we should be able to have children. And I thought it was interesting. I want to ask Scribble this too. You said that the 15 and the teens should just fuck it out, but then at first when I heard that, I was like, damn, like that's crazy. But then I logically thought about that, and I was like, well, I come from privilege, so it's different based on where everyone comes from. But if I had a kid when I was 15,
No, wait.
Okay, sorry.
I want to qualify that. Holy shit! I don't want necessarily every fucking teenager.
No,
to be
but I was
fucking-
getting to the point, Scribble. I was getting to what I was saying. It's
if
like,
you're going to live in a society where once you're adults, you decide, hey, now that my hormones aren't fucking with my head anymore, I'd rather not fucking have kids. Then I'm like, wait, let those fucking idiots be susceptible to the hormones when they're younger, because that seems to be good for the human race.
so yeah, so that I was thinking about, again, when I came from a logical standpoint, I only could think of personal for me. So I'm going to base this off of, this is my personal experience. My mom and dad I came from a 2-parent household, were in incredible shape in one of the best primes of their life when I was in my teenage years, because they had me at a good age, right? So I thought to myself, I'm like, well, shit, if I had a kid and they could just take care of it and I could go to school, I could procreate, right? And they could have as good of a life as mine, if not the same.
Giga chat.
That's why I was like, dude, that actually makes sense. Like, when you don't look at it from a pedophilia
Absolute
standpoint,
fucking giga chat.
I was like, they'd have
I hope
amazing
you're ashamed of yourself
grandparents.
for not doing it.
I honestly thought about it, and I'm like, fuck, like, now that I'm 29, I was like, damn, like, that actually sounds like, on a logical standpoint, it does kind of make sense. So I was going to agree with you on that. I will disagree with this sex work thing that Kat's been talking about, though. We have to define sex work, okay? I look at sex work as like men and women, or however, like, there is some kind of actual sex happening. I don't think sex work is cam girls or OnlyFans, because inherently what you're doing is you're decreasing the ability for men to generally have sex, which is happening in first world countries. And what does that relate to? Men's ability to look at things and have relationships. So we talked about you having to afford living, and you turn to sex work. I'd say you just turn to
I'm
cam
gonna
girling.
disagree with you.
Okay.
Can I tell you something, actually? I disagree with you entirely, because I've done full cervix sex work actually before camming.
I didn't know
and it
you,
was-
but I'm
no,
just saying camming in general.
Okay, well, yeah, but
Allegedly.
you're talking
Allegedly, you
specifically
did.
about the stuff that I was talking about. So allegedly, before I started camming, I sucked dick for money. Allegedly, it was one of the most miserable experiences of my life, and the guy was really degrading towards me. And also, allegedly, when I was a 13-year-old, some guy that I should have trusted as like a role model, a support system, maybe one of these people that Scribble's talking about
I'm going to
potentially
derail you in a second here.
No, let me finish. About potentially raising, children in the community, that kind of thing. That person, when I was 13, he offered me money to have sex with him. So I learned at a very young age that men have a particular perception of me. And so as I kept getting into the situations where men took advantage of me, up until the age of 18, I decided, you know what, I'm about to be homeless again. I'm going to be a cam girl. So I'm sorry to me. I'm not enough of a sex worker for you. But I would definitely classify being a cam girl as being a sex worker in some regard. And people can have different types of connections, and people don't need to expect like a cam girl to be their girlfriend or to procreate with them, but just to be somebody that they can admire as an art form, the same way that people subscribe to Destiny or XQC or any other creator, or they want to have a conversation with.
Oh, wait. Also,
I want to
there
say something,
was-
Scribble.
there-
Let me
there was that
respond.
guy
Let me
who was
respond, Scribble, please. I will preface this and say, I'm sorry I didn't take fully all of your personal experience into account. So me disagreeing with you may have been just me disagreeing with sex work today in general.
I think you
So
should take people's
let me
personal
finish, though.
experience into account, because they do matter. It does matter at the end of the day. Like
Well-
all these guys that want to procreate, I
Hey,
think
you
they
have
should
to-
take into the personal experience of the people that they're trying to procreate
Today,
with or whatever. the
in
fuck.
this internet age, I would argue that you brought up an interesting point was like, do women feel the pressure to join sex work? And I compared it almost like, because it
They
is a
do.
risky job, right? And I almost compared it to the military. And let me finish here in regards to that, because I would
I
say,
have something to say
depending
after
on,
that.
I would say sex work, again, I'm talking about actual prostitution, not cam girling. And I'm disregarding you in general now in your personal opinion, because I hear it, I understand it. But I will say this, because of the internet, me an example in a hypothetical situation, going to sub to a girl's OnlyFans that only chooses who she wants to have sex with on that camera or doesn't at all, does not mean I am paying for her to have sex with me versus like a prostitution. 1. 2, the other option is, okay, I'm going to subscribe to Destiny. Now, okay, if you're gay or bisexual or you actually want to have sex with Destiny, the same thing can be used. But in regards to a guy that just wants to understand information, that's completely different scenario, right?
But what if somebody just wants to understand sexual information? What if somebody wants to see different positions in which people have sex, or what somebody wants to see
that's
what
not
different
sex
nipples
work
look
though. If they're not
Wait,
having
how is that
actual
not
sex,
sex work?
I disagree.
I think adult content creation is under the umbrella of sex work. It is
Yeah, it
similar.
sounds
It is not-
like
it is not
I consider it
escorting,
like
it is not
porn
prostitution.
or
No,
like
wait.
cam
What it
girling.
sounds like is that you're basically categorizing the things you don't like as sex work and the things you do think are acceptable as not sex
It's
work.
not if I don't like it or like it or not. I'm explaining society today in general, how it is seen. And I guess I'm using, yes, my perspective of what I call it. But I don't really care if people do sex work or cam girling or whatever. Because like Dan Bilzerian said, he actually admires people that have to pay a hooker to have sex with, because that's an intermittent transaction that is defined and understood, right? Versus someone that's like
and you
has
don't
the
have to deal with
deception
the
game.
strings attached and the
Exactly.
emotional stuff
So
that comes with
my
it.
argument
That's
isn't
your
like
preference,
against
then that's
it.
your cue.
My argument isn't necessarily against it from my personal perspective. It's we need to reuse the word, I think, in general. But I guess like you could say a girl that's on OnlyFans that is having sex with a partner that she chooses of, but maybe or may not doesn't pay for them or pays them a portion of the OnlyFans work or so on and so forth. Yes, that's sex work. But like I think as a whole, we should classify what sex work is really considered under that, and then what other things in regards to the same thing as an umbrella would be called something different. So what my point is, what I'm getting at here is that today sex work is looked at differently, and it's monetizing the ability for men to not inherently have sex in regards to cam girling, OnlyFans, modeling. Now you said there's different kinks, which I would agree with. Some men don't really care about actually have. Well, I'm classifying it as kink. Like you said, having that
He just wants to
conversation
talk
with an
about
e-girl, having a conversation with an e-girl is not necessarily having sex with them, which is true. They might actually
If you're having
not.
sexual conversations and you're
Could
getting
be a
paid
kink.
for having sexual
No,
conversations,
wait.
I would
At
say
this
that
point, you're
that's under
taking
the
way
umbrella of
too
sex
much agency away from the guys who are choosing to engage with. This is like the inverse
Yeah, it's their
of the.
choice. They're
This is like the
adults.
inverse of like where you shouldn't be treating women like retarded children who can't say no. Don't treat guys like retarded children who can't say no.
That's true. So
And I
what I'm
would
talking about though is like inherently the pressure of what women feel that they have to go into sex work.
No. Okay. But like I would say, okay, so as sex work as a term, like an umbrella term, I would say that because of what I did that I explained earlier, I classify myself under that umbrella. And even though I don't do full service work anymore,
You did it before.
Yes, I did it before, but I do classify myself still as a sex worker because I know that sex workers that do full service work who are under like scrutiny by the law and who are criminalized and like have to hide and are
It's legal in
abused.
certain areas.
It's legal in certain areas, which I think is an important move.
I'm so sorry, Tabor. I feel your pain. I feel very pressured to
Did
entertain
you
chat.
really
Thank
cut
you.
her off to talk to Tabor in chat?
Yes, I did.
Fuck you, dude.
Okay, Kat, let me ask you something.
Yes.
When he says that you're not a sex worker, and then you
Okay,
because you're
I
doing
repreface that.
no, don't.
I would agree
don't-
with her that
I'm
she
in
is
the middle
now,
of
but I
fucking
didn't know
talking
the
to her.
information ahead of time.
I don't care what you meant to say. If you want to change your mind, I'm asking Kat a question. Do you as someone doing OnlyFans, does it hurt your feelings if you're not seen as a sex worker to people?
So it
If
doesn't
they do
hurt my
understand that you do
feelings,
OnlyFans.
by any means, but I do think it's important to talk about the point that I was just getting at, which is that I still classify myself as that because I know that there are people who are what he's defining as that thing, which is a lot smaller of a percentage because of how much it is scrutinized, that are overlooked as far as their rights go. So I do tend to like call myself that, to advocate for the rights of people to do what they want as consenting adults, and not be like obviously thrown in prison for that if it's like not harming anyone.
I would agree.
So that's why I lump myself in as that. And I also don't look down on any OnlyFans creators or cam models who want to also classify themselves as that, because it is under that umbrella and we are a small percentage, and it is important for people to communicate with each other and stick together as much as we can and try and like advocate for ourselves. Otherwise, if some people had it their way, obviously, like some people say things like kill all sex workers, whatever, like they think we're
Who
a
says
sore on
that?
society.
Yeah, I don't say that.
There are people that say that. I'm not saying you guys are saying that, but there are people that say things like that. I've been
Never seen that
I've
in
been
my
in the industry for 8 years. I've heard everything under the sun.
Did that answer your question, Cherry?
It
Not
doesn't hurt
really.
my feelings to
But
not be
let
called
me.
that,
Mhm.
but I think it's important for people to like see that as like sex work isn't like worse than that or something like that, because sometimes people can think full service sex work is more degrading or harmful or dangerous, but I think it's because of that stigma put on it that makes it that
I
way.
think Cherry is asking in regards to your OnlyFans, but I think you bringing up your full experience is important too, though. But I think Cherry's in regards is to OnlyFans.
Yeah. So I'm talking about right now. You only do OnlyFans, correct?
No, I would say I
Are
do
you still
Chatterbait
sucking dick for
all the
money?
sites.
Allegedly.
I mean, I make indie porn, so that is like
Oh,
doing
okay.
sexual acts for like,
Where does the indie porn go?
well,
Is it
okay,
on
but here's the
OnlyFans?
thing. Do you consider
I'm
a
not. I
porn
haven't
do you
said whether
consider
you're a
a
sex
porn
worker or not.
director?
I'm just trying to get your opinion. I'm
But
trying
I'm
to get
trying to
your
get your guys'
position.
opinion as well. Do you guys consider like a porn actor or a porn director? Do you consider that they work in the sex industry?
Yes, but I wouldn't say they're sex
Yeah.
workers. I would say they work in the
I
porn
mean,
industry.
okay. So porn and sex work are different to you.
If I had to create a scale, I guess yeah. But I mean, it would comes down to like other questions asked. But
Say
yeah,
it with your
in
chest,
this,
Matt.
you know
You
what?
think
Yes,
OnlyFans
it's
are
different.
stolen valor.
You know what?
It's stolen valor.
Pornography and sex work is different. Okay.
So, yeah, like, I mean, I would consider me getting paid by a studio about like $3,000 or whatever to get fucked by strangers. I would consider that sex work for me, but I guess people wanted to define it differently. It's similar to that panel we were on about the semantics of snitching. It's like, it means different things to different people.
So if I can say something, or Cherry was saying stuff too, and I want to make sure Cherry gets in because I interrupted her too. Does that answer your question, Cherry?
She's
I
distracted
just
in
I
chat.
have new questions. Is indie porn OnlyFans, or is there another website?
Well, okay. I mean, I've been on like making adult content long before OnlyFans existed.
Yes, but I'm not
So
talking about your history.
it's
So
like,
I'm just saying, if
yeah.
someone
So
who
what
is
are you saying?
someone who does OnlyFans, if you do
Yeah.
OnlyFans, do you do anything other than OnlyFans?
Allegedly.
Yeah. I'm on like 12 different sites. What do you mean?
Okay.
But
Yeah, I've been in
That's
the
what I'm
industry for like
asking.
8 years, and I've explored all the options that I have. So I'm curious, like, what's the intention behind the
No, wait.
question? Like, you're
When you
like,
say that you're on other websites, is it because you're currently uploading, or you don't see yourself? Or are we just talking about like your catalog is on different websites?
I'm sorry.
So let me preface this
I'm
for
just
Cherry,
trying to-
okay? I would say, in regards to a society standpoint, people think OnlyFans. They usually think pornography. Majority. There are other people like there's,
They're
for example.
definitely not
Let me
wanting to
say
be
something.
seen as that as a
Let
company.
me say something. It's okay. There is only dads. I've actually seen people on OnlyFans that have that, which is like grilling and shit. What I'm saying is OnlyFans by society is stigmatized by like sex work. Well, not sex work, excuse me, like pornography, right? So what Cherry's asking is, do you use other things online besides OnlyFans? Or Cherry, are you asking, does she do anything besides online pornographic content?
This
Which
is
one
what
is it?
I want. This is what I want. I want to know if right now she only does OnlyFans, and then if she just wants to be able to call herself a sex worker when she only does OnlyFans right now. I wouldn't disagree with her, but it felt like you guys were having like an issue because you considered like prostitution to be sex work, and she was trying to advocate for the fact that OnlyFans is sex work. And then I tried to ask you if it matters to you, but I think the word doesn't actually matter to you, except to make sure that OnlyFans models and sex workers are coupled alongside other sex workers to sort of have like marginalized status together or something. so that they
No,
can
not
all
to
protect
no,
each
no, no.
other?
Not
No?
like that.
Okay.
Not to have marginalized status, because that's like a weird arbitrary thing. I don't want any of that. But I do think that
I
there are
feel
a
like that's
lot.
what you just explained, but okay.
No, there are a lot of people that are a lot louder, like in the face of like sex work, obviously, like making it seem like demonic. Than there are people that are like, hey, like this is okay. Because I personally experienced like people in my life who are saying, oh, well, it's okay that you do OnlyFans, but if you escorted, that would be disgusting. And so I was hiding behind closed doors, not being honest with people that I had done that in the past. And I kind of like hid that part. So I guess that's why I identify as that now, because it's like that was a part of
It's
like.
cool that you
So
use some of your anecdotal experience. That's awesome. But in certain regards, sometimes going deep into it doesn't really help with the question at hand. But I will say this. Your experience on what people have told you is sex work is valid and is important to this question. But in general, I would say it was brought up in Destiny's stream too. Like it was like he briefly brought up, I think yesterday, with some viewer calling. They were like talking about it. He was like, well, would like people that just do online content and don't necessarily have
oh
people
yeah, I heard
pay
that. I
them
wanted to
like
chime in on that.
the stripper thing, he's like, oh, go to a
Yeah.
stripper thing or go to this or that. So again, like, your experience and what other people have told you about stuff is great, but going deep diving into your personal life in this regard doesn't help us in general.
I
But
mean, I'm just trying to give an example because, like, you're
No,
asking
I
me
think the
why,
example is
and you're
fair.
like telling me why I might be, and I'm trying to clarify that that's not exactly why. And I'm trying to give the clarification as to why.
Yeah, I think the I think it's really fair what you're saying, but I think the fact that you would avoid saying the escort thing and just saying the OnlyFans thing is probably in and of itself evidence that they are two different things,
agreed.
right?
But the reason that I hid that was because of the way that like society would treat it. But I don't agree with the way that society treats it, which is why I'm now more vocal about it.
So that's what I'm saying. I think in general, we should try to stigmatize how we use words better and have open conversations about it. And I know you'd agree with that too, Kat. I know because we've talked about that before. But I would say when I was talking about like Scrible's gone, but we were talking about children, right? And this is wrong in my opinion from like when we're talking about children coming from like a man-woman household and they're naturally having children, like having sex and having children, right? Not adopting, not infertilization or this and that and the third. Like a man and woman have sex, they have a kid, right? So I would say this goes wrong with both men and women in regards to men don't see the need to get in relationships sometimes anymore when they could just fap to a girl online, whether through OnlyFans or Pornhub or however
That's
have
not.
you.
That's. I would say that's dependent on who you're asking because it's not always like that for sure.
Yeah,
And
of
it's
course.
like
But
the relationship they have with it.
I'm talking both sides of the spectrum, right? Both sides of the
Mhm.
scenario, excuse me, not spectrum. Both sides, like on the man's standpoint, they're like, yeah, well, I can just make money as of right now. And I'd say between the ages of like 18 and 30, some of them feel this way. When they turn 30, things might change from a man's perspective as well as from a female's perspective. But I would say like when a man between the age of 18 and 30, whether they're going to college or they're getting a job or they're living at home or this and that and the third, they have a lot of shit on their mind. They're like, oh, this is easy. I can just go jerk off to porn. Of course, they're going to want to probably have sex, right? Are they able to have sex? I would argue the opposite. Majority of them probably cannot have the ability to have sex unless they have gained experience through game or this, that, and whatever, right? But on the female perspective of things, because we talked about, do you think women have to feel the need to go into sex work? And there was a question that also asked, what would you compare it to? And I said the military for many reasons. But I'll go into the need of females wanting to go into sex work is of two things, and this is going to sound horrible, but I think it's one, to gain possible status, two, to gain means of resources and funds. And those two things in today's world don't go together anymore. Status can be without the means of money, but sometimes status can lead to money. So a girl going into sex work, some would say, oh, it's the easy way out. I would argue, depending on what they're doing, it could be the easy way out. Like a girl like, I'm going to dox her here, Brecky Hill. For all we know, she had like something happen with her tits being out in the shower. But in general, she does like TikToks and stuff like that. And men are attracted to her through her TikToks. So
Okay.
they might not necessarily be doing
You
sex
told
work.
me not to bring up personal experiences, but you're talking about somebody I don't know about, and it doesn't make any sense
Well,
to
I'm
me.
just giving an example to this situation, right? I'm saying that the example of like a girl that's going into something that might be categorized by society today as sex work, but I don't believe it is. is different. So they like what I'm saying here is that girls feeling the need to go into it is only because necessarily they think that they have a way of monetizing men not being able to have sex and gain money from it. And is it easy or not is debatable. But
Very
in
black pill
general,
way of looking at it. Like honestly, I don't think it always has to be that, and I think it's the relationship that the person has with it. I don't think people should be like trying to use like porn and content as a replacement for real relationships, just like the same with people in Destiny's community. I don't think that's a replacement for like say like actual friends that you go out to get lunch with.
yeah, I would agree with you there because I think it depends on the situation. But if I'm looking from a general perspective, we were talking about do females in general feel the want to go into sex work or the pressures from society? So I would argue,
I mean,
depends.
that's why I watch Twitch streamers. It's a lot of pressure to go make friends in the real world, you
Today,
know?
I would argue that female, not all, but some female streamers in Twitch or other things in gaming, this has been brought up on many red pill communities, and it might sound bad, is just a direct funnel depending on what they're doing on Twitch. If they're doing hot tub streams, I would argue 80% of it is a direct funnel to their OnlyFans or to their online content. That's what I would argue. But
Damn, I've never done a hot tub stream, but honestly, that sounds really relaxing.
again, so what I'm saying though in general, so I still think that the pressures of society, bringing women into the idea like we categorize it as a society as sex work, I would argue the opposite, and I've already explained that. I think the pressures come from the ability to monetize men paying for something. And I guess you can argue this is like same for Destiny, but knowledge and the idea of hopefully having sex with someone is different in my opinion. But the idea of that a man's like, oh, there's an e-girl I'm really into online. I can like donate to her or pay for her OnlyFans and maybe I have a chance of getting in her DMs or whatever. And I would argue that's different because it's a sexual / relationship side where, oh, I subscribe to Destiny because I have to have cool conversation with them.
Okay,
I've seen it on both sides.
I would argue that that is an unfair expectation, the same as the guy who, when I was homeless, offered me a place to stay and he expected to have sex with me. I would say that those are both unfair expectations. And I think people have placed a lot of unfair expectations on me just because I post pictures. Just because I post pictures of my tits online doesn't mean I'm going to date someone.
I would say, like, again, though, I think it's wrong for men to have that, but men just want to have sex. A majority of men just want to have sex with girls or whatever sexual thing they're into if they're above the age of 18. That's just what they're thinking about. Unfortunately, that is the way things are today, and it's been that way for a very long time. But to have those good conversations, at least you had that good conversation. I remember your anecdotal experience saying, hey, no, multiple times, then steal his mushroom bag, which is
that
cool.
was like
But
explicitly
sucks
indicated
you
that
had to
that was
go
not
through
the
it, but-
expectation. And it's like, I mean, it is what it is. It's not like a, oh, pity me experience. It's like a neutral experience. I look back at it, it did get me to the place that I am today. And like now today, I could see myself being a director, you know, like having my own platform, stuff like that I never thought were possible before, making my own video games, whatever I really want to do. And I don't think any of that is really harming anybody. It's just media that I'm creating.
So that I would not say is sex work then. Now, what you're currently doing now, but what you've done in the past, sure. But what you're currently doing now, I would just say is online sexual content.
Does that feel good for you?
I
No,
don't
not you, not
necessarily
you. Same Matt.
okay, for him.
Same. Does that resolve something for you emotionally?
I don't
When
think
like
it's like
she
an
can't call it
emotional
sex
thing.
work, but she calls it, what was it? The
Online sexual content.
yes. Does that fix everything for
That's
you?
a lot more words.
Well, I mean, do we come to the society that we have to like labelize things as like one or two words now? I can't just like labelize it.
It
by a
just
group
it
of
sounds
words.
like the label is
called
what
many
matters to
things.
you.
So the idea from the beginning of time when prostitution was like considered sex work, I would say again that word sex is important because it means there is probably a transaction of sex for value, right? To answer your question, I don't really care emotionally, but I would say when we were talking about it when I first came in here, it was in regards to where relationships are going and why people aren't having children. So, and then I compared the two with the pressure of females feeling like they have to go into sex work, and I brought up those points too. So, to answer your question, I don't care what you guys call it. I would like society to call things different now, though.
But you said words
Wait,
like
am I not part of society?
Yeah. Well, how would you call it then?
Wait, but how the fuck would you say you don't care what I call it, but what you want society to call it? Like, where the fuck you putting me?
That's
I
the
guess yeah.
patriarchy.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go play League.
Sure.
I
I don't
just
know.
because you were talking about the definition of sex, and I looked up the definition of sex. It says it refers to all acts that can sexually arouse you. So that could be like I don't know, like voice messages, stuff like that. I don't know. It says all acts that sexually arouse you, but
I
I
guess what
didn't
I'm
write
arguing
much
for
for
is that we try to change the wording on things for those. But I don't know. I mean, I guess if
Says you.
anyone calls it whatever they
Says
want
you.
to call it, that's cool.
Oh, also speaking about your point about the military, I actually almost joined the military when I was 17. They offered me a $10,000 signing bonus
Oh yeah.
to join for linguistics. But I'm sorry, too many
I would
personal.
say the same thing though. Like I compared the two, right? Because of the stresses that can come from both of those things and the
But I
different
would
experiences.
rather do sex work than join the military, and I am glad
Yep.
that I became homeless instead of joining the military. Actually, so it all worked out. It's not. I know people are like, "Oh, that's sad," like your sad story, but it's neutral because I'm honestly really grateful to be in the position that I am, including still doing sex work and being able to maybe change that industry as I get older.
Do you think being the capabilities of more online quote unquote sex work is changing the relationship dynamic of men and women?
I think that that dynamic has been very unhealthy since I was born. Honestly,
In
from what
regards
I
to
grew
like
up in.
from what you've told me so far, if I remember, you think that that relationship always has to have some kind of real life value exchange?
I'm sorry, say again?
So, do you think, from what you've told me and what you've told everyone so far from your previous life, personal experience, do you think it's because you think now men and women always have to have some sort of value exchange in a relationship? Or any
I
relationship, I guess, for that matter?
don't believe that. That's something that I see like commonly said. I was always like the type of person who was very much like for love in relationships over all else, and that
Not
actually
previous
kind of
life,
like
previous, well, you know what I meant.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's just I don't believe in like the value exchange. I believe in authentic connection as far as like real life relationships. Um, like as far as like consuming my content, like buying my content that I create, the media I create, that's obviously like a value exchange. Like you're purchasing it for the time that I spent into it. But as far as like my authentic connections in my personal life and the people that I share my body with, that's based off authentic connections, not like necessarily financial value they're giving me or what status they have. That's not really relative for me.
So,
I probably used the wrong word, but
that's okay. I don't know. I just think that society always will be changing. Like that's a given. But I do think women and the pressures in regards to going into sex work can affect relationships, and I think that needs to be put into perspective so they can understand that as well. I mean, I don't know if they would know that though, but I would like them to think that. And that goes for I think that goes for men going into the porn industry. I think that goes for women going into the porn industry, women putting any sexual content online. I think that can inherently
definitely.
affect a possible relationship with you in the future. And I would like to see at least people before they turn 18 like knowing that or having like a logical thought in regards
Absolutely.
to it and
Definitely
then before they do
people
it.
should like explore every other possible avenue before deciding that, which I did, which is what made me decide that. So people should do their research, and there's a lot more information out there now than there was when I started, but it's definitely not like, oh, that shouldn't be your first pick, that shouldn't be something you look forward to, because a lot of negatives come with it. But because of what I experienced already, it's like, okay, those negatives don't seem that bad and I need the money. And I actually turned a lot of those negatives into an incredible positive for my life and the people around me. So
Can I ask a question that's probably going to come off very wrong? Do you think it
Yeah.
is easy for what you did to use your sexualization for money?
No, it's very complex. It is very complex, but for me, it is empowering because I felt like my sexuality was something that was taken from me, and that I felt very shameful about. So it's my way of like finding my own empowerment again and not feeling like I have to hide myself and just feeling free to do what I want to do and in the environments that I want to do it in between consenting adults, obviously. But
Can I
yeah,
ask, like, allegedly what age you... Well, okay, you already explained some of your personal life.
No, yeah, I explained it to you. Like I had a really uncomfortable experience when I was a child, and that really showed me that like there's not many people I can be safe with in this world, which is why ultimately what happened to me in life. So I yeah, I would like hope that we can build a world where that type of shit never happens. But unfortunately, it happened to me, and it led to the choices that I made, and I made the best of it. So
How do you feel if I brought up this to society as a whole? And I know Cherry left. She's part of society, everybody, but I was just, trying to explain
yes,
in
she is.
general standpoints. But how do you think about this? Girls in the future, girls or females, or anyone, I guess anyone as a pornographic star, or online content star, or sex worker for that matter, creates content to be taught to younger girls before they decide to go into this about the benefits and the disadvantages of sex work / like stripping or online porn.
Can you
or
reframe
whatever.
the beginning of the conversation? Were you
Sure.
saying, do you think there should be more information? Is
I,
that what you
I
said?
think, how do you feel about this idea of that, like,
Okay.
people that have been in this categorization of sex work, right, however we want to call it, in the
Mhm.
future when they either get in a relationship or they're just like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore, they could transition to something like informative content about it to young girls or young men, anyone that's looking to join, to give them all the pros and cons of it, to hopefully let them decide for themselves.
Yeah, I've actually been wanting to make content like that for a long time. I've just been wanting to really, because there's a lot of different aspects of the industry that I've experienced that I want to talk about. But I've just been really deciding whether or not I want to put myself out there in the mainstream. I guess this is me doing that.
I guess the
But
question
it's
is, should we like try to
that
make
does need to
this,
be out there because there is a
should we
lot
try
of
to like,
over glorification of it.
should we try to push a little bit for society so that I think that goes with everything, right? Like being able to see in this information age, being able to see the pros and cons, and coming from someone that did it, whether it's you or anyone else in that category. I think that content would sell a lot. I think it would not only sell to men, it would also sell to not only sell to men, but it could sell to women. And I think it's like other, like, I think other podcasts are doing something similar in regards, but I think there should be more of that, especially like when you talk about the pressures of young women feeling like they have to go into sex work. And why I compare it to the military is like what you've gone through. Like it could be a traumatizing experience. It can be a very high stress environment. And also like can change your life drastically for the future, whether it's better or worse, right? So like there's plenty of other sex workers, or excuse me, like I guess I'm using the term myself, but there's plenty of other like pornographic stars or online sexual content stars that are starting to have like necessarily second thoughts in regards to what they did, in regards to not only finding relationships, but how people look at them from the online verse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there needs to be more of that. I think there's a lot of, you use the term sex workers or people, well, sex workers too, but people in the adult industry who feel like they can't be themselves outside of sex work because they're so pigeonholed into this one thing. And I think OnlyFans is actually working to transition a lot of that stigma and mindset towards like these other hobbies and these other interests. And I think they kind of do it well because there is the mix of, like them showing off their body and then actually like showing off things they're passionate about. Which I would definitely say when I started in the industry was not the norm. People wanted you to do the most extreme, explicit sexual acts and wanted the youngest girls, and it was very creepy. And that's something, I guess, like a stigma I'm working to like fight against the society, and why I continue to plan on doing this work for a long time is because there are ways that I have found that are extremely empowering to me to do it, and I don't have to do any weird shit that some of society pressures me to do. And I don't think that, an industry like sex work, that umbrella term, that is as old as any other industry, is going to go away really anytime soon. It's just, like the war on drugs, it just gets pushed further into the shadows, and there's more people that are in situations that they don't really know how to communicate through. So I think it's important to bring more awareness about these kinds of things.
Yeah. There's something else I was say. Oh yeah, I have a random question. Again, another one. Me and my friend had this conversation, and we were thinking about it. And I guess I want to hear your perspective on it. We were like talking about like those that do like post content online in a sexual manner, like we call it sex work now, I guess. But those that do that, do you think they can just like record for like 5 days straight and then release those recordings or those pictures like twice a month and just have tons of content and archives that they can like put on schedule to release? So like you said, doing it for a while or doing it forever, right? I was thinking to my friend, I was like, do you think these people these people, oh god, I'm classifying. Well, do you think like pornographic stars or like sex workers, I guess is what we're calling them, have tons of like an archive of stuff that they're just releasing like once or twice a month or however long they want, so that they could do it forever to keep themselves looking young or looking that way and beautiful for as long as they want, you know?
Okay, so could you summarize that as a question?
Yeah. So do you
Are-
think we'll call them sex workers? Do you think sex workers online have a bunch of photos or videos saved up from creating it, like whether it be like through a week or through a month, that they are releasing, like uploading at a certain amount of time, to kind of be able to do this for a long period of time?
Ooh, okay. So I would say most of the time, no. I would say there's definitely some sex workers
Someone
that
said it
do
in
feel
chat. They name dropped someone that I was thinking of, which is hilarious. Keep going. Sorry.
they name drop.
Just in general, my friend and I were talking about someone Amaranth or whatever her name is. Like, do you
Okay.
think she has a bunch of this? You know?
So the thing is with that, there are people, myself included, that have like felt pressured to like fall to a stigma of always appearing younger, and that is really hard to like deflect doing that. But I've personally found a lot of empowerment from other like grown women who are doing this line of work who do not feel any pressure to appear younger or anything like that. And so being around people like that is really empowering, because being isolated in your room doing sex work, maybe you don't have support systems. I can see how someone can fall into feeling like they have to appear young forever. But I personally don't feel that way. My friends don't feel that way. I know recently, actually, there was a prominent OnlyFans model who, chat's gonna be really cringe about this, and I fucking hate them for it. But recently took their life. Coconut Kitty, I am sure a lot of people heard of her. She would notoriously like use face filter to make herself appear younger, and I think the effect of that, like was obviously like not healthy. Um, so I don't think anybody in sex work should feel like they need to appear younger. I think that's inherently kind of like a gross ideology that people treat women specifically like they have a sexual market value contingent upon their age. I think that's inherently very creepy.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I kind of answered all those things and brought up what I thought. So yeah, thanks for bringing me in here. I'll leave. I'll let you be and do your
Yeah,
thing.
it was good
But
talking,
I
man.
appreciate it.
I enjoyed being on the panel with you, and yeah, if you want to talk more sometime.
Absolutely. And I will preface this. I have nothing against any of those things, sex work included.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
it was
just
a
bringing
good
it up as like
conversation.
society.
Yeah,
You know?
it's great.
All right.
Yeah,
Goodbye,
society.
chat. I'm out so you guys can enjoy. Hopefully, Destiny comes back. Love you all.
Yeah,
Bye.
hopefully. Bye, Matt. Hi, chat. Are the other people forethought? Rage, are you here?
What? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Don't leave me alone with chat. They hate me.
You just gotta.
They're telling me to leave. I'll fight them all. I don't even care all at once.
Have you ever been in a big online community with thousands of people telling you to kill yourself before? Has that ever happened?
Oh, I actually attempted suicide when I was 15 because YouTube comments told me to kill myself. So I prefaced, but before doing sex work, I was like, I gotta expect this might happen. So I got pretty thick skin.
Do you?
Do I? Bro, I literally got fucked with a strap on in front of like 20,000 people. So I mean,
Okay, I'm just gonna save that in my mind.
yeah, there you go. There you go, buddy. You gotta have thick skin to do sex work. Anyone thinking about getting into sex work, if you don't do it. Don't fucking do that shit.
Hello.
Welcome back, Scribble.
Back
Welcome
again.
back.
Thank you very much.
Who else was I dragging? Oh yeah, Zaz. What's up, dude?
Oh shit. Hello?
Yep.
Oh shit. Hello. I just wanted to ask Catnip a question or two.
Yeah, for sure. Go off.
So you said that you were you got offered a $10,000 bonus to join the military for linguist,
did.
right?
Yeah, to be a linguist, I tested that. Chat's going off about me talking about myself, but I tested the highest in my school for the ASVAB, and all the Air Force, Army were calling me, wanting me to be a linguist. So I was about to sign for the Army to be a linguist, but funny enough, I actually weighed a little bit too much for them, so I didn't end up doing that.
Yeah,
I didn't
just
go
tell me
for
if this is super boring, but I mean, this is just like an experience that I had. So I was 3D1X2 Air National Guard. I don't know if were you active or Air National Guard?
No, so originally I was gonna go to through the Air Force, and they actually wanted me to hold off because at the time I was on psychiatric medication,
No.
and so they wanted me to hold off. But then the Army was calling me, and funny enough, the Army wanted me to just go off the psychiatric meds. Lie about my self-harm scars, pretend that like a bird scratched me or something.
Oh yeah, that's
And
pretty normal. Let me tell you.
yeah, and so
Wait, is
they
that
shipped me
because the
off to
army
the
wanted you to do it, or
the
because there
Army wanted
was
me to do
some
that. Yes.
specific guy who was like, you can get into the army if you do this?
Yes, the Army recruiter was at my house when I was 17 years old, talking with my parents, looking at my self-harm scars, saying we had a big macaw parrot, they still have it, trying to say, well, you should just tell them at the testing place that those were from your bird.
What the
Wow.
fuck? Okay, well, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, that sounds like a
It was so
Air
I
Force
I
recruiter.
did go through testing. I was planning on doing it, and then I got to the testing place, and I weighed a little bit too much. They took my measurements. My hips were like too wide, I guess. And it was funny because the Army recruiter who was telling me this
Wait,
had
your
a big
hips
beer
were too
gut.
wide to get into the military?
Yes, they took my measurements and specifically that. I don't know, bro. I know it sounds made up. I know it
The
does.
military is pretty weird about that kind of stuff. Anyway,
They are.
what I actually did want to say about linguists specifically is that given that I was 3D1X2, I met a lot of linguists, mostly because they would learn Farsi, and then they would
Yeah,
get to the end of the
that was
test about 9 or 12 months in, and
yeah.
they would end up failing out and have to go to a different field. So
Damn.
honestly, it's probably a good thing that you didn't go in because you would have like
Yeah,
probably
like
wasted a year of your life.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I was like thinking because it's like I didn't really want to go, but it's like I didn't want to be a failure and like, because I was having a hard
Wait,
time with school. But
Zaz.
Hey,
I realized as an adult though, I had unmedicated ADHD. So it's funny everyone's calling me meth lab because I just have ADHD. And I just I had no interest in learning Mandarin or Farsi, so I don't think I would have done well. I don't think I
Wait,
would have enjoyed it whatsoever.
Zaz, I'm curious.
Hey.
Does it often happen with the military? Okay, first, actually, the other question is, does having a military thing on your resume, does that give you like no advantage at all?
I would say it gives you a lot of advantages if you're gonna go into like a DoD job. Otherwise, I mean, also private sector. Like if it's private sector contracted out to the military, then yeah, you could probably get a pretty good job. Especially
But
if you
that's it.
linguistic.
There's no other part of society that considers, oh my God, like this person went to the military, served the country, etc., etc.
So if you know linguistics, then that's actually like a pretty big plus.
Okay,
I mean,
that's
like
so
I
weird
haven't
because my
formally
parents,
taken school
they were
since,
all
but
four of them from like my mom, my dad, my aunt, my uncle. They were all captains in the Indian military,
Mhm.
and they were doctors in the Indian military. And even when after they got out of the military, even when they were at the worst position, the amount of leverage and strings they could pull just from their time in the military was kind of insane. And I knew that even as a kid. So when you're describing whatever you're describing to me, it feels very alien to my experience of what it's like to be, what it's like to come from a military background.
So the thing is that it's actually for to be enlisted in the U.S. military and then to be like a captain or to be a major or anything like that. That's also a very foreign experience, even in the U.S. military. So those are two wildly different like job descriptions. What the sex work conversation was about.
no, we could talk about something else. People keep calling me Lav, so that's why we're talking about sex work because I disagree with her on some things. But I'm done with that topic.
Oh,
But
I was gonna bring it
being
up.
a
I was gonna
linguist
say
did
what.
sound cool. But yeah.
It's really difficult. It's really difficult
Yeah.
because you have to know both the writing and the listening, and the listening is usually what gets people.
Yeah.
And I've definitely met 3 or 4 or 5 different people that dropped out of linguistics. Even people that dropped out of, I guess, for lack of a better term, bomb squad. I can't remember the name of the actual job code, but yeah, a lot of dropouts came into what I was doing.
What was it that you were doing again?
So
You
the job code, the specific job code was 3D1X2, which is cyber transport. And that's basically just working with Cisco routing and switching equipment, networking equipment. And it's really not that difficult. You just move cables around, set up wires. It's not that hard. But I'm out of the military now. I'm not even in it.
Wait, how old are you?
I'll be 27 this year.
Oh, okay.
And what are you doing now?
So now I work cybersecurity for the NSWC. That's called the Naval Surface Warfare Division. I'm a contractor.
That's cool.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I really would love to do something like linguistics
Mhm.
or something similar, but I like tried to go to school during the pandemic and it was just like a lot online and really dystopian. But I just I like seeing the things that the government would choose to do. It made me kind of glad that I wasn't out there.
It's
Because
a
of the
lot of
things I would hear,
shady
but
shit, especially with what you were saying about recruiters. I mean, that's just par for
yeah.
the course, really.
Yeah, that made me feel so weird. I was like, this does not seem like a good idea. Like, so when they told me no, they didn't really need to say it again. I
I
was
mean,
like,
to
okay.
be fair, it does feel very often like you could find yourself in any industry where that makes you feel like that, right?
Well, I think it's very specific with the military because it's kind of like do as you're told, don't ask questions kind of
Yeah.
thing. Like basic training is very strenuous, which is why I had to weigh a certain amount before basic because they wanted to make sure I was prepared for it.
If you don't mind me asking, do you mind saying how much you weigh?
Oh, I'm like 130 pounds. I
No,
was not like
no, he's
big.
out here. Fucking.
Yeah, whatever.
Yep.
I mean,
Kick
no,
him out
did you
again.
kick him for that? No, I mean, like people are calling me fat and shy. It's like, bro, I'm thick, and that's a good thing. It was actually really
Okay,
oversharing.
actually, forethought. I've always been super curious. How the fuck does somebody get into beekeeping?
Get into what?
Beekeeping.
Oh,
Are you a beekeeper?
yeah, my dad was into it, and I was raised in doing it, and the skill carries forward.
Is that generally the common experience? People tend to, hand it down family.
Most people just get into it as a hobby these days. That's usually where the bulk of the money is now, mostly in beekeeping classes, or at least in my experience.
Wait, beekeeping classes then actually like farming bees?
Yeah. Farming bees is really not stressful, but it's a lot of hard manual labor. And some days you're just doing like 10 hours of fucking hard work in a full suit in like some extremely hot weather sometimes. So usually I just prefer the teaching.
Okay. What's like a typical day look like? Because how to put this? All my life, I thought I was like, as far as the manual labor was concerned, I thought like that wasn't my kind of job. And then for a while, I actually had manual labor. Of like to a limited degree, I managed a convenience store, and there was a lot of lifting beer involved, lots of working with my hands. And it turns out, on some level, working physically was actually the most satisfying job experience I had.
Hmm.
And
Go ahead.
no, what I'm basically asking is like, what does that day look like for you?
So for beekeeping, it depends a lot on what you're doing. If you're doing commercial pollination, it's probably a lot of driving and trucking. Usually, bees are very like low maintenance on a day-to-day basis. It's just there's going to be some days where you have to do a lot of work. So, for instance, you might end up having to split. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, you might have to split hives. You might have to load everything on trucks, unload everything from trucks. You might have to set up your queen cells or something. You might be extracting honey. So, like on a day-to-day basis, there's not a lot going on. But there's some days where you just have to do a lot of work. Most of the time, just waiting and like watching and just doing basic diagnostics and like looking at your hives, making sure they're healthy.
All right. So when it comes to, I have no idea about the economics of that whole industry. So when you're talking about, okay, you're keeping bees, what's like a good break-even amount of like bees to keep around? I
I
guess.
I can't say that. It depends a lot on your economics because if you're in like a busy city, you live in a suburb, you can keep some bees in your backyard in like two small hives and produce some honey and go to a farmer's market and probably like make a profit pretty easily. If you're trying to break into commercial beekeeping, like I can't give you the exact numbers for what you need. It depends a lot on your like local market and your personal tolerances for how much work you want to do.
So in terms of like the amount of effort you invest into keeping bees, if you had to ascribe that same amount of effort into some other sort of like project or hobby, would you say like beekeeping is more worth it, or like where does it land on the scale of like say the payoff?
I think the best payoff is just it's a really interesting hobby to have, and like it's easy to talk about, and people are always interested. So if you ever want to just like chat people up, that's just the freest conversation starter in the world. Um, but in terms of like as a hobby, I think it's like decently valuable. But once you've done it for a while, there's just like you hit a ceiling pretty quickly. Something like programming, where you can just like print
Uh-huh.
money if you want to at some point.
Did the
Um,
whole like the bees are going extinct, blah blah blah,
mhm.
like does that affect you at any
Um,
noticeable scale?
Oh yeah. So one thing we had to deal with a lot back in the past was colony collapse disorder, where our hives would just randomly die. Um, Normally without cause. Usually you can like pinpoint it back to some sort of cause. This was like in 2013, 14. We had to.
Did you hear the thing that I was saying earlier? Are you familiar with Paul Stamets and his ideas to help colony collapse?
I've never heard of that, but
Oh my god. Okay.
Paul
every
Stamets is
year
the
there's some
mushroom guy.
new
I
wacky
need to share
idea.
that with you.
Yeah, there's like, oh, it's the RFID chips. Oh, it's the radio waves. There's always some new wacky thing that's causing colony collapse disorder.
Well, it's not the cause, it's a solution. He thinks that, like, specifically this, like, mycelium honey can be a solution for it. And he has, I think it's like a free model people can download and 3D print for these, like, vertical gardens to help bees pollinate. But I'll try and find the resources and I'll send them to you.
Like, does he have any actual studies backing up anything he's saying? Because there's a lot of people that say they like have solved colony collapse disorder every year. Like, it's a
Yeah.
super
Well,
common
if you
thing.
haven't heard of Paul Stamets specifically, he was like the only one person that I heard where it's like, okay, I
To
actually
be
like
fair, I
believe,
love Paul
believe this guy.
Stamets, but that guy talks a lot of the times like he thinks mushrooms can solve literally everything, and that makes him a little hard to take seriously sometimes. Like I do like the guy, but still.
Mhm.
Uh,
What was I answering before that?
Well, yeah, go for it.
no, you were talking about colony collapse and how you deal with it in general.
Oh yeah. Usually you can trace it back any sort of colony death to like pesticides. We've had to deal with that a lot in the past. You can trace it back to just general pests. It could be varroa mites. Usually, until recently, varroa mites were usually like the big cause behind a colony collapsing. Um, but yeah, colony collapse disorder was something that I feel like we had to deal with a lot in 2013, 2014. Um, the bigger issue is that it affects wild ecology a lot more, I believe. But there may be more. I haven't done a lot of reading recently and a lot of the literature around it lately. There was supposed to be progress in France around getting more accurate diagnosis of exactly what the disease is. They believe it was a constellation of like modern pesticides, stress, and some like a whole bunch of parasites that they just weren't equipped to, and it would just these hives would just basically quit. And it was effectively just like they got the equivalent of HIV, and
Jesus.
it was death by 1,000 cuts, and it just they were so compromised that these colonies just collapsed.
Interesting. Uh, so when you see something like that happen to you, um, like I have no idea what it's like to be in your shoes, but I'm trying to imagine myself there. Do you start experimenting with different ways to prevent all that you haven't seen anybody else try?
As a hobbyist, no. There are people with a whole lot more incentive that have tens of thousands of hives that they have to try and keep rotating around the country. They are trying everything that they can. I doubt I'm going to come through with some like miraculous breakthrough randomly. No. So, and for a lot of it is just building that attrition into your business model at some point.
Okay, the other question I had about bees was like, is there any good beekeeping drama, like beekeeping politics? Because you know that subreddit, hobby drama?
Yep. There's not
Yeah.
a lot of drama. A lot of it is just there's a lot of old dudes in it. So everyone's just like really worried about the future of the industry because there's just not enough young people picking the industry up. So that's like the primary concern, and is trying to do outreach and get people involved. But yeah, they're mostly chill.
I will become a beekeeper as soon as I buy a place. That
Gotcha.
sounds awesome. I just sent the link for the Myco honey that I was talking about. I think it's like in the same way that they're saying like us taking like lion's mane, reishi, mushroom supplements, stuff like that to help boost our immune system. It can do a similar thing for bees to help them prevent like the viruses that are causing the collapse.
Yeah, it's just like I didn't give a I usually didn't give a fuck about bees at all until I heard that they all started collapsing. And I don't know, it seems to me historically, whenever you see a sort of like a systemic failure of anything, it feels like that's a really good time, a really good opportunity for you to shake up that particular system or industry as a whole. And sometimes I just keep like a soft ear out. Okay, what's happening with the bees? Did somebody figure that out yet? And it's just been surprising to me that nobody's actually come up with some really cool, clever way to fix that situation.
There are some interesting solutions out there. For instance, there's been a lot of experiments with genetically modified bees, especially when it comes to dealing with varroa mites, which are like the primary pest of bees.
What happened there?
His Discord crash, maybe?
Maybe a Discord crash. All right, I think he'll probably be back. You were talking about your experience with shrooms. At least I wanted to ask you, when you had them, what was that first night like?
So it was like actually sunrise because I was like running, and I was like calling that friend that I had of mine. You probably heard the first story. Who she was 18.
Yeah,
She was
yeah, I
out on the
heard.
street too. She was at the Salvation Army. And I was calling her. I was like, when did the bus start running? Like, where do I go? And so I go to the UT Austin Drag, where all the homeless people hang out, and the sun's rising, and me and her just kind of dig into the bag, and the first initial like reaction and feeling was like everything just got more high definition and like
Yeah, so
wavy.
okay, I want to go through this step by step. So
Yeah,
for me, when I first
I
did it,
started laughing a lot.
no,
Sorry.
I mean, yeah. So there's that initial first 40 minutes, right? Where you're getting a kind of a body high, and it feels like the single most physically uncomfortable experience you've had in your life so far. Like, do you feel that?
Well, I've had a variety of different types of trips. So that first one was starting off like just very like, whoa, what is this reality? Is like an entirely new perception of reality that I was like getting adjusted to. So it was uncomfortable in that perspective. But I did at that first time doing them feel just like bliss. Like right before them, I felt like super depressed and like everything was like doomer, like super black pilled about everything, fuck everything. But then
No, yeah, the
afterwards, I was
same.
like, yeah, I started laughing and just like I realized that everything I was so like strung up about and pressed about just wasn't that big of a deal. And I just started laughing and crying and watching the sunrise and yeah, like the stuff that normally would keep me like locked
No,
up
but
and like
wait.
a fear
So
mindset kind of faded away.
isn't there ever a period? I feel like every time I take shrooms, there's always a period where I feel like I'm going through the most mentally and physically uncomfortable thing I've ever been through in my life. The worst I ever had it, I felt like I went through a full blown body dysphoria kind of feeling
Yeah.
where I couldn't get comfortable no matter how I was sitting, how many blankets were around me, whether I was dressed or not, took a shower, didn't matter. And it felt like I was trapped in the most beautiful cage that had ever contained me in my life. And one of my experiences with shrooms is that discomfort is almost necessary to
Yeah.
how good the trip gets later.
Yeah,
Basically,
it
the
comes in
more
waves.
extreme
There
the
definitely
discomfort,
can be like those lows of that like discomfort and like yeah. I've definitely had experiences where it's like those extreme lows, but then it makes like after you get through that and you kind of I guess like face the things that you're insecure about in a way.
yeah, it
Um,
always starts like that. I don't know why. Every time I take them, it's like every
Destiny's
insecurity
back.
starts like hemming into my head harder and harder and harder. And then there's like this like intense breakthrough period, and suddenly you can step out into your front porch and like the world is just incredibly beautiful.
Wow.
Welcome back, Destiny.
Oh, hi, dude. Yeah, we've been doing your
I want,
like.
you want me to leave, Destiny? I'm meth lab now. Fuck.
Meth lab.
Why'd you gotta call me laugh?
Yeah, listen,
But
you
thank
gotta
you for
earn your
sharing that.
corporate.
Thank you for sharing that, Skyball.
Oh, I haven't even
I
started
agree.
to share it. There's so much
Yeah, I
fucking
would love
shit
to
I
hear
want
more.
to talk about that.
Destiny, do you still want to talk about what we were talking about, or you want to take back your stream?
Yeah,
I have no idea what you guys are talking about, so.
We
We're
were talking
talking about
about the
shrooms right now.
incredible discomfort that comes from first taking shrooms and that first 40 minute that feels almost like a gauntlet that you have to get through until you can get to the really good part after that weird, uncomfortable body high has passed.
Yeah, I think the come up on shrooms is pretty rough. Yeah. True.
Don't you feel like that's kind of important though? Like,
No.
I know Ayla sometimes talks about taking LSD, and you've described, I very much agree, LSD is like being in the driver's seat, and shrooms is like being in the passenger seat. But my experience is, shrooms make you fight to get into the passenger seat, and the practice of that fight is important for people who don't have experience being in the driver's seat in their life in general.
People aren't used to being in the driver's seat in general.
Like, I feel like most people are not used to being in the driver's seat of their lives, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of like some people like can run on like autopilot, like a state of like disassociation, just like acting on like projections from like society, what they think they should be doing, kind of.
Yeah, I super disagree. I feel like people are actually almost always in the driver's seat. I think that's actually the big problem, is that a lot of people can run from problems and stuff, and they don't ever like fix shit because they're in the driver's seat so much that they can
Wait.
direct themselves away from problems.
Okay, what about being in the driver's seat and then, being asleep at the wheel?
I
think a lot of
mean,
people are
semantically, you
asleep
can
at
call
the
it what you
wheel.
want, but I think that I think a lot of people are very much in control of like what they're thinking and everything, and I think something that's to the detriment of themselves, I think.
But I think sometimes like also that they don't realize they're in control, and that they can maybe, I guess like you're saying, like kind of like make justifications or whatever, and
I think they realize they're in control. I think that's why they explicitly, whether it's through substance abuse or refusal to acknowledge problems, I think that's a very intentional process, running from your problems. I feel that way.
Oh, dude, I so hardcore disagree. It feels like half of the issues in my life, I didn't realize I was in the driver's seat control of them until I took shrooms. And it was the act of fighting for control while being on shrooms that made me develop a practice of fighting for control in the other domains of my life in general.
I thought you're not supposed to fight for control on shrooms. I thought that was like a bad thing to do.
Oh no, I fight so hard for control on shrooms.
I think there's a balance between fighting for control and letting go. Like there's some things you should let go of, and then but also be in control of yourself and the
Wait, that's
decisions
such a pointless statement. There's some things you should fight.
No,
No, I thought for mushrooms, I'm pretty sure that if you hold on to control for mushrooms or you're going to a trip, I'm pretty sure you're gonna have a pretty bad time. But I mean, it sounds like you guys are more experienced than me. But
So no, not like holding on for control, I'd say, but like maintaining like a semblance of like who you are and what is valuable to you. But maybe that's.
I mean,
more to the-
depending on how much. Depending on like how many mushrooms you took, like you can't hold on to that. I thought part of like being able to shroom out successfully is like being able to say like, okay, I'm just gonna literally step out of the driver's seat and I'm just gonna chill and I'm gonna let this pass through me and we'll see what thoughts come up and we'll kind of go from there. But I feel like trying to hop into the driver's seat you can do it on LSD, I think, but on mushrooms, oof, I feel like you're gonna be fighting really, really, really hard.
Yeah,
and it's not going to be a
you are
good
going to
time.
be
But
fighting really, really,
I
really
wouldn't
hard.
say
But that
fight. I
fight is
wouldn't
a
say use the
valuable
word
fight to have. Because okay, the way it happens is like, say I'm not trying to be in the control seat, and my set and setting aren't the best. Then if I take mushrooms, if I let my thoughts go on wherever they'll take me to really dark, really uncomfortable, really fucked up places in my head. And I found that if you spend 15 minutes going into a negative direction, it takes almost 15 minutes to come back out of it.
Yeah,
So,
you can choose to keep going down that like spiral, but you have to like choose to be like, wait, no, I'm gonna take my life a different direction, kind of thing, almost.
I feel like I have such a different experience than you two, but I guess I'm the odd one out, so I could be wrong. But I feel like that's the entire point of taking mushrooms. If you take mushrooms, you fight really hard to avoid the darker place of your mind. There's literally no point in doing it. That's the whole
Okay,
point of
but I'm not
mushrooms is to
saying
find
fight.
those.
no, I do
saying.
like going into the darker places of my mind. I just don't like going into them like I'm in the passenger seat of the mushroom ride. I like being in the driver's seat. So I'm willing to go into the really uncomfortable territory. The way I like to phrase this is, I want to feel like things aren't happening to me. I want to feel like I am the thing that happens. You know, literally like Bryan Cranston Breaking Bad. I am the one who knocks.
Why not just do like LSD then?
Because LSD would rob me of the fight. I think that ability to fight, the practice of having that fight, is important to people who have not made a practice of fighting for things in their lives.
Huh. Okay.
So I would say it's not like not inherently fighting it, and I would say there's definitely like let the shrooms like do the work kind of thing, and like go into those dark places and allow them, you know, acknowledge that they're there and like process through that shit. But I think at a certain point you do have to kind of decide like, okay, I've processed that exists, but now I'm gonna go this way, and that's the means of which I say that like to take back control, not necessarily like fight what you just experienced, but to accept it, but then also to take that control and to know that you're in the driver's seat of your life.
Yeah,
That's the way that
exactly. And additionally, on top of that, it's more like if you have a good mushroom trip basically leaves you with a good time, and it's nothing. I feel like every single one of like my most psychologically healthy or helpful mushroom trips have been the most challenging ones. The one where I felt like I was losing everything and I came out of that having survived. It's like, if I had to boil it down to a phrase, I'd say it's something like, discomfort lies on the other side of heaven.
Yeah, but that's not like having a good time, is it?
I'm not trying to have a good time. I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, I agree. Okay, yeah, that's not generally the goal of mushroom trips. I guess we just have a very different perspective on
I mean,
it,
I don't
guess.
mind having a good time. There's times I've taken when I've had a good time, but I don't. But those are like specifically set out for like when I'm around friends and they're like a good picnic and sunlight.
Mhm.
But when I do shrooms, I don't normally do them like that.
Okay.
Like, have you ever had like a trip sitter, like other than that crazy Red Full stream?
Yeah.
What was that like? Like, what did the trip sitter say to you? And when I say trip sitter, I'm thinking in my head more like a shaman kind of
Oh
person.
no, nothing like that. No. I think all my mushroom trips since my two like pretty crazy ones, even my second crazy one, have been like pretty chill. But I find I feel like most people have a lot of control over they might not have control over their life, but they have a lot of control over like their mind. Like they're very directed in terms of what they do and in terms of directing their thoughts. Like I think people.
Wait, why do you feel like most people have that?
Because I think that for some people it's all you have. Like I think some of the most mentally unhealthy people are some of the people that have the strongest ability to warp and shift things going on in their life that are negative into a more like preferential frame, basically. That like my dad hits like, here's the thing, using your mind, it's easier to accept that your parents didn't like you because we'll say because they're trying to love you, right? And they're doing these things and they probably love you, and you just need to like work better. That's like a cognitive thought, right? You think that and you make it fit that, right? But that's like an intentional process almost, or it's like a conscious process. But the idea of like sitting back with your feelings and accepting like, maybe my parents were actually bad people and maybe I deserve something better than that. That's a really difficult thing to do, but that's like a more, but I think a lot of people will avoid those thoughts. Go ahead.
I feel like that's completely reversed. I feel like it's so much easier to blame your parents.
I totally disagree. I wish it was, but that's just in my personal
in
experience.
fact,
People,
most people,
or go ahead, but
like in my experience, most people who turn out like really shitty in life is because they adopt a mindset of all these things are happening to me, and these are all the things that are out of my control, and I'm a reactive victim to the circumstances in which I am placed. And one of those ways they might express that is like, my parents were terrible people, that's why my life turned out to suck. But at some point you have to be like, all right, my parents were just like regular ass people who did bad things sometimes, and if I keep projecting all the reasons my life fucked up onto them, then every time I do that, I am ascribing myself less and less agency, less and less accountability, less and less responsibility to all the ways I could have.
Sure,
taken
I understand
control.
what you're thinking. I think we're thinking of. I think we're just thinking different. I think we're on different levels of this conversation is what we're talking about. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. I think that the default state of most people is inside. Most people feel like the world is happening around them, and that they're kind of like not good enough, or they're not doing the right things, and that everybody else is kind of ahead of them, and that when people are like doing bad things to them, well, there must be a good reason for it, and it's something that you're doing that's incorrect. And it's really hard sometimes in regards to the parent thing to accepting that you might have had bad parents. To me, that feels like really difficult for a lot of people. Whenever I see people with parent trauma, some people, this is further complicated because of how people will present it. Some people will say something like, God, my parents suck. I hated my parents. My parents sucked. They might say that, but that's not the experience they have inside. Like oftentimes people that say that, in my opinion, they carry like the exact opposite feeling that they're projecting, or not projecting, that they're verbalizing. I'll say, my parents suck, but inside they don't actually feel that. They don't feel that their parents suck. They feel like there's something wrong with them, and that the bond between parent and child is like so natural and so strong that if that was broken, it's because they did something wrong. And it's very, very, very hard for them to actually accept that, like, fuck, maybe my parents did make mistakes. Maybe there was an issue there. Maybe it's not something that I should like carry with me and blame it somewhere. That's just my experience in talking to people that have problems with their parents. Now, you might have a different experience, or I could just be totally wrong, or I'm misinterpreting. But when I talk to people with parent problems, even the ones that say like, oh yeah, like my parents are horrible and I blame them for everything, internally, that's not what's happening. They're still carrying a lot of that blame. They don't have as much agency as they claim to, and they still think that like they're the reason why a lot of horrible things are happening to them. They feel that inside, even if they don't verbalize it. But I mean, I could be wrong. It's just the feeling I get when I talk to people.
Well, it doesn't have to be like on both the extreme ends. I'm sure there's a balance somewhere where you can assign a certain amount of responsibility to your parents, and you can take a certain amount of accountability for yourself.
Well, balance is good. If you found balance, that's like the victory point. But I feel like most people don't have balance. I feel like that's just something that I feel like the bond between parent and child is so strong that, and I didn't think this was even a thing, but as I've talked to more people, because I don't have the same experience, but as I talk to other people, it feels like that's a bond that you carry throughout your entire life. And if that bond was fucked growing up, it will plague you forever. And a lot of people don't deal with it. They don't actually sit back and think, okay, was my childhood normal? Did my mom and dad have a healthy relationship with me? Was this actually okay? Instead, they might say some shit like, my parents sucked or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But internally, they're like, fuck, like, I don't know why I didn't have a healthy relationship with my parents. Like, I must have fucked something up. There's something that I did wrong. Because most people can't conceive of their parents being incorrect on something. That's the feeling.
I'm sure most people can't conceive of that. But I'm also saying, do you think they're right not to conceive of their parents that way?
Most people what?
To think of, like, yeah, most people can't conceive of their parents as having fucked up. Are there, and I'm not saying I agree with that, but I'm just buying into your premise for the conversation. Do you feel like they're right to do so?
That they're right to do so what?
That they're right to not conceive of their parents fucking up?
No, I think that's a mistake. That's why I said earlier, I think that if you have in life, I think it's easier to accept that you're flawed. It's easy to accept that. It's really hard to accept that an authority figure can be flawed. Because I think that really deep inside in the inner workings of our mind, I think that we have a lot of fundamental assumptions about the world. And one of those assumptions is that authority figures understand what's going on and they're roughly kind of in on the plan. And we're kind of like,
people grow out of that. I started
don't think
out of
so.
that when I was 17.
I don't think most people ever grow out of that. I think that most people genuinely look to other authority figures around them and they assume that like there's a plan and it's working and they kind of follow along. And it's easier, if the plan is fucked up, it's easier for them to assume that they're doing something wrong than to undermine that authority figure in their mind. That's what I feel like.
I feel like it's also hard for authority figures to admit they're wrong because they don't want to lose their place of authority. And I think that's not necessarily like, it doesn't need to be that way, but it causes people to have less trust for authority figures when they're not willing to admit they're wrong.
Yeah, potentially. That's a whole other part of that conversation, but sure.
But I mean, as far as like say holding resentment for parents, I think that's kind of in theme with the conversation. And whether or not it's like you're saying about the parents taking accountability, I think it's like kind of a balance of both. Like, and some parents really don't want to admit they're wrong because they're like, oh, I tried so hard as a parent. But just them admitting like, hey, maybe I wasn't the best could help the kid a lot as far as like reestablishing a connection.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I'm not even talking about a connection, though. Like, in some ways, needing the parent to admit they're wrong is still showing that deference to their authority, though, right? Which is almost part of the problem, right? I think my parents are wrong, and I think that they messed up their authority, and the only way I know that is if my parents say they were wrong. So in actuality, I'm still kind of deferring to their authority at the end of the day.
Okay, if I could frame this a different way, it seems to me what you're saying is that a lot of people kind of feel like they need someone else's permission to validate themselves.
Yeah, an authority figure. We look to other people, or society could be that authority figure. Yeah, that validation almost always comes externally for most humans, I think. It's like a very human experience.
So I'd say when I'm talking about doing the way I approach shrooms, the mindset I'm trying to get into, why I think that fight is important, is because it helped me realize the only person whose validation I need to be myself is my own.
Okay. I mean, if it helped you realize that, that's obviously a good thing, yeah.
What I'm surprised by is like, I feel like that's most people's experience commonly on shrooms. So I have heard you describe about like what sort of like advantages being on shrooms, what sort of additional perspective being on shrooms gave you. But it's actually fucking astounding to me that there's no part of you that's able to relate to what I'm saying.
No, I feel like, I mean, this is true for me, and I feel like it's true for most people. I think generally we very much want to direct our conscious and direct our thoughts and direct our minds. Oftentimes it's away from things that make us uncomfortable. So when you get sucked into a mushroom trips are very uncomfortable because one, they can put your mind in different places, and two, they make you aware of a lot of different things in your like mood, right? Mushrooms will very much like, you can't suppress or hide your mood on mushrooms. That's why you have to move around or change the temperature, or change the music, or change the lights. It's a very active process to like what mushrooms are bringing up. And then again, like the confronting like difficult thoughts and everything. These are things that are very, very, very difficult for a lot of people because usually you can like bury these very easily. Like you don't have to worry about dealing with an uncomfortable thought. Like maybe I was in the mistake or something, or maybe, somebody else fucked up in a way that I don't want to acknowledge or whatever. But on mushrooms, you kind of have to. It's very hard to escape those things. But I feel like if you fight for control and you stay in control the whole time, then it feels like in my opinion, it seems like you're missing out on a big part of the mushroom trip. But maybe other people have different ways of expressing it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, listen, buddy, it's been lovely and chatting with you and entertaining chat, but I am not used to talking for so long. I'm actually fucking exhausted, I just realized. So,
okay.
Thanks for the day and love you. And forgot what I was going to say. But I appreciate you.
Okay. Be careful, buddy.
Take care, man.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow, what's up?
Wow, what's up? Could you tell your chat I'm not live?
No, you're gonna have to prove that on your own.
Well, I don't really know how to do that. I think they've made up their minds.
Well, if you don't know how to do that, that's even more evidence that you are live, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I guess I could debate her, but I don't think she'd do that.
Pretty convenient that she wouldn't, huh?
I mean, you should talk to her about that.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Me and her don't really talk much anymore, so.
So okay, I guess chat. How do I prove I'm not lav? Is there an option for that, chat?
Aren't you meth lav? Isn't that the whole point?
What if I tell you guys that I don't like Mr. Girl?
Ooh.
Does that do anything?
We don't know where she's at with Mr. Girl right now.
She also said that at one point, didn't she?
Yeah,
Fuck.
hard to say,
Okay.
sorry.
Shit. I leave? I send feet pics?
Are you Jewish?
I'm not Jewish. I'm Irish.
You said you were
This
homeless.
is
How do you
quite-
know if you're Jewish?
Well, I mean, I've asked around the people in my family, and they don't exactly remember. But from the sounds of it, I'm Irish mostly. Also Polish. Something about Denmark. I don't know.
Cringe. Okay, well, do you have any?
What are you?
I don't know. Cuban and American.
Have you done one of those like 23andMe thingy things?
Nope. Why have you?
No, I'm afraid to give the government more than they already have of me. They don't quite have that much DNA yet.
Wow. Pretty paranoid.
I heard something about them being like run by Mormons or something too, so I was a little sussy about that.
23andMe is?
Yeah, something about that.
What do you have against Mormons?
I've heard of some weird Mormon shit going on. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't have anything against any Mormons in particular, just
Okay, well that's not how that came
anecdotes from
off, so,
people.
you know, just saying.
Hey, I mean, if there's any Mormons that want to hop in and tell me about the good word of Mormon Jesus Christ, I don't know, whatever. I'm here for it.
Okay. Well, any other final closing thoughts or statements or feelings? Otherwise, I got shit to do.
No, yeah, then go do your shit, dude. Well, I would like to not be seen as loud, but I don't really know what
That's
to
a
do about
status
that.
you have to earn over time, okay?
Damn, I don't gotta get my pussy ate or anything, do I?
No, Jesus Christ, okay? Don't make anything sexual, okay? This is a kid-friendly stream, okay?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we don't believe in that stuff here, okay? We're good Christian people.
Okay, I mean, I thought you said that anybody who prays and doesn't act on it deserves to burn in the pits of hell.
If they don't
I
act
didn't
on
know
it,
if
but
that
you can
was
pray
like
and act on it, can't you?
Oh, wait. So, wait, are you a Christian Catholic then? Is that why you say stuff like that?
Don't worry about what I am, okay? Worry about what you are, which is Lav 2.0 right now. You're not doing yourself any favors, so...
Fuck you, man. Okay, well, I mean, listen. I don't know what the fuck I was gonna say, but
Okay, well, have fun.
well, have fun, Destiny.
Don't die.
Poodle boy. Don't die.
Okay, bye. What is Poodle Boy?
In my-
He wasn't even on a run. What are you
Yeah,
guys
like-
doing? Please read this. This is crazy. Why is it crazy? Why do you think I care? How long have you been linking this? I don't care about people that talk to fucking Epstein. It's just not a thing I've ever cared about. Show me somebody raping kids and I'll care. But like, oh, he was on the Epstein manifesto? That's some shit that Sneeko cares about. I don't give a fuck, okay? If something crazy comes out, then tell me. But this whole like, oh, this guy, he was friends with Epstein and he... Who cares? Show me something. XQC meme.
That's what I'm pretty sure. Nope, it's gonna end.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh my god. No. See ya, bro. See you later, little bro.
What the fuck? Holy shit! Dude! Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That's what I'm pretty sure. Nope, it's gonna end.
Destiny banned from the Discord. I didn't ban him. I didn't even ban him. Uh-oh, Mr. Girl 2.0. How is she getting likes? God, she's so fucking disgusting. It's insane.
You palace.
But did I just hear a girl? Get
Boy,
the
is
fuck
that a
out of
little
my
chat?
game. Did I hear a girl?
Dude. Why? What the fuck? Why does this always happen?
Jesus
You palace.
Christ. Mr. Beard called you out again. Bro, you literally accused me of faking, being non-binary for clout when you know nothing about... Bro, this guy's cringe. And he is a fake. He's a fake everything. I don't care about this guy. I don't even know what he does. He's the cringiest motherfucker online. David, you're up. What do you got for us?
You're a great friend of the Tate brothers, and everyone's hanging on for an update.
Oh, nothing.
What's the
Yes.
latest?
They're doing well, man. It's easy to sleep well when you know you've done the right thing. There's zero doubt in my mind that Andrew is zero.
You want to hear some real slurping? Oh my God, this guy is.
The biggest dilemma I think that we're looking at right now is not whether they're innocent or not, is whether they're going to get a fair shake, whether it's actually going to be a fair trial. You know, when you walk in, I said this yesterday on a podcast. When you walk into their front door, you walk about 10 steps. There's a little mini bar, and then you walk into the big living room where he did that final message on Rumble. And if you look directly to the left, there's about a 70-inch TV with 20 little screens show, like all the camera footage is there. If they need evidence, Andrew could give it to them. Why not just use that? It's very, very clear. And then here's another thing. If you look at the allegation itself, on what planet do two 6'3", 6'4", multi-millionaires, handsome as fuck, world-traveled, speak well, articulate gentlemen need to do that?
That's literally how they got famous, you fucking retard. Why do these guys suck each other up? You can't call me a fucking gay dude when these guys are on these fucking platforms, okay, with knees that are scraped and bruised because of how often they spend time on them sucking each other off over this red pill shit. It is honestly the gayest shit I've ever seen in my life. Nothing in my life is more gay than all this red pill shit and how much these guys suck everybody off in the community. It's actually fucking insane, dude. Holy shit. What do you want?
Question for you. Do you know if it is proven that the Tate brothers...
Do I know? Wait,
withheld-
sorry, hold on. So I
All
clicked
right.
some dumb
Go
shit
ahead.
because I'm autistic. Okay, what were you saying? Go ahead.
No, you're not. Don't say that about yourself ever again. I'm just kidding. Do you know if it was proven that the Tate brothers withheld passports from the girls?
My understanding is that claim came from a DM from somebody else talking about it. So I haven't seen anything ultra credible about the passport holding. But there was somebody else that talked to them that mentioned it. But I haven't seen a good, I don't think you should repeat that claim. That doesn't seem to be a strong claim right now. They could be, but yeah.
So that's where I think, if that's true, then they are in the wrong. If that's not true and those females had free will, actual free will, I would say that they didn't do anything technically illegal.
Well, hold on. What you mean to say is they didn't do anything that you consider wrong because it's still clearly illegal. Or you are
I don't know
fucking
Romanian law,
retarded.
though,
It's not
so I will say
Romanian
that.
law. It's every
Okay.
type of law. If I go up to you and I offer to sell you snake oil and you buy it, you didn't have to buy it from me, but I'm still a fucking scammer. How is it so hard for you guys to understand? I don't understand that.
So, okay.
It's the deceitful part
I
that
can
makes
give
it a
you-
crime. It doesn't matter how much agency you have. If I go to a girl and I say, listen, baby, I love you. Can you come here? Let's get married. Blah, blah, blah. She comes here and I'm like, oh, what's up? Talk to my friend. She's cool. And I lie about what she came here for. I lie about that relationship with that friend. And the other friend is like, bro, dude, we should do camping stuff. It's really fun. It's really cool. And they're like, hey, we can get rich together, blah, blah, blah. If I run that scheme with 30 girls, that's sex trafficking. You might not think it's wrong and they can technically leave, but that's deceit. You're lying. You're scamming somebody. That's what the whole point is. It doesn't
So-
matter if they have agency or not. Go ahead.
I think, Destiny.
Go ahead.
In regards to sex work and sex trafficking, right? So there are websites that you can apply as a male or female for different sex jobs, right? And in one of their disclaimers on these websites, it says specifically before you actually accept DMs from anybody or before you say, hey, go out and do this or get flown out and do this, always ask for accolades in regards to that. So in your point of a relationship standpoint, I don't know when these girls got approached by the Tates, but wouldn't you argue that if they were that popular and they knew their name, wouldn't it be on them to research the Tates in general and see that these things have been coming up and know that, oh, it's probably not a good idea to go hang out with the Tate brothers?
Yeah,
You
but
know
the
what
whole
I'm saying?
point is you can get a girl to fall in love with you anyway. Look at
But
the
that's-
girls that I
that's
still
like-
catch.
that's manipulation and
look at-
deceitful, but-
yeah, that's manipulation, deceitful. Look at how many girls still hang out around me, despite the fact that Mr. Girl's DMing everybody and blah blah blah. There's a lot of red flags around me, a lot of public drama I have, right? And I'm not even trying to manipulate or mindfuck girls. I could start my own fucking webcam shit and mindfuck a bunch of chicks and think that they're in love with me and then get her to fucking sell their bodies and shit. I could probably do that, maybe. The Tates definitely could do that, and
That's
they did do
different-
that.
Well, yeah, because of status.
Yeah,
Status is a
but
big
they
deal.
had status. That was the point. A lot of the girls that got DM'd by them were like, "Whoa, he's DMing saying, me, oh my God, like that's so cool, I feel so special. That was the point. It doesn't matter if they got a history doing some things, that the guys can convince the girls otherwise, which isn't that hard when you're super rich and when you're really charismatic and when you know women really well and when you look really good, which I think these guys like blew out of the park, 100%.
Okay, but do you think they should be in prison for it?
Yeah, it's legal. Well, it's illegal. It's sex trafficking. If
Is
you
it
think
a moral thing or is it an actual law thing? You know what I'm saying?
Well, both. I think it's immoral and it is illegal. Yes, that's the whole point. To make it sex trafficking, there has to be an element of deceit involved, and they were lying. They were misrepresenting the types of relations they were looking for, which makes it sex trafficking.
All right, fair enough. The only thing I'd also
Well, no.
add
I
to
think
this-
hold on. To be clear on these conversations, you red pillars. I don't know if you're red pillar. Okay, but you guys should
No,
just
no,
do.
no, man. I was actually asking questions.
Okay,
I,
sure.
I lean whatever way. I don't really get.
Yeah,
Really
that's
know, to
fine.
be honest.
But I think the reality is what most people want to say is that they don't actually think sex trafficking should be illegal. What they are trying to say is that like if the girls are stupid enough to fall for it, then they should be stupid enough to get trafficked. That's what people really mean, but they just don't want to say it.
It's like the same thing. If like just because I'm stupid enough to buy drugs doesn't mean I'm not like doing something illegal, or like the drug dealer isn't doing something illegal, right? Is that like kind of similar?
A little bit,
analogy,
yeah.
Or no?
But I'm just saying, like, I remember when I was in the car with Pearl, I tried to get her on this because I was asking her like a million times. I was like, because eventually she was saying, well, if the girls could leave, it's not a big deal. I was like, that doesn't, whether or not they could leave doesn't make it a scam or not. Like every
I guess,
scam
I don't
involves
understand like
every
the law of sex trafficking too much in regards to that. I don't understand that law.
Oh, I just told you,
mean,
in Romania, and it's probably
yeah.
true in a lot of places around the world, if you bring somebody to an area for the purposes of extorting them, meaning using them to make money to sell them for sex-related services, and you do it under a deceitful or coercive or abusive guise, the deceitful one is one of them. If you do it under deceit, that's considered sex trafficking. It's super simple. It's really easy. So if I bring you to another country and I say, let's get married, baby, we can make a lot of money, we're fine. I don't have any intention of fucking marrying you or any of that shit. I'm just trying to start a fucking sex trafficking thing with you. Then that's sex trafficking. Super easy.
Okay.
But I think what you want to say is that like, well, I don't think that should be sex trafficking. The girls could have looked them up. They could have left. They could have whatever.
I'll never. I guess chat's saying I didn't do my research on sex trafficking. True, but I thought like when I was looking at the case, I didn't look at all angles of it. I only figured like, okay, like I thought moral choice was a big deal, and like you were talking about with Pearl, like sure, that's true. I didn't actually see that interview, but you're right. Like even though they had a choice to do it or not, what the Tate brothers were doing was like in that analogy I gave you, they were the drug dealers at the end of the day. Even though the girls chose to do drugs, those drug dealers are still illegal. You know?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, the choice
But I
thing
think-
just doesn't, because again, like every single scam ever generally involves people having a choice.
I don't
right?
want like sex trafficking, like I said, to be a certain thing or be legal and whatnot. I to my knowledge, that's why I came in here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really know enough about that, but I thought if they withheld passports, that was like really illegal. You know?
That would be another thing, but like it also betrays like how trafficking works. Like if you're good at what you do, like you're not going to be doing like the craziest fucking shit. Like drug dealers, for instance. Like drug dealers aren't out here like murdering people indiscriminately all the fucking time, because holy fuck, who wants to be involved in that? It's one, it's exhausting. Two, it uses up a lot of bodies. You actually lose people. Three, it gets the cops on your ass like none other. And four, it just takes away time from what you want to be doing, is selling drugs. There's a theory, I should be able to cite this better or give it to you, but there's a theory that like one of the reasons why crime fell a lot after the 90s is because gangs got better at cutting up territory and not fighting with each other all the time. It's just so, yeah, like if you want to do...
I think it was with war too, right? Like how war kind of came out where there's territory now and they're not fighting each other. I don't
Maybe,
know.
sure, yeah. But like I'm saying, like if you want to be good at like trafficking and pimping and all that shit, like it's not going to be through physical coercion all the time. It's so much work. It's so sloppy. It's not effective. There are better ways to control people. And we watched so many fucking pimping videos on this channel around this time. Like one guy talked about how like the easiest way to pimp is to you literally just look at like Maslow's hierarchy of memes. Holy shit. Hierarchy of needs. Memes too, maybe. But like find out like what does a girl need? What is she not getting filled right now in her life? And then how can you fulfill it, right? So if a girl is lacking food security, you might be able to, get her to pimp out for you with fucking cheeseburgers, right? Or if a girl doesn't feel like she has safety
So
or
pimping
security.
is just a value in general, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be
You're
money.
trying to
Okay,
find
that's
you're
fair,
trying to find a vulnerable girl, and you're trying to give her something that she doesn't have right now in her life, and then through that relationship, you leverage that to get her to sell sexual things for you to profit off of. And what the Tates were doing is they were doing it romantically. That's the point of the lover boy method is I'm gonna find a girl that doesn't have a guy to love her right now, or is like really looking for that type of connection, and then I'm gonna get her that way basically.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think Dan Bilzerian's similar?
I don't know what I'm about to say. Why? What did he do?
Well, I mean, God, so it's like I read the book, The Setup. It was 400 pages. It's on Amazon. It's many ways you can get it, but it's a good book. I don't know if you're familiar with Dan Bilzerian or no.
It's a name that I
At
hear
all?
who sounds like a crazy dude, but I don't know anything about him now.
So in regards to him and like girls, right? So
Mhm.
like he came up. He used to be he fell out of being a Navy SEAL, and he became like a gambler for the poker and made majority of his money through poker.
Okay.
And then he wanted like a place to funnel his money, so he created Ignite Funnel, like in quotations, because I don't know if it's legal or not illegal. That's speculation. But he wanted a business for it because he's got all this money. He's bought a jet, so on and so forth. And if you go on his Instagram, like, my question, I guess, is this: like, did the Tate brothers really reach out to these girls individually, or did the girls reach out to him? Because a lot of girls reach out to Dan Bilzerian, right? So they're already reaching out to him to be on his yacht, and like they look at it as like a way to
Bolster
gain
their
more
status?
status.
Mhm.
Yeah, gain more status for themselves through their Instagram or whatever. Because Dan Bilzerian's gone on and said, I've never paid any of these girls to do anything. They just came out with me and they took pictures with me, or they had like Snapchats on their Snapchat saying they were with me, and that gained them status, right? So do you think like you bring out like the Loverboy method? I don't know if like Dan Bilzerian's way of doing it was the Loverboy method or not, but do you think if the Tates did something in regards to like Dan Bilzerian, they wouldn't necessarily be in the wrong versus like who reached out to who, you know?
I mean, if other people are reaching out first, it helps a little bit, but it still isn't enough to fully exonerate you, because like a girl could still reach out first, and you could still, like, depending on how popular you are, you could still take advantage of them. Now, for the Tates, they were reaching out to girls first. That's why we have the DMs from that daughter of that Romanian politician that they tried to reach out to, who I think was 16 at the time, but that
Okay.
might be legal in Romania. But like, I'm
saying, like, status, you
hold
know?
on. Yeah, this is what I don't understand, okay? So here's the thing, okay? So I have a lot of girls that DM me across Twitter or Instagram, okay? A lot of them are, like, sexually propositioning me, okay? It would be so easy for me, okay? Because I know a lot of these people are fans, right? It would be so easy for me to, like, girl message me and I say, like, hey, check this out. Melina's going out of town next week. Do you want to come down and hang out for 3 or 4 days? Girl comes down and hangs out for 3 or 4 days. It's probably going to be a really fun time because I'm a really cool person. If I want, I could splurge some money around here. We're on fucking Miami Beach. We could go jet ski. We do whatever we want. She could probably have, depending on how normal she is, it could be literally the most insane weekend of her life. And I'm really good at like doing chemistry with people, so like I could have all of that unlocked, right? If I were to take that from there and I were to say, listen up, Melina does Fansly, okay? She makes a fuck ton of money. It's actually unreal. I really like you. Like I've got really strong feelings for you. We're looking for a third. Like if you want to like make money with us, you should like get involved in this, and like we could set this up and it'd be amazing, right? I know for a fact I could get plenty of girls to do shit that way, 100%. But like, what am I doing there, right? That's deceitful as fuck, right? I have no intention of marrying any of these fucking girls. I'm not gonna date any of these girls or make them a third. I'm just bringing them down here, showing them a fun time, using my status and clout, and then eventually leveraging that into them doing like basically sex work, where now they're gonna be locked into it because once you kind of do it, it's kind of hard to get out, and they've never done it before, which is something that Tate's bragged about, that a lot of these girls had no past in sex work, and now I basically got them like as a little money factory for me. Like, how is that not fucked up? Even if she messages me first, isn't that a little bit fucked up? Because
Okay.
what I just
So
described
in
is
your
exactly
situation-
this is what the Tates did. That was their, that's
in
what I
your
had Tristan
situation,
learn.
right?
Yeah.
Or the Tate situation,
Mhm.
right? I guess it comes down to how much coercion is involved and manipulation. Like, you could do that, you could manipulate. But I'm going to give you an analogy, and this might be a little bit off, but in regards to, like, let's say a professional esports player, right, reaches out to a team like CLG, TSM, Octic Gaming, right? They're like, hey, I want to be with you, right? And in a non-relationship standpoint, they're like, I want to be part of this team. I want to do it. So these teams, like, they create a contract, right? A contract saying you have to do this, this, and this, and then we take about this amount of money and do this and that and that. And it's an actual written form contract that they have to sign.
Okay.
So I don't know if the Tates did that or not. I'm sure they didn't. But in regards to, like, let's say your example, if you wanted that, but then you're like, hey, like, we want a third to live with us, right? You and Melina. But then you create, you separate the two, kind of. For the sex work side of things, you write up a contract for the girl to look at, and how you make them sign it, I guess, is like another form that could be addressed. But let's say they go home, or they take it home, they want to look at it, or they review it, they possibly get a lawyer involved, then they sign that contract. Is that illegal?
At that point, where you're talking about like a third party looking over things and everything, probably
Well,
not, because now you've
without
got
a
lot
third
of
party, though.
Well, hold
Just
on,
a
'cause you said-
contract.
well, but you said like when
I'm
you
giving it out, yeah.
No, but you're saying when you're getting a lawyer involved. Well, no, this sounds a lot healthier. Now you're getting like somebody else to actually. This is why in the United States of America.
Do you like my analogy though with like the esports thing, like kind of in regards to like how people reach
Yeah,
out
but
because they want to be part of teams?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like that analogy, I think is a little bit rough for you because there's a ton of abuse in the esports industry. That's why agencies are so popular and got created. Because that exact scenario that you're talking about happened a fuck ton, where teams will go to players and they go, hey, don't you guys want to be like playing esports professionally? Like, check this contract out, sign it over, it'll be awesome, we'll make a ton of money, it'll be great. And a lot of kids got super abused and like really...
That's a key word there, Destiny.
Well, no, hold on.
Kids.
When I say kids, I mean 18, 19, 20-year-olds.
Okay.
Like, got fucked over on really dog shit contracts. Look at the era of Machinima and all the horrible fucking Machinima contracts, licensing your fucking content into forever with dog shit rates. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like even in that scenario, it's still pretty easy for people to abuse you, you know? But
yeah, so I mean, man, like you're like, yeah, of course, get a lawyer involved, duh. But I think still, if there's like a contract that's easily written and easily viewed by either party, and they come to some sort of agreement, and it's like not like, well, I brought up that other part of this, like, oh, if you like force them to sign it or you manipulate them into signing it, that's different. But like if they actually are in sane mind, right, and willing to look at that from both parties and sign it, you know, even without a lawyer.
yeah, I mean, like what you're talking about there could be okay or could not be okay. It's going to depend a little bit more on the specifics of the situation. But like what you're describing there is a lot different than what the Tates did, because now you've got an official written contract. At least you kind of know what you're getting into, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the girls who went to the Tates, they didn't know they were going to be doing fucking sex work. Again, remember, Andrew Tate specifically bragged that all of his girlfriends, he said that every girlfriend that worked for him on that site didn't have any history at all in sex work. That was a flex of his, right? So he was grabbing girls that had no history in that industry
sex work
whatsoever.
history. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like at the very least, if Andrew Tate was saying things like, hey, like, do you want to come to Romania and like work on my fucking camp business or whatever? That would be a lot different there, because at least we'd kind of know what's up. But that wasn't what was going on at all.
So I guess like what I was saying is, if they didn't do the sex work thing or try to gain some monetization out of the girls, and they just came and hung out with them, and they were like using them and like their status like being posted on their Instagram, kind of like what Dan Bilzerian's similarly doing without sex work, right? Maybe it would have been fine. Like there's no manipulation involved or something like that, right?
Yeah, potentially. Like, let's say a girl goes down, they're hanging out, and she sees everything going on. She's like, hey, actually, I think I do want to do like this kind of fancy thing, or I want to do this. Yeah, that could theoretically be okay. Sure.
Like when you bring in a third in with Melina too,
Sure,
same thing,
that could
right?
be okay. Yeah, it could be. But the Tates were very intentional about every single thing they did. That's what makes it so much different. It's not like they just randomly had these girls all doing sex work. They were bringing them down there explicitly for it, with the explicit intention of being deceptive.
Okay.
That's his whole Hustlers University course, is him describing how to
Oh, I know.
deceive girls.
I've looked it up.
Sure, yeah. That was the whole point of that.
So yeah, I guess, I mean, for me, like, I'm not any pill or anything. I just see things, and I guess I just take them in and like understand it. And I like on Rumble, I look at their stuff as like entertaining for like their lifestyle they live. Like, oh, cool boats, like they go travel, they do stuff like that. Similar to why I like Dan Bilzerian, because he used to do a lot of gambling, has a really cool boat. I don't think he has a really cool plane and stuff like that, and brings a lot of hot girls on, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I have to look up the laws to see really where they could have like been in prison for certain things. But from what you're saying, it sounds like, I guess, yeah, they should be in prison for it. But I don't know. Maybe
that
it's
shouldn't
just
be
like a
illegal.
Well, no. I'm never. There's certain laws I know enough about to think about changing. One is like gun laws and stuff like that. But I don't know enough about these to know whether it should or shouldn't be illegal. If it is illegal now, then I don't know enough about it to argue for the opposite, right? So, in general, I just like I don't know. I mean, this will be interesting to see what happens with the case. Do we know anything new about it?
Nope, we're still waiting.
they're
Charges
still on
should
house
be
arrest?
coming, and if they don't, then holy fuck, Romania is fucked up hard, and Dagestan is fucked up hard. But yeah, they're under house arrest still.
What would you like to see come of it? Or have you already described this on stream? I don't want to waste your time.
No, it's all good. I mean, like, it's going to sound biased, but I would hope that if they had gotten approval from a judge to have them under house arrest and everything for so long, then ideally charges are coming. Otherwise, somebody dropped the ball hardcore, and it damages the credibility of the Romanian government, and people that are against sex trafficking in general are pretty damaged if nothing comes of anything, right? Not that I'm saying that, like, I hope they're guilty and I hope they did, I hope they get fucked. It's not necessarily that. It's just that they've been under house arrest so long. If charges didn't come at this point, it would be really absurd. So...
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in, too, like, if people do break the law, then, of course, there should be, like, ramifications for it if the law is true, right? I don't know, man. That's just an interesting conversation, I guess. Like, I would like you to, if you're interested, to see kind of, like, the Loverboy method, and I think the right way to do it maybe is Dan Bilzerian in regards to that level of status, right? I'm sure other
Was Dan
men are
Bilzerian
doing
getting, like, other people to, like, do, like fucking, like, sex work? Is that what he did, or...?
No, I mean he had like, I think at one point maybe he had a private Snapchat for himself. I don't know the regards to. I could be wrong on that.
Well, then what is
but
even
I don't-
what's even the comparison here? I don't understand.
Well, the lover boy method, right?
Well, no, but
there's, like-
lover boy method implies being deceitful in order to get somebody to do
Oh.
sex work for you.
Okay, then I guess using a man's status to gain more status for yourself, like like you said, girls DM you because they're fans, right?
Yeah.
And then
well, no,
I
using
guess-
status to gain status isn't bad. It's when you use that status to get people to kind of get them to love you, and then you leverage that. That's the exploitation part. It's when you-
loving.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
okay,
when
yeah,
you
then, yeah, the
leverage
damsel in
that.
is completely different. If there's
Okay,
no
yeah,
love
yeah.
involved, yeah. Then
If a girl is coming,
you track my statement.
Yeah, like I'll be open about it.
Well,
If a
some of
girl's
the girls do love Dan, I guess.
That's fine. But like, if he's not like getting them to do sex trafficking shit or whatever, I mean, if they just want to go in there like increase their status, I'll do that. If any girl wants to increase her status, she wants to fuck me for it. Knock yourself out. Like I'll let you know when Melina's out of town. Like fuck it. Like, but that's a lot different than like come to my house. I love you so much, and let's get rich together, baby. Like I'll show you how. Right? That's a totally different thing.
All
you
right,
know?
all right,
Yeah.
all right, yeah. I mean, I think that's an interesting like arc for you though, Destiny.
Yeah, the sex
Like,
trafficking arc.
No. I mean, you don't want to do that, but you could always do like you know, remember back when like you were in TwitchCon and stuff like that. You could do like IRL stuff, see if the girls can get followed by them. Like girls coming on your stream inherently get follows too, you know?
Yeah, a little, yeah.
I mean, you could like, is it illegal for you to monetize that? Like almost put them as like an agent and like you get like a percentage, you know?
No, as long as you're on the up and up about everything. I mean, I'm obviously Melina does Fansly. I don't care if people do OnlyFans. Like I'm pro sex work. I don't give a fuck if you want to do it. That's fine.
I'm saying like for you and your arc, right? Let's say, okay, this is going to be a horrible hypothetical situation, but let's just give it. Let's go. Farha, right? She comes on your stream. She does stuff. She makes her own money. But could you technically write up a contract every time she came on your stream, even though she's just like your friend, and just like, hey, I get this percentage in this and that, whatever, like based on profit, you know?
Theoretically, like if I want to say like you can plug your OnlyFans a ton, but like I get a link of it basically, or
yeah, like a percentage, you know, like you could do that.
I could argue it's just charging for advertising at that point, sure.
Yeah, but that's not illegal.
No, that's not illegal
because that's using like a status thing versus like.
There's nothing wrong with using a status
yeah.
thing, right? There's nothing wrong with using status. Is when you lie about your intentions to get somebody to do something. That's the issue, right?
Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you again for your conversation.
Okay.
Glad I got to ask you some interesting stuff that I didn't know myself.
I love you, buddy. Be careful.
All right. See you, man.
Bye. Jesus. Oh. Just call.
What's up?
What's up?
Hold on.
Holding.
Shit.
Okay.
Can you pull me in next? I'm making a drink right
Bro. David, you're up again.
Yes, I am up.
Yeah, you are. What's up?
We turn off the stream. My bad. Okay. So.
True.
I talk about. Okay, let's start with like stupid questions really quick.
Okay.
If you had to pick your favorite of the two troll names from the Red Pill community, would you pick Zestiny or Molestiny?
You know, Molestiny's got a nice ring to it. Zestiny, honest to God, it just reminds me of like produce. I'm not a big fan of that. Like zesty,
Okay.
like like zesty just sounds like the name for like like Romanian lettuce or something. Or Romaine lettuce. I don't know. Just, yeah.
I've never heard of a produce that has zesty in it, but all right.
I
Okay.
don't know, it just sounds like
Fair
something
enough.
like, oh, like a zesty salad. Like that's what it sounds like to me. It's like kind of lame. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that.
Fair enough. Okay. Do you think that there is such a thing as good eugenics?
I mean, arguably, all eugenics have some kind of good, right? That's the whole point of it being eugenics, right?
Okay. Or is eugenics inherently evil? Is the better way of framing it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because I would say like the eugenics in which you're not trying to start murdering people, but instead trying to like get rid of like debilitating mental illnesses
Mhm.
is probably a good thing.
Sure. When people say they're opposed to incest because of potential like deformed children, that's arguably like you're making an argument from eugenics against incest there, right?
Yeah, true. Okay, and what else is there? Oh yeah, so you were before you were talking about like the Israeli birth rate and why it's the case that it's like so much higher compared to like other groups with similar status, I guess.
Okay.
And I would say that mostly it has to do with like
the religion of Judaism and like the culture being kind of linked, where even if you're like an atheist or completely like have nothing to do with the religion anymore, like a lot of the practices will still be kept and like other things. That's what makes like it kind of distinct from other religions, where like the
A lot of
culture
their
is to
practices have like
children.
bled over into their kind of secular culture. So even a secular Jew is going to share a lot of values with like a religious Jew, kind of, right?
Yeah, and we'll practice a lot of the holidays and like
Mhm.
and also there's like literally in the reason why like Hasidim have so many like kids, like some of them pop out like 10 at a time, up
Mhm.
to not 10 at a time, is because like it says in the Torah to basically it's a good deed to have sex. In fact, every Sabbath you're supposed to have sex.
Based.
Very based. And yeah, that's about it. Also, whenever Karantos brings up the whole Al-Aqsa mosque shit and like it being stormed, there's always like this happens every Ramadan for some reason.
Wait,
They
are
just
you? Oh fuck, you're Jewish, aren't you?
I am.
Oh shit, the Al-Aqsa apologia is incoming. All right, let's hear it.
Well, he's the apologist.
Uh-huh.
It starts off with like stones and rocks and shit being thrown down to like, you know how the Western Wall is like the Jewish place, and the like the mosque itself is where like the
Yeah, it's situated right outside like a giant fucking gate or whatever, and then to the west is the
Yeah.
rest of Jerusalem, and then yeah.
So, like, the mosque will be stored up with a shit ton of fireworks and stones, and they'll just like start like raining down stones and shit during prayer, or like during the time they like lock themselves in the mosque for like 24 hours when they're supposed to like do it during like normal prayer time.
Mhm.
And like and then they started like rioting in the mosque. So the whole like idea that Israel was just like, let's just fuck with them in the middle of Ramadan for no fucking reason is obviously a stupid idea. It doesn't make any sense. Which is the way he kind of framed it, let's be honest.
Sure. So to present both sides here, basically Al-Aqsa is a giant fucking mosque. It goes into like this 24-hour lockdown. And what people claim is that basically sometimes you get a bunch of Palestinians that will harass Jewish people. Sometimes they'll say even with like firebombs and shit. And then what happens is they'll run inside the mosque and kind of like barricade themselves in. And then the Israeli police go in, they try to figure out who's doing stuff, and then people get roughed up as they try to
Then
hide
it gets
the
even
people,
crazier from there.
et cetera, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
And
obviously
this
the claim
is-
on the Palestinian end is that the Jewish police have no evidence for any of this, and they just go in to kind of like rough up worshippers to show them who's boss, basically. That's the Palestinian
I mean,
claim.
true, but the videos have like fireworks and rocks. They didn't just like teleport into the building. Like there's a back and forth between the Israeli police and the Palestinians carrying rocks and fireworks in the mosque. But also, this is the same thing that kind of triggered I forget if it was 2021, but like that was the whole Hamas like the back and forth with Israel had to do with another mosque break-in, or I don't know what they're calling it.
Okay.
But yeah, I feel like a lot of these, like especially with Israel, everything is kind of framed in just one way. With like that, it's so crazy that every like narrative is that Israel just decided to fuck with them for no reason. They just wanted to like start poking shit. But like it's such a bad strategy for like Israel's PR to just like fuck with people for no reason. There's usually like
Sure,
fuck
but I
shit
mean, yeah,
happen.
you just have to be careful because that's always like, because some people would argue that in Syria, Assad, why would he gas his own people? That's a Ryan Dawson argument. Why would Assad gas his own people? That's sort of the only thing that would bring NATO over to his country. So there's no way that he did it, right? So I mean,
interesting.
yeah, some people will float that argument. Like sometimes people fuck up, sometimes people do dumb shit. I understand what you're saying. There's not much incentive for the Israeli police to do it, but I mean, obviously there are claims on both
Yeah.
sides that they do. So
Have you heard of like the Prime Minister of Israel kind of like going into full not full, but like starting to push into dictator mode, like getting rid of some of the barricades, the power, the justices, and like there's been like protests in Israel for like about a month now, like day after day.
nope, I don't know much about your bullshit.
Yeah.
So what about
So
it?
there might be the only democracy in the Middle East might no longer be the only any democracy in the Middle East.
Rip.
Rip.
Are you
So-
wait? Are you Jewish or are you Israeli?
I'm Jewish, but
Okay.
I have some family in Israel.
Cool. I mean, don't you all? I don't
Jesus
know if that's
Christ.
true or not. I'm not sure. Do most people have at least one Jewish relative in Israel?
Yeah, a lot do, but I wouldn't say like all of them do. Also, one of the misconceptions I feel like a lot of people have about Israel is the idea that it's like a bunch of like European looking Jews in there, when like over 50% of them are like from stayed thousands of years in like, well, not thousands of years, but like 2,000 plus years in like Syria, Iraq. And if you look at all over the Middle East, there was like no Jews left besides Israel because they were all like exiled from there.
Yeah, once Israel was founded, I think there was a huge diaspora. Or is it the opposite
Yeah.
of it? What's the name of a diaspora where everybody goes to one place? Is there a name for that? It might have been called the Jewish diaspora from the Middle East.
reverse. The diaspora would be going away from Israel, so it kind of would be the anti-diaspora.
Mhm.
But still, it was kind of just a big, I don't know what to call it. But also, what else was I gonna say? The whole like, the whole idea of just like they don't belong there, put them back, is like the entire Middle East threw them out, and now you want to tell them that they don't belong in Israel when you push all towards Israel.
Well,
And
I
it
mean,
just
like,
doesn't
to be
make
fair, that's kind of contested as who was there first, right? Tons of people show different documents and have different claims over who was there initially, right?
If you look at like almost every city in Israel, even when like using the Arabic names, they're kind of like translations of the Hebrew name of it. Like Jerusalem would be like Yerushalayim in Hebrew, but it would be like I forget what they call it, El Khalil or something like that. But it has to do with like the temple, whatever. That's neither here nor there, but stuff like that. That's why I'd say like actually I'm not gonna go who's fucking there first. That's a stupid ass argument to talk
Sure.
about.
I tried to look up, you're aware of the neighborhood, the Sheikh Jarrah place, right?
Yeah, there's like that was also like there was only like one narrative that was really like supported, but there was a lot of like Hebrew.
I mean, there was a lot of. It
Israeli
was
stuff.
pretty hard to figure out because I tried to do research. That's pretty near Al Aqsa, right? Isn't it the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood? Or
I'm not exactly sure what it is, but like the Hebrew thing would be like the tomb of like some Jewish guy. Like
sure. When I was trying to like look up like who actually had rights to that apartment complex or whatever, there was a lot of
It's
fucking weird like.
super complicated.
Here's my
'Cause,
document
like-
from 108 years ago, and was it actually official? And is it blah blah blah?
Yeah.
Like fuck all that. I don't know, dude.
Like in 1948, like when like before 1948, the Jewish people were like still in Israel. They were like in both halves of like into the West Bank as well. But then they were kicked out. So the people who had a what's it called, a deed to the house, no longer had that house, and then the Palestinians came back. But then Israel won the war again and got back into the West Bank. So now the people who originally had the deed went in there. But then there was a second deed and second key. So the people who took over during 1948 when the Jews were kicked out of like the West Bank side of the land.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that's what makes it so confusing.
Yeah, fuck all
Stuff
that
like
shit.
that. Yeah, some crazy shit. And yeah, I think that's it for now. Appreciate the talk.
Yeah. Well, have fun. Be careful. Stay
If
safe.
if Karantos ever starts spewing shit about Israel and you see me in here,
Ooh.
be better. That's it. All right, thank you.
Oh
shit. Oh shit.
I'm right here
What's
talking
up?
all that shit. I was asleep. and I was like, I smell a Jew talking about me, and I had to wake up. What's good, nigga? What's good, nigga?
Yeah, bro
What
came
you wanna
all
talk
the way
about,
from Somalia just to talk.
Yes, I did.
Bro,
Wait,
I
wait,
think
are you one of those Jews that says I'm
One of
from
those Jews.
Israel, although you were born and raised in Canada or some dumb shit, huh? Are you a Zionist? Am I talking to a Zionist right now?
you're talking to the Zionist.
Disgusting. Where's
Truth to
that?
you.
I want a real Israeli Jewish dude. Is he Israeli? I don't know.
He's not even
Anyways,
Israeli.
what do you want? What do you want? Go ahead.
Bro, your entire Al-Aqsa shit, that was some clown shit. They just were.
Yeah, and
They just wanted to
this is some
storm it.
bullshit?
They just wanted to storm it. They had a rock stored up. They had
Yeah, I
fireworks stored up.
heard your Zionist propaganda. I heard they throwing
They have
rocks, so we
videos.
should fucking beat the fuck out of the elderly and the children. We should
Yes,
fucking
the
beat them
elderly
up.
and the
They're throwing
children.
rocks. It's
They went
cringe. I
straight
heard
to the
your
elderly
point.
and children. They went right there. They're like, you know what?
Yeah, I mean,
Just
did you
wanna
watch
rock-
the video?
let's
Did
take-
you watch
let's
the
take
video?
Timmy. Let's take Jimmy. Let's take Johnny. Let's take 3-year-olds. Let's all beat the
Okay.
shit out of them. That's what happened. Got it.
Okay. First of all, I want you to tell me something right now, right? Do you think that what's happening in Sheikh Jarrah isn't fucked up? Do you genuinely think that you, Israeli, whatever the fuck, right, have any right to that fucking area? You do understand
Yes.
that damn near every fucking human rights watch group on earth fucking condemns Israel for the shit that they're doing
Bro,
there,
that
right?
is contested land, and I would still probably end up like
No, the
saying,
entire
fine.
fucking place is contested land. Don't tell
Okay,
me that's
so
contested
why?
land.
So why are you fucking looking at that little sliver of spot and saying, "Don't you think it is sick that there's a contested court case over that area?" That's some clown. You're acting like a clown.
No, because that place specifically is the nastiest fucking example of you fucking settlers degenerately taking things that isn't yours. It is the fucking clearest, most simple example. Bro, first of all, this whole idea of we were there first. Stop it, nigga. Stop it. That is a retarded argument.
Well, how do
That is
you
not
say
gonna
you
work
were there
anywhere.
first, you clown shit, bro?
That's
what's
not
your
gonna work.
Bro, the Arabic
Palestinians
name.
were there when you fucking
Bro, there
idiots
was no
started
fucking
fucking
Palestinian. There was no
Okay,
fucking.
wait,
No,
stop,
no,
stop. Okay, hold on, wait, stop, both of you. Hold on. Okay, Karandos, if you really want to have this conversation, you gotta let each other talk. This is fucking retarded. Okay, stop. Okay.
Let
Okay.
me quickly.
Yeah,
do my
David,
thing.
go. Do it back and forth. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, so the entire Palestinian, well, actually, let's not even go to that. The entire name set of all of Israel, even the Arabic translations, have to do with the original Hebrew names. Am I wrong?
Go
You
ahead.
see how we
I
like
heard
it.
this argument by the way when you were talking. You
Okay.
said something like
Just for me.
you said something like Khalil translates to
I don't know the
temple,
fucking shit, bro.
which it doesn't. Yeah, you clearly you don't know. So why are you arguing something you don't fucking know? Why?
Because I
Why would
fucking
you
read
do
this.
to yourself?
Because I did the
Because I read
research
this from
like
my
3 years
Zionist
ago,
fucking
and I don't
pamphlet.
fucking remember it anymore.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
so wait,
I don't even know fucking Arabic.
Okay, so right now, this is so easy because here we have a conflict that we can actually just look up. Do all the places in Israel of the names you're claiming, do they translate from what, Hebrew? Is that where the language we're saying they come from?
Yes, is the Arabic name. Okay, let's first look at the Arabic name for Jerusalem. Jerusalem, because I don't fucking remember it anymore. I haven't had one of these debates in years.
You hear? Corando's coming here. You better stop him. Hey, you better put him on payroll. Trust me. You pay him, he's gonna stop me. Okay?
I don't know
Golly.
what you just said. Bro went to his animalistic instincts.
Whoa! Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I didn't start talking about money for you to suddenly say, "Hey, fucking free
Bro,
flag."
I remember you coming in to call this fucking Jew. So let's stop this.
I mean,
let's stop this victim mentality.
Whoa. So you're telling me you're as much a Jew as I am an animal?
I
Nice
wasn't
one,
even
buddy.
calling
Go
you an
ahead.
animal, bro. That was a troll.
Ah, that was a. But I was, bro. Aren't you a Jew though? Am I crazy? The fuck? You should be proud of that shit. I think.
I'm a Jew. I'm not a fucking Jew. There is a difference.
Ooh.
Bro, who gives a fuck, you sensitive ass bitch? When you fucking snipe the
I
kids,
don't
you
care.
IDF cooks. When you fucking kill kids, you're like, and I'm
Bro.
not a fucking Jew, right? How do you what do you feel about that, right? Fucking killing kids, kids.
Yes, I love killing kids. I am a kid killer.
I genuinely believe that, by the way. I genuinely believe that. You guys, I'm telling you, there has to be some gene inside of you that
I
just
got a
makes you
10
love
KD right
Jew.
now.
Bro, yo bitch ass can't pick up a fucking pistol, let alone a goddamn gun that they use. Relax. You're not him. Okay, you guys done looking this up? You guys done looking this up?
Oh, I thought you were looking this up.
Fuck
Okay.
no!
Bro, okay.
Okay, where does the name Jerusalem come from? I'll look it up since you guys can't do it.
El Quds has to do with the Bet HaMikdash. El Quds Bet which
The
is
form
the holy temple.
Yerushalayim or Yerushalayim first appears in the Bible in the book of Joshua. According to a midrash, the name is a combination of two names united by God. Yireh, the abiding place, the name given by Abraham to the place where he planned to sacrifice his son, and Shalem, a place of peace, the name given by high priest Shem. Is that Hebrew?
Yes.
Okay. Now what is your response,
Your
Karantos?
point, no. Your point being, by the way, again, I give a fuck. What was your point?
Well, the point I think he was trying to make was that it seems like the origin of the names of these places even, is Jewish. So it's hard to say that Palestinians have an original right to the land. That's the argument.
So now I even got that. Not only that, the Arabic translations are Jewish. The entire meaning of Bet al-Maqdis has to do with the holy house, referring to the temple in Jerusalem called the Beit HaMikdash.
What are you trying to argue, David?
That the names that you guys use in quote unquote Palestine are
Quote unquote. Wait,
yes.
do you think Palestine never existed?
I think that there has never been a government of Palestine. I think there has been people who have stayed in the area and called it Palestine.
No, that's not. No. You're telling me that the place known as Palestine today didn't exist before. You're telling me it was never, like, if I were to look up a map from like the fucking 1500s, it wouldn't fucking say Palestine or whatever.
That's
the fuck,
not what I
right?
said at all. First thing, but Palestine would not refer to that specific area. It would refer to a huge area that was all during like the last. My brain is fried. But the last actual like government or the last like individual nation would be Judea or the Kingdom of Israel. Every other one has been under colonization through the Roman Empire, the Byzantine, the blah 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 empire over and over for the past 2,000 years. And the last sovereign government or kingdom would be Israel, and the current sovereign government is Israel. So I don't buy that.
So you're telling me every single time that Palestine existed in a map over the past fucking 3,000 whatever years was when it was under some other fucking country's rule?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, is that true?
It is.
Is
true.
that true?
Yeah, Karantos.
Yes, it is true.
Well, hold on. I'm asking
You know-
Karantos. Because now it sounds like the argument he's making is you're saying Palestine is a real place, a real country that like has history, and that's why the Palestinians are fighting back for it. And he's saying, well, there's been a bunch of people in the area. There's a huge landmass called like Palestine, but there's never actually been like the state of Palestine with a government that's like governed the land. Is that true? You better
First
be
of all,
careful. Hold on. Be careful, because
What?
I'm very agnostic on the Israel-Palestine thing, but he's starting to win me over with his Jewish whim, so you better be putting up a good fight here, okay?
I feel bad.
Relax.
I might Superman his argument because I feel bad for him right now. I would give Palestinians some sort of like identity that allows them to like deserve to be part of Israel because of the fact that they lived in that area for so long.
Okay, first of all, who gave you Palestine? Since
Who
we want to
gave
talk
me?
about,
No one
since we
gave
wanna
us.
talk about,
No one gave us.
Oh my
We had to
God.
fight for it. You guys
Oh my
denied.
God,
You guys
didn't
denied the
fight for
deal.
dick.
We had
You
to
didn't
win
fight for dick.
55
That's why you
countries,
motherfuckers
motherfucker.
spread all over the world. You didn't fight for
1,
dick.
2, 3,
Our
4,
homies fucked
5,
you in the
6,
ass, and then you
7,
had to
8,
move all
9,
over the place.
Wait, Jill, stop the screaming. Okay, hold on. Was it not the case, my history sucks, was it not the case that after World War II, didn't the Western powers give the land of Israel to the Jewish people?
They didn't give it. They went to a resolution through the UN.
Okay,
And-
well, but-
and then,
but-
wait, but it was a deal, and their
That's
side.
why I need Jewishness is coming out, ladies and
Oh my
gentlemen.
God.
Chill. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, I've been
Okay.
watching too much Nick Fuentes. Go ahead.
I think you're worse than Nick Fuentes, but next. Okay. So the UN made a vote and there was a deal where Israel would get like a sliver of what is currently Israel. Like the 30% of most of it would be basically desert. And the Palestinian side said, no, we will not let Jews have any land in that area. And then they fought a war with how many countries? I don't know, 12, 6, a shit ton of Arabic countries, and then they lost. And that's it.
Okay, no, let's first of all, let's come clear about all of this, right? No European wanted a Jew in their country, first and foremost. They were
Nope.
hated all
Oh
no,
my
let me finish. Relax. Let me finish. They were hated all across Europe. What the Zionists and the Nazis shared in common was the fact that both of them wanted Jews out of fucking Europe. Now, one wanted to kill them, the other just wanted to establish another homeland. And that homeland happened to be on Palestinian land, right? You could even look back at the Balfour Declaration, to be honest, where you could see these fucking powers coming together and the whole Zionist movement fucking starting from there, right? Where they're like, hey, we want to fucking create a fucking home for Jewish people and all that fuck shit. So stop trying to act as though this was some fucking empty plot of land with no government, with no rules, with no culture, with no people that haven't been there for thousands upon thousands of years, because they have history there. These lands that you're trying to take over, these people that you're trying to displace, these people that you have already displaced in the thousands have been born, bred, and raised in those places for thousands of years. So now your dumb Zionist ass can't fucking walk up in the place after you've been kicked thousands of years ago saying, you know what, this place is ours, give it back to us. Dipshit, that's not how fucking life works, you idiot. Right? You either coexist with the people, and you know what's laughable to me? The idea that you get the fucking dictate to the Palestinians how you want their land to be split up based on your fucking whims and what you think is fair. Bitch,
Well, listen, wait, can I ask a question? Isn't the issue that Jewish people, by your own admission, right? Everybody hates Jewish people. Europeans, not just Germany, all Europeans hated Jewish people, and all across the Middle East, Arabs kind of hated Jewish people. Isn't the argument that, like, Palestinians could literally go to any fucking country in the Middle East and probably be welcomed with open arms, whereas Jewish people would probably be welcomed with, like, guillotines and rocks? Isn't that, like, the argument? Why maybe there should be, like, a special place carved out for Jewish people? No?
Fuck,
Okay,
it's
go
not.
ahead.
No, it absolutely is not.
Okay.
Oh my
Wait,
God,
okay,
these
let me
people,
go.
these-
He's just gonna
No,
he's
first
going
of
on
all,
a rant.
no,
He's
no,
just
shut
going on
up,
a rant.
bitch.
Oh
No,
my
shut up, bitch.
god.
He addressed me, so let me answer what he said. First and foremost, right? Yes, in certain times in history, right, the treatment of Jews, like let's say in North Africa or in the Middle East, was bad. Overall, though, it really wasn't that bad. Overall,
Bro.
really wasn't that bad, right?
It was pretty
for the-
bad.
No, it wasn't as bad
fact,
as a
it
fucking
was a good
Holocaust,
time,
though,
though.
right? No, so
That's a low
Okay,
bar.
but that's a
That is
really
the
high
model.
bar. That's a really high bar.
No, listen, no. But the idea that, okay, they were hated. Guess who's hated everywhere? Damn near goddamn every fucking black person outside of Africa, right? But I'm telling you this right now: if Jews
At least it wasn't the
decided to
Holocaust,
go,
right?
if Jews decided to coexist with Palestinians wouldn't do shit to them. If they decided to live under a state of Palestine, nothing would happen to them. Nothing. Absolutely.
Wait, hold
nothing.
on. Wait. Can I challenge that? Okay, hold on. My history is bad. You said that Jews are hated basically everywhere outside of Africa. I'm sorry, not Jews. I'm sorry. You said
black
you said black people. Were black people treated worse in Europe than Jewish people were? Broadly speaking? Like, wasn't part of the Soviet Union that they like to try to one-up the US? Didn't the Soviet Union literally carve out like no racism policies because there were so few black people for them to even have to worry about? Were black people really treated worse across Europe and Eurasia than Jewish people were? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Again, if you exclude like fucking killing 6 million niggas, I'd say yes. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. 100%.
Okay, Destiny, let me fucking.
That's a
Oh
stupid
my
question,
God,
by the way,
what
but
is-
I'm gonna let you slide, by the way.
It's not only the Holocaust. It's like most European countries have like a long history of anti-Semitic purges as well. Like the UK has 3, and no one knows about them. We don't even know that fucking like Edward I, the Hammer of the Scots, who he's a really famous figure in the UK. No one knows that he borrowed a bunch of money from Jews to fight with Scottish people, and then kicked them all out because he didn't want to pay them back. Like, yeah. Not only do we have horrible anti-Semitic history, we also bury it like you're trying to do with the fucking Middle East.
No. I mean to act as though the Jews didn't even fucking seek refuge in the Middle East or in North
Karantos,
Africa.
it doesn't.
after what happened in Europe.
Karantos.
Like, no, if they were so hated, honestly, they would have just fucking ended themselves. So stop it.
Karantos, it doesn't matter. The arguments you're making aren't even serving your own case, because you can admit everything. You can concede everything that Jews were treated horribly in Northern Africa and Middle East. None of what happened in history gives Israel the right to violate Palestinians' human rights from 48 until today. You can just
Wait,
over there.
wait. Hold on. You're talking about two differences when you talk about violate their human rights. You're probably talking about like the treatment of Arabs or Palestinians in Israeli land, or the treatment of Palestinians in Palestinian land. Karantos is saying the violation is the giving of Israel to the Jewish people in the first place.
Yes. We can have a full discussion about why the treatment is awful. Okay, let me fucking talk for a second. First of all, Karantos is gonna eventually talk about how the Jews were treated so amazingly in the Middle East, and the jizya was actually a blessing for them, and it kept them in safety, and it allowed them to they didn't Holocaust them, so actually they have a really good time in the Middle East, and the Jews would never get hurt if they gave over the entire land of Israel. The Palestinians would just say, "Hello, best friend, let's have a play date together," and yeah.
You do know that there's Palestinian like Jews, right? You do know that Jews did exist in Palestine even prior
Yeah,
to
and
the fucking
by the way,
Israel
in
being founded.
1948,
And nobody
yes,
killed them.
in
Nobody was seeking them out. So
in
stop it.
1948, they said that they don't count any Palestinian Jews as Palestinians at all. They said that these are the Juden, what is the fucking, these are Yehudi, these are not Palestinians, and that these are our
Right, so
enemies.
why are you
And
talking
then they
after
fought them.
Israel was established? Why are you talking after Israel established,
Because
right?
don't pretend that they count them as Palestinians, that these are
Also,
Palestinian
they pretended for hundreds upon hundreds of years, but when they fucking started to go to war with the fucking Zionists, and they decided to do some things, now all of a sudden that's their real fucking color showing. That's fucking cringe. You know what, guys? Go actually look up
There was
the
a
treatment
deal.
of Palestinians. Go look up the treatment of Palestinians in Israel itself, and tell me that them motherfuckers are not practicing apartheid. Go look at it. At the end of the day, when you guys try to act as though these fucking Israeli dudes are fucking innocent and they're doing no wrong. First of all, the first wrong that they did was to establish bumfuck Israel. Second of all, the way that they treat Palestinians, the way that they treat Arabs in general, the way that
You're
they
not
even
gonna
treat
bundle
black
that
people.
together.
No. I will bundle it
Oh.
together. Stop me, bitch. No, let me add on to it again.
Oh,
The way
what
that
a
they
clown.
even treat black
You're
Jews,
such a
right?
disingenuous
Black
fuck.
Jews.
You're
It is
such a
fucking disgusting.
disingenuous
Okay,
fuck.
let's go.
Let me say-
Okay, come on, guys. Let's back and forth. Okay.
Okay, so I love he loves to lump together like the Palestinian treatment now and the right of Israel to exist altogether, because he knows he has no argument about why Israel shouldn't exist, and he knows that the
That's the same
entire
guy that tried to
start
speak
and
about
now,
the
oh
Palestinian
my
treatment
god,
of the
what
Jews.
a
Stop it.
Okay.
and then in 1948, when they lost the war, when they said they don't want to make any peace, they don't want a resolution to give a sliver of the land to the Jews while they kept 98% of Syria, Palestina, and they got ass mad. They fucked around and found out they lost 1 war, 2 wars, 12 allies, 16 allies. Doesn't matter. They kept losing and losing, and now he wants to cry about that. I don't know.
We're
Sounds
gonna
good.
smoke in the next one.
I
Don't
mean,
cry when we
David,
smoke in the
are you
next one.
just you're very conveniently skipping over the fucking ethnic cleansing that happened in 1940. I mean,
Wait, no. The ethnic cleansing was a literal war where one side decided they wanted
no. Hey, sorry, Toronto, shut the fuck up, Grant. I'm trying to do your argument better than you can. Jesus Christ.
All right,
No,
good. Give your best shot.
remember, 6 weeks before, in that 6 week period before the British mandate ended, before a single Arab soldier set foot into that land, more than half the ethnic cleansing had already happened. So yes, it
No.
was an ethnic
First
cleansing.
of all, there was
They put
no,
typhoid
before
in the
the
water
war,
supplies.
it was already-
They sent people around to map all the villages and find out how many people were living in each house and how many houses there were. Commands to fucking detonate them to make sure that no one could return. Yeah, this was an ethnic cleansing. Of course it was.
Oh, okay. First
Mainstream
of all,
history calls it an
and
ethnic cleansing. by the way.
there was riots, there was protests, there was fighting. Before there was any 1948 war, there was murders and killings and gangs.
There
and
were
riots.
murders on both sides. There were
Okay, that's
fucking
what I'm saying.
Zionist terrorist groups as
But
well. Yeah.
Where's the colonization? I've never heard of this before. What's your backing for the not colonization? Where's your backing of ethnic cleansing? And I would say the same thing for the Middle East on the other side of kicking out every Jew. So it was
The
both
ethnic
sides.
cleansing is in the fact that they mapped out every single village and made sure to go there, dynamite the houses, massacre people. There are still graves being found out today that are like recent, and to make sure that they kick them out and destroy the houses so they couldn't come back.
Bro,
Yeah, that's an ethnic cleansing. They were targeted for their ethnic group. Yeah.
No, they were targeted because they were on the other side of the fucking enemy battle. It was an all-out war between the Arabic states.
No, it
including
wasn't a
the
war.
Palestinians.
You did it again. Half of the ethnic cleansing had already happened before the Arab countries intervened.
Okay, well, first of all,
Do you deny? Wait. Do you just
think it was-
deny
wait,
that? Do you
do you
deny
think it
that?
was a one-sided-
more than
do you think it was
do you-
completely
wait.
one-sided? There wasn't
No,
even
I
any
don't think it was
yet.
one-sided. I'm
Okay,
saying,
so
do
it
you
wasn't
deny?
ethnic cleansing if there was a
do
back and
you-
forth battle.
Do you deny that 6 weeks before the British mandate ended, over 300,000 people were already kicked out of their villages and fucked off?
No, that does not necessarily mean ethnic cleansing at all. Because
Why
there
not?
could have been a both. First of all, there was hundreds of thousands of Jews that were kicked out of the West Bank side and they were murdered on the West Bank side of Israel.
Again, I'm not going to. That
you wouldn't
still has
consider
nothing
that
to
ethnic
do with
cleansing,
what we just said about ethnic
because
cleansing.
both sides are being kicked out of their houses, and the houses are burned and murdered, and shit's happening before the war. That doesn't make it ethnic cleansing. You have to show me that there's one side.
I mean, when
It doesn't need to be one-sided if it's an ethnic cleansing.
Lorna.
You know that Jordan had like deals with Israel to allow population exchanges as well. So it's not like Israel wasn't completely complicit in that either.
Wait. Let me just state something, right? We don't even need to go back to 1940 fucking whatever, right? Look at Israel and the way that they fucking sterilized Ethiopian black Jewish or Jews, right? In Israel itself, because they wanted to stop the births of more African Jews. Look that up. This didn't happen in 1940, whatever the fuck. This didn't happen in the 60s. This happened in 2013, okay? So when you guys fucking talk to me about the Jews, first of all, it's the only democracy in the Middle East. Fuck you and fuck your democracy, first of all. I don't know why people act as though democracy is like the best fucking form of governance of all time. We should all fucking be democratic, okay? Clearly, it only works for those niggas that already got it. And if you don't have it, honestly, you're better off taking your chances with a dictator and seeing if he's a W-mans or an L-mans. That's just my opinion, though. So fuck your whole democracy point. Second of all, again, guys, you do know that the United States, the country that received the most fucking financial aid ever since 1970 was Israel, okay? So when you first of all try to act as though, oh my God, Israel is so fucking, you know, self-sufficient, it's so fucking powerful, it's so fucking strong. Bro, it has money getting pumped up its ass yearly by the United States because it serves their interest to fucking keep a country that is so fucking cool with them in the Middle East, even though they have Saudi Arabia, but clearly they don't fuck with them niggas because Saudi Arabia is fucking allying with Russia, blah, 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 whatever the fuck, right? So stop trying to act as though your country is there by the fucking will of God, because I know you suck fucking Zionist retards think the only reason why you didn't fucking lose when all of the Arab nations fucking came together was because, oh my God, God is on our side. No, God is not on the side of motherfuckers that kill kids. Don't you ever forget that. Also, guys, shut up, bitch. Let me finish. Wait. Guys,
Bro, you're not gonna let
shut up, ho! Kick.com. Kick.com/Krantos, QORANTOS. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I love Jews.
Sorry, can I just go a second so you actually have something to respond to, David? Is that okay?
Wait, I had to.
You can go.
Okay,
go on.
Okay. So do you notice how we said since 1970? Do you notice that since 1970 part, and then he wants to say that how we say that Israel was so powerful and did such a good job fighting the Arabic nations if they're the most funded since 1970?
Okay.
How many wars were there before 1970 between Israel and the Arabic states?
How do you say that? I said the reason why they're fucking strong right now. First of all, I'm pretty sure, and you guys could correct me. You guys could correct me if I'm wrong, right? Israel has nukes, right?
Yeah.
Again, I can neither confirm nor deny that statement.
Yeah, yeah, as if you know, you dipshit, you fucking Zionist foot soldier. Shut up, bitch. Stay in your goddamn station, right? This fucking country that has fucking nukes, this country that fucking makes the nastiest spyware ever, this country that's so technologically advanced. At the end of the day, this is the United States fucking pumping you, bro. You're the U.S.'s sugar baby.
The U.S. gets just as much back. The U.S. just gets just as much back from technology and from the surveillance of police than they do for every penny. Israel is every penny just in U.S. interest.
Wait, if we don't get anything back from it, why the fuck do we invest so much in them?
Bro, first of all, it's because the fucking retarded leadership believes in the whole fucking, we gotta keep the Holy Land with the Jews, all these fucking Christian cucks.
Holy shit, maybe it is God then.
No. Second of all, right?
Yeah.
It serves their fucking interest to have a fucking country like Israel in the Middle East, right? Because they can't rely on everybody else because they're too fucking volatile.
So it's worth the money. Good job. Okay, you made it.
It's not worth the money though. It's not. First of all, I wish Trump's retarded ass actually had the fucking balls instead of fucking establishing his fucking what was it? The embassy in Jerusalem. I wish he had the fucking balls to say the same thing he said to the EU niggas to the fucking Israelis. He said, "We fucking spend how much on NATO while you guys spend nothing? Why the fuck do we waste our money protecting your retarded asses while you don't give us anything back?" That was fucking base because that was correct. But he didn't use the same line of thinking, the line of logic, with the fucking Israelis.
Because Israel gives military tech, technological advances, science, whatever, and the Middle East advantage.
The real answer is just old people love Jews. He's a fucking lawyer from New York, dog. He's probably got a fucking ton of Jewish friends that he's done business with. Or not a lawyer, he's real estate from fucking New York. Like,
true. Well, and his in-law is
No,
Jewish.
I said it. I said it. These people just have fucking love for Jews. I don't know. It's like, oh, we must love the chosen people, whatever the fuck. Also, speaking about that, golly, man. Golly. When these niggas talk to me, I'm like, oh my god, you see the fucking jizya? You see your jizya? This is so discriminatory. You bitch ass nigga, you're called the chosen
Oh
people.
my god.
You're
Oh
a bunch of
my.
avatar hags. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, bro, if atheist fucking
I
Lil
can
Steve wants
defend-
to talk, maybe he could talk. But your bitch ass cannot say a word about jizya. How the fuck
I
are you
know
a bunch
you
of
like-
avatar
I
hags?
know you like
No,
jizya.
I'm not done. I'm about to jizya on your goddamn face if you don't shut the fuck up, right? Listen to this. At the end
No, bro,
of times,
I'll give
right?
you your
No,
jizya. I'll give you.
Shut up. At the end of times, every fucking Jew will have a goddamn fucking Gentile as a slave. This is in your goddamn fucking holy fucking
Bro,
scripture.
no one gives a fuck,
Nobody
bro.
bitches
Most of us
about-
aren't even
No.
fucking religious. We don't even give a fuck. We don't.
Most of us are religious, but I'm a Zionist. Are you retarded?
Yes,
Are
bro.
Are you slow?
I'm
Are
a
you
cultural
slow?
Zionist.
Wait, what does
Chat.
Zionist have to do with being religious? I don't know.
No. I'm a cultural Zionist. Do me a favor, right? Where are you from? Tell me honestly, where are you from?
I'm from the Holy Land. My descendants
Brother,
come
you
from
are
the
no,
Holy.
you are no, don't do that.
There's probably a lot of Jewish people that are like relatively secular in the United States that still like defend Israel. I think you could probably be a Zionist without being like super religious.
No,
you know?
sure. But I want to know where's David from.
Listen, bro. I don't need you to
doesn't matter?
come with your.
Okay. No. Let me finish, because you know what point I was about to make. First of all, damn near every single Jew in Israel right now either came from the U.S., either came from Canada, either came from
No,
whatever
actually,
the
that's
fuck
wrong.
anywhere.
Over
Most
50.
of these niggas aren't even. Bro,
I knew he would
bet
make
you
this
can't
argument.
find
I already.
You can't find a Jew that's 50% Jew.
Oh
you
my
niggas
God, what
at
a
this point,
retard.
if you
What a
came from
retard.
Morocco, you're Moroccan. Stop it.
Tarantos.
Except if
Tarantos,
you're
the majority
out
of like I think the biggest plurality of Israeli Jews are non-white. They're Mizrahi. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, not just the whatever.
Plurality.
The
It's like
majority.
40%, right? No, it's 40%, isn't it?
No, it's over 50.
I'm telling you right now, most
Oh, well,
of
if you
them
count the
niggas,
Arabic
if
people,
you
then
were, if you were to look at their fucking DNA, them niggas ain't even 50% Jew. It's not.
Okay.
So I don't know why they're trying to claim some superiority based off of their race, because that's
Well,
what they
you're
do.
talking
'Cause
to
if it's-
100% Jew. 100%.
It's
Hold on,
44%, by the way.
Aren't you?
Mizrahi.
You're like you live in fucking Malaysia and you're from Somalia. Why the fuck do you care so much about Palestine?
Oh, first of all, Somalis are damn near 100% always. Okay, we always keep it in the family. Stop it. Number two,
100%
right?
Dick Rider.
No, number two, right? This fucking dickhead trying to claim that he's 100%. You said you're a cultural Jew, right? So at the end of the day, you're not doing it off of religious reasons. You're doing it off of my people deserve our land. Bitch, your people are in California. They're not in Israel. They're not in Israel. Your DNA, bro, your DNA is as much fucking white as Lil Steve over here. So I don't know why you niggas, bro, you could have stayed wherever the fuck you were and nobody would have hurt you, okay? I promise there isn't no second Holocaust coming. I think, I don't know, ask Nick. He's the one that plans these things. But I think there isn't, right? You niggas are safe. So I don't know why the fuck you're bitching. What? And even
Bro,
honestly,
you want the second Holocaust, you clown.
oh my god, I don't fucking want it.
Bro,
I don't
bro
want that.
literally defends the
You're
fucking
giving me
jizya.
re-
Wait,
no,
I
you're
want to hear his
giving-
defense of
I was
jizya.
about to make
That's
a
just some
base-
clown shit.
I was about to make some base joke, but I'm not gonna do it. The Pepe is in chat. They're motivating me right now. Guys, stop. Okay.
No, the jizya is motivating him.
Okay.
I'll give you
Oh,
if
bro,
you want. I'll give you.
you don't want these jokes, okay? Usually when it's black versus white, the black guy is on the back foot because, you know, the racial jokes are easy, but you're a Jew. You know how many jokes I could pop off on you, nigga? Don't gas me up right now.
You
I'm
know how
about
many
to gas
jokes I
you up.
can't make on you?
Stop.
You know how many jokes I can't make on you?
You can't, because you're a, oh, yeah. Actually, wait. Let me hit a quick 180. Destiny, you fucking fat, you bitch, right? Listen,
Why am I catching strays here? What?
No. I heard you say towel head to that chick you're clapping, the Farha chick,
Chill.
right? And I was like, this dickhead. I was like, he doesn't want to call me a nigga, right? Because he's a pussy. He sees the backlash that's about to happen from that. But he's like, I'll use towel head because nobody gives a fuck about them towel heads, right? Bro, if you're gonna be edgy all the way, right? Say all the cool shit. Don't say half of the cool shit. So with that being said, call me a nigga.
You know what, dude? If you keep acting like this, maybe I will.
Whoa, bro, see? Bro, always with the slick shit. Always with the slick shit. You
Oh,
never used to say it
shit.
out loud.
Oh, no, yeah, never mind. Now,
I'm about to
definitely
get
not. Never
2v1.
mind.
I'm about to get
Call him a
2v1.
nigga. Call him a nigga.
I'm about to
Yo,
get 3v1.
Karantos, why do you
What's
keep
good?
calling white people niggas? That shit's so weird.
Ooh.
First of all,
Maybe I am one.
No, let me say this. Let me say this. As a African man, a lot of people have been telling me you can't say the N-word, right? And you know what? I kind of see where they're coming from.
I think the
because
problem
Pokemon-
isn't that you're African. I think the problem is that you live in Malaysia. Like that's.
I mean, it does it really matter, right?
It
Like
does.
everybody.
It really does. It really does.
Okay, but the way that you talk, is it the way that fucking wherever the fuck you were raised, like I don't know, like Montreal, right, or some shit? Like, do you think them niggas like talk like you do right now? No, they don't. They don't. But I want to actually make a point, right? I don't think Africans should say
We're
the
waiting
N-word. They shouldn't say the N-word. If Pokemon can't say it, I shouldn't be able to say it. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Because I've seen her clip. He's a lame-ass nigga, and only name niggas say that shit, bro. That was like W fucking clip right there. But she can't say it anymore.
All time.
Honestly, it's tied to your skin color, right? Because a nigga like Abba, he's Ethiopian. How the fuck does he get to say the N-word, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. How the fuck do I get to say it, but a Moroccan chick can't say it? We're all equally African. I mean, I don't know if Ethiopians, they try to claim Jew or something. I don't know if he's one of them. But, yeah, you know what I mean? It's still the same Africanness.
Abba,
But
are
I,
you
say, I call everybody nigga, bro.
I used to get called a sand N-word in school.
Jesus.
I'm not gonna lie. The first time I heard saying N-word, that shit made me laugh for a few days.
I could never tell if it gave me the pass. So I asked the black people of Scotland, like all three of them, and they never got back to me. So I just don't
You
say
were
it.
raised in Scotland?
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Random drop off, dude. God.
So wait, you must be Arab, right? You're like some kind of Middle Eastern flavor.
Lebanese. Yeah.
Lebanese, yeah.
Ew, the worst
Yo,
one.
the first time I heard somebody say,
I love the Arabic.
the
like,
first time I heard the
like,
words Dune Kun, I laughed so fucking hard. Like, obviously it's crazy fucked up, but that shit's kind of.
I don't know, but you strike me as the type of guy that would allow a white chick to call you the N-word while you're clapping her cheeks. I don't know. Something about you just sniffs to me like, you know, call me a nigga. Give me that big dick nigga. Like, I don't know. I fucking Also, I seen your bitch ass talk shit. This is better than Carantos yelling. And then she asked you whether you wanna fuck a whale dead or alive. Good one. I'm sure your fucking retarded ass wants to fuck whales, right? You're used to the fucking chubby fucking white woman that you're dealing with, you asshole. Guys, no fucking chick asking about whale fucking intercourse is better than me. Let it be known. But continue, go ahead.
Jeez.
Man.
Go ahead, Abba.
Yeah, go ahead, Abba. Follow that one up.
Hey man, listen. Whenever Zerka's on the panel, I just start tuning out.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're so corny, Abba. You're so fucking. Why are you so corny? Fuck. Lord have mercy, dude. I saw that clip on Andrew Schultz's shit where he asked you whether you're a Muslim and you're like, my pronouns are bacon and cheese. I've been on that diet of alcohol and white pussy. I'm like, so fucking corny. First of all, this nigga's supposed to be a comedian. First of all, this is why I despise stand-up comedians. They're not funny, bro. Jonathan is funnier than 99% of all stand-up comedians, and he's fucking Jonathan, right? So the bar is fucking extremely low. Other than Bill Burr, we let that nigga slide, and Cat Williams. But like fucking hell, dude, these niggas are meant to be comedians, and they're like, I've been on that diet of alcohol and white pussy. My pronouns are bacon and cheese. I was born in a household that tried to make me a Muslim. Bro, tried so hard to appease the white man, nigga. I'm telling you, it's the Ethiopian DNA. Nigga, go look your history up. Check why them niggas never got, fully colonized type shit. I'm just telling you, man. A lot of getting on knees and opening mouths happened. But you know what, my people, hey, if we went out fighting. Shout out to the ones that know. I'm just saying. No bacon and cheese diet here.
Which are the ones that know?
Which are the ones that know? America back in 1991 when we fucked you in the ass. How about that? Go look it up. Also, your fucking propaganda movies are terrible. Black Hawk Down. Suck my dick. Or Captain Phillips, I'm the captain now. Bitch, we took over fucking we took over ships the size of fucking football stadiums with tugboats. Stop it. You do know that we were seafaring people for most of our history, right? And we sold a lot of things. We sold gold. We sold coffee. First of all, we introduced coffee to the world. It was Ethiopian, but we're the ones that introduced it to the world. And also, we sold niggas. A lot of niggas. Honestly, we sold a lot of niggas. I ain't gonna lie.
Like how many?
So it's business. At the end of the day, it's only business. You know what I mean? It's only business. And we were the best at business. You know what I mean? You gotta do with the time, you know what I mean? If selling niggas was on the fucking menu, We sold the most niggas, and we sold them to the Arabs. We sold them to the Indians. We sold them to the fucking. Bro.
Toronto's right now. Who's your favorite and least favorite Arabic country and people? Real quick. I know you
Great
guys
question.
always have opinions.
The Lebanese are booty cheeks. Even though my favorite Arabic teacher was Lebanese, so I got love for him. Shout out to him. But overall, right, the Lebanese are 2-pack of ass. My
Why?
favorite, mega racist.
I'm not gonna lie. Kratos never shuts the fuck up and just constantly saying nonsense, but that's one thing he's right about.
I'm right about a lot of things.
Where
but
the
let's
Lebanese
let the
people
hate
are
go,
shitty?
you know.
Is that what he's right?
Lebanese people have got probably
Lebanese
the
people
most
are insanely
arrogant-
racist, but they're
Yeah.
also really
Arrogant.
anti-Semitic. So I thought you'd probably be all for
Yeah,
that.
they're the most arrogant Arabs. For sure. They
Egyptians
have the
are the
worst
Giga
back.
Chads of Arabic nations.
Listen,
There are only like fucking 19 Jews who live in Lebanon. I thought you'd like that.
No, listen. Shout out to them for doing what's
That's like
right,
the highest
but they're
amount in
still
all of
racist.
the Middle East,
No, no.
besides Israel.
Nice one. No, but they're still fucking racist. You know, I can't let that go. All the Shami niggas are racist. The Jordanians, the Syrians, hell, even the Palestinians. Bro, them niggas be racist as fuck, honestly. Even the fucking Gulf nations. Them niggas darker than me and they were still calling me like the Arabic word for nigga. I'm like, bitch, look at the mirror. The fuck? How the fuck you call me a nigga? You look more like a nigga than I do. It's kind of weird. But like, I'd say the Lebanese take the cake just because, you know, they sound nasty with it too. It's just the way they say it. Like, all of them are racist, but there's a specific, like, pompous attitude. Like, some about them that just, I don't like.
What about the Egyptians? I think they're pretty based, especially the Christians.
I had Egyptian niggas jump me, so you know what? I might put the Egyptians above them. But I would.
I'm actually,
you know
I'm
what?
actually with the
Hey,
Egyptians.
No, you set me
You mean
up.
the Coptic crew?
I love
You
the
go with
Yemenis. I love the Yemenis because after the Egyptians jumped me, the Yemenis were like, let's go beat up the Egyptians. And they didn't have to help me, but like they did. Shout out to the Yemenis.
Oh, I'd be careful. There's a lot of Yemeni Jews. What if one of them is an imposter?
They're still pretty cool. You know what? Their Yemeniness is more powerful than their Jewness. You know what I mean?
You think it like outshines it? Like it like gets rid of like the impurities?
Yeah, it does. It does. There's a lot of impurities, unfortunately, but you know, 3,000 years of intermixing and just sleeping around with everybody. gets rid
Actually,
of it.
Jews should have intermixed more. There's a lot of bad incest and like fucked up genetics because of like literally the genetics has to do like you were just saying that like there's no fucking Jewishness left and that it was all like mixed out. The fucking health problems of all fucking Jews says the exact opposite.
Okay, what do we?
tree,
Okay,
family
we're
circle,
good. Yeah,
same thing.
this is good. Okay, hold on. Abba, what'd you join for? What's up?
No, I was going to ask you about the shit I was going to ask you about earlier. But
Oh, well, what's that? Because these guys are just going back and forth on some wild shit. Wait, I guess before that, Loner Bucks, because it's like fucking 5 a.m. for you. Is there anything you wanted?
No, I just heard the fucking brain rot conversation. Just wanted to jump in.
Okay,
I don't
dude, why
think
you
it's
guys
personal.
talking shit while I'm here? Fucking hell. Blame David. I came in here to talk
I
about
am
the
blaming
Crowder
David. He said some brain rot shit as well. Don't worry.
Hold on, I'm just curious, Kratos, are you not aware that like most people perceive you as just like this dude who yells and is like half retarded? Are you not aware?
No, I'm very aware. I like to go through the subreddit when they're hating on me. Honestly, when they're not hating on me, it makes me feel sad. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate.
He's just
But
happy.
yeah,
that some people think he's half smart.
No. Those people, again, they're not falling for the trap. You know what I mean? It's better to be seen as loud and obnoxious than to be seen as a debate lord. Honestly, that's nasty. No disrespect to you, little Steve. You know what I mean? That's your market.
Thanks.
Yeah, Destiny, since you had your Crowder takes the other day,
Yeah,
how
so-
was that? Have you been receiving a lot of negative feedback, or has it just been mostly regulated to that comment section? Have you been surprised by any of the response that you've had from it, or do you feel like any of it's warranted, or do you feel like it's on all reason?
No, I mean, the response is about what I thought it'd be. A lot of conservatives have messaged me and said, thanks for being open-minded. But yeah, obviously a lot of people are mad too, so.
I feel like no one's asked you, or I haven't heard anyone ask you. Would you put a percentage on it, like from that clip and just what we know about Crowder in general? Like, how likely do you think it is that there's like an abusive relationship happening there as a percentage?
Well, I mean, I think from what we've seen, like you've already seen enough that there is some kind of abuse, right? So probably 100%. But like how one-sided
both
it is, or
parties,
how?
and-
Well, we don't know anything from the wife because we didn't technically see the wife do anything wrong.
I mean, you could go off of what Crowder was saying, right? I see your take was like we need more information to come out, right? That was your take. I don't know why people would shit on somebody for saying that, but I've analyzed the
Yeah,
fucking
but the-
video and I've watched it plenty of times.
Sure, the problem-
man clearly seemed exhausted. All I'm gonna say is
Yeah, but he could be exhausted for a variety of reasons. He could be exhausted from work and he's taking out on his wife. He could be exhausted on his wife because he hates his wife because she's a piece of shit. There's a million things that could be going on. We just don't know, right? But
no, he said it. No, he said it in the video itself. He was
yeah,
like,
in the video, that's when he's defending himself. So of course he's going to put himself in his best light, just like that video is going to put him in the worst light.
yeah, but she could have also countered back, right? She
Well,
could have
maybe they
countered back
might
if-
be. Who knows what's coming next in the leagues, right?
All I'm gonna say is this. All I'm gonna say is this, right? If it was a black woman, niggas wouldn't have been defending the chick. Oh, it's the snow bunny demon syndrome, right?
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna say.
100%,
First and
yeah.
foremost, on my life,
Sure.
especially a pregnant snow bunny demon that's a blonde, bro. 100 out of 100 sympathy cards activated. Crying too, 1,000 out of 100. But let me say this, right? When he said, "You say that I love you, I care for you, I adore you, I do this," he's fucking talking about how she love bombs him. But when he asks her to do the bare minimum, she doesn't do shit. She
Listen,
says
listen,
no, right?
listen. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying could be true, right? So, for instance, there could be somebody that is like, they treat you like shit, blah, blah, blah. But then every time afterwards, they're like, well, I love you, no, I love you. But they're not showing it, right? So that could be a thing. Or it could, that's why I got angry when people were like, oh, she tried to de-escalate. That could actually be like a needling, proddling, abuser tactic. Or it could just be her trying to de-escalate. She could be saying like, hey, listen, I know we're fighting, but I still love you, right? It could be either, but it's hard to know without seeing more.
Hold on, we just glossed over. What does her being a white woman have to do with this? You think people feel sympathy for her because
There
she's
we
a white
go.
woman?
He ass nigga. Yes. The fuck. Yes.
Oh my god.
I think it's very fucking apparent, to be honest. I don't even think you need to look into it hard. When people see a white woman that is in fucking activating crocodile tears, especially a pregnant one, you think they won't immediately? Bro, first of all, it's two things that come into the equation: her being a white woman and Steven Crowder being a dipshit. Nobody fucking likes Steven Crowder, and motherfuckers always look at white women with sympathy. You add those two together, and that nigga could have fucking sat there silently while she's yelling at him, and they would have still painted him as the fucking abuser, right? So again, there is no fucking formula. Even the dude with his fucking surgery, they're like, this is gender affirming surgery, blah blah blah, and the dickhead had 100,000 likes on her fucking tweet. Just because they hate this nigga and they're looking at the pregnant fucking woman, they're like, oh my god, we gotta fucking be sweet to her. So yes,
No,
yes.
well, here's the thing, though, Karados, because people talk about like conservative, the way that conservative men should treat women. I always thought that if you're a conservative, like a proper conservative, then it would be the case that a pregnant woman should be something that you treat like a fucking rare historical artifact, isn't it? Like the whole like protect your woman so that you can have like the best outcome for your kids. And yeah, he's still doing this fucking weird shit with the dog and like stressing her out and shit. So do you not think that's like a kind of contradictory to his own values, or?
No, it absolutely isn't, because first of all, conservatives are not fucking aliens, they're humans. Humans slip up, humans argue, humans have problems, especially humans in relationships, right? So again, when you look at this one single video and you try to assume that their entire marriage from point A to point Z was fucking all the yelling and screaming and bickering, that's false, number one. Number two, the man offered to fucking go buy her groceries. So when we speak about not exerting your wife a little too much, when she wanted to go fucking drive the car and blah blah blah, he was like, no, you know what, sit, I'll get it for you. So I don't know. The only
It's
thing
hard
that I
to
would
say
think
for the grocery thing, though, right? Like, again, the grocery thing, she might not have cared about buying groceries. That might have been her trying to get away from her, just getting some space, right? Maybe. We don't know.
I was asking for the groceries. She never even asked for it. That was him wanting steaks and stuff for his fucking barbecue. She never even brought. She said she was going to do that so she can get away.
Well, hold on. Steaks and stuff for the barbecue, that's called groceries. Right.
Right, but she wasn't making the claim that shit was important to get. That was him making that, and that's predominantly steaks for the barbecue and stuff like that. That's probably something that he cared
Well, it
about.
made it sound like he was saying that because he's like, I can grow grocery shopping. I don't need you to go grocery shopping. And he's like, my wood pellets, my steaks, whatever. That's what it made it sound like he was saying. I could go back and listen to it, but...
Also, isn't it the case that, well, wouldn't it just be, I don't walk dogs that much, but wouldn't it be just easier to go grocery shopping than it is to walk two like massive Hulk dogs in the fucking sun in Texas in the
It
summer?
depends on the demeanor of the dogs, and like grocery shopping, as cringe as it sounds, like getting into a car when you're mega pregnant and driving is a huge pain in the ass. That was one of the biggest complaints I heard Rachel have, that you have to pull your seat back and it's just really annoying. And then two, walking around a grocery store, lugging things around or whatever, depending on what we mean when we say walking the dog, could be more exhausting. But again, it's hard to know without more context.
Again.
Like, for instance, like if somebody says like, do you want to go grocery shopping, in a store 20 minutes away, or do you want to walk like the golden retriever around the block? Probably be easier to walk the golden retriever. But if those dogs are like really excited or whatever, then it could be harder to walk the dogs,
Okay, the fact that
I think the
this
particular
video-
dog breed that they have is like very
Hold on,
temperamental
wait.
and shit. Right?
The fact that this video was fucking released by the wife that is filing for divorce doesn't fucking even make people sit back and think, you know what? Maybe this is her just playing her card, trying to get as much money from this nigga as possible. Nobody ever fucking thought about that. How the fuck are we gonna take the fucking wife's side when she released the video? When she has all the fucking, like,
Well, yeah,
all the
that was my
incentive in the
point. That's why I'm
world to,
saying you
like,
got to
rip
look at
this
like where
nigga.
the video's coming from and who, like, obviously she's going to release it in her best light, and this is a big lawsuit that they're going to have for the divorce. So all the incentive is in her court to only show stuff that makes her look as good as possible, of course.
Am I crazy, or is the whole shopping thing and dog thing like the least important part? It seems like the big thing is she just wanted like some space from him, and they were like in a fucking bad, I don't know, place together, and she just wanted to get away, and he was just kind of like saying, I need this to happen, I need you to do that, and she just wasn't having it.
Okay, so what? Why is that a big deal?
Well, if
It's
he's
a
locking
fucking
her in the
argument.
house, I mean...
No, he's not locking. No, don't.
No,
do
but
that.
that's
Don't-
what... Hold on,
that's
shut the fuck
stretching
up. That was his claim, and you just said, what's the big deal? That's...
No. His claim was she wanted to get away. Blah blah blah. Again, if she were to say, I'm going to the bedroom, I want to fucking be alone, and this nigga said, no, you're not fucking going anywhere. You're staying right here with me. Then I would fucking go along.
No,
with what he's
hold
saying.
on, bro.
The videos-
Stop. When couples are fighting, sometimes when you need space, when you say you need space, that doesn't mean I'm going to the bedroom. It means I need to get the fuck out of the house. That's generally what need space means.
Sure. When she and he's trying to say with like the grocery shit, it was just an excuse for her to fucking leave for a bit, right? I
Maybe.
understand.
Sure.
No,
But then
no. She didn't want to get the groceries. He wanted her to get the groceries. She just wanted to leave. She said, fine, I'll go get the groceries, and then I'll be back when I get back. That was a concession she made so she'd be able to have access to the vehicle.
First of all, this millionaire ass nigga only has one fucking car. I find that very hard to believe. But
That's weird. That's like
That's
that's a
fucking
that's a
We
control.
already
That's
litigated
a
that.
different.
That's
It
what
can
basically
be
said.
right.
It could be in the car. It could be in the shop, and we don't know what's happening to the other car if there is another car. So like, we don't have to rehash the whole.
Has anyone pointed out that this was like 4 days after the Sam Cedar incident?
I don't know. I'm sure somebody probably has.
Yeah, and there's that series where that incel says that there's nothing more dangerous than a humiliated man. I just can't. I can imagine Steven Crowder for the next week after that incident is going to be sawing the fuck out of everyone. So he probably was being a total pain in the ass, if we're inferring. But yeah,
maybe.
the assumptions that people like you take, like people like Abba take, with the car could have been in the shop. That people are taking the most insane assumptions to reach conclusions that they want to reach.
That's not
The
my
assumptions-
assumption. Hold up, shut the fuck up. It's not, I just told you that what Destiny already hashed that out. It's not me that's assuming that. Destiny said it's a possibility.
The assumption that I take are all based off of what is said in the video. I don't add my own fantasy into it, right? A lot of niggas on Twitter are doing the same thing. Hell, if Destiny said that shit, he's doing the same thing as well. I'm just going off of the video. When I see a fucking guy that is exhausted, that is disgruntled, the guy that is saying, I don't fucking
Bro,
love
you're
you,
not
just
going
crazy.
by. You're not going when you even you saying there that he's exhausted. That's not you going by what's on the video. That's you making assumptions. He could be exhausted, or he could just be a lazy piece of shit who wants to smoke a cigar on the balcony while his wife does all the work. You don't have no idea.
Also, it's hilarious that, oh my god, the fucking dog medicine is dangerous for the wife, but let me smoke next to the fucking pregnant, 8-month pregnant woman. It's hilarious. Again, all of these things. Sure, I could give you what you just said right now,
One
but at
doesn't make
least
the other
I'm going off of what is apparently fucking present to me in the video itself. Just from the way that the man is fucking talking. All I ask for is discipline and respect. He keeps repeating those two things over and over again. If we don't have those things, then we're at an impasse. And then she says, then we're at an impasse. And he's like, okay, there you fucking go. What do you mean we're at an impasse? I just fucking told you I demand respect and discipline, right? So clearly to me, it's the easiest image to fucking paint, right? A guy that is fucking exhausted of asking his wife to do X, Y, and Z while he goes out and makes millions of dollars for their family, and she refuses him while going outside doing whatever the fuck she wants, right? Coming back.
Bro,
at
you're
any time
making
that pleases
so
her.
much. You have no
I know.
idea, bro. You don't know what she's doing for.
This is an expert, bro. Destiny, stop defending the woman. He's an expert. Let him go off. Go ahead. What other assumptions you got?
Let him cook.
Okay. You know what we call people who nag, like, right? Let me not go there. Okay, so let me continue what I was trying to say, right? This nigga said, you don't allow me to go to my parents, you don't allow me to go to my friends, you don't allow
That's
me to
not
go
what he
visit
said. He
back
didn't even
home.
say that. He just said he.
Bro, look up the fucking
Stop,
video.
Stop. He said he can't. He didn't say she wasn't letting him. He just said he can't.
Well, okay. Again, context clues. We're going back to elementary context. Why the fuck would he bring that up unless it was to her? Because when she said, "I'll come back whenever I please," and then he's saying, "My life is so restricted." And
His life,
yours is
here's
not.
my, these are guesses that I don't know, but his life could be restricted, one, because of COVID, possibly, or two, because he's got a surgery that's coming up in, I think, a week or so, and he might have to take extra precautions for that as well, right? That might be why his life is restricted. It might have nothing to do with her.
Okay, so think about it. Which is more likely, since we're taking guesses over here, which is more likely? Him bringing that up in the context of her fucking saying, "I'll come back, whenever I want," or him fucking
Okay,
saying that
hold on.
because COVID
Can you
is not allowing him to
listen
do
to
what
me,
he wants.
Karantos, okay? Let's see if you can do this brain exercise, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I'm presenting scenarios, all I'm asking you is like, is it possible at a more than 10% chance? Is it possible that this is the case? Okay. So when he says, "I can't go anywhere," is it possible that he's just in general expressing frustration? Like, for instance, when me and Melina sometimes talk about traveling, sometimes Melina would say, like, "You get to go to all these places, I can't go anywhere," right? Because her frustration was she couldn't travel in the United States, but she didn't want to travel in the United States, but she couldn't go overseas because she never passed her green card yet, right? But if you got a clip of that fight, maybe it might sound like, "I'm not letting her go somewhere. You can't travel." She can travel wherever she wants, but she didn't have a green card, so she can leave the country, right? That's like an example of like, somebody might just express their frustration, like, "Well, I can't see my friends, I can't do this, I can't do that," right? Who knows why he can't go where he can go, right? Why would you? It's possible. Can you just admit that it's a 10% chance it's plausible that there are other reasons why you can't see people?
Yeah, absolutely. It is plausible.
Okay.
But guess what? In the context that it was brought up in, especially after the fucking... Abba's laughing for a low IQ Andy that barely contributes because I'm not a debate Andy. If Nicholas Fuentes was here talking about the Jews need to be exterminated, I wouldn't be able to argue against him because I'm not well read enough. Bro, you're a low IQ fucking cuck. You're like the Black Dan at this point. You're my Black Dan fucking hell. Oh my god, this guy is so low with this. Everybody just looks at you as... Bro, the last time I fucking roasted that nigga, he was like, "Please don't do that, I'm a stranger." You're about to do the same thing. Don't let me go full, you know what I mean? Hey,
You can go for whatever you want. Go ahead.
No. You are
This
particularly
guy.
sensitive.
I'm gonna keep laughing at you. I think it's hilarious. Keep going. You're a little clown on stream. Keep going. Do your little dance for Destiny stream. Go ahead and yell. Exert all his energy.
Says the Black
Destiny's got little niggas in Malaysia out here on stream clowning every day for free.
Hold on. Says the black man that was dancing like a monkey to the white dudes about, "No, I am not a Muslim. I eat that bacon. I drink that alcohol. I fuck the white women."
How does it feel finding out somebody left Islam and is not afraid to say it? Why you mad?
Please laugh at my jokes. Please laugh at my jokes. Yeah, he's not afraid to say it in fucking New York. Brave one. I'm sure they're gonna come after you in fucking New York. Nice one.
You want to plug your stream? This is your chance. Get a few extra dollars.
They're gonna take you down like they did the
Come
towers,
on,
I'm
let's
sure.
plug the
So
stream.
big
You need to
fat
hear.
ass.
Kick.com/QAnon.
Kick.com/Krantos,
There you go.
QORNTOS. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live currently. Listen, I'm not missing a chance to fucking plug my shit. Anyways, now we're done with the fucking Uncle Tom. As I was saying, what you said is plausible 100%. It is plausible. But in the context of what they were talking about, I would say that my point makes more sense than yours. But yours is also
No.
plausible.
Yeah, what you're saying is maybe. Sure. Maybe. Yeah. I also heard somebody email me. People email with all sorts of interpretations. When he said, "I don't love you," right? That might not have him been saying, "I don't love you." It might have been him countering when she says, "I love you," and he's saying, "No, I don't love you. That's what you mean because you don't do these things for me." That might have been that's one interpretation. Maybe. I don't know. I can't tell because I need more context for the relationship. I'm not sure.
Okay. See that one is fair, but that one is a stretch even for me. Okay.
Sure, a lot of them are. Yeah, sure, a lot of them are.
Do you think it's fair for people to be less charitable to Crowder based on things he does in other aspects of his life, which they may interpret as controlling? Do you think they should be looked at separately?
I mean, a little bit, but like a lot of the things that people are saying are like kind of like, so for instance, people keep saying, people want to take the woman's side, but they don't know anything about the woman. So people keep saying things like Crowder saying your wifely duties, and they're saying that's obviously horrible and controlling. She married the dude, and she knew he had all these views. He was a public figure when they got married. She's probably really conservative too. So a lot of the shit that he's saying that everyone else is like, "Oh my God, that's so obviously crazy and abusive," she probably agrees with it, or at least she used to at some point in her life, right? It's not like she found Crowder randomly in the street. This guy was writing op-eds for Fox News and had shows and shit. So yeah, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, he's got a history of like doing weird shit, but it's like it's pretty well known, and like who knows how much she signed up for in terms of like being in a conservative relationship or whatnot. It's hard to know, you know. But like, yeah, I mean, obviously, like comparing him to somebody different, I'd probably be more likely to assume that he's on some fucky shit. But
yeah.
There's just like,
I mean,
if somebody
probably
was like, we need to
extremely
make an
likely.
assumption right now because it's like very vital or whatever, I'd probably assume, yeah, he's probably a piece of shit partner. That'd be my guess. And like public evidence kind of points in that direction. But there's like, I don't need to make that assumption right now. There's no pressing matter for why I have to figure out whether or not Crowder's in the right or wrong for his like interpersonal drama.
There was probably like a 90+% chance that she was very aware of what wifely duty she has before they got together. And by 90%, I mean 99% plus. Considering the conservative relationship crap.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Alba, go ahead, please enlighten us. Right, the small streamer in Malaysia, he doesn't have enough juice, right? 2 million Ethiopian Andy, go ahead, please enlighten us. We're all waiting on your smart points, please.
Wait,
Please
what's
go
the
ahead.
smart point that you made?
Please, every point that I made is smart compared to your 0 points, right?
What, you
I
mean the
win
fact
by
that you looked at his
default.
body language and said he was tired? What's the smart point that you made?
I win by
I must have
default.
missed it, so go ahead, hit me. Hit me what was the smart points you made.
Name a single point that you made. I could
No.
name a
Just
thousand.
hit me with the smart points that you made. Go ahead, hit it.
First and foremost, I
I'm
pointed
listening.
out
I'm
the
giving you
fact-
the floor. Go for it.
Okay, I'll give you one. The fact that I pointed out that the man asked for 2 things from her: discipline, respect. Or we're at an impasse, and she immediately goes for the third option. We're at an impasse. To me, shows a man that is fucking exhausted of being disrespected in his household. A man that is fucking exhausted of asking his wife to do shit while he goes out there and makes tens of fucking millions of dollars. Yet she can do the bare minimum. That's why he keeps reiterating: the gloves, walk the dog, do something. Don't just tell me that you love me. Actually do something. Follow it up by some action, right? It is not an insane assumption to fucking reach the conclusion that she is fucking lazy. While this man goes and fucking works his ass off, he asks her to do 1 or 2 things that she's incapable of doing, and when he presses her on it, she goes back to the I love you more than the world, I love you more than this, that, and third. And these are assumptions that are not stretches. They are all present in the fucking video. But if you guys are waiting for more videos, go ahead. When they come out and they prove what I'm saying, you're gonna get on your knees and you're gonna slobber on my black fucking big ass cock. I know you're used to the white ones, but I'm about to give you the deluxe version. But yeah, go ahead. Give me a point that you made. Give me a point that you made.
Well, listen, you made a bunch of assumptions that you can't really prove. You can say the delineation of chores is basically, oh, well, she's not doing enough and he wants her to do more. Or maybe she's doing a lot and now at this point in her pregnancy, she wants to do less and he feels like she shouldn't. We don't know. You don't know what the delineation of chores is within that relationship. You don't know what she's contributed. You're assuming she hasn't. And you're going off the point that you're correct. You don't know. Can you prove that she doesn't do anything, that she's lazy?
First and foremost, when he told her,
No, can you prove it?
No, I'm asking you. When he told her, do this, that, and third, or you don't do anything, I want you to actually be an adult, I want you to be a wife, she never pushed back one single time. She never said, I do this, I do that, I do A, B, and C. She never, she didn't even utter a fucking word. She just was like, I love you, I love you, I love you. And then he fucking says, I don't love you. Stop using that and actually do something.
That is true, but it could have been a fight they've had a ton of times before, so she just doesn't bring
and
it
maybe
up.
she's tired. Or maybe he is an abusive piece of shit and she knows that if she argues with him, it gets substantially worse. So she doesn't want to. You don't know why she didn't have that kind of argument with her afterwards.
No, Destiny. What you just said, they may have had that argument a bunch of times. That literally just proves what I'm saying, because if he had to remind her a bunch of times to do wife-type chores, then she clearly isn't doing what they fucking... Because again, if you're a conservative, you've been known that this nigga is a conservative, and you're in a marriage with him, you already know what kind of fucking wife he's looking for. Especially a conservative nigga that makes 10 mil plus a year. Oh my god, you're gonna be the most traditional wife ever. And if you don't meet... This is like the basic level shit, right? I could take this assumption and be 100% comfortable with it. And yes, but at the end of the day, these are all fucking assumptions, because I can't fucking go into their fucking household and give you 1 year's recordings of...
No, I mean, it's not just an assumption. You're just convinced that your theory is more likely true than the other ones. That's what you're convinced of. Hold on. Which is okay. You can be thinking that way. I'm not going to be mad at it. But you can't convince me that yours is any more right. It's just what you feel.
I don't go outside of what was presented in the fucking
You
video.
do.
How did I? Go ahead. How did I? Go, no, name it.
You assuming that he's tired is an assumption.
You assuming that she doesn't do any chores because he says that she doesn't is true.
In the fucking video, these people online that are making shit up that wasn't even said. So, for instance, the people that are saying the dog medicine was poisonous, I never said.
Oh, why you bring up any of that? No one has brought up all of that.
No, I understand. What I'm trying. Why can't I hear myself back? Okay, this is kind of annoying. Okay, what I'm trying to say is this, right? What I'm trying to say is I didn't make assumptions outside of what was presented in the video, right? If the video said that the dog medicine
Why are
is
you
fucking
just
poisonous-
repeating exactly what you're saying?
No, it's because this fucking dude Alba is trying to claim that.
No,
I
hold
am
on. Don't
more
wait.
right than
Hold
others.
on. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. One assumption you made.
Yeah, listen to your
just
white master.
Just very clear. You assumed that he was tired. You don't know that, right?
Did you understand it now? It came from a white person. Did you understand it this time?
First of all, stop trying to hop on his fucking chode. You didn't make that point. You are incapable of making good points. That's why you're a
Oh my
YouTuber. You need a
God.
script. You need a script, Abba. You need a script. You need a script. Relax. That's why you do stand-up comedy, because you have to rehearse
Hey,
the
bro,
same concept
whatever
1,000
helps you
times.
sleep at night. Just address what Destiny said and stop yelling like a low IQ person. Just address what he said.
Oh, please. This nigga said whatever makes you sleep at night, but I am making the most fucking milquetoast average fucking takes. You think stand-up fucking comedians don't spend hours
Oh my
working
God,
on
just
their
address what he
fucking
said.
material
Why do you keep talking about Reddit? Just talk about what he
Bro,
said.
stretching like the last girl saying it's a normal thing.
Again, why is the fucking Jew talking? Shut up, bitch. Okay,
Whoa.
as
Yo,
I was
make
saying,
me-
as I was saying,
What the fuck was that?
I could easily go off of the fucking video. Wait, you have Jewish master? Shut up, buddy.
Whoa, that was wild. Why is the Jew talking?
I could easily go off of what I saw in the video, which was
Why are
a
you
man
repeating the
that
same
clearly-
thing?
Yeah, you said you
What
said
the
was
fuck
in the
was that?
video. It
That
wasn't
was
the fucking
crazy.
video.
I
programming.
said, hold on.
That was
I
wild.
said-
I'm not even gonna lie. Even me, I be getting told I got some anti-Semitic in me, but even me, I'm like, damn.
Well, we accept his anti-Semitism because he just
Okay,
figures
okay.
inevitable. Yeah, we already know he's anti-Semitic. He hates Jews. Okay, why did you? Well, probably Jews too. Let's be real. Okay, why is it okay for you to assume that Steven Crowder is tired?
Because I've seen it in the video.
What part is because he's sitting down?
Sitting down, smoking, fucking sounding exhausted, dealing with his wife.
Yeah, well, wait. Sounding exhausted because he's dealing with his wife. It's not the same as he's like worn out and tired.
Okay, to you, what is worn out and tired to you?
When you say tired, it implies that he's been doing a whole bunch of work and now he's like wants to take a break and he's tired. His wife is being kind of a slacker. That's what tired means to me, and that's what it means to you. That's how you're using this context. We're being fair, right? But you don't know that.
If we're being fair, what I see is, again, it goes back to the assumption that she doesn't do anything based off of what he said. And if the man is going outside saying my life is fucking restricted,
Sure. But why are you assuming? Why are you assuming that everything he's saying is true, especially if it's a fight?
This fight wasn't to hit. At least to the best of my knowledge, I don't think that this guy was planning on the fucking video being released. Right?
Yeah, so what? You
why
can still
would he
say
lie?
things. Hold on.
Why would he lie?
Because you're fighting with a partner, and somebody doesn't want to win the fight. You just say stupid shit.
Okay, perfect. Then why wouldn't she correct him?
Well, because
He's
it might have been a
blatantly
fight
lying.
they've had a million times before, so she just doesn't bother. She's just exhausted. I'm not going to correct this guy on the same fucking shit. Why would she waste her time? She doesn't think he's going to listen to her. These are all
That assumption
plausible.
Especially when he's saying like fucking watch it and shit. He kept saying like wait. Yeah, when she stepped up and said like the abuse thing, he said fucking watch it. So maybe it's just not worth it after a certain point. Yeah.
He was being squad W there. I heard that part. Listen, I'm not gonna say that. Listen, I'll keep it very straightforward. Him fucking even like yelling and fucking getting into it with his pregnant ass wife, right? I don't think that's a fucking good look. Most of what was going on, I don't think that's a fucking good look. But then I'll think about it, right? What would drive a fucking man to risk the health of not only his wife but his two unborn twins, right? What's going on, right? And then I easily come to the conclusion that I already have, which is this is not the first time that he's been dealing with this. He's dealt with this woman's fucking bullshit a billion times over, right? And that's why again.
Well, yeah,
Assumptions,
couldn't we ask the same
assumptions.
wait? Couldn't we ask the same question of her? What's causing her to want to put these lives in jeopardy?
By what? What was she doing?
Being involved in a super stressful fight that's probably not healthy for her or the babies.
Yeah, but wasn't she also just trying to like say I'm not gonna engage?
Yeah, because if your stress levels go up, that's really bad for pregnancy. Yeah.
Yeah, so
She
it's
much
not like
probably
she
want to
was,
avoid that.
yeah, it's not like she was like trying to engage him, but he was the one that was like sounding fucking just tired of her shit. That's why the way that he was fucking arguing, that's why he constantly kept bringing up shit that happened in the past a billion times over. So when I say this guy's fucking exhausted, I'm not saying that this guy was running all over the place, fucking cleaning dishes.
Well, is he
cleaning floors and
exhausted,
all
or
that hot shit.
couldn't he also just be like a piece of shit?
That's a possibility as well.
Okay,
that is a
so then-
possibility. But based off of, but again, I am not going to try to take what I see online and put it into his fucking marital life, right? Because I assume at least you don't just while you're with your fucking wife, right? I don't fucking assume that, right? And if she's been with him for God knows how long, right? I would think that he treats her better than he treats niggas when he used to work with the Daily Wire or like outside, like in the real world, some shit. So I would think that being a piece of shit, it's a possibility, but not as much as everything else that I said.
If the tone is the same, why would you suspect that they're extremely different?
The tone of a guy that's clearly disgruntled and just fucking annoyed.
If he's annoyed
It's
at
a
Brandon, he's
momentary fight.
like,
They're
right.
acting as though this is the average. And if this is what the average, she would have divorced him the first year. They wouldn't have stayed together for like forever.
It could have been.
Stop.
It could have become the average though, right? Because they could literally file for divorce. What, like, doesn't he get a lawyer like within the month of this video? So I mean, clearly they're already.
Again,
And don't
is that
conservative
confirmed? Is
marriages
that
like
confirmed?
stay longer?
Wait, is
even
that
when death
confirmed?
happens?
The whole he
The
got the
timeline?
divorce first.
Well,
Like,
no,
why
no,
would
no,
the
wait.
millionaire
Wait. It's not confirmed that he got the divorce first. It's just confirmed he got the lawyer first. I didn't say that. Though. I'm just saying that.
Actually, it's not confirmed. All that's confirmed was that in the article she alleges that, but it's not actually been confirmed by
Oh.
his side or anything like that. So if
Sure,
we're being
sure.
honest, that is one thing that has not actually been confirmed. That's why I said if an article comes out and Stream Comic could prove otherwise, like I would vehemently change my mind unless she made up all that stuff. But that portion is definitely not confirmed.
Sure,
It's very cringe that we're going off of the woman's narrative, anyways. Let the nigga speak for himself.
Wow.
Arabs get the N-word passed these days. Pingers, I'm not an Arab. Don't you dare put that on me. Fucking disgusting. I'm a Somali. Don't even call me black or African, nigga. Somali, get it right. The most glorious people on planet Earth. Okay?
Bro, no one even knows what it is.
Unlike them filthy fucking Ethiopians. Bitch, you don't fucking have a place. Shut up.
Jesus.
Hey, just know, we were going to take over Ethiopia till them fucking Soviet cucks and the Cuban cucks fucking stopped us. I'm just saying. We could have actually had a fucking one Africa. Would have been called Somalia though. Unfortunate.
Ab, are you gonna thank Destiny for protecting Ethiopia?
What?
What?
You just said that Cuba protected Ethiopia from being invaded by his people or some shit.
You must be a tier 5. You are a tier 5. You must be a tier 5. You are more pathetic than I, but that shows me that you are a tier 5 sub. Like, do you want to speak with your glorious leader, your supreme leader, Destiny? Did I interrupt you? I'm sorry. This is like fucking Valhalla for you niggas. You fucking battled it out in like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. You made it all the way up to tier 5.
I remember that you were the one who came in here for me. That's all I remember.
No, I came in here to stack up my hasanat, you know what I mean? My good deeds.
I
taking
think you
down
just
Aquinas.
stacked up the L's. That's all you stack. You stack
Sure.
loss after loss. And you just kept getting proven wrong, and then you changed the argument, and then you changed the argument.
Sure.
But
See,
I'm a
I
leader.
battle on multiple fronts. You know what other guy battled on multiple fronts? You know what I mean?
Israel? Sorry.
No.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Hey, what the fuck,
That's your
Vansa? Don't say
supposed
L
to be
David. W David in chat. One's in the chat if David is a W. One's in the chat if David is a W. Come on, put ones in the chat. DGG chat. Come on, I trust you more than Kick chat. Put ones in the chat. W David.
I'm gonna put one for myself in the chat real quick. Shameless one.
There you go. A couple of people put ones in DGG chat. Okay, Ali says, fuck you, Q. Okay, I love you too. Guys, no more fucking haters. What the fuck? Do you guys want another 8-hour Q stream on Destinies? It is going to happen if you guys don't fucking get back on the goddamn... Oh, also, can somebody explain to me what these manifold markets are and why people are obsessed with them? Like, people keep linking me, oh, look, this is your stock, this is your stock. If you guys actually aren't getting paid real money from this, you should kill yourself. We're on Kick. You should kill yourself. Because you guys come to me like, you fucking idiot, my stock is dropping. Some guy spent like 20,000 or some retarded number, I don't know. Like, some guy put so much money, like he fucking emptied his life savings just to take me down or something. Yet I'm still up. Like, how the fuck are you niggas spending thousands, yet I'm still up? So clearly, for everybody that thinks I'm a loud, obnoxious, annoying guy, there's guys that would prefer to hear me over asking niggas whether they fuck dead whales or not. So, hey, shout out to all the niggas that keep the stock up, you know what I mean?
Bro's up in Monopoly money. Let's go.
honestly, I'm Trump at this point. The silent majority fucks with me. You know, they don't talk. They're lurkers. Guys, I know you're there, okay? But I like the ones that talk shit. They're the ones that actually show up. Guys, also, Destiny, you said you'll buy me the Blue Yeti, right?
Did I say that? I don't think I said that.
Oh my god, you said that. Stop. You make fucking $200 in a second. You're so fucking cheap.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
You said you.
Okay,
I thought you said you were too good for it when I offered. Did I say I'd buy one? Oh, okay. I guess.
Yeah, you said you'd buy me one. You know, you said you'd buy me one, but I was like, I'm too good for it. But I found one that I'm not too good for. But it
I
costs
feel like that
slightly.
headset mic is a big part of your character, though, isn't it?
It is, but I've been having meetings with, you know, like with my people, and I don't know, like because also I might be able to go back to the UAE. Big news, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna go back to Somalia, no Wi-Fi type situation. And if I go back there, I'll be like fucking renting a place. And them niggas, I don't think look kindly upon loud ass niggas. So I do need to get a good mic. Sure, MV7 deal. Destiny, that's a good one. You don't need an amp, preamp, fucking Cloudflare, whatever the fuck.
Sure, MB7.
MV7. So USB Shure mic is fucking good.
Jesus, $250, bro.
No, it's $200 where I am. $200.
Well, I'm not funding you, bro. That money might be fungible. You might be sending that shit to fucking ISIS. I don't know where the fuck your extra money goes.
That's true.
It's going to
Bro.
It's going to Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
Okay, you like wouldn't send $100 to the KKK then? As a Christian white woman? Bro, what the fuck is that bitch ass assumption? I'm not sending it to ISIS. I'm sending it to fucking some dude in China to get me my mic for cheap.
It's going to
What about Hezbollah? Would you fund Hezbollah? Carl?
Yeah, he would. He'd join Hezbollah if he could.
I mean, if they would take David's tier 5 dumbass out, yes, I would. Yeah,
Bro,
I
I'm not even
absolutely
a tier 5. Good one.
They do have impressive tunnels. There's definitely a lifestyle in
Other
there.
tiers can get in as well.
Wait, how are you in here then if you're not a tier 5?
You don't have to be a tier 5 to get dragged in.
I think it was tier 4 or something.
Okay, yeah, Destiny. You know, I'm not gonna tell you how to run your business, but I thought tier 5s were the ones that got pulled up. Do you pull up tier 1s? Or do they not even have a VC? Sometimes. Hey, shout out to them tier 1s. Hey, those guys are the lucky ones. You paid $5 while the other cucks paid 80. Okay, listen, boys. Kick.com/Krantos, QORANTOS, okay? 100 gifted subs will be more than accepted. But make it 200 next time. David, I love you like I love a brother, you know what I mean? I love you, okay? I got love for you, even though you're a Zionist, so maybe not like a brother, maybe like a step brother, but it's there, okay? Just let it be known. I love Jews. I think Jews are the coolest. I think it's so cool how they run Hollywood. I think it's so cool how they run most of the finances, most of
Can
the
you be
film
anti-Semitic,
companies.
Torontos, or are you?
No, like I don't know, something about the absolute vast minority, like the minority of minority in the United States running the most powerful companies. Just something about that screams makes sense. You know what I mean? It just makes sense.
They're actually
I
my
don't know.
companies. They're mine.
I don't know. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Q, can you say the M word? What's the M word?
Makes me wonder why Israel gets so touchy, eh?
True.
Israel gets so touchy, meaning?
Because they're surrounded by nations that like are really fucking mean to them. Or
Honestly,
harass them.
guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a podcast with Nick Fuentes and Ryan. Okay, we're gonna have a cool fucking podcast talking about how cool Jews are and 9/11 and all that good stuff. Again, the guy wants to debate Ukraine. You don't want to debate Ukraine with Brian Dawson, Destiny?
Yeah, well, I just gotta, research up for it. We'll get there.
Fucking hell! I want to research up for the Muslim thing, the Ukraine thing. You've already done 1,000 Ukraine debates. Like your research is probably gonna take a day already. You didn't miss out on much.
Yeah, but I have to, again, I gotta, like, for instance, like, is it Bucha?
Bucha.
Bucha. Like, for instance, Dawson believes that, like, the Ukrainians did that to themselves, right? These are claims that, like, I have to figure out, like, how he's sourcing these and then get into all, like, I've already started watching some of his videos, and he, like, makes some unbelievable claims, right? He presents the Minsk Accords as though these were all, like, unilaterally violated by Ukraine and Russia did nothing wrong, et cetera, et cetera. Like, so, like, these are things that I have to do, like, an ungodly amount of digging into for, but I don't think you know who Ryan Dawson is. I don't think you care or anything about any of this shit, so.
No, I go into his Twitter space every once in a while, you know. It's fun. I like people like him because, you know, they say shit that I'm not used to, and they make me look sane. You know what I mean? I hate how I come in here and all of a sudden people think that I'm, this fucking Abba dude. Oh my god, this guy, look at what he said about the Jews. This is crazy. Bro, it's the most fucking average take ever. So, you know, you're ever considering, having Nick back on? Ever, maybe?
Jesus Christ, you slobbering hard there. He's like dribbling out your mouth right now. Oh my god.
Hey, man, that's a good Christian man right there. He wouldn't do that.
There's a reason Flacco's background is white right now.
No, but honestly, like, again, I don't know. When that excuse you said with the whole, he wasn't too hard on deplatforming. That was so corny because he was hard on it.
That
but not
wasn't
hard enough for
corny.
your
Somebody
taste.
on his platform got somebody from my circle basically banned from YouTube. He laughed at it and didn't care. Then he wrote high on his Kanye shit and basically like ghosted the fuck out of me. And now that he lost all of his popularity and now that he's like branded himself as an even bigger extremist, why the fuck would I give him a platform now after all of that shit?
False. No, first of all, false. I am pretty fucking confident that the man said, hey, I don't think that Poppy, whatever the fuck that guy was named, Big Papa or whatever the fuck, he was like, he was wrong. I told him that he was wrong
Big
for
tech.
it.
No, and yeah, and then he immediately was like, oh, but Destiny does all the same shit all the time, blah, 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 to try to like save face or some shit.
Yeah, sure, but he still fucking said that he wasn't for deplatforming, and he was rightfully pointing out that you used to do it in the past. Now, sure, you switched up with that whole deplatforming shit, and you don't do that
Okay,
anymore.
that's fine. If he wants to stay in that position, that's fine. I'm just not gonna do shit with him then. You can't bully me into doing. You can't guilt trip me into being like, oh, well, I gotta
I'm not guilt tripping you to doing anything. It's just the fact that you use that lie consistently. I'm like, why would he lie? Why wouldn't he just say, dude, the dude's too fucking nuclear. I don't want to touch him with a 10-foot pole.
What do you mean?
The
I
guy
touch
just
anybody with 10-foot pole. What are you talking about? I touch some of the most nuclear fucking people. What are you talking about?
Hey, pull out that 10-foot pole. Let me take a look at it. No, but you just said now that he fucking fell out of favor with Kanye and he's fucking more extremist now, like, and now he wants to come back to me. Why would I talk to him? That, like, it sounds to me like one of the reasons why you wouldn't want to fuck with him is also because the position he played himself into.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But I've said that. I'm pretty sure I say these exact same lines every single time I talk about this. Yes.
Yeah, so why? Yeah, perfect. So why would you then say I touch anybody with a 10-foot pole? Anybody except Nicholas.
Because
That's it.
his extremism has nothing to do with it, right? If he would have did like a full disavowal of the big tech shit without making fucking baby excuses for it, I could understand him doing the Kanye shit. I wouldn't blame him. I was like, yeah, I'd probably jump on some Kanye dick too if I had the opportunity to. But like the fact that he did that in combination with like the deplatforming shit and then like the laughing at me the whole time, I'm like, oh, well, fuck him. If he needs like a platform now, he can go find it on his own. I'm not gonna sit there and fucking bolster his shit up after he basically, tried to dick ride Kanye to the top and failed miserably doing it. Fuck that.
Okay, so let me get this right.
Yeah, go ahead.
If the man were to come out and say, hey, I'm pretty sure he did it, but let's put him through the humiliation ritual again, right? If the man came out and said, I fully denounce what Big Tech did. I think it's terrible. He shouldn't have deplatformed Mr. Gill when he did. We're conservatives. We don't believe in deplatforming. If he were to do that, would you then be open to having him back?
No, him and Big Tech have already split up. I think Big Tech got banned from the platform, didn't he? Because Big Tech started like going hard on Nick.
And you and Girl, fucking Mr. Gill, have already split up. So if he just does the whole
Yeah, but it's not
disavowal of
about
what the guy
Mr.
did
Girl
in
and
the-
me. It's about the principle of it. I know how gay that is.
Okay. Oh yeah, perfect, gay ass nigga. If it's about the principle of it, then if he just says, you know, like I'm against deplatforming, fuck the big tech shit. If he just said I'm fully against deplatforming, I think it's whack, I think it's terrible. Would you then be open to having him back on?
No, because now he's just saying it to get back on my platform. He doesn't mean it.
Oh my God,
Yep,
bro,
that's
you
how
must
it works, you know? That's kind of shitty, huh? Pretty hard to take it back when you've already fucked up that hard. That's life,
is
buddy.
your last name Goldstein or some shit?
That's just
fuck?
life. What I just said, that's common practice for anybody. You can't fuck up that hard and then when you have nothing to do left except for apologize are to be taken seriously. What the fuck?
Okay, so if he were to fucking
No, there's
go
not much.
back-
There's nothing he can do now. You can't undo that.
No,
like,
no,
he didn't
no,
give a
no.
fuck. He didn't give a fuck. I don't want to fuck with people that are like on that deplatforming shit. They will if they think that they've got a person that they want to deplatform and it'd benefit their movement and it'd be like super funny to do it. They would do it. Full stop. That's it. I know they would. He can't say anything now. It's too late for that. You don't understand that. It's too late.
Even if he fucking gets with somebody that's way bigger than you and he still wants to come back onto your shit, because obviously then the dynamics changed, right? Like if he were to get a Kanye level type nigga again, and then he says, I still want to get back on Destiny shit, then obviously that would change your mind. Now he's not.
Yeah, it might, but I'm not making the calculus now for like doing a favor for him. That would just be like me like growing my platform. Fuck it. Yeah, if he was like talking to fucking Kyrie or
nasty
some
ass
shit.
nigga. Look at these fucking. Look at. Hey, shout out Kyrie though. Yo, shout out Bruce, bro. That nigga is fucking crazy. Honestly, the WL guys, like I love those boys, but they always use the race card a lot. But I love the way that Bruce uses the race card. He just calls everybody nigger, like it's fucking crazy. You know what I mean? So shout out to that nigga. Golly. I mean, honestly, since he's probably a bigger content creator than Abba, if he just called Abba a nigger, he'd just love it. Again, some people are slaves to the goddamn clout. Remember that. Speaking of that, kick.com/Krantos, QORANTOS. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, who said Jesus?
How many plugs? You're on
What
like
would you know about Jesus? You're a Jew. You don't even believe in Jesus, you fucking cap-ass Jew. Golly. How many plugs? Honestly, I'm trying to make up for the time I did like 24 hours in like 3 days, and I wasn't even streaming.
Bro,
You know what I mean?
bro left the stream for 3 days and he's trying to make up for it with the plugs.
It's business. I'm a businessman. You know about those. I'm a businessman, dude. Golly. Let me conduct my business. Also, I do actually need to make enough money to be able to pay rent when I go back to the UAE. So, again, I'm just trying to build up the war chest at this point. Trying to get a mic for free, because again, W business. Trying to fucking stack up as much. I have a good amount of money, to be honest, but it's only enough for like 3 months. So boys, subs enabled on Kick. Do better. Oh, guys, stop telling me to chill. I don't have anything against Jews. I swear to God. You know what's crazy?
In fact, he can't be anti-Semitic because he's from the Semitic. He is the
No,
Semitic.
I'm not Semitic, dude. That's the Arabs, nigga. I'm not an Arab, nigga. I'm, what's it called? Cushitic or something? That's what I am. I share with
He's Kashundik.
like with the Ethiopian, at least the Ogaden region ones, the Eritreans, some Sudanese, and
Wait, actually, you're being such a pussy. Just say you're anti-Semitic. Isn't it like easier to just
I
like
really am not-
go full
The
out? Why
problem
go
is-
like half-assed? Like, don't be a fucking pussy. Go full-
Honestly, I would love to be like full Nick. I swear to God, it seems like so much fun, but I'm not. I can't betray what I actually believe in. I know it sucks. That is actually gay of me, but I can't lie. Oh, dude, do you know how many goddamn people would juice up my streams if I just was like full anti-Jew on Kick? Oh my God, I would be rich. You know how many people I got writing for me that are like, fuck the Jews, but I'm like, okay, relax, fuck the Zionists, not the Jews. I've never met a Jew, honestly, in my life, so I can't even talk about them that much. I've never met one in my life.
You've never met a Jew in your life?
They don't have them in the Middle East.
Oh,
Destiny.
well, that's right. Sure.
I met an autistic. No, they have them in Dubai. I grew up in a small town. They have them in I met a Russian autistic dude, but I've never met a Jew. It's weird.
What do the two have to do with each other? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I think it's harder to find an autistic Russian dude than it is to find a Jew. But honestly, out of all the Jews that I've spoken to, kind of pushing me to be anti-Semitic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fighting against it right now. I'm like, God, I know there's some good Jews out there. You gotta bring them to me. Dan didn't cut it. David didn't cut it. Like, look, Loner Bucks, he's a good Lebanese dude. See, now my outlook on Lebanese people didn't change at all, but at least I know there's 2 good ones now instead of 1. Shout out to my math teacher. Actually, I failed the 5th grade, so I don't know. Kind of sussed out. Maybe he failed me because he is Lebanese.
Asmi, are there any leftists that you've written off because of their deplatforming positions?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I've probably written off a lot of leftists, but because of other reasons. But I'm sure there are a lot of written off that also are pro deplatforming. But I'm not like.
They probably writ him off first.
There was no one that you explicitly said, okay, this person's deplatform position is fucking batshit. I'm never speaking
Oh,
to
I
them
mean,
again.
maybe Vosh, because he kind of his roommate deplatformed me. But I don't think I said like I'm not gonna talk to him anymore because it was a little bit. I'm not sure. I don't know. The
feel like
Empanada
anyone
guy
that
is
has-
fucking insane. I'll never talk to that dude. That guy's probably one of the like if people like doxed and like whatever that guy off the internet, I would be totally okay with that. That dude is actually
What guy?
fucking insane.
Whoa.
The bad Empanada guy. That dude is actually
so
fucking
you'd be okay
insane.
with deplatforming that guy?
He loves me.
Yeah, that dude is crazy.
Wait,
Like,
wait. You'd be okay with deplatforming this Empanada guy?
well, I guess I should be clear. If what I've heard about him is true, my understanding is that guy like full on doxes people, like calls for people to get killed, has said like insane shit like on Twitter constantly. He's on like his 27th fucking account. That dude is fucking wild. He like
Have
actually
I told you
seems
about
like
my defamation case with him?
human trash. No, but go for it.
So he doxed me and then sent me an email. He paid a legal firm threatening to sue me for defamation because I went on Twitter and said that he wants to put Jews in camps.
Okay.
That's why people call him because he advocated for re-education and shit for Israelis. So yeah, he actually paid a Scottish legal firm to send me a cease and desist, unless I deleted the tweet. That was like a year ago. I never deleted the tweet, but
Nice.
he's still mad. And he also accused my fucking dad of like committing a massacre against Palestinians in Lebanon,
Okay, interesting.
just because he's like Lebanese Christian. No, he didn't do it. What the fuck are you? Why would you ask me that? Jesus Christ. Anyway,
Wait, who asked you that? Who was it? Was it
I think it was
David?
that David guy.
I had to like reverse the rules. I had to reverse the rules real quick.
At least you don't deny all war crimes, right? There are some you accept. Some Israeli war crimes we can accept them, right?
Oh, it depends. It deserves war crimes.
Do you think that doesn't matter? It's fine.
Honestly, Loner Bucks, you're based, okay? I know you're on the right side of this, okay? You're on the right side of this.
I mean, I'm probably on this side for a very different reason than you are, but yeah, okay.
It don't matter. We're still on the same side. Also, what reason do you... Guys, stop pushing this narrative. Stop pushing this narrative as though I'm some sort of fucking anti-Semite that's like Hitler 2.0. I'm not.
It's not the anti-Semite thing, but I think you would probably go to a point where like Israel as an entire like concept shouldn't even exist, right?
Of
Would you believe
course.
that or what?
Yeah, it shouldn't, sure. You
It should
believe
be
in
a
the
single
two-state-
state of
what?
Palestine and the
What, so
Israeli
you're a
Jews just
two-state
become
solution
like.
guy?
Hmm?
You're a two-state solution guy, right?
I don't really think about like state solutions. I think if it gets to a point where Palestinians decide that they want like one person, one vote, like a binational democratic state, I'd probably support that. But right now, it seems like two states more feasible. Yeah.
Again, listen. What
But
do they say?
I care more about just like ending the suffering rather than I'm not like ideologically tied to any particular long-term solution because that could change like dramatically just over the next few weeks. Like, let alone.
No, think about it. What do the US say, right? We do not negotiate with terrorists. Why would you negotiate with people that took what's yours? Why would you even fucking make concessions with them? Of course, you would want to, like you. No, obviously, you want to end the suffering. David, you're a tier 4. When you're a tier 5, come talk to me, right? You need to understand this, right? If it was your home, it was your land. If it was your people, I don't think you'd be cool with like getting into a concession. Hey, let's give them something. No, you would want everything that's rightfully yours back.
Well, we already do this though. The Islamic world was built on fucking conquest. We don't like try to find random indigenous groups to reclaim that. I mean, that's what Israel is kind of like partly
Israel
did, and that's not really like a great.
Wait,
and we don't really support that as an
Before you
idea,
guys
really.
go down this Israel-Palestine debate for the 50th time, hold on, Ab, are you awake right now?
Yeah, I'm awake.
Do you think that these tweets are calling out Snakeo? Did you see the Andrew Tate one?
Andrew Tate stuff? No, I don't think they are.
Okay, let me read these. These are interesting. There's a new generation of nerds, crypto kids who got rich in 2021 by scamming in shitcoins or NFTs. The easy money isn't in crypto anymore. They're 20-somethings that have no real-world skills, but the rent is due and their crypto fortune is shrinking.
You could apply it to him, but it's not for him.
Sure. So they buy a Lamborghini and some watches, open up social media accounts, and brand themselves as businessmen. They come up with some backstory about being successful in real business despite being 20 years old, using digital marketing agency or some other vague bullshit that can't be proven. Then they try to sell you the secrets on how to make money. Some 25-year-old yelling at you that money is easy, despite only making his money through the easiest time in the world to get rich by blind luck. Do not fall for it. Would you trust a lottery winner on business? Making money on a shitcoin is no difference. 10,000 shitcoins fails, and a few didn't. Now this guy's an expert. At 20-something years old, I didn't speak much. I had no inclination to teach anything. I was too busy learning. I trained as hard as possible every single day to become a world champion in my sport. I ran dozens of businesses, worked endless jobs across 10 fields while training to become a world champion. I did not sleep. I remember the 2008 crisis. I know what hard times are like. There are many copycats of me out there. They try to mimic my language and my mannerisms, but they're too afraid to get in the ring and fight a worthy opponent. What kind of man is this? What does he know about mindset? They have no gravitas to build a capable team of warriors like the War Room, so they surround themselves with parasites and losers. They come from easy money and they're allergic to work. Everyone around them is allergic to work due to childish egos. So they sell you a product that they won't work on and they hire some uninterested Indian to deliver it to you. It's a scam. They don't know what it's like to live in hard times. They've never struggled. They tried to clone and copy Hustlers University. They do not understand that we have over 100 staff and team members working 16 hours a day every day. I'm working 16 hours a day. Me, Tate. If I'm not too good for work, why are they? Arrogant, scamming scumbags. Many of them tried to recreate my magic and then realized it's endless work. It's hard to give hundreds of thousands of students so much value that they renew their subscription every month. We teach real things. Our students become richer, stronger, faster, endless winning. Me and over 100 partners work every day to force our students to succeed. Our students make money. That's why they renew. They cannot be copied by an amateur. We teach you how to make money in the real world. We teach mindset inside of the real world. We teach fitness inside of the real world. We teach you everything you need to win life for less than the price of lunch. We do it to save the world, not because we need money. I've been rich forever. I do not need money. I need soldiers who are rich, strong, and mentally capable. That's why nobody can compete with us. Everybody on the internet teaching anything, every single one is a scammer besides me. There's nothing, Jesus, yeah. Holy fuck.
He's talking. I feel like he's talking about that dude, Iman Gadzhi, or whatever his name is.
Oh, maybe.
Like, I swear to God, this like could translate perfectly onto him. Not Sneeko per se, because they have interactions. They've interacted before. He's kind of warm to Sneeko a little bit. At least I know Tristan Tate definitely is. But that Iman Gadzhi dude, 100% is like a fucking 20-whatever-year-old Andrew Tate clone that's like had rich parents but claims to be like from a struggle or some shit. Yeah, he's talking about that nigga.
Okay,
I think this is the last time you'll hear Sneeko talking about crypto.
Was he talking about crypto before?
Yeah, remember when we were on stream? He came on and he said, "You guys can get rich super easy. It's so easy to get rich."
Yeah, but it's actually like drop
Your
shipping
cell phone, and he mentioned crypto. Absolutely.
Oh, did he?
It might have been a few months ago though. Like when you were talking about like college and stuff, he was talking about I think like crypto and EU commerce.
Definitely brought it up. I mean, hey, it could be. I imagine that since he's been in jail and he came out, there's probably been a few people who've moved in on his market, and he's feeling fuck these guys. So this has been being territorial in that regards. But I don't know. He doesn't write any of his own tweets. This is somebody who writes for him.
Yeah,
Do I think it's a failed thread this week? I don't think so. But it's probably there's a lot of people in that space who do similar kinds of stuff now.
Again, it's that Iman dude that's the most popular out of all of them. Like 4 million subs on YouTube or some shit. That's pretty big.
Who?
Oh, you don't know Iman Gadzhi? Some rich kid. Very fucking rich, to be honest. I think his father's like some multi-millionaire Andy. But he claims that he grew up in a struggle. He was poor. He didn't have much going on. He used to, and he went to like the fucking a private school in Chelsea, in England. So, I don't know.
Seem to know a lot about him.
I know a lot about everybody. Okay, who's in the toilet? David, are you taking a shit talking to us right now?
No. In my room.
It sounds to me like you're in the toilet.
It's probably my fucking air rebreather, whatever the fuck it's called.
You can't afford an AC, nigga?
No, it's just filtering air.
I turned that shit off. What air do you need to filter? Do you live in Chernobyl or some shit? Fucking air are you filtering?
Well, I live in a city. Probably one of the worst cities.
Oh my god, you got soy lungs? Oh my god. Jeebus. You need to take that surgery Steven Crowder did, but instead of chest, work on the fucking lungs or some shit. Jeebus.
I think the lungs are in the chest, but good one.
Oh, because the lungs are in the chest. I know anatomy right now. Congratulations. Nobody asked. I don't care. You need a fucking air filter in your room. Okay, what happens if you turn it off? I'd love to know.
I don't know. I've never turned it off before. What do you think happens if I turn it off?
I don't know. I've never turned it off. Then fucking turn it off. You know what? I want you to pick up a smoking habit today. I hate smokers, but start smoking. Because you're conditioning your lungs. It's like, when the Muay Thai niggas kick the fucking metal bars to condition their shins? That's what smoking will do to your lungs. It'll make it stronger, and it'll make you fucking live longer, I promise. Hey, you never find fat niggas at 99, but you always find smoker niggas at 99. That basic.
Real.
Also, again, I've seen your Amaranth take. I didn't see it when you first said it, but apparently, you also saw through that bullshit. Because I swear to God, when that shit first came out, I was laughing through the entire thing the whole fucking time. Because I was like, yeah, again, maybe it's because it's a snow bunny demon with like incredibly fucking small arms, but a big ass chest, and that throws me off. The ratio is not ratioing. But when I seen her fucking cry and talk about, I've been forced to do this, I could smell the cap 1,000 kilometers away. But all the bitch ass niggas that see one woman cry and immediately one white woman cry, and then immediately start talking about, she's a victim. And Ethan fat ass retard, decided to go fucking dox an innocent dude thinking that it was her fucking husband.
He's so lucky that he like slipped by on that with nobody giving a fuck. That was wild.
That is disgusting. Again, when it comes to these platforms, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitch, nobody follows their community guidelines. Nobody follows their TOS. Nobody actually adheres to it properly because that is a perma fucking ban off of all platforms. If that Steve Will Do It guy got banned for simply showing stake.com, for simply just showing the URL, if he got banned for that, and Ethan did not fucking get banned for doxing an innocent nigga, nigga sniff 300, man. Yadolf, man. Yadolf 2024. Fuck this shit. It's white women and juicers. That's it. Golly. Because there's no other way you could explain to me how the fuck he got away with it. Do you honestly think that YouTube didn't see it, Destiny? Honestly.
I think it just
YouTube
wasn't. Nobody talked about it. I think that it was because there were other huge things. There was one other big thing that happened at the time. Nobody even knew it happened. Like, there wasn't even a post on the H3H3 subreddit about it. I just think people didn't know.
There's two things that happened simultaneously. I forgot. It was in this. I think it was even in the same stream. The doxing
Yes.
and then there's
Oh
something-
wait,
I can't
didn't
remember.
he make a joke about how he wanted somebody to die? It was like the Jews or gassing or something. Did he make a really edgy joke?
Ben.
Yeah, he was talking about Ben Shapiro, and he said
Ah.
if people get gassed, I hope he goes first.
That
The thing is, the way YouTube functions, and this happened during the Sneeko incident. It's not about necessarily always what you say, but it's about like your history on the platform. And so, if you're someone who brings negative press or is generally like deemed to be bad for the culture of YouTube, and you've got a big enough audience, then YouTube starts to pay attention. And then if they feel like some of the stuff that you do is beyond the pale, then they'll really go after you. But it's very rare. Like, let's say for tomorrow, let's say Pokemon did something crazy. Like, she said a bunch of racist stuff. She might get like a short-term ban, but it wouldn't go even beyond that, if you're lucky. The reason being is she's just not bad for the platform, so they'd give her lenience. But someone like Matt Walsh, who, you know, is often in the news as a result of what he does, they're going to be watching everything extra strictly. And the same can be said for people like Steve Will Do It or Sneeko or things like that. They were already looking for reasons. Those folks just gave them more reasons to get banned.
What
So
does
that's how
Steve Will Do It do that's crazy? Other than him being affiliated with Trump. Again, this goes back to the argument that these fucking platforms are lean so incredibly heavily to the left.
No, Steve Will Do It. Isn't he the one who was look, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he the guy who got caught up in a couple of scams that made it onto the news or stuff that was scams? I remember seeing a lot of those videos on YouTube.
You're talking about the CoffeeZilla video about Rubet, the gambling site.
Yeah. A lot of the platforms are very reluctant. You even see that Twitch had an issue with gambling after a while because of how much negative press. I don't think Twitch would have cared about it, but because it got so much press and it was getting big, then at that point they started caring. And I think similarly, but less so, YouTube is similar.
Out of everybody that was covered in this in the Rubet saga by CoffeeZilla, Steve Will Do It was the only one that apologized. Steve Will Do It was the only one that recognized the fault, and he was the only one that was willing to actually try to right his wrong. Everybody else still kept going. So to use that one incident as a reason
It's
to
not just
justify
that
why
though. He's also part of the Nelk Boys, or was, right?
he collabs with them. He used to. Be
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen them. Like he got shafted for that as well. All those things are dings on you. All the Nelk Boys got shafted to some degree on YouTube. I'm pretty sure they've already lost monetization on some of their channels for some of the stuff they did during COVID. So that whole crew is kind of in that boat.
For what?
I mean, they did some
Yo, I
stupid
really
pranks
don't
with
think it's
YouTube
that
and all that, but
serious.
they're still available on YouTube. They're still.
Yeah, Brian invites girls on, asks them
No,
questions,
it is that
and they answer
serious,
the
and you know it's
questions.
that serious.
It's only
serious
Wait, what
if
is
you
that
take it that
serious?
deep. Yeah. You know, I don't think it's that deep.
What is that serious?
I feel like this is just a lighthearted, like
Someone
casual,
tell me a
we're
joke.
just talking, and
It is lighthearted, but we can also get real at the same time. I'm sorry if that's uncomfortable.
I'm perfectly
It's
happy
not
to continue
uncomfortable.
talking about this. Please go ahead.
I'm perfectly happy also. I think that there are other things that you do. Ibuprofen. I have a headache. I'm not gonna
So,
lie.
Wait, fuck, what did she call them out
Let me
on?
just address the cartoon thing. A satirical.
If you're telling me right now, genuinely, that Ethan is good for YouTube culture, that is insane. He's not.
I don't think it is, but I think YouTube is fine with him. Wait, yo, Destiny, are you looking at Lav?
Apparently she's on this whatever podcast going on in a week or two. Apparently they're having a huge back and forth. What's up?
Okay, then you can just put that shit on. I was gonna watch that. That's what you're watching. She looks so different on video. It's actually weird.
They're actually a better Fresh and Fit.
She looks
Wait,
like
you
a
think the
child
whatever
on-
people are better than Fresh and Fit?
No, these people are way better than Fresh and Fit. Like this dude in the jacket, very calm dude. I like him. I don't like most Red Pill guys, but I like him.
I feel like Red Pill and Calm is not like a good. I feel like Fresh and Fit, like being
No, it works.
bombastic, is
It's
part of
like-
their brand.
Yeah, their brand is just being dickheads. But this guy, his brand is just letting the women speak themselves into
It's so weird because I watched this guy like 6-7 years ago when he used to just do pranks. That's where most of his subscribers are from. He used to go on college campuses and do these pranks, like Awkward Dude does whatever. And so now, like seeing him 8 years later do like a Red Pill podcast on the exact same channel is bizarre.
Yeah.
All these idiots saying that he's a copycat don't even know the way he conducts his fucking interviews. Actually, go watch this nigga. I've only watched like an hour or two of his shit, but again, nowhere near Fresh and Fit.
I don't know.
So-
You have to give Fresh and Fit credit for one thing. Like ever since they started that, they may not have invented that format, but they definitely popularized it. And I feel like now I see every fucking day I see a new podcast with 2 dudes yelling at a bunch of women, telling them they're fucking whores. And
True.
so that should be its own fucking genre on Spotify, if possible.
I will say, do you know who Lav looks like on this podcast?
Who?
You know, a very long time ago, ContraPoints made a character called Abigail Cockbane, the TERF, with a hat.
Yeah, man.
Fuck off,
I
I'll find you a
don't
picture
remember,
and
but
send it.
okay,
Jesus
I don't
Christ.
remember every fucking video. Yeah.
All right, hang on. I'm fucking correct though. Fuck you. There you go.
This is a feminist cosplay. What the fuck is that dog shit hat?
Oh, Abigail Cockbane. Is it just because she has the thing, the beret?
Yeah.
Wow.
Destiny's weakness detected. Laugh simpery. Locking on target.
True.
Wait, why are people saying that you're obsessed with her?
Because it's a meme. But if you keep saying it, you're gonna meme it into existence. But apparently, right now she's on this podcast and she's cooking them. But yeah, I might just watch it offline though, because you fucking retards. Sam obsessed, so it's not worth watching on stream.
Wait, why don't you watch it on stream? I want to hear her destroy these guys.
Go
Why
check
are
out
you
the
trying to
YouTube
shift
video.
it onto others? Why are you trying to shift it onto others? You just said like it already exists. You're telling me you don't chase after this chick?
No, not at all. But if she's on like a popular podcast that I'm going on in literally 2 weeks, and if she's cooking them, that's something that if it wasn't live, I would obviously be watching it, right?
Okay, so you're telling me, first of all, I saw that video that came out a while ago. The DMs that were leaked. You guys are so fucking disgusting. It's actually crazy. That shit was insane. But you said, I'll be wherever you are. I'll go on every single stream that you're on. I will never leave you. I will make you feel pain.
That was in the context.
How dare you just-
That was in the context of her going on panels of my friends and then talking shit about me. Yes, I will if I have the chance to show up and like correct the record or provide contra. Yeah, of course. But I'm not gonna like chase her onto like random shows if she's not talking about me. That's fucking retarded. She was on Zerka's show a few days ago. I'm not gonna chase her to that. She talked to Relevant for 3 or 4 hours before I jumped on because she started talking about me. Like, I'm not actually following her around all of her shit.
Yeah, but again, the excuse of she's talking about me, therefore I have to defend myself. You don't do that with everybody.
Not everybody's accusing me of sexual coercion.
I mean, you've had a lot of people accuse you of crazy shit. You
I don't think
even
I've
care to
had
fucking
anybody. I don't know if I've had a single person ever accuse me of that before. I'm pretty sure Live is the only one that has ever accused me of that before.
And do you think that is grounds to hit
Ruin that person's life as much as I can? Yeah, fucking of course it is. That's fucking wild.
No, go through the legal system and maybe shut her up like you did with the Keffels.
Yeah,
chick.
sure. I got a meeting with a lawyer due tomorrow. We'll talk about it. But all it's going to be is shooting a cease and desist. And even at that, I don't know if it's a good idea now, right? Because she hasn't talked to me in a while. And I'm pretty sure that once I shoot her that cease and desist, it's going to start her talking again. And then what? We go down that whole road. And then I've got to fight anti-slap. And then I've got to fucking actually do the court shit. Like, yeah, I can do it. But obviously, like, generally what you want is this stuff to go away without going through the legal process. You can do it, but it's just fucking annoying.
Yeah, but it's not gonna go away because she's constantly always going to be talking about you.
Well, for some
She's
people it
going
does.
on
For
with the
Keffels,
friend-
the cease and desist was good. She stopped talking about me. For Live, it might not be. But if Live right now has moved on to other shit because she's fucking whatever, I shouldn't even talk about her right now because I'm probably fucking instigating some deep part of her brain that can detect anytime somebody is talking about her.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I see.
True.
Very true. I don't know. Maybe sometimes, hey, you don't know unless you try it. So maybe a lawsuit would help or something. It's not a lawsuit. It's a cease and desist, right? Some shit.
Well, that's the precursor to a lawsuit. You shoot a cease and desist, so they don't follow it. Then you go to a judge. You show this. We sent them this shit. They didn't stop. So now we're.
Okay, so you said you're gonna try that tomorrow. You're gonna go talk to a lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, you're a lawsuit Andy, man. That's worse than these deplatforming niggas. You
How,
bring
well,
in the
I've got,
fucking
I
law into
make a
this
lot of money and my reputation is really important. No fucking shit. I'll be a lawsuit Andy if it means that people are going to, like, the problem is what you fucking kids don't understand is we used to talk a lot of shit on the internet. We just stayed on the internet. But now when it starts cropping up in news articles and shit, right? And it starts to affect other, like, people are trying to vandalize my Wikipedia over it, right? My digital encyclopedia. Of course I'm going to fight over shit like that. Of course. Especially over things like sexual coercion. Yeah.
Wikipedia. They're vandalizing my Wikipedia. This shows that my image is being destroyed. I have to fucking sue these people. That is fitting.
I hope the next fucking pirate ship that you're at fucking broke ass sails out on the shore fucking gets a hole and sinks, motherfucker, okay? And when you're drowning by that salty fucking water, saltier than every fucking Tate, whatever, Islam, whatever you sucked off, I hope you remember me when you fucking die on the way to the bottom of the ocean, okay?
I might remember you if I get my Shure MV7.
Yeah, okay, I'll think about it, okay? I hope you find flight 931 or whatever the fuck, you know, sunk down there too, you fucking piece of shit. You guys probably responsible for that one as well, okay?
Honestly, no, it's a Malaysian flag. We're Muslims over here. But like, honestly, think about it, right? A guy like you talking about image is very ironic. You know what I mean? Maybe if you're Hassanabi, I would be like, okay. I would see how this nigga's trying to keep his image fucking clear and perfect and whatever the fuck.
I'm not trying to.
But you.
Bro, your media strategy and understanding is so fucking retarded. I don't need a clear or clean image. My image can be a little bit dirty. In some ways, that benefits me. But nothing benefits me from being seen as something that's sexually coercive. Not only does that not benefit me, it also damages every woman that comes to my platform, right? To where a woman won't want to come on, or for a woman that's been on, it's like, oh, fuck, now people think I'm on just because I fucked Destiny, because Lav and Mr. Girl spread that fucking rumor, right? So, no, it's not acceptable, right? Because it hurts my reputation and other people around me. So, no, it's not a good thing.
Also, that wasn't the narrative before they started saying it, that you fuck the girls that you have on.
No, the narrative before was that some people will kind of meme, but like that's the thing that people meme with every streamer, right? Do you remember when Ninja said that he literally wouldn't even play games with girls on stream because of shit like that? Offline TV and OTK have complained forever about shipping culture because every time somebody shows up on a stream with somebody, people start shipping together, etc. Right? That's a meme. I'm okay with that being a meme. I mean, it's annoying or whatever, and I try to ban people when I see it go out of control, but like that's a meme. But the Mr. Girl and Live shit kicked it up to like some weird sexually coercive pay-for-play type thing. That's a way bigger claim. That's a hugely different thing that's being made.
Okay, so what are, because you make it seem like you wouldn't fucking hit people with lawsuits over everything, but certain things like, you know, sexual exploitation, coercion, blah blah blah, like you'll have to shut them up because that's crazy, that's not true.
Yeah,
blah,
when
blah.
it's a clear malicious lie that is like of a sexual nature or potentially like of an extreme bigoted nature, then yeah, of course I will. Fuck that. Especially when it's like super blatantly wrong, right?
Wait, a extremely bigoted nature. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, so like for instance, if somebody comes out and they say like, I think Destiny hates all trans people and wants to genocide them because he's transphobic, because he's a trans medicalist, fine, that's fine. I don't care. Do it. That's okay. But when you start saying things like Destiny thinks all trans people are rapists, or whatever, and you're lying about things that I've said, and now you're drawing a conclusion about things I've never said, then that's a little different. It's not okay, right?
Wait, don't you have people right now trying to say that you abuse your wife based off of you defending Crowder? Why aren't you suing them niggas?
Because people can have an opinion.
That's what?
No. Oh God, I just don't know. I don't even know if you're trying to understand me right now. Hold on. Okay. People, if somebody says Destiny abuses Melina, that's fine. You can have that opinion. If somebody says Destiny abuses Melina because I saw him beat the shit out of her, that's not okay. One of those things is an opinion that characterizes how I treat somebody. The other is a claim to a specific event or fact that is not true. Do you see how those two things are different?
Okay, you could use the exact same way that you constructed both of those points with the whole sexual exploitation shit. People could say,
no.
Destiny fucks the woman. Whoa.
No, that's not true. Hold on. Because what you're saying is why I would never try to sue Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl is of the opinion that I'm doing all this weird shit. I probably maybe could, but like I think he probably genuinely believes it, and that is his opinion, and he writes his dumbass article. That's fine. But Lav is maliciously and explicitly lying about our experience. Lav is somebody that was one of the most responsibly handled and treated girls that I've ever dealt with ever, which is why I had explicit messages with her saying, hey, there's no sexual blah, 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 or whatever. For her to come out and say, oh no, we had an implicit agreement over this shit is absolutely wrong. It is a malicious lie that she knows is a lie that is attesting to a specific fact that does not exist. That's my issue. If Lau was out here saying like, oh, I think Destiny just fucks girls that he brings up, well, okay, fine, whatever, that's fine. Say it, I don't care. If you think that, that's fine. But she's attesting to a specific fact that she knows is not true. That's the difference.
So you don't have a problem with people assuming shit. You have a problem with people that say it with confidence and could also be believed based off of
A little
their
bit, yeah.
connection
If
and
somebody
their
said,
proximity to
yeah,
you.
so to say earlier, I think Destiny's abusive towards Melina, that's fine. If they say, I think Destiny's abusive to Melina, I bet he beats her, that's fine. If somebody says, I think Destiny's abusive to Melina because I saw him beat her, that's not okay. Do you see the difference between those three statements or no?
No, I see the difference, but would it matter if the person that said the third statement is somebody that's a complete, let's say like one of those Twitter accounts that don't know you, they know of you, but they don't know you like as in a relationship type shit, and they say it, or somebody that's close to you that has interacted with you IRL? Is there a difference between those?
There's probably going to be a difference because with a random, I can easily say like this person doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. I can't say that with love, right?
Okay, so it makes sense. So it's like if people could see truth in it, then it's a problem because, oh wait, they've interacted. Oh, he's met her IRL.
Yeah, the truthiness matters, of course. Right?
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I understand.
Jesus.
But honestly, though, let's keep it a bug. Okay, 100 women, 98% of them probably clapped. Okay, I'm just saying.
No, that's pretty high numbers right there.
Okay. Harvey, Jeffrey, Ristine, Bonnell.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hey, listen. All powerful people, okay? Take it as a compliment.
No,
Bro,
listen,
you're
us
not
powerful
right.
people, never mind. I was gonna make an Epstein joke.
Imagine if I made like 1/10 of the amount of like racist jokes.
Oh
going
my
on.
god, imagine fucking make it, you pussy ass bitch. All you goddamn white people
I
are
have
cowards.
to
Wait,
have
one
a
second.
career.
Hold on.
Bro, he left. It's me and you. Say it.
Alright,
Say
little
all
bro.
of it. We
All right,
don't
little
care.
bro, I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
You're a loser. You're a poo-poo head, and
Wait, am
your
I a
mother
shit
doesn't love
skin?
you.
Wait, what you mean? Am I a shit skin? Is that what you just called me? Poo-poo head, aka shit skin? Oh yeah, I said I'll be viewer.
I
Is
am.
that tier 4 sub paid for by the socialist fucking monarchy
I'll
of
have you know, I'm a
Turkmenistan?
tier 2. I
Oh my
spend
god,
pennies.
you're fucking disgusting. Why the fuck are you even in my presence? You're a tier 2. You're not even
I'm
worthy
actually,
of
I'm
speaking with me.
not only am I, I'm not just a tier 2. I'm a tier Jew. How about that?
Stop.
That was a
Stop.
cringe joke. Actually, that was actually a dog shit joke.
It's disgusting
Uh,
jokes. Again, leave the cringe jokes to Alba. I'm trying to get you on a higher level right now. I'm trying to elevate you. I don't want you on
Listen,
that stand-up comedian.
I'm
Hey,
like
you
the
know
Jews
what's
and actually
funny?
like a Jewish defender in your presence.
Listen, you need to understand. I don't got a problem with Jews. I'm actually trying to look for a Jewish manager, to be honest, because I know the Jews are just going to elevate my game. Honestly, I know they will. I'm trying to find the Amini Fleckelstein, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to find one of you guys. Honestly, Jeebus.
Trying to get your feckled what?
I don't know your fucking names. Amini, Avi, Dramani, or what? I don't know, dude. Honestly,
Amani, yes.
the day I meet a Jew will be a good day. You know,
I don't
I'll
think
I'll
they're
learn,
good
I'll
for a
learn,
Jew.
I'll learn. No, I'll learn about the Jewish culture. I'll learn about you
You're gonna
know,
learn
all
about the Israeli culture.
the Jewish culture. You know what I mean? I just want to, I just want to rock. You know what I mean? Shout out to all the Jews out there, except Ben Shapiro. Fuck that nigga. And Netanyahu. Fuck that nigga. And Jordan
I
Peterson.
agree with you.
know he's not a Jew, but
Once we agree, fuck Netanyahu. What a loser.
there you go. You see that? You see that?
You say
He's
Jordan
like the
Peterson?
number one loser.
Yeah, he's not a Jew, but I'm adding him. Okay, at this point, he might as
Okay.
well. Might as well be a Zionist. He is a Zionist, so fuck him.
Who? Which one?
Peterson.
Peterson?
You fucking idiot. Oh my!
What do you
every
think
time
makes someone a Zionist, Karantos?
Sam Harris is the Giga Chad
if you believe that Jews have the right over Palestinian land, you're a Zionist.
Then you had to first prove that they're Palestinian land, and you failed miserably.
No,
It
no,
was
wait. So
actually
if
like,
you're
it was
so if you're
sad.
like if you're two-state, that's like Zionist, right?
Yeah, you could be Zionist in two
Yeah,
states.
it is Zionist, but you know, at least it's one of those rational Zionist dudes. You can have a conversation with them, kinda.
Bro,
So when
literally,
Palestinians advocate for two-state, I think it's like a third of them do. Are they Zionists?
No. When you say they advocate for a two-state solution, you need to understand the position
settled.
that it's 100%. It's settling because they're realizing,
They
bro,
really want to destroy all of Israel, but they
this
can't.
is this This is pain and suffering, just like you're trying to do right now. You're not a Zionist, but you're a two-state guy. You know, Loner.
Zionist just
So-
means that you want you believe that Israel has the right to exist. That's all Zionist means.
It's pretty fucking. Honestly, this will get solved in my lifetime. You know what I mean? Israel will cease to exist, but the Jews will live in Palestine.
Dreaming.
No, they live in
Bro's got
Palestinian
big
land
dreams.
safely.
Bro has a dream more than fucking Martin Luther King. That is a bigger dream than Martin Luther King. God damn.
You didn't like that dude as well, right? He's a shit skin as well to you, right? Because I'm a shit skin, he's a shit skin. All these goddamn niggers, you don't like us, right?
Jesus.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Jesus Christ, said the ex-Muslim. No, the jokes write themselves at this. Boy, stop putting Pepe's in chat. Honestly, at this point, the Pepe is fueling me. Stop. Also, terrible time to come back. You know, I was trying to get off the bombs before you come back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're on Kick though. I wouldn't say this on YouTube. We're on Kick.
I feel like you would say it on YouTube.
Yeah, asshole. I've been on for a bajillion hours on YouTube. I didn't say it, okay? I'm well versed with the fucking TOS. You know, I got kicked off of Jonathan's stupid podcast like 10 times just because I was saying a little, I was being a little too base.
Jesus Christ, you were too anti-Semitic for Zerka.
Zerka is not anti-Semitic. Zerka doesn't hate women. He's not red pill.
Not actually,
He
but
just
I'm
knows,
thinking
how, he
about
just knows
that.
how to play the role. He knows how to play the
He's not-
role. He's a good actor. He's a good crisis actor. You know, like those guys in Parkland. I'm kidding. See, I had to stop immediately.
Destiny,
I'm
if you
kidding.
had to make a tier list, who would be your most anti-Semitic orbiters?
My most anti-Semitic orbiters the whole list would just be Karantos, I think.
I'm not an orbiter. Why are you even including me in this? I'm part-timer. I come in here. I
He's like-
generate
not a real
you
player.
thousands of dollars, but I don't get a mic out of it. Again, life is pink, ladies and gentlemen. I honestly, Aber might be right. Okay, I'm goddamn getting my ass whipped right now. Jeebus. All my life, my ancestors, they weren't enslaved just for my black ass to get enslaved in the 21st century. Kind of crazy. Somebody's yelling, "You are an orbiter." You dickheads think XQC is an orbiter. You know, you guys have no fucking idea what an orbiter is. Like, you guys just think everybody's an orbiter. Okay, you guys are fucking stupid. I had a whole ass debate with one of you DGG ass niggas. I shout out to him actually. He gave me Rust. He gifted me Rust on Steam. But yeah, that guy was like, "You're an orbiter." I was like, "Define orbiter." He was like, "Somebody who's of lower viewership that comes on Destiny shit." I was like, "Oh, so when fucking Train comes on, is Destiny an orbiter?" And then he tried his best to argue that Destiny was bigger than Train, which is laughable. Fucking bull. I was like, okay, these DGG points are high on copium. Yikes. Listen, you don't get paid 366 million in 16 months for being smaller than Destiny. You don't do that, number one. Number two, I don't believe that Train generated $30 million in revenue for Stake to be paid as much as he is. He tries to argue the reason they paid him that much was because they didn't want him to go to the competition, which is Rubit. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, shout out to that nigga Train, but that's a retarded ass point. There is no company on planet Earth, and even so, let's play off of that angle. Let's say that they did so. The reason that they did so was because they would think that you would produce them $30 million in revenue a month. That's why they wouldn't want you to go to them, and they would. So it still goes back to what I'm saying. It doesn't make any fucking sense to pay that nigga $30 million.
Hold on, wait, I'm sorry, wait, hold on, wait.
That's not true. There's a few different reasons. One is not just for the revenue, though there's probably a good possibility that he drove that much revenue to them. But the other reason is just for pure branding purposes. If he's the biggest face of it in terms of public platforms and just talking about it, especially when they have so much competition going on, it makes sense if you can lock it down. And the only way a company would throw that kind of money is if they have it disposable and really felt like it was worth it. And I'm pretty sure they renewed him more than once, did they not?
They did.
Yeah, okay. So if they renewed it, I know this because I work with companies on like ad deals all the time. They only renew if they see that there's actually a return on profit. No company's just like, I want to throw out money and then go bankrupt. So if they're throwing that money on him, it's because they saw something do.
No, he argues that they lose money on him. That's what he argues.
That's
he argues
stupid.
that they lose money on him.
No, but
And I'm telling you,
if anybody believes that, they're eating. They're smoking.
The thing that is first, okay, what you said makes sense, but 366 for whatever million in 16 months for a streamer that averages 40,000 views, On what planet does that make any sense? That 40,000. Oh, sure, he streams 45 hours like every single fucking 2 days. Like for most of the month he's streaming. I get it. Like the guy probably has 300 hours streamed a month. Like he puts in retarded hours. But even then, you're telling me that equals. Like I'm just trying to imagine if Stake were to sponsor a Mr. Beast video, would they give that nigga 500 mil?
Wait, why are we even? Wait, do you think Train got paid 500 million from Stake?
No, he said he claims that he got 366 mil in 16 months or some shit.
I don't think that's true.
So you think your friend is just capping on the internet for no reason?
I think he exaggerates a lot of the figures sometimes.
Okay. Hey, bring it up to him because
if I had to guess, he might have that number he might be talking about might be the amount of play that he's had on the gambling website. Do you understand how play works?
No.
Like if I give you like $1,000 to go and gamble, oh, where are my stats people? Off of $1,000 with a 95% theoretical payback, how much play are you getting off $1,000 before you run out, right? So if I gamble $1,000, I'm expected to win back maybe about $950. Then I play that, and I'm expected to win back maybe $875. That's like, so I can easily get $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 of play off of just $1,000 of money. Do you understand?
So what you're saying is eventually most of the money that they gave him went back to them anyways because he gambled it.
Probably, yeah, but I'm saying that when he talks about how much he's getting paid, I bet he's like incorporating like how much he spent in terms of play. That'd be my guess. People are saying he's got 5 billion spun on Dead Loan. Yeah, so he's probably factoring in some amount of play there. That'd be my guess.
The way that he stated it that day, he was like, "I was given." He didn't make it seem like it just seemed like his contract was. First of all, he said it's month to month, right? And second of all, he was like, that's what he was getting monthly, like over 16 months, that's what he got. So to me, it just seems like that's what they pay him every month to just like fucking do whatever with. And I don't think they even I don't think they factored in what you're saying, or he factored it in, but I'm not sure. It just to me, it came across as he's saying that he made like fucking 30 mil a month, which is fucking again, if that is true, there's no planet on Earth where that makes sense. I don't care if he streams 45 hours every time he goes on stream to 40,000 people. How does that make any money? It doesn't.
I mean, if he's under his own sponsorship, they might factor in how much he plays back as well, right? Like if you pay me 10 million and I actually donate back 6 or 7 million to the casino, that might be a factor in terms of the contracts they're willing to cut him, because he is actually like a degenerate, right? In terms of like gambling addicted person.
Doesn't he say it's all his money though?
Well, I mean, it's his money. Yeah. Well, when he says that, he means that they're not giving him a stipend. They're not like giving. There's a name for it, I think. They're not adding fake money to his account. They're not adding money to his account to play. That's his money that's going back into the account.
Yeah. And you believe that, right, Destiny?
I think that's probably true. Yeah. I don't think he would. That would be if he lied about that. That would be a really stupid thing to lie about.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be stupid for him to factor in the play stuff that you just talked about when you were saying how much Stake pays him?
Well,
because you said,
dude, you're making me blow up my buddy Train. I'm not trying to, okay, but like he has a history of exaggerating things, right?
Interesting.
Like one of the this is embarrassing. I'm sure he disavows and he wouldn't do it ever again. Okay, but like I remember that like when he first came on the streaming community, it wasn't one of the big things that he pretended that he owned like some BMW, or was it like a Lamborghini or some shit? That was a long time ago.
Yeah, remember the stuff with Mitch Jones?
Yeah, I think so. Like, yeah.
Blue PhDs or some shit. That was wild.
When was that? That must have been like 2016 or something. Yeah, that was way past my time. I don't know. It's just, to me, I think what you said makes sense, where they factor in that this guy just basically pays them back the money that they give him. I think that makes sense. But at the same time, like, fucking hell, these companies... when I say these companies, I'm mainly talking about Stake. Bro, this money... Again, I've heard things like money laundering. I've heard things like they don't run KYC on certain fucking high rollers that come on their platform. Like, I've heard things like that. And honestly, to me, that would make a lot of sense. Like, that would make a lot of sense to me, because I don't give a fuck if you're an offshore gambling fucking crypto casino. There's no way you have enough money to go around for Aiden, because again, isn't his kick contract, or his kick contract probably includes some Stake fucking add-ons or some shit. It's like 150 mil over 2 years. Bro, LeBron James doesn't get paid that money. Nobody gets paid that money. You're telling me streamers get paid that money? And this dude, Aiden, does not fucking gamble. This dude does not fucking gamble. He doesn't. So again, I can't make sense of it. But
They
maybe
only get
if
paid what they make back for the companies that they pay them.
That's a fucking lie. You think these niggas are making back 300 million in 16 months? Who the fuck do you think Trade is? Who do you think Aiden is? Do you think this nigga's making them back 150 million in fucking 2 years?
You're right. They're
whatever
just
the fuck-
donating. They just like to donate.
No, it's either that there's a fucking lie going on, or that there's.
Hold up,
some
Karantos.
insane-
Karantos. Why do you think they made the investment?
Why do I think they made the investment? I'm being a bit cynical here, but I think honestly, like, this is a fun for the future because there's a lot of fucking people that look at the shit that Train does, and I know he's one of the guys that pushes the hardest. Do not gamble, you will lose. Guys, spam the reverse Train speech, right? Gamble, it's a financial, but he says like it's not a financial investment, all that shit. But I do believe that a lot of the fucking people that watch him, a lot of the people that fucking like tune into his shit, would probably end up gambling, and over the long term, the conversion of users is what would make their money back. That's what I think. But even then, I think it's an exaggeration. Like, if his contract was in the 20 mils, I would be like, okay, maybe it makes sense. But 360 whatever million? It's either Train is capping, but at the same time, he wouldn't be capping based off of the amount of money that he fucking rolled in these games. Like, you could actually go see the amount of money that he wagered. You could actually go see the amount of money that he's donated. You could actually go see like the things that he's done. So I can't make sense of it. That's why I'm asking. I
mean, I don't even think that's maybe Destiny can confirm because I'm not that familiar with gambling. But as I understood it, when they're just giving you money to be able to gamble on their website, it really doesn't cost them nearly as much as you might think. Even though they might have given him $1 million to gamble for them, because he loses a good chunk of it, they really didn't lose anything. And whatever he gains in profit might work against whatever fee he's already getting paid. I can't say for sure, but paying somebody to be able to play on your platform and giving them what is money that isn't necessarily real per se until they actually win isn't that big of a deal. To me, I can definitely see that number being inflated as
No,
well.
it is though. No. The play money thing is a very fucking big deal, especially to Train. That's one of the things that he fucking rails on about. He's like, these fucking guys, they're not even gambling with their real money. These people are not gamblers, because he takes it to heart that he's an actual gambler and he's gambling, so he doesn't necessarily feel like he's doing something wrong. Whereas there's a lot of people that are not gamblers, right? They do not gamble, but they still advertise it, and he thinks that's scummy. He thinks that that's wrong, right? So with him, the play money is a big thing, because again, it's also deception. You're deceiving the viewers into thinking that you're actually putting your money in, and then you're making them put their actual money in while you're playing on like fucking house money, right? So I think that is an actual like big important thing. And like Destiny said, if it were to come out that he's lying about that, that would be terrible. And I don't think that he's lying about that. But what I'm very sussed out about is, number one, the 366 million thing, and also how Stake makes its money. Again.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like. I think there's a lot of shady shit that's probably going on. That's what I believe. With Stake, there's no way you have enough money to go around to all of these content creators. Like, okay, I understand that you paid Drake damn near $1 million for every fucking story post, because that's Drake. Okay, I kind of fucking get it. That's Drake. But Aiden, Train, X, okay, like
probably secretly funded by the Jews.
I don't know, dude. No, these Australian dudes. They're Australian dudes that run Stake. I don't know. To me, I just think that the whole point of him giving them back their money, basically, like if they were to give him 10 mil, the guy's giving them back 7. I think that's fair. I think that would make sense. But then I would ask you, Destiny, because you're the one who made this point. 366 mil. First of all, you don't believe in the number, but let's say you believe in it, right? Let's say you believe that he actually got paid 366 mil.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that do you think he gave them back?
I have no idea. I don't know, dude.
Because to me, if it's 200 mil, the nigga still got paid 166 mil for fucking 16 months.
Oh, actually,
that's still an overpay.
Maybe they pay him extra because they know he goes crazy on the gambles. That could be a thing as well. That he knows he gives it back on the site.
Yeah, that's what I was addressing.
That
But
could be
I'm
like a
trying to
loophole.
figure out how much is it. Abba, you were saying something? You were about
Yeah,
to-
no, I got a topic for you, Destiny. Can you pull something up?
Go for it. I got like 10 minutes left in me. What do you got?
You got 10 minutes left?
Yeah.
All right, I think it should be fine. This is a Twitter post about a lady who's complaining about the fact that her coworkers are too professional. They don't want to be friends. And I'm curious if you can see where she's coming from and why she might be upset.
Okay, waiting for the link.
LA Places Demon. Viewership goes up when Kratos is on. Goddamn right it does. Get it right. Goddamn right.
And if you look at the Twitter replies, she's got a few replies. Like 2 of them.
Okay, guys, why is everybody telling me Q? Relax, that's your employer. Boys, I'm just airing out what I think, okay?
I was talking to a female friend and she was telling me how lonely it is for her to be working with only men in her team because they all maintain a respectful distance from her as they don't want to come off as creeps and not realizing it's completely isolating. I would think in this case, your friends need to break the ice. She did that many times, they still continue the behavior. That's exactly my point. Whatever they are doing, it's just to make us feel safer. I hate that there is so much pressure on them to do so, but well, if a lady is trying to get herself included and she's still getting ignored, then I feel like something has to be said.
I've seen this shit.
I don't necessarily blame them. Like, I can understand the fear. This sounds so bad, and I hate to say this, and it's like a really mean thing, and I feel really bad for saying this, but like, if I was running an office environment and I got a job application from somebody with pronouns listed, those would go right into the trash every single time.
Oh, base!
I would never even remotely fuck with that. I would just be like, it's not even worth the potential. And I think for a lot of guys, it could be the case that they see women in the workplace similarly. Like, why even risk it? But I mean,
Spam Pepe's, boys.
it would probably just depend on the environment. But yeah.
Oh my God, it's Tree. A rare guest.
Oh geez, hey, what's up?
Hi, everyone.
Welcome, Tree.
Hello.
Proud Zionist ally.
Yes, I'm a very proud Zionist. Israel forever. I was wondering, like, why is Steven is up this late?
Because I have to stream. There's a certain amount of hours I should stream my kick, and I keep starting late because I keep staying up late, and then I get to the gym, and then I get starting my stream late, and etc. So I'm in a vicious cycle. But today's my last kick day, and tomorrow's YouTube, so I'm good. Why? What's up?
I am proud of myself. I managed to get Rumble to add a delete feature, and with the help, what I did was what happened? You could post porn links in Rumble chat, and you can ban the person who posts the porn links, but you can't get rid of the porn links. So silly people would stupidly click on the porn links, and then they would complain to me about getting Trojans viruses.
Sure.
And so and then somebody was, and also they were doxing someone's phone number, and then I just put a tweet saying, listen, I can't stream on Rumble. They refuse to implement a delete feature. And my members are clicking on the link for the porn, and also this could also dox other people. And they managed to finally, because I was going to ask you to do something about it, but my tweet made a difference. So
well, good job. We're proud of you.
I'm happy.
Nice job.
Thank you. Oh, there's that. So Apple, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, we were hating. They were hating on Zionists earlier, but I'm glad you could make it. Wait. Okay, 2 things. Destiny. The tweet thing. You don't think the fact that women are being ostracized in the workplace, being surrounded by males, is like negative for their ability to be able to thrive?
No, I mean it's really bad, yeah. But like I'm reminded of, I always bring this example up. There was this idea that existed on Twitter. So I don't know how much this was true in real life, but there was this issue that like there's different stages of acceptance for women into like male friend groups. The most hostile one can be mistaken for the most friendly one, and that's the issue. So really hostile, you might say like, oh, fuck this bitch, we don't want this woman here, blah, 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 blah. And then like, as you kind of warm up to them, you're like, okay, well, we'll be respectful, we'll keep a distance. But then if you like truly invite a woman into your friend group and you're like treating her like one of the boys, then you start making kind of like jokes and stuff that she might get super offended by, and then that might blow up in your face. And the thing that I'm always reminded of is there was that programming conference. This was like fucking probably 8 years ago at this point, but there were 2 guys that were sitting in a chair, and there was the speaker, the presenter on stage, mentioned something about like a USB dongle, and they made like a USB dongle dick joke, and the lady behind them, I think, photographed both of them and tweeted them and blew them up and got them both fired from their jobs. And it was like one of those things where it's like, what? And like, if I was a guy working in tech and I saw shit like that, I'd be like, I'm just not ever going to talk to any female coworkers. Why the fuck would I ever risk telling a joke that's going to get my entire life destroyed? You know?
Better safe than sorry. True.
Yeah, I actually explained it to her later. I'm like, it's not fair that you have to bear the brunt of the fact that some women are crazy in the workplace. But
Yeah.
us men have to accept the fact that like you see us as a danger every time you walk down the street and you're like walking home late at night. Like, that's not my fault. But I understand that you've got some rational fear against of dudes to some degree when you're alone in certain places. As a result, I think men probably have a similar fear, at least some of them do, when they're in the workplace. They don't want to get too close. So
That's always a really hard one, is that like some forms of bigotry are not justified. Well, people will justify certain forms of bigotry and everybody accepts it. Like a woman can come on and she can say, I had a bad experience where I got raped. Men are stronger than women. Statistically speaking, they're likely to blah, blah, blah. So this is why I avoid men constantly, right? And another guy could stand up and say like, oh shit, I had the same experience, but just with a black person, so I avoid them. And everybody looks at that guy and it's like, the fuck? But then for the lady, it's like, it's totally cool. And it's very hard sometimes to skirt some of these lines where it's like, what I just described for the women is essentially like discriminating against women because of some crazy women, which isn't fair really, but we all kind of like accept it. But other forms of discrimination, we're like, okay, well, that's fucked up. You can't just assume every black person would do this, or you can't just assume every woman would turn you in like this. So it's, yeah.
you could definitely assume that. I know for a fact that Tree, if she was walking home late at night, she saw a bunch of niggas, she'd cross the street.
Man, she'd probably stand on the side of the street and beat the shit out of
No,
her.
I
She's a
wouldn't.
crazy motherfucker,
Hell,
okay?
what are you talking about? I'm strapped.
What would you do, Tree? What would you do, Tree? Tell us.
She's,
Listen, I've been practicing my headshot.
I think
I ain't
that
fucking
those
with
other
these
dudes
niggas
would cross
out
the street,
here.
okay?
Fuck
Tree is like some 6'4", like ex-cop fucking Georgian. She's crazy, okay?
6'3".
Come on,
Tree,
Tree.
yeah.
Tree, you pull up to a gas station and you see like
Lamont
6'7". No, you see 6'7" niggas. Well, you not gonna be like, all right, I might just go to the next gas station. Too many niggas around, no?
I would.
No,
Perhaps she's strapped.
I would take a bullet and a pinpoint, and I would write Tyrone on one bullet and Raheem on another one. Pookie on the other one, Ray on the other one, and then get ready. That's what
Okay,
I would do.
Pookie, Ray, Demetrius. Oh god, we got a base woman in here. There you go.
Are you?
Yeah, but I can't stay long. I gotta go to bed. I just came in here to brag to Steven because I always try to like use him to help my problem with Rumble, and I'm really proud of myself that I was able to do this without running to Steven like he's my daddy or some shit like that. So that's all I wanted to say. And also, it was good to talk to you, Abba.
Always a pleasure. Love you.
Have a good one.
All right.
6'4", Destiny.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to her. But I just saw that you got 100 gifted from Eddie. I'm pretty sure that's the CEO dude. So everything I said, take it back. Strike it from the tape. Train Eddie. Please don't come for my stream, okay? I don't know if these. I mean, Train. I don't think is vindictive, but I don't know if the fucking what's it called? I don't know if the steak figures are vindictive. I don't know if they're like. Fuck this guy.
I'm about to head out, but just before I head out, I see this the Steven Crowder footage wasn't edited.
I think at this point I would say almost 100% it was not edited. Some guy came in and he had a huge breakdown on how ring lights do their recordings or whatever. And even though the time seconds skip, there's probably not even any missed footage just because of the way they do the syncing and everything on it. So.
Right, because like the motion capture, if they stop, it stops recording after a certain amount of time. Basically, it stops and it waits for more motion. If there's no motion, it doesn't record.
Yeah, kind of. There's a weird way that it does it, basically, yeah. Wait,
So
hold
what's
on.
the
Someone in chat. Wait,
technical
I'm
that
sorry.
was
Somebody in chat said there is missed footage. I thought that the syncing meant there was no missed footage. So it might have missed a few words, I guess, but okay.
Yeah, I thought it was like motion sensor, right? Like it just stops recording and then starts again.
Sure. Okay. So there might be missed stuff. It's just not deliberate, but okay.
Yeah.
So it's edited, but it's not technically edited. Type shit.
It's not edited by her. Like a lot of people made it out to seem like when she released it, there's 30 seconds missing. She must have edited it out, but the way the ring camera works, I remember reading about this because some people got robbed and they felt like what's going on. This didn't record the whole time, but then I ended up learning that a lot of the ring cameras they don't record perpetually the whole time. If they don't see any motion for some time, they just stop recording until more motion.
Well, kind of. So it's not if they don't see any motion for one time. It's when they see any motion, it will record automatically for 1 minute no matter what happens. And then after that minute, then it starts doing live updates for motion. That's the weird thing. And then it'll And then yeah. So for instance, if it records something that's no motion for 45 seconds, it'll still record from second 0 to second 60. And then after the 61st second, it starts checking for motion. If there's none, it'll cut it. If there's a little bit more, it might record for 4, 5, 6 seconds more, and then it'll cut, I think.
So no.
And you worked out all the pauses to make sure that it wasn't.
The guy
there were
came
no
in with a
deliberate cuts.
literal schizo napkin drawing, and he did every pause was about 1 minute and 2 seconds after the last one. So yeah.
Well, you know what? That
Damn.
takes discipline and respect.
Yeah.
I mean, did that change your perception at all, knowing she didn't edit it? She put out that segment.
Not much. It's a small point in her favor. If it was intentionally edited, that looks really bad. This is a small point in her favor, but it's still like selectively like chosen ring light footage from 2 years ago.
Yep.
But it's a lot better than it not
What
being
is-
intentionally edited.
What is the conclusive abuser percent at the moment?
I don't know. Even with the edit, I said that it's probably 60% chance that Crowder is somewhat abusive. Steven Crowder is somewhat abusive.
60?
Damn.
Yeah, probably. When you're saying shit like that and when you're
talking
fighting at that level, yeah, there's probably some type of abuse going on. Yeah.
Coratos, do you think it's like semi-normal to tell your wife you're gonna fuck her up?
No, I think that was fucking schizo as shit, right? But then again, when we go back to saying that we don't really know the way that they fucking talk, when he says, I'm gonna fuck you up, it might be, you're not gonna take the fucking credit card to go fucking do this. It could be. Now, is that a stretch? Sure. But to claim that this dude is putting hands on her as well is crazy. And we're speaking about abuse.
No.
I don't think anyone's alleged physical abuse.
No,
right?
there's no claim that he's actually physical. In fact, I think both of them came out and confirmed there's no physical abuse.
Yeah, that's been explicitly said multiple times that there's. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and she's confirmed it, so she's not out here making a laugh. She could have, and honestly, if she said, "Yo, he beats my ass," I'm pretty sure everybody would have believed it. So I think it also kind of slightly works in her favor that she's never claimed that he's ever been physical. To some degree.
Or she couldn't prove it, so at the end of the day, it takes nothing away from her from trying to look good and say he never put his hands on me, but he's still fucking emotionally abusive or whatever the fuck. So when he says I'll fuck you up, obviously it's probably talking about maybe emotional abuse or some shit like that. It's not necessarily like he's putting hands on her because she came out and said that he didn't do that. But it's just the way that you posed it to me. It seemed to me that you're trying to go down that road. That's why I brought it up.
No. I just heard some people just say like some of the stuff that was said in that argument is like it's like normal for a lot of couples, and I'm like,
no,
I don't believe that.
Well, I think for conservative couples, like, because people are freaking out over a lot of statements when we talk about like wifely duties. This is probably shit that like both sides probably believe in. She probably believes there are wifely duties and shit. So, but
okay, yeah, sure.
Do we know anything about what these like fucking dog drugs might have been?
No, technically I don't think we know that there were dog drugs at all, other than it's alleged in the article. So there probably were, I would imagine.
I honestly thought, you know what? I didn't even realize the gloves was talking about that. When I heard him say gloves, you know what I thought? I thought he was like, I want you to fight for our relationship. You ready to do something? I did ask.
That's a stretch.
Yeah, there could be all kinds of context. He could actually be saying, "Fuck, you're about to." He could be like, "Fuck, you're about to punch me like you always do, like you do every Friday. Please just put on boxing gloves so it doesn't hurt my."
You niggas are crazy. Putting gloves on is like go wash the dishes type shit. That's what I thought about it.
Sure. Okay.
So I did a bit of reading into the.
I love you guys. I'm going to sleep. I love you guys. I'm going to sleep. Be careful. Okay. Bye.
Good night. Sleep tight.
Okay, I'm fucking tired. I need to sleep. I gotta stop staying up late. Okay. Be careful. Oh, and they all left the room. Well, now I feel bad. I like shut down their conversation. Okay, whatever. Watch XQC clip. What? Oh, wait, fuck. Hold on. Did you email me about this thing? Stalk. Oh, you were the one that emailed me. Is this actually a good interface? Are you saying that, like, I don't need preamps or anything? How many mics can this thing take? 4 microphones. Oh, wait, that guy says it sucks. 4 mics up front, 8 more in the back. Oh, is this the back here? 8 more in the back? Are you talking about like the... I'm guessing these are 1/4 inch jacks. Wait, this guy says based interface, used it for event stuff for work. It's a good one. Oh, that guy says, oh. They can go in the balanced line inputs. Oh, the front up here, I see it, yeah. That one, Loner Box says that's alright. Oh, okay, fuck it. Yeah, I'll probably get it then. Do you think I can shoot, do you think I could shoot SM7Bs into this thing without a preamp? Or do you think I need to get like 4 cloud lifters? They make like, I think they make like cloud lifter like 4X editions where you can get like, Why are you trying to get one? For studio stuff, I might use one of these. You can get like a 4 thing of this. Wait, where's the one guy? Def Gear, whatever. Do you think I'd need? Do you think I would, do you think I need a preamp for high impedance mics? Like an SM7B? I'll probably just use those because that's what everybody fucking uses. Your blue needs, no, I'm buying new mics. I wouldn't use shit at my house. Cloud lifters are for people running those shitty Mackie mixer boards, those Scott interfaces. This interface is way better than that built in. Max boost per line on the specs. You'd want like 25 decibels of clean boost. Well, I don't know how clean the boost is. Okay, so you think this'll... You think this'll work? God Christ, does this have some obnoxious fuck software interface? Am I gonna need to learn this shit? If you get it, I can walk you through setting up the compressor. How much does this thing cost? I think it was pretty cheap. Am I wrong? I thought this was like 1,500 bucks or something. Oh, it might be a little bit more than that. Oh, I was gonna get the 2-channel one. Oh, no, this is the 8-channel one. Okay, 1,900 bucks. That's not too bad. If this is as good as you say it is. You need UFX2. Oh, this is not the right one. UFX2. What do reviews say? I don't trust any reviews that I read online anymore about anything. I don't ever. It's too much of that shit is botted and gamed and everything. This is the one you want me to get? Is there like an update that makes the 2 better? Or is it just, I mean, I can do this. Am I buying a new interface? This is like studio shit that I'd be getting us for. Jesus, sorry by me. Okay. Okay. I might order this tomorrow, we'll see. Oh, we were gonna do this. Is this about you? Wait, fuck, I just missed. I don't know what that person...
I didn't think I had to, but I literally shot you.
What the fuck is this block? What? Why did he do that? It's a nether respawn block. Wait, they have those now?
I didn't think I had to, but I literally shot you.
He suicides to get hunger and HP back. Wait, then what did he fuck up here? Hold on.
I didn't think I had to, but I literally shot you.
Oh, he didn't toss his items first.
You know what? I kind of have to do this, chat.
Oh, this is the same clip, isn't it? Oh my god, his inventory management. He's been in the game for 3 years? Really? I've never heard of this block before, but okay.
I didn't think I had to, but I literally just had to.
What is this?
All right, boys, let's go.
Hello. Hello, you look very beautiful. Hello, you look very beautiful. I like your tattoos on your arm.
She's not talking to me. Hello. Hello. Hello, I like your tattoos. Hello, I like your tattoos.
What is he doing?
Hello, I like your tattoos.
Does he know this person?
Hello, I like your tattoos. Hello, I like your tattoos. Hello, I like. God damn it. Oh, that fucking rotation. Fuck, it's my fucking arm, dude.
Jesus. Okay, well, I'll slow to your god for a bit. I don't think it's permabanned from Twitch, so. Alright, I'll take us tomorrow. Rip on. XQC on God's seed, he will prevail. He better be past like 10 minutes if you're saying shit like this. He just started a run. Okay, fuck you. Oh, slow to your god. Yeah, I'm trying, but this shit is lagging.
It's a great. You got a great
Oh
bump.
my god.
This is also.
I think that's
I
kind
don't
of
know if
like.
I consent to.
That-
It's a great. You got a great bump. This is also.
I think that's
I
kind
don't
of
know
like.
if I consent to. You like
I
that?
think that's is that?
I think
that's also-
I think you think that bothers me. I'm a bisexual woman.
Oh.
It did not bother me.
Wait,
Straight. So.
because there's been a little tension between you two, like.
Okay, we'll probably watch this tomorrow. Fuck it. Rebriana, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, appuccino, my dude earners. I will catch you guys next stream arena.
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now. Your life is